The protagonist's father died when he and his sister were little, and Roger's mother told him to become a shaman because she was sure that he had potential, so the spirits would protect him. She warned him that if he did not choose this path, he would get into big trouble, and made him study the religious aspects of shamanism. These were poetry magic and strange things that Roger had never known before. However, at that time he already knew what he wanted from life, and all these teachings did not interest him at all. So he devoted all his time to scientific research, and after 10 years he became part of society. However, he died having been hit by a car. It was hard to believe, but the protagonist's mother was right because troubles overtook him, but the most amazing thing was his rebirth. He found out that life is not alone, and everything his mother said turned out to be true. After his death, he realized that some things can only be learned through experience, and now remembering all of this, he asked himself what he was doing. Now he abruptly lowered his hand, slapping his palm on the pages of the textbook, and loudly announced that the lesson was starting, telling them that today they would continue to create a magic circle. He worked as a teacher at the Academy of Magic, and a series of events brought him here some time before people were walking around the station, some of whom were talking to each other. Passengers were entering a train, carriage showing their tickets to the inspector before doing so, and he wished one of the passengers a safe journey and then greeted the next person who approached him, asking him to show him his ticket. The man handed him his ticket, and after checking it, the inspector thanked him, after which he wished him a safe journey. The man entered the train, and the inspector continued checking the all passengers, clenching his hand into a fist. The passenger remembered that he had the fourth seat, which was in the fourth car, and the third compartment. He finally found the right seat, and going inside, saw Gerard, who was also sitting in his seat and reading a newspaper. Gerard was surprised to see his neighbor, and greeted him, and Roger Celesi nodded in greeting. Soon the train was already moving and heading on its way, and after some time spent on the trip, Roger looked up from the book he had been reading before, and looked at the newspaper that Gerard was still holding in front of him. He noticed a headline that said that the civil war in the Kingdom of the South had ended and the princess's faction had won. He announced that this war had finally come to an end, and smiled, and Gerard at first looked at him, Whaley slightly narrowing his eyes, and then agreed with his words. Noting that this was true, he admitted that he too had been one, wondering when this would end, and Roger remembered that just recently the prince's faction had been recruiting soldiers. Glad that the war had not lasted long, he suddenly remembered something and apologized to Gerard, noticing that he had forgotten to introduce himself. He gave his name, and Gerard said that he had no last name and simply gave his first name, and then assumed that Roger was of noble birth. He announced that he was a fallen noble, but asked Gerard not to worry about it. He replied that he understood everything, and Roger asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to Linden, Brunn, the capital of the empire, since he had heard that it was a popular tourist destination. Roger smiled, noting that the Exilian Empire was famous for its advanced magical engineering, so there was certainly something to see there. He himself was heading to Lille to join the academy. Gerard was surprised too. Hear his words and noticed that Roger was very young, assuming that he was an outstanding specialist. Roger awkwardly closed his eyes and grabbed his hair, saying that he was not really that way. As he was just lucky, Gerard said that many people wanted to be in Roger's place and said that he should be proud of himself. Roger smiled happily, thanking him for these words, and returning to the topic of the war, asked if he had heard the rumors yet. He explained that he was talking about a man from the princess's faction who was winning. He remembered that some people said that he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knightly rank, and that he was a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli. Gerard replied that he understood everything and our side, crossing his arms over his chest, noting that Gerard was not particularly surprised. He admitted that he simply thought that it was nothing more than gossip, but in fact it was true, for Machiavelli was the one who wanted the world in search of one object, and that was the name he used in his past life. Finally, Gerard, drawing Roger's attention to himself, asked, did this mean that he would be taking over a class at the N Academy? He confirmed this, specifying that he would be in charge of the second students, and Gerard was amazed that Roger was starting right from the second year. He noticed that he was more capable than he thought, and suddenly he froze, and noticing his state, Roger asked in confusion, was there something wrong? Looking out the window of the train, Gerard told him to wait and was about to announce what was about to happen, but before he could finish, there was suddenly a huge explosion and the train shook. Gerard screamed and Roger stuttered, asking what was going on. He asked, Did the engine explode? Jared exclaimed that this couldn't be because the engine was protected by magic. He suddenly winced, frowning as he realized that this was a trap. Roger didn't understand why this would be done, and Gerard assumed that someone wanted to rob rich merchants or nobles, noting that if they had caused an explosion, it meant that there was definitely a mage among them. He seriously announced that they needed to hide or get off the train, and Roger asked him to wait, announcing that he would go first. Putting on his hat, he headed for the exit of the compartment and looked around the carriage, noticing that there was no one in the fourth carriage following him out into the corridor from the compartment. Gerard frowned, asking if the other passengers were safe. Roger announced that the compartments were protected by magic, but Gerard warned that this was no guarantee, since it was dangerous to remain in the compartment if it was under the same magic spell that the bandits had broken through. Roger asked if it was true that the explosion had come from the third carriage. He did not understand why the robbers were not there yet, and Gerard said that if he were the robbers, he would have gone to the first carriage. Roger remembered that there were first-class passengers there and admitted that they were lucky. Gerard suggested that he leave through the back door since they just needed to wait for the border guards. But suddenly, the bandit, using a rope, approached the window and, using the acceleration from his flight, knocked it out, breaking into the carriage. Shards of glass rained down in different directions and screaming Gerard, and Roger jumped aside, standing in front of Gerard and closing it with him. Roger ordered him to stand behind him. The bandit frowned as he stood up, looking at them, and Gerard assessed his condition and said that he looked like crap. Roger frowned, pressing his lips together and looking at him. Wiley and the bandit suddenly pulled out a dagger and ran towards them, about to attack. Roger waved his hand, forming a clot of magical energy next to him, and directed this attack towards the man, and from the force of it he screamed and flew to the side. They were silent for a while, and after a short pause, Gerard asked Roger if he had killed the man. He answered that he had not, explaining that he had immobilized him for a short time. Then he began to move towards the bandit, and Gerard tried to stop him, warning him that it was dangerous, but Roger said that everything was fine, explaining that he was just going to ask the man a few questions, pointing his cane at him. He asked him to tell him why he had gotten into this carriage. The bandit made no reply but merely coughed and then suddenly burst out laughing, and Roger declared that he had not given him permission to laugh and ordered him to answer, but the bandit was not going to listen to him, and calling him a dirty man, shouted that he would kill them all. He suddenly opened his shirt, revealing the explosive strapped to his chest with a countdown clock on them. There was only 1 second left until the explosion, and realizing this, Gerard called out to Roger, telling him to hide. He clenched. His jaw frowned and looked at the explosives, and the next moment there was a huge explosion, and flames burst out of the carriage, sending smoke and sparks flying in all directions as the flames gradually died down and only smoke remained in the air. Gerard screamed. He fell to the floor, covering his head with his hands, and that is why he managed to survive the explosion. As he got up, he attracted Roger's attention and asked if he was okay. Suddenly he shuddered, his eyes widening, and noticed an empty space in front of him where there was either the bandit nor Roger, as well as a hole that had appeared in the wall of the train. He walked to the edge of the hole, looked outside, and said the name Roger, then put his hand to his cheek and winced, noticing that part of his skin had peeled off. He frowned in displeasure, then sighed. Remembering that this suit was custom-made, he tore off his mask, revealing his true form, and asked himself why he was always involved in accidents. There was no specific reason why he chose the name Mavelli, because he simply took the name of a famous person from his past life. He needed to completely change his identity to avoid getting into dangerous situations while traveling the world, and the image of Machiavelli was supposed to help him do this. It had been a difficult day, and remembering how he left the battlefield, the protagonist thought that he had attracted unwanted attention, although he should have kept his identity a secret. Luckily, the princess and her soldiers were triumphant, and he managed to hide. When they let their guard down and board the train to Lindren, however, now he closed his eyes, asking, was this serious? He did not understand why something always happened to him. The protagonist threw the now unnecessary Gerard mask overboard the train, and then mentally addressing Roger, told him to rest in peace. Thinking about the fact that someone had set up such an ambush in broad daylight, he did not expect the bandit to detonate a bomb, because ordinary robbers would not have pulled off such a thing. He was sure that only a psychopath who intended to kill everyone could do such a thing, and assumed that these people were not targeting the passengers but the train itself. Suddenly, a train employee ran into the carriage, attracted his attention, and asked if he was okay. Roger did not answer, and the conductor, examining the destruction in the carriage, asked what happened here. Here, the protagonist announced that the train was under attack by armed robbers and suggested that they were heading for the first carriage, warning them not to get involved. Looking around, the man announced that he needed to evacuate the passengers through the last carriage and was about to tell Roger what to do, but before he could finish speaking, the protagonist suddenly grabbed him by the throat, throwing him to the floor, and the man screamed and then, stammering, turned to Roger and asked what he was doing. He asked with displeasure. Did he really think that his pathetic acting would convince him? He said that robbers would not attack any passing train out of the blue, let alone a protective spell that would wear off on its own. It was a difficult trick which could not be performed without the help of a person who knew the mechanism, and the man looked at Roger with increasing horror and then suddenly frowned and took out a small dagger from the sleeve of his clothing, but the protagonist, anticipating this action, stayed his hand, ordering the man not to even think about it. He cried out in displeasure, and Roger said that they were quite fast and asked who they were. Besides, he wondered why they were there, and since the man did not answer, he asked if he was really going to keep quiet. He did not argue with this, and raising the man to his feet, ordered him to go forward. Suddenly, he was amazed, turning his head a little to the side, and told himself to stop paying attention to the sound he heard. He guessed what it could be, and crying out, abruptly thrust a man in front of him, and the next moment his body was pierced through by bullets, and Roger himself squatted down in order to avoid being hit by bullets. He closed one eye, putting his hand to his head, and asked himself when the man had time to give the signal. He remembered that he had been watching him, and realized that this was all planned. The man's body fell, and the protagonist looked at the other bandits who had burst into the car. One of them frowned in confusion, asking if there were any survivors. Another man was amazed that Roger had dodged the gunfire, and getting up, the protagonist warned them not to even dream of killing him. One of the bandits ordered his comrades to kill Roger, and the men read their guns. And he frowned, but at the moment when the bandits pulled the triggers, nothing happened, and bewilderedly lowering the gun down, one of them asked why he could not shoot another man, exclaimed that the machine gun was not working, and shuddering, he sharply raised his head and realized who Roger was. He noticed a magical energy glowing above his palm, and exclaimed that he was a mage. He warned his comrades that Roger had disabled the weapon, and he turned around, noticing streams of other magical energy a little to the side in the air. He clenched his jaw, noticing that his own magic had dissolved, and wondered if it was a suppressor. The other man admitted that he had not expected there to be a mage on this train. He ordered the protagonist to surrender, and he turned around, noticing other bandits approaching him from the other side. The mage asked him not to move, promising that if he did, he would grant him a quick death, and Roger felt that he was no ordinary mage, guessing that he might even be a fourth rank like himself. However, he did not recognize the man's face. And as he thought about it, he noticed that about 10 minutes had passed since the explosion, so it would take a long time to leave the Arete Mountains. He could not just stand there and wait for reinforcements, and he realized what he had to do. He jumped into the hole in the side of the carriage, and the mage, frowning, asked if he had really jumped. Getting Hansen's attention, he ordered him to check, and the bandit responded and then walked to the edge of the carriage and looked around, announcing that he did not see Roger. He assumed that the protagonist had indeed jumped off the train and noted that they could have scared him. But before he could finish speaking, an attack pierced his head, and with a start, the mage noticed that it was from above. He shouted that Roger was on the roof, and the bandits began to talk in confusion, not understanding how the protagonist had done it. They assumed that he used flight magic, but were only more amazed as they did not understand whether it was possible to do so. While the train was moving, the magician ordered them to simply shut up and find Roger, and warn the others that he was as a magician, so they could not use all their powers against him. He warned that a few people should stay here and ordered the rest to go to the first car. The bandits obeyed without question, and several of them began to shoot their guns at the roof of the train, running and dodging bullets. Roger cried out in displeasure, and the magician, understanding the trajectory of his movement, told his charges that the protagonist was heading to the back of the train, shouting for them to follow him. When the bandits approached the door to move to another carriage, they did not even have time to open the door as a powerful explosion was heard, and flying to the side, they screamed and looking at their comrades who did not survive the blast wave. The bandits, who were a little behind, asked, "Was this really a trap?" They did not understand how Roger did it so quickly, and the mage thought that the protagonist was different from the mages he had encountered, since the efficiency and results of his work were on a completely different level. He noticed that Roger looked more like a hunter than a magician, and even suggested that he could be a mercenary. All the bandits suddenly shuddered, hearing some sharp sound, and the magician opened his eyes wider and then cursed, realizing that Roger was separating the carriages in order to escape. He asked himself, how? He had not guessed about this before he realized that the protagonist was not going to fight them and rushed to the exit of the carriage. And the next moment, he suddenly saw a bright light in front of him instead of the next carriage. And when he ran out onto the crossing, he noticed the other part of the train moving away. The distance between the carriages gradually increased, and the bandits frowned, and the magician cried out in displeasure. Another man cursed, noting that they had missed Roger, and shouted that they could not leave the train to go after him. The magician promised that he would remember. His face would definitely track him down and kill him, but suddenly froze, his eyes wide open, asking himself, what kind of powerful magical energy was this? He did not understand where it was coming from, and turned around, after which he froze again, noticing Roger standing in the center of the carriage, who had created a magic circle in front of himself, frowning in concentration. The magician did not understand where the protagonist was here, and asked himself, was this really another trap? Roger concentrated magical energy in front of the circle, and from this, a powerful beam of magical attack was directed towards the bandits, which was so bright that it penetrated even through the walls of the train. The magician ordered his comrades to run, and he himself froze, trying to cover his face with his hand. Sometime later, when the magic dissipated, the protagonist looked around, noticing the dead bandits in front of him. He thought that this was all, but suddenly noticed that the magician, despite severe damage, continued to stand and was surprised that he survived. The mage called him names and then asked him why he did it. He didn't understand why Roger would kill them, and asked if his conscience didn't bother him at all. The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully, and the mage declared that the people he killed were ordinary patriots fighting for peace. Roger noticed that the man was crazier than he expected, and the mage asked again, and the protagonist asked if they weren't the ones who tried to kill him first. He asked with displeasure if the man dared to accuse him. Now he warned him to tell this to everyone who was no longer breathing, and reminded him that it was he who had said that he would find him and take his life. He declared that the man was pathetic and honestly admitted that he could have let him go. But the thing was that the man now knew his face, and if he was going to get him, it would be better to settle it here and now. The man wanted to say something else, but the next moment, suddenly an ice cut passed through his body, and even Roger froze in bewilderment, and then noticed Veronica Devil, who entered the carriage through a hole in the wall of the protagonist, looked at the remains of the M's body that fell to the floor, and Veronica asked if he was okay. Roger looked at her, and she assumed that he was scared but advised him not to worry. Since the Knights of Cold Steel were already here, the other bandits began to curse, amazed that these knights were already here. They began to shoot from their weapons, shocked that the knights used flight magic in such weather. However, one of the knights put up a magic shield in front of himself, and the bullets did not hurt him. At the same time, he created a magical attack, and holding it close to his palm, ran closer to the men, one of whom flinched, screaming in fear, and the knight, using the boost from the attack, struck, after which he turned sharply, turning his attention to the other bandit, who also screamed in fear and then screamed in pain. Having finished with the bandit, the guy, the rest of his comrades, warning that the second car was cleared. Another knight announced that the first car was clear and the passengers were safe. Another knight, turning to Veronica, asked permission to report, declaring that the situation on the train was completely under control. She exclaimed that this was a wonderful job and ordered that they make sure that the passengers got to the next station. Sometime later, the train arrived at the leather station. There was a crowd of people on the platform talking to each other, but Roger was still sitting on the train looking out the window. Suddenly, Veronica entered the compartment and asked how he was feeling. She wondered if he had been injured by the terrorists, and looking at her, the protagonist declared that he was fine thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and explained that he was simply lost in his thoughts. Veronica admitted that she was glad to hear this and smiled, suggesting that she should have introduced herself right away. Placing her palm on her chest, she said her name and slightly bowing his head. Roger was about to answer, but before he could, someone suddenly apologized, drawing attention to themselves. Veronica turned around, noticing a person approaching closer to her, and asked if he wanted something. Extending his palm towards her, asked if she was the commander of the Knights of White Steel. She confirmed this, saying that she was Lieutenant Veronica, and Rima, showing his ID, announced that he was an officer of the Leather Valk Police Department and also stated his name. He warned that he was aware of the attack on the train in the R8 mountains, and Veronica said that they had eliminated all of the criminals. Remus thanked her for her hard work, but noted that there was something odd about the report, Roger Weist paying attention to their conversation, and Veronica asked, not understanding what Remus was talking about. He put his hand on his chin thoughtfully and said that the attackers had taken over the train too quickly, but even with magic power they could not have broken through the defenses so easily. Veronica winced, surprised, and Remla suggested that there was someone on board the train who had helped these people, putting her hand on her chin. Veronica thought about it and admitted that it was a reasonable idea, and Remus added that it was only a guess, explaining that they would not detain the people but simply establish their identities. Veronica agreed with this, noting that she understood everything, and looking at Roger, she asked if he heard. He nodded, and she warned that the main thing is to answer honestly, and in this case everything will be fine. The protagonist maintained a neutral expression on his face, but he thought that he was in big trouble. There was nothing suspicious about Gerard's personality because he passed the ticket control as expected and legally boarded the train, but the problem was in his face because Gerard's mask was damaged. He certainly could not be given 45 years. And he understood that if he was under investigation, sooner or later someone would reveal his secret, and he would be hanged, and if he was lucky, he would be subjected to severe torture. There were many police officers and knights on the street, so it was impossible to escape, and he looked through the window at the street, noticing police officers. Besides, Veronica was merciless to criminals, and now she was smiling and talking to him, but he knew that as soon as they started to suspect him, she would use her magic, cutting him in two. Noticing that he was not reacting, someone drew his attention to themselves, asking if he was okay. Roger looked at Remus and he apologized, explaining that he needed time to get the passenger list. He noted that Roger had nothing to worry about and asked him to simply confirm his identity. He also asked him to show the ticket if he still had it, and the protagonist held it out, and the train employee looking at the ticket announced that this was seat 430, thoughtfully repeating the seat number. Remus looked at the documents in his hands and read that Roger, 25 years old, and Gerard, a man of just over 40, occupied this seat. Raising his head, Remus asked where the second passenger was. Roger replied that he had been caught in an explosion during the attack and said that it had happened when they were passing the Arate Mountains and he had fallen off a cliff. Remus narrowed his eyes, thinking, and looked closely at Roger, then asked him to stay put. Veronica said that he could not be a suspect, and Remus asked again, and she told him that when they arrived, the protagonist was fighting terrorists and asked if a traitor would behave like that. Remus asked if Roger had really fought robbers. He cried out in surprise and then realized what had happened, and thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he apologized to the protagonist, addressing him as Roger. Roger did not show his surprise outwardly, but in his mind, he cried out in bewilderment, and Remus suddenly noticed that he had been accepted to work at the Thean Academy, and asked in bewilderment. Veronica also asked if this was true. They looked at Roger, and he finally, smiling, confirmed it, and standing up, took his suitcase, after which, putting his hat on his head, said that it was so announcing that he was the new professor. When they left the station, Remus once again apologized to Roger for the inconvenience caused, but he said that there was no need to apologize since he was able to get here. Thanks to them, Remus said that he would take him to the academy, but the protagonist said that he was not obliged to do this, and Remus exclaimed that the future of their empire was in Roger's hands, asking how he could not see him off. But Roger was not going to agree, as he understood that it would be better if they both left him alone. In the end, he announced that he had things to do, so he could not delay them any longer if he insisted Remus was not going to argue anymore, and Roger, turning around, said that in that case he would go, and turning to Veronica, he admitted that their acquaintance was short-lived, but noted that he was glad that he met her. She exclaimed that this was mutual and added that they might meet again without answering. The protagonist began to leave and thought that he could and really did it mentally, addressing Roger. He apologized to him and also thanked him for saving his life. He was glad that the quality of the photos left much to be desired because it was difficult to distinguish him from the raw Roger from the picture. Now that the problem was solved, he was fine and decided that he needed to hide and create a new identity. But suddenly he froze, hearing someone call Roger's name, and turning around, he saw a man who announced that he recognized him and added that he had seen him conversing with the knight. Bowing, Wilfred announced that he worked at the UN Academy, and having heard about what had happened, he had come to meet Roger. He was glad that he was unharmed and asked him to get in, saying that he would take him to the inn. The protagonist became more dissatisfied, but still got into the carriage, and after a while, Wilfred began to ride forward, driving the mechanical horse. Roger leaned slightly, resting his chin on his hands, which were intertwined with each other, and thought that this was bad since the Academy ordered a person who was not an ordinary worker to meet him. He noticed that Wilford had a fit body, and moreover, he did not notice how he appeared next to him, which meant that he was most likely a knight. He knew that if he ran away using a stupid excuse, it would seem suspicious and Wilford would follow him. He supposed that it would be better if he postponed his escape since Gerard was presumed dead. He was nothing more than a ghost in this country. This meant that if he disappeared, no one would notice, so he was glad that he now had an iron army and until then he could live the life of Roger. Sometime later, Wilford warned him that they had arrived and said that it was then they entered the Academy. Grounds and shocked, Roger asked himself if all this really belonged to the Academy. The property was larger than he had imagined, and stopping the carriage, Wilford waited for the protagonist to get out of it and said that he would take him to the Record and also added that Roger could trust him. With the luggage, they walked closer to the Academy building itself, and entering inside, Wilford took the protagonist to the right door, and he, entering the office, said his name and announced that he had arrived on behalf of the rector. Eliza Willow, sitting in front of him at the table, smiled and then said that she had been waiting for him and saying her name. She announced that she was the director of Fion Academy. She also asked if Roger was okay. She explained that she had heard about the terrorist attack, and he replied that everything was fine since the knightly order had come to their aid. In time, Eliza smiled happily. Closing her eyes and clasping her palms together, she admitted that she was glad to hear that, since if the protagonist had suffered, it would have affected them too. He did not understand how she could speak so openly about the possible negative consequences for them, and noted that it simply did not fit into his head. However, what bothered him more was the strange feeling that arose in him. As soon as he entered the room, he supposed that it could have been his imagination, and wondered with interest if Eliza had met Roger before. Looking at her smile, he wondered if she had revealed him. Eventually, Eliza began to speak again, and noted that they had met in person, exclaiming that he was very tall and handsome. Roger, hearing this remark, assumed that she had not revealed him and thanked Eliza out loud for the compliment. Even if she was doing it out of politeness, she announced that she was sure that he would be popular with the students. And, rising from her seat, she handed him the document, asking him to take it, and decided to repeat the information that Roger had received earlier. She explained that it stated the salary and also that the employment contract was for 2 years, and noted that food and accommodation would be paid for by the Academy. The protagonist read the written on the document, asking himself, was this really a contract? He noted that it did not matter much if he was going to run away soon anyway. But suddenly he froze in shock, asking himself, was the salary really 30 imperial gold coins per month? If converted into the national currency, it was 30 million dinar and a whopping 300 million won. Watching him, Eliza asked how he was feeling about the contract. She assumed that it was a great condition and asked if that was true. The protagonist agreed that the conditions were not bad and thought about how to say it in his mind, and in the end thought that it was just crazy. What a jackpot! However, he ordered himself to calm down, assuming that with such a salary and responsibilities, professors in Theon had a lot. He did not know if he would be able to hide his lack of knowledge of teaching at Theon Academy, where every first person was a genius. However, his job here was already a done deal, and he knew that it would be suspicious if he suddenly refused it. This meant that he had no choice but to agree, and he noted that he was good at lying, bluffing, and reading the mood of the interlocutor. Finally, he announced out loud that he was sad, satisfied with everything, and indicated that he was ready to sign the contract. He thought that he also had experience and knowledge of his present and past life, and therefore he was quite confident that he could play the role of a professor, extending her hand towards him. Eliza said that it was wonderful and admitted that she would be glad to work with him. Shaking her hand, Roger replied that it was mutual and thought that he would only have to pretend for 2 years in his mind. He exclaimed that he would have to survive these 2 years, and after that he would be free. Soon it was night, and sitting in the room, the protagonist thought that he had 3 weeks before the beginning of the semester. He assumed that this time should be enough to prepare. He did not think that they would give him an entire house. And sighing, he closed his eyes, asking if this really meant that this time he would be a professor at the academy after being brought to this world. 27 years ago, he was reincarnated with all his memories but lost his abilities. He couldn't rely on his parents but only on himself, and he had to endure many difficult experiences, but he never thought that he would become a professor. Technically, he had been given a fictitious job, or more accurately, he had been given it without his own desire. However, he needed a new identity, and Roger's situation played into his hands. Roger was from a fallen noble family originally from the small kingdom of Kedon, and he was also the only child in the family whose parents had passed away. The style of the letters Roger found was quite formal, which meant that Roger had no relatives, and therefore no one should discover him. He was sure that there was no better disguise, and as he stood up, he decided that he needed to sort out the lectures and find information about the academy. In the end, the first thing he decided to do was explore the area, but he froze, feeling an unpleasant sensation in his stomach, and realizing that he had not eaten at all in the end, he decided to put everything off until the next day and asked himself, "Where is the restaurant?" Sometime later. Sitting at the table, the protagonist read the documents in his hands, and taking a sip from his cup, he asked himself, "Has it really been 2 weeks already?" It was very fast, but overall he managed to collect the necessary information and prepare for the classes in the remaining week. Needed to learn how to apply his new knowledge in practice, and noticing that a man sat down at the next table, he thought that visitors were already arriving, and so he decided that he would go home and prepare for the introductory course. But suddenly, Sedana Raikan, who sat with her back to him, said that she was glad that he was safe. She looked straight ahead without turning towards Roger and admitted that she was worried that something could happen to him. He froze, his eyes widened, and was silent for a while, and then Sadhana, still not waiting for an answer from him, asked why he had not contacted for 2 whole weeks. She announced that the rest of the organization was also worried about him and called him the first order. The protagonist took another sip from his cup and still did not answer. And then, putting the cup down, he finally announced that he had to check something. He noted that if he stood correctly, he was being followed, and added to be more precise to Roger, lowering her head. Sedana said that the terrorist attack was a surprise and added that they did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. Roger explained that he needed information about the academy, and startled Sedana asked in shock and then asked, "Did they really not send this?" He announced that he had to make sure that this information was true, and the girl cried out, "Understanding everything!" Roger cursed, wondering what was going on here now. He had to try not to arouse any suspicions, and asked Sadhana if they had taken care of everything. She answered that they had, and told him that before meeting with the protagonists, they had dealt with the main figures of the academy that they were targeting and had also tracked down and eliminated the traitors to the organization. As far as she knew, the traitors had been fed their own limbs, and the remains had been thrown to the dogs, and she smiled and asked if that wasn't a fitting punishment. Roger thought that this was very bad and decided that the first thing he should do was calm down. Sedana suddenly winced, apologizing, and realized that she should have personally verified this before reporting to Roger. He didn't understand what she was talking about at all, and answered out loud that it didn't matter. After which he asked her to tell him the reason for her sudden appearance. She explained that he had been in this place for a month already but still had not contacted them, and Roger asked if that was why she had decided to take matters into her own hands. Sadhana cried out, apologizing to him, but he ordered her to remain silent, and abruptly putting down his cup, added that she was also attracting unnecessary attention with her appearance. He admitted that she was getting on his nerves and asked if she really wanted them to be noticed. He also noted that she was reacting sharply to his words, and therefore he was sure that she was afraid of him. Sedana placed her trembling palms on her knees, and the protagonist, putting his palm to his face, announced that he was now listening to her report and asked how many people they had taken. She replied that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second Order had been successfully infiltrated, and the other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to plan. Roger replied that it was good, declaring that everything was going as it should, and said that if the report was finished, then they would part ways. She agreed with this and asked that next time Roger come to the prearranged place, he asked in displeasure, was she really telling him what to do? She froze, her eyes widening, and the protagonist turning in her direction asked how she dared to give him orders. A little later, looking at the letters he found, Roger said that Roger was a fallen nobleman with no family, as well as the youngest mage of the 4th rank, and also Professor Thien. He sat on the edge of the bed, bowed his head, and clenching his jaw in irritation, frowned, cursed, and asked himself why he had not sensed something was wrong before. Roger's personality seemed perfect after all. It was specially created so as not to arouse suspicion, because otherwise he would not have been able to infiltrate the academy. All the letters that the protagonist found were most likely encrypted, and sighing, he cursed again, and put his hands to his head and then looking at the decorated ceiling lay down on the bed and closing his eyes, admitted that he had miscalculated. He could not believe that he had gotten himself into such a mess with his hasty actions, looking over the letters. Again, he sat down at the table, assuming that Roger had used the code-in language to encode the message. The construction of the sentences immediately seemed strange to him, but he did not even think that the matter was in the First Order, whose task was to infiltrate the academy and gain everyone's trust and then periodically report on the progress. However, this was not the only thing that worried him, and closing his eyes, he mentally noted that the more he thought about it, the less he believed it. He did not understand how the head of a secret society could die in a terrorist attack, and mentally exclaimed that Roger was one of the strongest members of the organization sent to spy on the academy. He was sure that such a person should have survived. But, sighing, he finally decided that there was no point in condemning the dead man. It turned out that this whole story between the Thean Academy and the secret organization was added to his secrets, and the protagonist assumed that it might even be good that the members of the organization had contacted him after all. Judging by what that girl had said, the secret society consisted of 4 orders, that is, the Zero Order, the First Order, the Second Order, and the Third Order. Even though Roger did not know anything about the Zero Order, he at least knew about its existence, and he also decided that he needed to find out who else the First Order had sent. If this person was familiar with Roger, there was a risk that he would be exposed, so the main thing now was not to get caught. The best option for him would be to get rid of the secret orders using them. Because a secret organization cannot stand up to a powerful academy. No matter how strong it was, he decided that he had to get the information he needed without either side knowing about it. And he sighed, thinking that this game on 2 fronts was making his head split. He closed his eyes, assuming that he had 2 difficult years ahead of him. Sometime later at the academy, students were walking along the corridors, talking to each other. Some of them gathered in the auditorium, taking their seats, and one of the students, attracting the attention of his comrades, asked if they had heard the news yet. Announced that a new professor would be teaching the subject of spell theory and visual representation of the elements, and someone asked if this was really a new professor for the 2nd year. The person assumed that this professor knew his business, and one of the students added that the management had no other choice since the former professor had suddenly resigned. Flora Lumos, listening to the students' conversations, suddenly turned around sharply as one of them asked what else this professor could do when a student had embarrassed him in front of everyone by showing that she was capable of it. Cheryl, coming closer to Flora, assumed that these people were talking about her, and she, closing her eyes, asked what she had done. She explained that she had simply shown the professor that his magical techniques left much to be desired, and Cheryl, closing her eyes, bowed her head in agreement with this and wanted to object. But in the end, she did not say anything. One of the students had heard that the new professor had a brilliant reputation since he had written a huge number of reports while being a military officer. Another guy assumed that this man was a respected person and not some simplon, and another guy screamed, asking if the others knew anything else. He declared that this professor was a fallen trustee, and in that case, the students understood that they could not worry about grades. Flora tilted her head to the side, inside wondering if they had already come to their conclusions. She thought it was silly, and at that moment, Roger walked through the door to the classroom and walked up the small stairs to where he was supposed to stand. He slammed his palm on the table, drawing the attention of the other students, and announced that he was their new professor, introducing himself by his name, Roger. He also added that it was a pleasure to meet you and looked seriously at the frozen students who were watching him in shock. He noted that they didn't have a schedule as such yet, so he decided to make a few announcements before they started the main course. He said that he would be teaching them spells, but the structure of the lessons would be unusual for them. He explained that they would be studying not only theory, but would also be developing practical skills, and added that the classes would not be held exclusively for 2nd years, and 1st years would also be able to attend. The students began to mutter at this, but Roger asked them to remain silent and held his palm out, admitting that he understood that they were not happy with this arrangement, but he asked them not to worry, warning that the workload would be the same. One of the students suddenly raised his hand, asking if they could know the reason why the protagonist decided to combine the courses and Ovan. Exilian looked at Roger carefully, waiting for him to answer, and he thought that he had seen her somewhere before, and announced out loud that he considered it his duty as a teacher to allow everyone to gain something useful from the classes regardless of their level. In addition, he warned the students not to expect standard lessons, and Alenda admitted that she did not understand this. asking him to explain further. However, Roger said that it would be boring if he revealed all his cards so quickly. And Alenda lowered her head, and the protagonist announced that if he was of interest to them, then they would see each other at the next class. There was also something else he wanted to point out, and he warned that this would be the last one. He noted that if any of the students thought that they would be able to earn good grades without straining themselves, just because he was a new professor, then he might disappoint them. He frowned seriously, looking at the frightened students, and mentally asked that they not come to his class. Although he had prepared well, he still understood that it would be easier for him to teach as few students as possible. He noted that the pride of the second years would be hurt if they allowed themselves to attend classes on an equal basis with the first years. Besides, he did not understand who would want to study with him if it was difficult, and said out loud that this was all for now, and asked if there were any questions. The students were silent, looking at him, and noticed that Roger was pressing with his energy. Assuming that his work as an officer had affected him, according to rumors, he was the youngest mage of the 4th rank, and many were wondering if this was true. The students had many questions, but they could not muster the courage to ask even one. And Flora, thinking, smiled, putting her hand to her chin. Roger finally announced that if there were no questions, then he would declare the beginning of the semester open. After a while, he walked out into a hallway, closing his eyes and smiling contentedly, thinking that the students had no questions at all, since he had assumed that they would at least want to clarify something or find out about him. He decided that this was better for him, although the answers he had prepared in advance were not needed. But suddenly he became much less pleased, telling himself to wait, frowned, and wondered if the students had kept silent on purpose. He supposed that he should have been more friendly, and thought that he might have hurt the pride of these students. Putting his hand to his chin, he stood still for a while, and then suddenly opened his eyes, shuddering slightly, and noticed that the students had begun to move out of his way, looking at him calmly. They had cleared a path for him in the hallway, and Roger wondered if this was true. He thought he was just assuming it, but was distracted from his thoughts as someone caught his attention and said hello. Turning around, the protagonist noticed Selena, who asked if he was their new professor. She stated her name and exclaimed that it was nice to meet him. Announcing that she was also working there for the first day, Roger realized how things really were, and replied that it was mutual, asking if Selena wanted to ask him something. She replied that she did want to ask him, and asked if he had eaten lunch yet. Soon outside the academy, someone admitted that it was nice to meet him. It was Bro, and he was teaching the students how to summon golems. Matilda, who was standing next to him, also introduced herself, explaining that she was in charge of charms and hallucinations from the curse and dispelling magic section. The protagonist, standing next to them, admitted that he was glad to meet them and gave his name, explaining that he taught the theory and practice of spells. He wondered if this was a meeting of the new professors of the academy to get to know each other better. They noted that he was still attractive up close, and he thanked them for that. A little further away, Chris Benamor looked at Roger with displeasure, and he shuddered, noticing his attention, and looked in his direction. But Chris turned away, and Matilda, coming closer to the protagonist, quietly said that this was Professor Chris, who was the first of them to join the academy. She noted as far as Roger could see that he was a nobleman, not like them commoners. And the protagonist replied that everything was clear to him, and thought that if you don't count him among the new professors. There was one nobleman and 3 people of common origin. Despite their different statuses, they were the best in their fields, and, in other words, there was a high probability that there was another member of the First Order among them. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, Roger closed his eyes, thinking that the fact that Chris was the first to join the academy did not mean anything, and besides, one cannot take his colleague's word for it. Chris, sighing with displeasure, announced that he could no longer be here, and admitted that he was interested in looking at the new teachers, but they were all some kind of commoners and a fallen nobleman. He warned that, if anything, he was not with them. That is, they were on their own, and he was on his own. He paid special attention to the main character, and ordered him not to pretend to be an important person. Matilda frowned with displeasure, exclaiming that Chris's status did not give him the right to look down on them, and asked Roger not to pay attention to Chris. He replied that everything was fine, and if Chris was against their company, he offered to go without him. Sadhana and Bro agreed, thinking that it sounded good, and as he followed them to the right place, Roger thought that now he should be glad that he had company at dinner. As night fell, using a special panel, the students were talking among themselves, and one of them asked if the others had heard about the new professor named Roger. Some said that he was the youngest mage of the 4th rank, and also worked as a military officer, and he also participated in the hunt for cryptids. In addition, in the Wizard Tower, he was listed as an independent specialist in magic, and someone asked if the others thought that was true. Sedena, also typing on the panel, thought that she could not allow Roger's first lesson to fail, and so she decided to make sure that as many students as possible came to him. The other students, seeing the messages, began to ask in shock, could the freshmen come too? They thought about it, realizing that it sounded tempting, and suggested that they could try a little later. Roger was walking down the hallway of the academy thinking that today was his first lecture. He wondered how many students decided to stay, because he specifically warned them that his classes would be difficult, and so he was sure that most people would definitely not come. And if they did, it would only be because the other classes would be packed. He assumed that, at best, about 30 people would stay, and no more, and walked to the audience, and the students who were talking about the post they were reading were distracted, paying attention to the main character. He, noticing the number of people in the audience, shockingly asked himself, why are there so many students? He was amazed that all 80 seats were occupied, and looking at the students, he asked himself, why are there more freshmen than sophomores? The students noticed that the atmosphere changed greatly when Roger entered and assumed that he was indeed a military officer. The protagonist, meanwhile, wondered if it was really scary for first years to attend classes with second years. He assumed that he had been set up and frowned and display pleasure, but eventually dismissed these thoughts, assuming that he had simply underestimated the students. As he approached the table, he put his hand to his face, thinking that the academy was attended by the best of the best from all over the continent, and assumed that he had awakened their competitive spirit. Finally removing his hand from his face, he realized that he had no choice and said that he saw new faces. So he decided that he should introduce himself. He stated his name, warning that he would teach the students everything about spells. He decided that he would give it his all. And one of the boys, raising his hand, announced that he had a question and asked if Roger meant all 4 training profiles when he said that he would teach them everything. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure, warning that he had not yet allowed questions. But he decided that today he would be lenient. The boy lowered his hand in fear, and Roger said that from this day on, those who disrupted the course of the lesson or questioned his authority would have points deducted, but they would have the opportunity to gain it again. So he warned them not to relax. However, since the question was already asked, he decided to answer it and confirmed that he would teach the students all training profiles. These profiles were release, elemental magic, telekinesis, and strengthening, and that was what they were called. One of the students noted that usually they taught a maximum of 2 of these, but Roger aimed for 4 at once. Flora, with her hand on her chin, suggested that the protagonist was setting the bar too high, and he decided that today he would show something that would stir up the interest of the students. Putting his wand forward, he concentrated magical energy next to it, telling that it was a 3rd-level spell called Trembling Flame. It was created based on the release using heat ignition, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration. It was a technique of synergy of 7 components, and it was 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell. He smiled, slightly looking at the students, and they began to talk among themselves, asking if Roger was really going to speed up the process of creating a spell. They did not know if it was possible and noted that it was somehow unconvincing. Cheryl, looking at Flora, asked how she thought Roger was telling the truth. Flora admitted that she was not sure because she did not think it was possible because Roger changed the basic structure of the spell. She thought that there were scrolls to store spells as well as memory reverberation, but both methods had their limits. She thought that if the protagonist used one of these methods, then she would be very disappointed in him. Roger, leaving the spell floating in the air next to him, assumed that the students had many questions and decided that he would answer some of them. Alex, silent a second year, raised his hand and asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than the techniques. They knew the protagonist explained that it reduced the time it took to cast the spell and said that the next person could speak. Dahlia, a first year, also raised her hand and asked if this meant that Roger had changed the structure of an existing spell. He replied that it was not so. Because if you rework a ready-made technique, then it will be a completely different spell. He announced that he would teach the students to speed up the spell creation processes while keeping the technique in its original form. Another student raised his hand, attracting Roger's attention. It was Flora who declared that it was impossible, and looking at her, the protagonist froze for a while, not answering. Flora introduced herself again, declaring that it was impossible. And while Roger was silent, looking at her seriously, the students noticed that it was Flora's turn and warned the protagonist to be more careful. Roger announced that he did not allow anything to be explained, but only told to ask questions. But he decided that he would listen to Flora and asked why she was sure that it was impossible she said that in order to speed up the process of casting a spell using familiar techniques. One must constantly practice and be a master of it. And she asked if the protagonist was really saying that he could do something that even geniuses couldn't do. Personally, she didn't believe him, and he put his hand to his chin and asked, "What if he said that geniuses could learn it, but they just didn't try?" Flora asked again, and Roger declared that magic had stopped developing because it was focused on history and customs at the same time science was constantly advancing, and now it was threatening to overtake magic. He wasn't trying to say that science was a step above. He just meant that magic had room to improve, and that was why Flora's statement was wrong, because if no one was trying to improve it, then he was going to be the first. She frowned and asked if he really thought that she did not understand what was happening, and noticed that Roger was so proud of himself that he lost all shame pointing to the spell. He declared that it was difficult to explain in words alone, and so he asked Flora for permission to demonstrate it. After clarifying her name, he asked if she knew how long it took on average to create a trembling flame. She answered that it depended on ability, and a mage who had barely crossed the third rank would do it in 10 seconds, and a mage of a higher rank in 5 seconds. This was indeed true, but Roger believed that it was not necessary to start from rank and offered to take them, that is his students. Flora said that in this case it would take at least 5 seconds. Although she could do it faster, her confidence impressed the protagonist, and he asked if she could go to the board and show everyone an example. Rising, Flora agreed, descending. She stretched out her hand forward, creating a spell, and the magical energy swirling soon formed into the desired spell. The students were amazed, said how fast it was, and realized that it was obvious that she was the daughter of the Lumos family. Looking at his watch, Roger noticed that the spell took 4 seconds and 78 milliseconds, admitting that he found it hard to believe that Flora was a second-year student. It was a flawless execution, but Flora replied that it was nothing special. But the protagonist suddenly said that it was still too slow. Flora asked again, and he announced that the best time for a third-tier mage was 41 seconds, so Flora's time was a little short. She announced that she would speed up if she practiced, and Roger suddenly said that 41 was still not fast enough. The students were amazed, asking if he was serious. They wondered how fast the protagonist was in that case, and he stretched out his hand and told them to watch how to create a flickering flame. A beam of magical energy shot forward, and watching Roger's actions, Flora asked what he was doing. She thought it was another technique, and the next moment the desired magic circle was already formed in front of the protagonist. Flora, as well as the other students, froze in shock, asking, "What was that?" The spell took 1 second, but they noticed that even less time passed. Flora thought that this was not the trembling flame technique, noticing that Roger completely changed the structure of it. The protagonist asked if everyone saw it. He decided to repeat the spell for those who did not notice and again created it, and the students froze again, watching him in shock. Roger noticed that they now changed their minds and announced that it took him 24 seconds to create the trembling flame. This was much faster than the official record, and the spell may have seemed strange because the first time he used a different technique, but the spell was still the same, and in other words, he was using one technique to create another technique. One of the students repeated his words in confusion, and another asked what that meant. Roger said that they were changing the initial data and arriving at a known result that is creating a kind of program, as if the body of the magicians were equipment and the accumulation of magical power were data. In this case, the programs called techniques would activate the software that is magic. This is what he called the source code, and repeating this name in her mind, Flora thought that she had never heard of such magic. She wondered who the main character was, and he, drawing her attention to himself, asked if he had now dispelled her doubts. She looked down but confirmed that this was indeed the case, and Roger reminded her that she had interrupted the course of the lesson without his permission, and all because she was biased about his words. He asked if she agreed with him. Flora lowered her head in agreement, and the protagonist warned her seriously that she had acted unreasonably rudely towards him, and so he warned her that she would have -10 points. Flora stood there without answering, and the students did not understand how this could be, shocked that Roger had penalized Flora. Cheryl looked at her, excitedly saying her name, and Flora clenched her jaw, then turned around, getting ready to go to her seat. The protagonist suddenly began to speak again and said that she showed the perfect technique for creating a trembling flame. Flora froze, and he returned her 10 points and warned that he respected diligent students, praising Flora. She, clenching her hand into a fist, thanked him for the praise, and one of the students asked if the penalty points were really cancelled. Another girl admitted that she was very happy, and one of the boys sighed in displeasure when Flora returned to her seat. Cheryl asked how she was feeling. She declared that everything was fine and thanked her for her concern. She smiled in agreement and thought that Flora had quickly dismissed the situation but noted that it could not be otherwise. After all, it was Flora. She looked away a little, and Flora frowned in displeasure while Roger, taking off his coat, hung it on the coat rack, warning that this was only an introduction, and now he decided to begin the lesson. He also warned that he would select students who would listen to him carefully and teach them the opening movie, so he told them to work hard. Some students looked at him enthusiastically, and some looked a little more afraid, and the protagonist began his lecture. Aiden thought that he had heard the other students talking nonsense about Roger, and that he was afraid that he had come in vain, but he was wrong, and now he smiled in admiration, now understanding why Thien was the strongest academy. Sometime later, the protagonist announced that their class was over, and turning to leave, he said that the students could go free and asked them to review the material at home as he left. Aiden exclaimed that Roger was incredible, and he could not even believe that he saw something similar to the source code gen. Theo sighed dismissively, asking if such nonsense really impressed the other students. He declared that it only showed how narrow-minded they were, and said that this was why commoners did not belong here. Aiden looked at him in bewilderment and then turned his head towards the rest of the students who turned away doing their own thing, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with his palm. He asked if Jay was really talking to him. He apologized, and Jen asked irritably if he was making fun of him. Aiden exclaimed that he was absolutely not doing that, but Jen was already angry and asked how he dared to. Looked down on the eldest son of Baron Theo. Aiden reminded him that he was saying that he did not want this, and someone else suddenly said the name of Baron Theo and asked if his estate was on the far border of the empire. It was Leo who, descending from the top of the audience, looked seriously at Jen and Aiden. Grinning, Jen asked if Thien was now accepting children too. Leo Singh said that it was better this way than accepting the stupid sons of the baronial family. Jay gritted his teeth in irritation, frowning as he pulled out his wand, then calling Aiden and Leo names. He ordered them to listen and asked how. Dare they insult a noble? He promised that they would answer for their words, but Leo did not look scared by his threat and simply suggested that he try it. Jen flinched, asking in confusion, and Leo, going even lower, repeated that he told him to try it and suggested that he see what would happen if Jen attacked. Right there, he doubted that the academy would turn a blind eye to this just because of Jen's status and asked if he hadn't bothered to read the rules before joining. He warned him to look around better before raising his voice and asked if Jen had noticed that they had observers. He turned around, indeed seeing students talking among themselves, watching them. He repeated Leo's words about watching his back and frowned indignantly. And when he left, Aiden sighed and thanked Leo for his help, then told him his name. Leo introduced himself in return, warning Aiden not to thank him as he was simply pissed off by Jen. Bragging about his status. Aiden exclaimed that Leo was a very nice guy, and he asked if he heard what he said. In the end, he decided to go, and Aiden exclaimed that he would go with him. Leo, closing his eyes, noted that he did not even know where he was going, but Aiden asked if it was true that he was holding alchemy textbooks. He explained that he was also going to an alchemy class, and Leo sighed after looking at him, but eventually told him to do as he wanted. He also warned Aiden not to be so obvious, and he asked confusedly, what was he talking about? Leo explained that he was talking about Aiden being a country bumpkin and a commoner, and that he couldn't study magic properly. Aiden asked if it was really that obvious. He didn't even know that, and Leo warned him that he needed to know how things worked in then especially with the second years, who had some of the most social standing. First it was Flora, a second student, and Aiden asked if Leo was talking about the girl who had spoken in front of the class today. He confirmed it, noting that he had heard that Flora was no picnic, so he warned Aiden not to go near her, since the previous professor of spell theory and practice had quit because of her second. It was a noble woman from the Exilian Empire, the third princess of Elendel. He added that commoners like them would get into trouble if they offended a royal, and Aiden knew who he was talking about, noting that he had seen Elendel in the lecture. Thirdly, there was another student who led the most famous company of the second year, consisting of nobles, and that was Fried and Woolberg. Noticing the name, Fried and Aiden remembered that the Woolberg were one of the three most noble dual families. Leo confirmed this, noting that to them they were just gats, and therefore they should stay away from the Freight ANS, but fortunately he did not attend that class. In addition, he also remembered that Theo was one of their company, and sighing, Aiden noted that he had already managed to irritate him. However, he decided that nothing could be done about it and asked if there was anyone else. Leo couldn't tell if he was being bra or stupid, but he eventually told them that there were a few more students that he would tell them about on the way. Happy about this, Aiden asked if Leo wanted to have lunch together. Leo asked again, why would he want to? During this time, one of the students was watching them closely. Soon Roger walked down the hallway of the hall academy thinking about what happened and noted that the students' reactions were better than he imagined. Because he didn't even expect this, the time in this world corresponded to the 19th century on Earth, and even if you take into account the presence of magical power, science here has not advanced as well as. It was in the 21st century in Roger world, that's why he created the source code by combining magic and science, and he really didn't think that it would surprise the students so much. When his teacher saw this development, he simply said that it was not bad, and noting that he was brief, the protagonist noted that this was why he expected something like this from the students. The process of creating a spell had to be fast and precise, but it was difficult and limited to the third tier. He could not teach the students only the source code, and decided that he needed to prepare more spells in order to not be discovered. He walked up to the door and asked himself, was this really his office? Opening the door, he walked inside, and Eliza, who was in the office, sighed remotely, turning around in his direction. She smiled, telling him to come in, and asked how he liked the office. She assumed that it had a beautiful interior. But Roger did not answer, but simply looked at her. In surprise, sometime later, Eliza told him that each professor in the academy was allocated a personal space. She added that the protagonist could use this space at his own discretion. He sat opposite her on the sofa, and realizing how things really were, asked what brought Eliza here. She asked if she couldn't be there, closing his eyes. He explained that he was simply curious about the reason for her visit, honestly admitting that she had confused him with her appearance. Closing her eyes, Eliza smiled, explaining that she simply wanted to check on their dear professor, and also drew attention to the fact that Roger was very frank. She added that she was obliged to keep an eye on them, being the record, and looked closely at the main character, and he, lowering his head, thought, noticing that he felt a tingling in his body when their eyes met, crossing her arms over her chest a little. Displeased, Eliza said that Roger was very calm, and admitted that she thought he would be surprised he apologized, but declared that his portion of surprises for today was full, but thought that stumbling upon the conduct at night would not be so unexpected. Wondering what Eliza was doing in his office, she added that for the other professors her appearance was unexpected, and noted that Roger was the last one she visited. He realized that she had visited not only him, and wondered why she saved him for last. He assumed that she knew something and thought that, no matter how well the organization was hidden, suspicious details would not go unnoticed by the wrecker of the academy. He assumed that Eliza suspected him of something, but thought that it was unfair because although he led a secret organization, he did not work for them. Finally distracting him from his thoughts, Eliza noted that she heard that Roger invited first years to his lectures. He confirmed this, explaining that he did not separate the students into classes, and Eliza warned that she was not blaming him for anything, admitting that she actually agreed with his teaching methods. As there were some really strong students among the new students, there were also students who used unique magic, and the protagonist asked if that was true. He explained his surprise by saying that he had just received the list of classes, and Eliza noted that, in any case, a princess was attending his classes, so she asked him to try not to get into trouble. She did not ask him to treat her specially, but simply explained that it would be difficult to resolve the situation if something bad happened. Roger was surprised to hear about the princess, and Eliza added that she had high hopes for him, and smiled as she stood up. She congratulated him on successfully conducting the first class. And that was why she would not worry anymore, since the students had had a good impression of Roger. He offered her some tea, and she thanked him for it, acknowledging that he would appreciate his hospitality, but said that she had business to attend to, and left the office, wishing the protagonist good luck. With his work closing the door behind her, she paused for a moment, and Wilford, who had come closer to her, asked how it had gone. He wondered if the protagonist could be trusted, and Eliza looked at him intently at his question. In the end, she honestly admitted that she did not know, and walking along the corridor with Wilford, she announced that she usually watched those who aroused the most suspicion, but she could not say anything for sure about Roger. Wilford asked if that was really true. He was sure that if Eliza had taken up the matter, it meant that everything would soon be resolved, and she expressed hope for this, and then smiled and admitted that she could not even imagine that Roger would not even flinch, having encountered her enchanting gaze twice. She considered that he would have given in to this if he had been a fourth-tier mage, but the fact that he had not reacted at all meant that he was holding on by sheer force of will. She placed her hand on her chin thoughtfully, noting that he was a very interesting man, and then thought about the terrorist attack on the train, figuring that she should have been paying attention to even the smallest detail, especially knowing that there was some secret group operating at the end. She supposed that the incident could have been a ruse and the stranger had taken advantage of the chaos to take the place of the Rio Roger. Turning to Wilford, she asked what he thought. He admitted that he did not even know, but he was sure that the protagonist was not an ordinary young man. That was what his old gut told him. And Eliza exclaimed that it never let him down. She wasn't at all sure if Roger's words could be trusted, so she was going to watch him for a little while longer. After a while, Roger sighed tiredly and leaned back in his chair, noting that the hell with such personal meetings. He was sure that Eliza was clearly questioning him, but in the end, he decided that it didn't matter since he hadn't done anything that she could accuse him of. He decided that he would just continue with his business and put his hand to his forehead, looking at the list of students. He paused, noticing Flora on the list, and mentally noted that, come to think of it, the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. Pausing, he frowned and wondered if he was really sure that he wouldn't get into trouble because of recent events. He pondered this for a while, but then suddenly remembered something and assumed that Flora must not have taken his words to heart since he even gave her extra points as a sign of reconciliation. He also remembered that Eliza had noted that he had many wonderful students, and looking through the list of students further, he thought that if he started from a first student vouched for by the Magic Tower and ended with the Princess of the Exilian Empire, then this was indeed true. And suddenly he froze in surprise, paying attention to the information about Aiden, and asked himself if this was really the guy practicing unique magic that Eliza was talking about. He remembered that he had seen him somewhere before, and continuing to look through the documents, he decided that maybe he would remember this later, but in any case, he was sure that he needed to remain on guard because, judging by the burning look, Eliza still did not trust him. However, he suddenly assumed that it would be better for him to stick with the secret organization. Since that girl called him, the first order he remembered his conversation with her, thinking that she must have seen Roger's face when he got on the train, which meant that it was not a surprise to her that he had changed his appearance. He frowned, bowing his head, and remembered that the Real Roger was an expert in disguise and infiltration, guessing that was what he should do. Now, however, interrupting his thoughts, he closed his eyes, shaking his head from side to side, and rejected these thoughts since he knew how it would end if someone caught him. Besides, there was no guarantee that the secret organization would protect him, and so, for now, he had to remain a professor and do the best he could. Suddenly, he shuddered. Asking who was there when he went out into the corridor, the man handed him the documents, greeting him, and announced that he came to give him this. Looking at the documents, the protagonist asked if this was really around schedule. His interlocutor confirmed this, announcing that it was Roger's turn today, and he remembered that the contract mentioned this, exclaiming that this was the end of his authority. The man began to leave, warning that he would go, and Roger looked after him, after which he glanced at the received letter. Realizing that this was around schedule, he assumed that there was nothing complicated about this. Sometime later in the training hall, some students were training and some of them were talking, and suddenly someone indignantly asked. Again, it was DAA who, looking furiously at her, interlocutor ordered her to repeat herself. Renee confidently exclaimed that she had the right to stay here since this place was intended for public use. She asked if Diema was not satisfied with something. Why didn't she leave? She asked, how dare such an UNC commoner be insolent to her? Renee countered that in. And everyone was equal, regardless of status or background, and asked if Daye knew that she smirked, saying that some people said that so that Renee and her kind would not feel left out. Dima's comrades standing nearby also smiled, calling the commoners very stupid. They noted that these bugs were trying to crawl higher and laughed, and Lean realized that no matter what she said, they would not listen to her. She pressed her lips tighter, saying nothing, and Dana ordered that if she understood everything, she should beg her to forgive her for her behavior without answering. Renee turned to leave, and one of Daya's comrades noticed that Renee was leaving, and another student laughed and asked why she had been so stubborn. They noted that she knew how it would end, and Daya suddenly frowned in anger and asked herself, did Renee, whom she called a pleen, decide to ignore her words? Taking out her magic wand, she called out to her, and then asked if she really thought of leaving. She formed a magic attack, directing it towards Renee and her comrades. Noticing This flinched Renee looked at the attack approaching her, but she could do nothing, and only screamed, putting her hands in front of her head. Said the next moment a bright flash appeared and Dina's spell dissolved, and she, looking back, asked in displeasure who dared to interfere. The person who dispelled her spell asked, "What are they doing?" He noticed that they were fighting in a hall intended for training, and Dama focused on the person speaking, and he continued to reason, declaring that this could not even be called a fight. Renee froze, and Roger, who stopped the fight, drew attention to the fact that the school year had just begun and they were already in trouble. In his opinion, this was disrespect for the Thean Academy, and Renee asked if this was really him. Dee simply flinched, frowning, and the protagonist, using magic, descended from the stairs straight through the air, noting that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but this was a one-sided attack. Dea indignantly asked what the problem was. She noted that it was necessary in order to protect the honor of her family, and Roger interrupting her. Words asked again, after which he said that all then students are equal no matter how. Noble Da's bloodline, he simply could not turn a blind eye to it. She frowned even more, clenching her jaw and turning away. Roger ordered her to follow him at once. Diema cried out in indignation, and then turned to him, bowing her head in irritation, and called him an insignificant, fallen noble. Roger froze, and Dea suddenly flinched, and noticing her strange behavior, one of her comrades called out to her, but she did not respond. Renee also froze, and Roger, turning towards Dea, asked what she had just said. A threatening aura emanated from him, and Diema flinched, and Roger again asked her to repeat what she had said. Renee watched what was happening in bewilderment. Din froze, trembling with horror, and could not say anything, and the main character, coming even closer to her, asked if he was really an insignificant fallen nobleman. One of the girls, having brought Celine to the training hall, showed where they were, and frowning excitedly, she stretched out her hand forward, calling out to Roger since she noticed that he raised his hand. However, he did not hit Diema, who had already closed her eyes and prepared for pain, but simply put his hand on her shoulder, admitting that this was true. Celine froze, smiling in bewilderment, and Da, opening her eyes wider, asked what this meant. Roger admitted that she had correctly noted that he was a fallen nobleman, but they were in Thean, and he was a professor, and it turned out that she was questioning his authority. Asked, "Is that not so?" Dana lowered her head, and the protagonist said that she had just enrolled, suggesting that she would have a hard time adjusting to her new surroundings. Daya looked up at him in confusion, and Roger said that they would assume that she misspoke, and he decided that he would let her go this time. However, he warned that she would receive a disciplinary reprimand for her rude behavior towards her classmate. Da frowned, lowering her head, and Roger turned to Renee, asking if she was hurt. She asked again in surprise, and then exclaimed that she was not hurt, and Roger was glad about this drawing Celine's attention to himself. He said that he was leaving them to her, and she agreed. Turning around, the protagonist left, and Lenny, putting her hand to her chest, thought that Roger knew her name, and asked herself if he really remembered that she went to his classes. Such surprise was due to the fact that she was an ordinary commoner who did not stand out among the other students, and she remembered Roger saying that in the end everyone was equal and repeated it. She, smiling, asked herself if it turns out that the protagonist is not as bad as he seemed. Now she felt that she could trust him and follow his example. Putting her palms to her cheeks, she decided that now she would study even better. A little later at night, Roger was sitting on a bench on the street and bowing his head. He sighed, he frowned painfully, clenching his jaw, and took out a flask from his coat pocket, then poured a few pills into his mouth, swallowing them after a while. He noticed that he felt better and wondered what he would do without these pills. He did not understand why all this commotion happened now, and noticed that he almost showed his weak side. The symptoms appeared as soon as he entered the training ground, and then he was still able to control it, and when it got worse, he was about to leave, but Diema began to scream louder and louder, so he could not help but intervene. He hoped that he did well, but guessed that his face was a complete mess. He thought that he did not look very well, and looking at the empty flask, he remembered that it was the last bottle, noting that he should be able to hold out for about 5 days, but he would most likely have to use magic. Besides, it could be dangerous to take the prescription to the chemist, and he thought, looking straight ahead, and decided that he should contact the man as soon as possible. Sometime later, someone asked if the other person was talking about a werewolf. Roger, narrowing his eyes, asked if he had heard correctly. Selena exclaimed that it was declaring that it was a werewolf, and said that the students were saying that they had seen a dark figure in the city last night, sitting on the roof of a building. In the protagonist's opinion, this sounded like an urban tale about ghosts, and Selena asked if he really thought so. She said that there were also witnesses of this monster appearing in the territory of the inn, and Roger asked if this was true. She answered that it was, and said that, of course, it could be something else, but it was probably a werewolf. It was not. Surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the magical environment of the academy, and there were even stories about the 7 ghosts of Thien. Roger asked if such a thing really existed. Selena closed her eyes, confirming this, and asked if he hadn't heard about it. He noted that she knew a lot of ghost stories and asked if that was true. Selena froze but continued to smile and suddenly became embarrassed, starting to wave her hand, and she asked the protagonist not to think that she was specifically looking for information about the supernatural side of the academy because she just wanted to pick topics for discussion that would be interesting to the students, and so she did a little research. So it could not be said that she was interested in such things. Roger thought it was a compliment and eventually announced out loud that he understood everything, asking Selena to calm down. She continued to justify herself, saying that this was not true, and suddenly Matilda caught Roger's attention and said that she heard that he demonstrated an unusual technique in the first lesson. Selena shuddered, looking at her, and then frowned enthusiastically, putting her palms together, and Matilda noted that Roger had created something innovative, speeding up the process of creating a spell, and asked what was the name of it. Selena exclaimed that it was the source code, and for some time they continued to talk, and the teachers passing by looked intently at their group, sitting at the table. Matilda confirmed that this was indeed so and asked if it was true. Selena suddenly lowered her head in embarrassment, and Roger said that it was indeed true. Matilda realized that it was indeed possible, and Selena admitted that she could not believe that such a spell existed. The other teachers continued to watch them, and the protagonist narrowed, his eyes paying attention to their glances. Matilda explained that the thing is that everyone wants to know the secret of Roger's magic, because rumors spread quickly. The protagonist asked if she was talking about the secret of his magic. He thought about it, starting to eat his food, and Matilda asked if he was sure that he could reveal the secret of such unique magic here. Selena agreed with this, noting that the magic tower could issue Roger a patent, but he said that he was not interested, thinking that it was really better for him not to take any patents, because if he let his guard down, he would easily get a knife in the back. But so far the magic tower had not contacted him, and the other professors were already actively burning him with their glances. He turned his attention to them and suddenly noticed Chris among such teachers and asked himself if it was true that it was him. He thought that such a look could kill, and then bowed. His head remembering the werewolf. When night fell, he stood in the city and thought that it was already late. He supposed that he should walk around and look for the one he needed. Suddenly a monster landed behind him, which suddenly ran towards him, swinging its paw in order to attack him. However, the protagonist easily dodged, and swinging his leg in turn threw the monster aside, and it hitting the ground, screamed when the dust cleared. Roger admitted that he was wondering where Hans was going and asked if he was really waiting to pull off such a trick. Hans cursed, sighed, and noted that a lot of time had passed, asking if Roger could not even pretend to be surprised. Finally getting up, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling the protagonist the elder, and he agreed with this. He noted that Hans was still causing trouble and asked what he had done. This time he cursed and asked if Roger thought he wanted things to turn out this way. He admitted that he had not expected the dog, which had been sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, to suddenly jump off and rush at him. Covering his eyes, the protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, saying that it was quite a funny situation, and Hans indignantly asked if he thought it was funny. He noted that Roger had not been in his place and suggested that someone had cursed him. Hans was a human, but he had one peculiarity, and as soon as he was bitten by an animal, he immediately took on the gene for it and turned into that animal, whether he wanted it or not. He imagined several times when Hans changed, when he was bitten by a black and white cat, or when he was bitten by a Pomeranian. Finally, to draw attention to himself, Hans asked if Roger had brought the antidote. Roger confirmed this while showing him the syringe, and Hans thanked him while injecting the medicine into his arm. Admitting that he couldn't stay like this, his appearance gradually began to change, and he noted that if it weren't for the protagonist, he would have had to suffer for a few more days. Roger said that it reminded him of the day they met when he had been ordered to catch a cryptid, and he was very surprised to see an overgrown chihuahua in front of him. He remembered that moment, and Hans was glad that Roger had sorted everything out, because otherwise it would have been the end for him. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly the protagonist interrupted him, announcing that his name was now Roger. Hans, holding his neck with his hand, remembered that he had written about becoming Professor Thien and asked when he had managed to change his personality. In addition, he did not understand why they were meeting in Leather Valk and not in the capital, and asked what had happened at all. Sometime later, when Roger told his story, Hans laughed, exclaiming that he was simply unbelievable, since if he were in the protagonist's place, he would have given himself away immediately. He did not understand how Roger had gotten out of such a situation at all. And, sighing, he announced in annoyance that it was a matter of life and death, so he had no choice. Hans asked if this Roger was also a member of a secret organization. The protagonist confirmed this, remembering that Roger was called the First Order, and asked Hans to stop, noting that this was not funny at all. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hans repeated the name First Order, and the protagonist asked if this meant anything to him. Putting a finger to his chin, Hans announced that he had definitely heard about it and said that some guys who were being pursued by the Order had recently come to the underworld. Roger was sure it was them and asked what their company was called. Hans replied that it was the Black Dawn, saying that was what they called it. He suggested that Roger might have been lucky to survive, but if he had made even one mistake, he would have given it away. Closing his eyes, the protagonist agreed with this, realizing that he needed to prepare. He suddenly asked if Hans had brought the suitcase he asked for. He remembered this and handed over the suitcase, and Roger asked if he had looked at what was in it. Hans replied that he was not crazy enough to rummage through Roger's things, and added that even if he wanted to, he still could not open it. The protagonist suddenly remembered something else and suggested that Sheridan was still waiting for him, asking Hans to convey his apologies. He said that no one knew that something like this would happen, so there was nothing to apologize for. Roger opened the suitcase, looking at the contents of it, and noticed that they both needed medicine so much. Asking why, then in the letter, Hans asked him to wait 2 days. He did not understand why they did not meet immediately, and shuddering, Hans asked in bewilderment, what was he talking about? Roger did not understand in what sense he was asking him, and announced that the day before yesterday he heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf. Hans asked again, noting that he had arrived in Leatherville only today, and asked why he would wait 2 whole days for a while. They both froze, and suddenly a sharp sound was heard, because of which Hans became frightened, and the main character shuddered and frowned in concentration. Hans attracted Roger's attention and asked if this was really the same one. He confirmed that it was indeed so, and looking at the dark silhouette visible in the distance on the roof, he said that it was a real werewolf. The monster growled, looking around, and Hans cursed. Realizing that it really existed, he assumed that the werewolf had not noticed them and said that they should leave this place. However, Roger refused this, since he understood that the werewolf would notice them if they moved. He assumed that it went out to hunt, and suddenly he shuddered in surprise. Noticing a pendant hanging around the werewolf's neck, he asked what was there, drawing Hans's attention to himself. He warned him that he should check it out, and asking again, Hans assumed that he wanted to come closer. Roger said that something was sparkling on the monster's neck, suggesting that someone had specially hung this thing on it. Opening the suitcase, he took out one of the devices, and Hans asked, who could make such a thing? The protagonist says that they will find out everything now, and loaded the gun, and Hans said that he hasn't seen Roger shoot for a long time, putting the gun in the holster. Roger did not answer him, and Hans remembered that the last time it was when the protagonist was hunting cryptids. He remembered that he had another personality then, and asked what his name was. He began to remember this name, and understanding what he meant, Roger announced that his name was Abraham Veining. When he began to walk forward, the werewolf turned around, noticing him, but the protagonist was not afraid but continued to approach the monster. It growled, baring its fangs, and jumping up sharply, fell to the ground right in front of Roger. He did not even twitch, and the werewolf looked at him. Angrily, and paying attention to the chain on the werewolf's neck, the protagonist mentally noted that as he thought something was fettering the monster's neck, he had a lot of questions, but he understood that he would get an answer as soon as he grabbed this monster. The werewolf, raising his head, growled and then struck a blow which Roger easily dodged when he stepped on the ground. A small circle of magical energy appeared under his foot, and the werewolf continued to attack, but the protagonist easily dodged each time, retreating back in. The end, he rested his back against the wall, and he had nowhere else to retreat. The werewolf began to run towards him, but Roger continued to stand still, calmly looking at the enemy. And suddenly he smiled faintly, and the magic circles that remained in the place of his footprints rose into the air, surrounding the werewolf. It raised its head, growling loudly, and then fell too, the ground putting its paws to its head. Hans asked in bewilderment, why did the werewolf suddenly start acting like this? He assumed that the monster had eaten something bad, and Roger announced that he had sent an ultrasonic signal to it that was inaudible to the human ear, so that the monster's head was splitting, realized that he would not need an expensive silver bullet, and took the syringe, offering to see where the creature had come from. However, he suddenly flinched, distracted as he heard someone talking from the side. People were directing each other, understanding from which direction the sound was. Coming and telling each other to act faster, Roger assumed that it was the police and cursed, asking himself why they had appeared now, taking advantage of his distraction. The werewolf jumped back, climbing onto the roof and jumping back a little. Roger screamed and then screamed in frustration, trying to deny what had happened. Stretching his hand forward, he directed the hook on the chain to the roof of the building, and using it, he pulled himself up. He looked down at the monster, deciding that he wouldn't miss it, and frowned with determination. The police noticed that there was someone on the roof, and one of them ordered his comrades to detain anyone who aroused suspicion. Roger continued to chase the werewolf, catching up with it, and when the monster jumped from the roof of one building to the roof of another, it suddenly noticed that the protagonist was already in front of it. He said that he only wanted to pacify it and was silent for a moment, looking closely at the monster standing in front of him, after which he warned that this left him no choice. He took out a throwing star, frowning in concentration, and the monster, growling, ran towards him. Roger, throwing the star, looked at the monster, but it managed to dodge, after which it continued to run towards him. The star turned sharply in the air, returning back, but the werewolf managed to dodge again, and catching the weapon, Roger noticed that the monster had a good reaction. Taking the cane more comfortably, he noted that he wanted to finish the monster with one blow, and pulling the cane forward, he concentrated a cloud of magical energy next to it, which he directed towards the monster. He intercepted the cane, and the monster screamed furiously, while the attack flying behind him again hit the monster on the head. Taking advantage of the fact that the werewolf was distracted by the attack, Roger ran forward, but the monster jumped back. Dodging his blows, the protagonist took advantage of this and threw the star, which this time the monster did not have time to dodge it, screamed furiously, and Roger, jumping up, swung the caning to strike, but the werewolf intercepted it with his fangs. Not paying attention to this, the protagonist took apart the cane, taking out a dagger from it, and calmly dodged the jaw of the werewolf, after which he swung, and the monster opened its eyes wider, noticing the blade. The next moment, Roger cut off the monster's head. Around the same time, Hans was walking through the streets of the city, noting with displeasure that he almost got caught. He remembered that the protagonist said that he wanted to catch the werewolf, and cursing, he asked where he was. Suddenly he froze, shuddering as he noticed someone's head fall in front of him. He screamed in horror, noticing the bloody head of the werewolf, and trembled, and Roger, falling in front of him, asked how he liked it. Hans cursed, asking him to warn him next time. As he almost dropped Roger's suitcase, having calmed down a little, he asked if this was really the werewolf they encountered. He asked the protagonist not to say that he was going to leave it there, and Roger said that he had studied what he wanted, so he didn't need it anymore. Hans asked, puzzled, why. In that case, the protagonist had brought ahead of this one. He explained that it was all because he wanted to surprise Hans, and leaned closer to him, and Hans asked if this was really his way of paying him back. He admitted that unlike him, Roger had succeeded, and noted with displeasure that it was unfair. The protagonist finally said that it turned out that it was not a real cryptid because someone had created it artificially. He thought that they should do what they had planned, and Hans, startled, asked if that was what he meant. Roger said that they should settle down somewhere, and noted that Valk would be much nicer than the capital, and besides, they needed to stay here for a while anyway. Hans asked if he really wanted to stay in a city where there was a secret organization. 6, an academy, crazy experiments and street games. Roger replied that that was exactly why it was the best place, because they would get lost in all the chaos. He asked Hans to simply gather all the necessary information, and he asked indignantly if the protagonist really wanted him to do this alone. Roger reminded him that his options were limited since they were still watching, and asked that Hans keep him informed of everything, and then he would make his own move. Hans said that he understood since he was a professional at this anyway. Roger could not wait for the situation to resolve itself, and he decided that if he could, not immediately act. He should at least make allies first. It seemed unexpected to him to meet a werewolf in this era, but the pendant on it said that it was an experimental specimen, and Roger assumed that this was an unusual experiment, but he dealt with the werewolf, which he hoped would prevent him from getting into trouble again. However, sometime later it became known that an unidentified killer was still operating in Lille last Sunday. There were 5 murders and a total of 10 victims. The identity of the criminal has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim to have seen a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police, it was just a crazy killer whom they will soon find and arrest. After reading about it in the newspaper, Roger noticed that the townspeople were not leaving the alarm and noticing that it happened on Sunday. He thought with horror that this could not be because he got rid of the body on Saturday. He asked himself, are there really more werewolves? Suddenly, the ball standing nearby shone and the main character shuddered, paying attention to it. Sometime later, the teachers gathered in the hall, and noticing Roger entering the hall, Selena attracted his attention and asked him to sit down on a free table. Noticing him, the professors began to chatter, asking if this was the same Roger. They had heard that she had invented an amazing spell, and they asked if it was true. Someone recalled that he was a fallen noble, noting that he at least gave the impression of being one. Ignoring these conversations, the protagonist walked on and sat down on the empty chair next to Selena. She asked if he had heard the news yet. Without waiting for an answer, she said that 2 first-years had been attacked last night, and they had survived, but they had received serious injuries that seemed to have been caused by the claws of an animal. When the students came to, they said that it was a terrible beast, and she thought that the rumors that had appeared last week were true, and she also remembered that there were victims in Leatherville as well. Roger lowered his head in thought, and Marissa, noticing that Eliza had arrived, asked the others to remain silent. Selena explained that it was the professor of pharmacology, Marissa, who had been teaching at the academy for 20 years. Roger understood everything, and Marissa bowed her head. Greeting Eliza, she said that she had called them all to this urgent meeting in order to make an announcement because a criminal had appeared at an academy and 2 students had been seriously injured last night. So far, they did not know who was responsible, but there were witnesses who claimed that it was a cryptid, namely a werewolf. One of the professors standing up said that it could not be a werewolf, certain that this was some kind of mistake, and he asked what cryptid, narrowing her eyes. Eliza turned to Hubo Borag and asked if he really had anything to say. He said that the Academy was under the protection of the Empire and asked how there could be a werewolf here. He pointed out that one should not believe the students' silly stories about the ends, ghosts, and Eliza covered her eyes with her hand to her head, asking if she had not said that they had 2 victims. Hugo declared that he had heard her perfectly well and explained that this was why he said that he did not believe that a werewolf was behind all this. He pointed out that the victims were from noble families, and Eliza frowned but did not interrupt him, and Hugo admitted that he thought that one of the Fiend students, namely a commoner, had done it. Eliza, not hiding her displeasure, asked him to repeat himself, and Hugo asked if she did not think that it was the work of commoners. He asked why out of all the students only nobles had been injured. He wondered if Eliza really thought it was a werewolf and exclaimed that it was far more likely that someone had impersonated one. Several of the professors, including Chris, smirked, and Roger crossed his arms in thought and mentally noted that he had thought the Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, but he supposed he had been wrong. He noted that some were inciting the people to rebellion in a time when they needed tonight, and wondered if this was what the finest academy on the continent was doing. He suddenly felt something fall on his shoulder, and he paused, noticing that it was a bug. He picked it up, frowning in concentration, and when he rubbed the insect between his fingers, a note appeared in his palm. It stated that 3 test subjects had escaped, and the author of the note also asked the protagonist to immediately eliminate the test subjects if he could not capture them alive, as they were a threat to his identity. Roger paused for a while, reading the note carefully, and then closed his eyes, lowering his head and clenched his hand into a fist, and then asked himself, why did he have to go through all these trials? Noticing his condition, Selena worriedly asked if he was unwell, but he replied that everything was fine and waved his hand, realizing that this whole situation was directly related to the Black Dawn. Apparently, they did not expect something like this to happen either, and he was glad that their position was shaken, but he could not allow anyone to reveal his secret. He frowned in worry, knowing that he couldn't sit back. He had to get to the test subjects before the end, because if they caught him, it would be the end of everything. Eliza, meanwhile, waved her hand and said that Hugo had every right to express his opinion, but asked that he focus on his work first. He asked if she would tighten security. She promised that she would, and asked that the professors tell the students not to leave their rooms late at night, and that she would also allow penalty points as a punishment. That was her order, and Hugo replied that they understood, and Eliza was glad about that, suggesting that in that case they should leave it at that, and wished everyone a good work. Sometime later, Roger was walking down the street but then suddenly stopped and asked Sadhana to stop hiding and come out. She looked out from behind the tree with a start and pressed her lips together. Tighter, but she left completely, and Roger turned around to look at her. Sadhana lowered her head in shame, and the protagonist remembered that she was the one who called him the First Order when they first met. Now she was pretending to be a student, and he asked what was the matter. Sadhana wanted to answer, but she was unable to form words into a coherent sentence. And turning away, Roger suggested finding a quieter place, telling her to follow him. Sadhana agreed, and the protagonist suddenly asked if she would like coffee. She froze in amazement. Asking again sometime later, they were already sitting in a coffee shop, and Sadhana lowered her head, not daring to start a conversation. Roger asked her name. She gave her name, and the protagonist is assumed that she used a pseudonym to hide her identity and asked what her real name was. She awkwardly kicked her legs, saying that was her real name, and Roger winced in surprise. Wondering if that was an alias, he noticed that Sadhana had something to say to him and declared that she could begin. She turned around in fear, wondering if other people might hear, but Roger declared that he had cast a spell so that no one outside of this magic circle could hear them. Sadhana exclaimed that this was expected of the First Order, but the protagonist W wanted her not to call him by the First Order anymore, but to address him as Professor. She asked again, noting that it would be disrespectful to him, but he said that it was an order and asked if she understood that this should not reach other ears. She bowed her head, promising that she would obey, and Roger suggested that they now talk business, asking that Sadhana explain the current situation to him. She agreed to this, after which she seriously said that the recent events involving werewolves were their daughter groups who were experimenting on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamus. The Shamus School was a group of scientists who were expelled from society for conducting forbidden experiments, and she did not know what their research was, but the subjects escaped. They escaped through the sewers and caused a horrible massacre in Tian, and Roger's eyes widened. As he listened to her intently, Sadhana suddenly cried out apologizing, assuming she was talking too much, and lowered her head, but the protagonist declared that it was okay. Asking her to continue, she agreed, understanding that the responsibility lay with the shams of school, but she heard that Roger had been asked to deal with this, and that was why she was here. She remembered that another order, Victor Dreadful, had allowed Roger to borrow the name, and he had said that he had done so, but he had not thought that things would turn out like this. He decided that he needed to remember the name Victor, and Sadhana said that the situation had gotten out of hand, and so they needed to resolve it as soon as possible, and they needed to eliminate 3 targets, but Roger corrected her words, announcing that they needed to eliminate not 3, but 2 objects. And Sadhana asked in confusion, and the protagonist took out the token that he had previously taken from the neck of a werewolf, and noticing this, Sadhana recognized it and asked where Roger found it. He said that 2 days ago he came across one of the werewolves in Leathervale, and Sadhana said that he was amazing. The protagonist thought that she contacted him while maintaining a cover and not arousing suspicion in anyone, and asked himself why such a talented girl was still in the Third Order. He assumed that she simply had no choice, noting that she could be from a noble family and it is unlikely that an anti-social organization treats nobles well. So Sadhana most likely plays the role of a puppet which, having used others, will throw out of the organization he had recently realized the end's precarious situation. And he now knew that the balance of the Black Dawn was also broken. He assumed that Sadhana could somehow help him in this situation and reminded him that she had said that the test subjects had escaped through the sewers, deciding that they needed to search this. He assumed that the End did not have this information, and Sadhana confirmed this, but admitted that she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. Roger understood everything, and, standing up, thanked Sadhana for contacting him, and he added that they would see each other again if such an opportunity arose. He removed the barrier, and Sadhana agreed, and the protagonist suddenly added that her ability to explain had improved significantly. Admitting that he was glad to listen to her, he expressed the hope that their next meeting would be just as successful. And as he began to leave, Sadhana lowered her head, bit her lip, and thanked him for this praise. She sat there for a while, and the girl standing outside the cafe suddenly noticed that she felt it and wondered if it was magic. She saw Roger walking through the window and asked why he used the spell. It was Flora who cursed silently and asked what those 2 people were talking about sometime later while sitting in a lecture. Flora rested her cheek on her hand and thought that, judging by the light of the magical field she had seen in the cafe, she could say with certainty that it was a sound. Blocking spell the magic trace was imperceptible to the receptors of ordinary people, but she did not understand why Roger did it and asked herself, what were they talking about? Finally, the professor announced that that was all for today and warned the students that the rumors that were going around the academy were true, so she told them not to walk around campus too late, adding that they would get demerit points if they broke the rules. The students started talking among themselves, and one of them asked if the others had heard about the werewolf. His comrades replied that they had, and someone suggested setting up an ambush, asking if the others weren't interested in seeing it. One of the students asked if he hadn't heard the announcement. He reminded them that if anyone caught them, they would lose points. But his comrade countered, exclaiming that they would just try not to get caught and they could still get a reward. They continued to talk about it, and Leo, drawing Aiden's attention, asked what he thought he asked in confusion. What was he talking about? He assumed he was talking about the werewolf and admitted that he thought they should stay away and not risk their points. Leo sighed, closing his eyes, and admitting that he knew Aiden would say that he asked Leo what he thought, he admitted that he agreed with him, as it was better not to take any chances and leave the matter to the professors. Suddenly, Tracy came closer to their desk, leaned slightly, and slapped her palm on the table in front of them. Aiden flinched in surprise but soon smiled and wished her good morning. Leo simply sighed, and Tracy indignantly asked if this was what he called good morning. Leo, frowning, warned her that it was time for her to accept her loss and calm down. And Tracy exclaimed that they had a draw and ordered Leo not to interfere, as it was between her and Aiden. Turning her attention to Aiden, she pointed a finger at him and warned him that she would not hold back this time, suggesting that they fight for real again. He asked, puzzled, and then admitted that he did not think it was a good idea, and Tracy asked, displeased, why that was. Raising his palms in a conciliatory manner, Aiden explained that he had had classes during the day and that they had to stay in their rooms at night to avoid running into a werewolf. Tracy suddenly gasped and asked if he was serious. She assumed that he was scared and looking for an excuse, and froze, watching Aiden. And waiting for his answer, Leo was also watching him carefully. And finally, Aiden said that Tracy might think so. And Leo sighed, and Tracy suggested that in that case they tried to resolve the issue. Another way, Aiden asked, puzzled what that way would be, reminding him of the werewolf. She announced that the one who grabbed it first would win and asked how Aiden could do that. He didn't know what to say to that and was hesitant, but Leo suddenly announced that they agreed. Aiden shuddered in amazement, calling out to him, and asked why he had agreed. Leo didn't answer him, and Tracy, agreeing, warned them not to even try to run away. And pointing her fingers in their direction at the end, she prepared to leave. Leo followed her by announcing that they would come. But one. Tracy knocked to cry when she lost. Aiden watched him with excitement, and then noticed that Tracy had left, asking why Leo had agreed. He was sure it was madness, and shrugging his shoulders, Leo said that Tracy would not have fallen behind, confident that the teachers would take care of the werewolf before they did anyway. But Aiden noticed that it seemed like Tracy wasn't joking, and Leo frowned and looked at him and asked if she was really that stupid to go after a werewolf alone. Aiden honestly admitted that Tracy might be different, and Leo tried to deny it, and at the same time they stood up and looked out the window in excitement, noticing Trace already walking down the street. They didn't understand when she had managed to get so far away and watching the direction of her movement. They assumed that she was going to the dorm, glad that she had not yet forgotten how to think rationally. However, Tracy suddenly turned around, abruptly changing the course of her movement, and Leo and Aiden froze, and Tracy continued to decisively walk forward. Aiden and Leo were horrified. Realizing this, soon night fell, and Roger walked along the street of the city, thinking that today he would in great demand. He remembered asking if Hugo was asking him to look after the noble students in exchange for restoring his family's reputation. He had stated that he simply believed that a little flexibility would not hurt, adding that there was nothing wrong with it. Roger had then noted that talking to a fallen noble clearly made Hugo uncomfortable, but he believed that maintaining a good relationship with Eliza would bring him some benefit. In the end, he had refused his offer, and Hugo had asked him again. In bewilderment, and the protagonist had admitted that he believed that Thean Academy did not sort nobles and commoners, so nothing would change his mind. Turning away, he apologized to Hugo, warning that he now needed to return to his rounds. Hugo winced, asking him to stop and listen. Now, Roger thought that someone might expose him if he did. As Hugo said, he did not need that, and besides, he did not want to anger Eliza. Suddenly, he looked away, thoughtfully, and then abruptly waved his hand, noticing the students hiding in the bushes. They shuddered in fear, opening their wider, and the protagonist asked why they were. Not in the dorm yet. One of the guys tried to justify himself, saying that it was not what he thought, but interrupting his words. Roger said that each of them was awarded 5 penalty points. The students sadly headed towards the dorm, and the protagonist counted that in the end there were already 20 students and noted that this was too many. He had heard about the reward for catching a werewolf, but he did not think that so many people would want it, and even the threat of penalty points had no effect to UND, so that at this rate the situation could escalate even more, and decided that he must do everything to prevent this from happening sometime later. He found himself near the sewage treatment plant in the vicinity of the academy, going down into the sewers. He remembered that Sadhana said that the werewolves got through the sewers, and this was the only sewer in Leatherville where they could crawl through. He assumed that the police did not check this place and used magic to light his way. Suddenly, noticing the tracks of the werewolves, asked himself, were there really 2 monsters? He dropped to one knee and looked at the prints, noticing that one was large and the other was smaller. The paw prints were all going in one direction, and Roger hoped that it wouldn't break off halfway. He followed the prints and suddenly noticed that at one point the prints diverged. He paused for a moment and noticed that the large form was heading towards the academy, and he assumed that it was hunting. He followed the tracks of the large werewolf, since that was the monster that was the most dangerous at the moment. He wouldn't be surprised if it was stalking another victim right now. And suddenly he was startled by a scream, and realizing that someone was screaming, he ran towards it, and since it was too long to follow the tracks, he decided to run towards the sound of the voice. He noticed the werewolf that was already attacking Renee and Ellendale, and Roger cursed in his mind, realizing that he wouldn't have time. He concentrated magical energy near his cane, after which he directed the attack towards the monster, and it screamed, feeling the blow, and closed its eyes, protecting itself from the bright light from the fore. Of the attack, the werewolf flew to the side, bouncing off the ground several times, and Roger approached to Lendl and Renee, who had fallen to the ground in fear. Belindo screamed. Renee shouted the protagonist's name, and he, turning to them, waited for them to respond and exclaimed that each of them received 5 penalty points. Both girls froze in horror, their mouths slightly open in amazement, and asked again. They asked Roger to wait, and Endel exclaimed that he had to make sure that they were okay. He, without turning towards Zendel, asked how she dared to raise her voice at him. She declared that she was doing it because she wanted to help Renee, and the protagonist warned that she had forgotten to think about her own safety, and drew attention to the fact that she was now contradicting him. Elindo frowned in displeasure, sighing, and suddenly Renee asked Roger not to punish Ellendale. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment, turning towards her, and she explained that she accidentally fell asleep while studying. Roger thanked her for her selflessness, but noted that she should understand the seriousness of the situation. Renee agreed, apologizing, and Lendl smiled faintly, and then suddenly she froze in bewilderment and asked herself what kind of difference in attitude this was. Roger, drawing her attention to himself, asked her to walk Renee to the dorm and decided that he would not give them penalty points. Endel asked again, puzzled, and the protagonist asked if she really had anything against it. He suggested that he needed to return the penalty points, but abruptly getting up and helping Renee up, Lendo began to take her aside, suggesting that she go faster. Renee agreed, and the werewolf suddenly got up again and growled, and Roger got into a fighting stance, and the girls warned him to be more careful. He replied that he saw everything, and the werewolf froze for a while, assessing him, and suddenly jumped to the side, and the girl screamed, noticing that it was running away. The protagonist, running after the monster, ordered that they both quickly find a safe place and continued running after the monster. The werewolf jumped onto one of the towers, and using a hook on a chain, Roger climbed up. Renee turned around, amazed to see how the protagonist moved in great leaps after the werewolf getting En's attention. She asked her to look and asked if it was levitation magic. Ellendale suggested that it might be. And Roger paused briefly, looking at the werewolf who had clung to the tower opposite him. Leaping forward, he looked towards the monster, and the werewolf also jumped towards him. At the same time, they tried to attack, and for some time they jumped from one roof to another, trying to damage each other. Stopping after another blow, they looked at each other, after which the werewolf launched an attack, but Roger dodged it, launching a volley of magic in response towards the monster. The werewolf tried to remove it, but Roger jumped into the air, dodging, and created another magic attack, which he sent at the werewolf from behind. Renee screamed in shock, and Ellendale asked if this is what a real fight looks like. The werewolf growled in anger as it attacked Roger, but this time it did not. dodge, but stood still and concentrated its magical energy, directing the attack towards the werewolf. This caused the monster to lose its footing and fall off the roof, but at the last moment it managed to catch on the wall, stopping its fall without waiting for the monster to wake up and re-enter the fight. The protagonist created a new magical attack, directing it towards the monster. Feeling the pain, the werewolf growled as it fell towards the edge of the roof, and it stopped, catching on a small ledge on the roof. Roger froze, feeling tired, and realized that he did not need to use so much magical power at once, falling closer to the werewolf. He thought that he could not use magic while fighting right in front of the students and assumed that he needed to kill this werewolf as soon as possible and find the second monster. The monster raised its paw and Roger wondered if it was still moving. The werewolf took the stone and the protagonist shuddered. Noticing this and taking advantage of his surprise, the monster threw the stone towards him and the shards of the stone flew apart because Roger had erected a magical fence around himself. He cursed, mentally asking himself, could this werewolf really use foreign objects in a fight? The monster jumped, trying to make another attack, and this one hit hard enough that the roof was broken, and the werewolf managed to escape. The protagonist, approaching the edge of the hole that had formed, thought that this werewolf was very smart. He thought that a wolf was used as a basis for creating this, so the monster could only determine the enemy's strength. And he suggested that these monsters might not be werewolves at all. At this time a little further away, Leo and Aiden were calling Tracy, trying to figure out where she was. In the end, Leo suggested that Aiden go back already. Since they still can't find her, he assumed that Tracy had been resting in the dorm for a long time, but Aiden objected, noting that they could not know for sure, and he assumed that they had agreed to this bet in vain. Leo asked if Aiden was sure that Tracy was still looking for this werewolf. He warned that anyone could have abandoned this idea but not Tracy. And closing his eyes, Leo sighed, agreeing, and offered to search for another 30 minutes and was about to say what they would do if they still did not find her. But he suddenly froze, hearing some loud scream. Aiden also paid attention to this and asked if Leo heard. He realized that it was Tracy's voice. And starting to run away, Leo agreed with this, telling Aiden to follow him. They ran through the forest. Hearing a scream again, there were also sounds of blows and other screams. And the next moment, Aiden fell, covering his eyes and clutching his forehead with his hand. Leo called out to him in bewilderment, and then noticed Tracy, who had also fallen, colliding with Aiden. She uttered his name in bewilderment and then asked what they were doing here. Aiden declared that he had heard her scream, and repeating his words in confusion, she exclaimed that such a thing had happened suddenly. Some kind of growling was heard, and telling them to stop. Leo turned, paying attention to this sound. Tracy ordered them to be quiet and told them to follow her. The boys obeyed and tried hiding behind a bush. LED them to a clearing, and they noticed the face of a monster hiding under the leaves. They asked in surprise, was it really a werewolf? Besides that, they noticed that this monster was very small, and looking at the guys, Tracy asked what they would say. She declared that she had won, but Leo objected, reminding them that she had simply found this monster and they were arguing about who would grab it. Tracy asked again and exclaimed that in that case she would catch him now. But Aiden stopped her, and she noted that she understood that he did not want to lose and wanted to argue, but he said that was not the case, and asked her to look at the fact that the werewolf earlier and could not move. He explained that this was why the monster found a secluded place and asked if she thought that it hid there on its own. Tracy winced, frowning, and suddenly she remembered that they had talked about 2 werewolves walking around the area. Aiden did not know this, but he understood what exactly it could be. If someone helped this little werewolf. Suddenly he winced, noticing a shiny chain on the monster's neck, and asked himself, what is it? He thought that this one had something on his neck, and together with his comrades, he looked closely at the small werewolf, and at that moment another monster appeared behind them. The werewolf growled, and hearing this sound, Leo turned around sharply, and then it attracted Aiden's attention, and he also turned his head. The monster swung its paw, striking, but Leo managed to throw Aiden aside in time, taking the attack on himself. He screamed, closing his eyes, and flew to the side from the force of the BL. His comrades excitedly shouted his name, and the monster prepared for another attack. Aiden screamed, and Tracy realized that this was a real werewolf. She trembled in fear but frowned, deciding that she needed to calm down, and thought that she could defeat this. She was sure that she had to do it for the sake of her family. And suddenly the werewolf turned towards her and struck. But Aiden jumped aside with Tracy, and she screamed. After which she gasped in surprise, noticing that Aiden was covering her with his body. Leo excitedly shouted Aiden's name, and he, looking at Tracy, asked how she felt. She asked in confusion. Why did he help her? He did not understand what her question meant and exclaimed that he could not stand by when his friend was in danger. Tracy looked at him in surprise but was soon distracted as the werewolf jumped closer to them. Aiden covered Tracy with his body as he rose, telling the others not to worry, as he thought the werewolf was simply protecting its cub. He asked if he was right. Tracy and Leo did not understand what he was doing and noted that the werewolf did not understand Aiden anyway, but he looked at the monster and said that everything was fine and promised that he would not harm it. The werewolf looked at him attentively, but did not attack, and eventually it turned around, and Aiden put his hands out to the sides, covering Leo and Tracy with himself. The werewolf came closer to the little monster, growling softly, and Aiden assumed that the reason for this anger was fear for the cub. Tracy asked in bewilderment, "Did the werewolf really understand?" Aiden Leo exclaimed that it could show its true nature at any moment anyway. And although Aiden knew that it sounded wild, he asked Tracy and Leo to trust him. He walked a little closer to the werewolf, and waving his hand, he attracted this one's attention to himself, and then he asked the werewolf to listen and tried to convince it that he did not wish it harm. Taking a flask out of his jacket, he asked if it was true that the child was sick. He declared that this mixture would not cure it, but it would make it a little easier. And the werewolf approached timidly, extending his paw with a flask of medicine. However, the next moment, a powerful attack pierced the werewolf's body through and through, and it screamed in fear, and a bright light began to spread from the attack. This light continued to envelop the monster's body, and then it turned into a more tangible substance, depriving the werewolf of the ability to move. Roger attracted the attention of Leo, Aiden, and Tracy, and asked discontentedly what they were doing here. Tracy grabbed her hair with her hands, thinking with horror that it was the professor, and Leo tried to justify himself, but interrupting their words, the protagonist warned that they would explain later. But for now, he ordered them to return to the dormitory. Tracy and Leo nodded in agreement, but suddenly Aiden stood in front of Roger, blocking his way to the werewolf, and asked him to wait. He thought that this werewolf was raising a human language and asked Roger to think before killing it. The protagonist asked if Aiden understood what stupidity he had just said, but he exclaimed that it was not stupidity and wanted to guess what this werewolf was. But Roger suddenly turned his head, noticing that a small werewolf began to rise from a pile of leaves. His gaze became more severe, and noticing his expression, Aiden froze in fear, and Roger pushed him aside and he screamed, trying to stay on his feet. He did not succeed, and falling, he turned around, asking himself, what kind of look was that? The protagonist, meanwhile, directed a powerful attack towards the werewolves, burning the monsters, and Aiden watched his actions in horror. He opened his mouth in bewilderment, and Roger, without turning towards the boys, warned that tomorrow they would receive their punishment, and now he ordered them to return to their rooms sometime later. When morning had already come, Aiden, Leo, and Tracy were sitting at the table, their heads down in shame. Leo, whose hand was bandaged, grabbed his hair, calling them all fools, and realized that now they were definitely finished. He asked himself how they managed to get caught in front of Roger of all people. Tracy thought that it was a shame since she could not do anything. She turned her head, looking sadly at the thoughtful Aiden who was sitting next to her. Suddenly, Eliza entered the room, who, attracting the attention of the students, asked if it was true that they were waiting for him. Roger followed her into the room, and Aiden, Tracy, and Leo were horrified, realizing that it was Eliza. She, noticing their expressions, told them not to be nervous, asking them to relax. They realized that if Eliza was here, it meant that they would definitely not get by with a simple disciplinary statement. Eliza sat down at the table opposite them, and Roger stood next to her. The protagonist asked the students why he thought he had called them. Leo suggested that he had done it because they were facing a punishment worse than demerit points. Roger declared that this was exactly the case and warned them that they should understand how arbitrary their actions had been. He knew that if something had gone wrong, more victims would have been inevitable. And Leo, Aiden, and Tracy hung their heads but said nothing. Eliza suddenly, smiling, asked Roger to keep his chin up because everything had worked out. In the end, she warned him not to intimidate the students, and he noted that they could not let them get away with it. She asked if it was true that the situation had been resolved in their favor. She also noticed that the protagonist had described the situation to her in great detail, and drawing Aiden's attention, she said that she had heard that he had risked himself to protect Tracy. He, wincing, said that this was not so. And interrupting his words, Eliza confidently said that they were aware of how dangerous and wrong their action was. So She warned them that they would each receive 10 penalty points. However, she could not reproach them for the actions they had decided to take in such a difficult situation, and so she also gave them a reward that is 20 points each. Aiden, Tracy, and Leo winced in amazement, asking if this was really true. Elsa, smiling at Roger, asked if it was true that he did not object. Closing his eyes, he declared that he would not dare to contradict her. And in that case, Eliza told the students to return to their studies. They agreed, thanking her, and before leaving the room, Aiden looked at Roger and thought finally when the three boys left, Eliza caught the protagonist's attention and asked if he was happy. She sighed, admitting that she did not expect him to ask her to be gentle with the students. Roger thanked her, expressing his hope that Leo, Tracy, and Aiden would not find out about his request. Eliza said that of course they would and reminded him about the werewolves, asking if Roger was sure that he had not noticed anything strange about these monsters. He confessed, affirmed that there was nothing noticeable, and Eliza said that was good, and then she noted that she was grateful to the protagonist for his work anyway, because thanks to his dedication, no one was hurt. She asked him to continue in. The same spirit sometime later left alone. Roger sat down on a chair thinking and remembered what he had just seen. He replayed in his mind the moment when the little werewolf began to rise, and closing his eyes, he thought that it was a man who had not completed his transformation. He remembered how he noticed human skin that was on the lower part of the werewolf's body. And so he came to the conclusion that these experiments were not carried out on wolves, but on people who were captured and turned into werewolves. He imagined a man chained by the neck, whose body gradually began to change shape, growing fur. He did not regret his choice when he decided to burn those monsters, because if he had not done so, he would have had trouble. In addition, he was influenced by the fact that many people suffered because of these werewolves, so he had no choice, and he directed a magical attack back towards the monsters. He repeated that he had no choice, but remembered the little werewolf and froze, and then took a small sphere out of his pocket and announced that it was him. The sphere began to emit light, and Roger, turning to Hans, admitted that he had one request for him. Sometime later, someone asked who would have thought that not only would they not be given penalty points, but they would also be awarded additional points. He assumed that this could be a dream, and Tracy, suddenly looking at Leo, asked how his hand was. He replied that everything was fine, explaining that he would need to wear a bandage for a few days. Aiden sat between them, his head bowed but not taking part in the conversation, and Tracy looked at him sadly, then asked if something was bothering him. Leo also looked at him, and Aiden replied that nothing was bothering him, declaring that everything was fine. He asked if Leo and Tracy remembered the werewolf cub. He explained that it had some kind of collar, and Tracy asked in shock if that was really true. Leo warned her to keep her voice down, and Aiden, putting his hand to his chin, said that this was one of the reasons he tried to stop Roger, and he asked, what if these werewolves were artificially created? Leo repeated his words thoughtfully. Then he remembered that there was a rumor going around about suspicious characters hiding in the inn. Tracy asked if it was all just a fantasy. Leo couldn't say for sure, but a werewolf and a collar was very unusual, and he asked if they thought so. Aiden agreed and wanted to say something else, but Tracy interrupted him and asked if he really wanted to say something about Roger. Aiden admitted that it was, and although he warned him that he didn't suspect him of anything, he noted that the expression on his face at that moment seemed strange to him. He was sure that Roger had clearly noticed something, and Tracy asked if he really thought he was hiding something from them. Aiden wasn't sure, but he assumed that the protagonist knew much more than they did. He thought that all of this could just be his fantasy because Professor Thien would not do anything like that. However, he suddenly asked himself, what if it was true? He suggested that Roger might be somehow connected with these rumors, but suddenly Tracy, distracting him from his thoughts, exclaimed that this was some kind of stupidity, and rising from her seat, she warned that Leo and Aiden were thinking too much. She asked if they had forgotten what Eliza had told them. She reminded him that Roger had told her about what had happened in great detail, and asked if he would have acted like that if he had been involved in something. She decisively declared that the main character tries not to show it, but in fact he cares very much about his students. She indignantly asked if Leo and Aiden suspected him of something. The guys looked at each other, and then Aiden admitted that he thought Tracy was right. Leo asked what was the point of digging into this. Aiden, getting up, admitted that he was hungry and suggested going for a snack. Leo agreed that it was time for lunch, and they called Tracy, and she asked, confused, and was amazed that they wanted her to go with them. She awkwardly said that friends often did that, like eat together and all that. Aiden looked at her puzzled, and then he asked if they weren't friends. Tracy only looked more confused at this, and finally she announced that in that case she would agree. Aiden said that was great, and Leo just sighed, closing his eyes. Sometime down, someone asked his interlocutor if he had looked at the papers he had sent me. This person confirmed it. It was Roger, who thought that he had read the total number of missing people in Leatherville and the list of public meeting places. Hans, whom the protagonist had contacted, said that he knew a group of big people who constantly gathered Gayed near an abandoned factory, and he was sure that this was what they needed. Roger understood everything and praised Hans for his good work, and he added that he could say something more about the information that Roger asked. To check, he said that recently several workers had disappeared outside the city, and the protagonist asked if there was a family of 3 among them. Hans confirmed this, saying that this was the only case of an entire family disappearing, and Roger understood everything and decided that he would check this factory sometime later at night. 2 men were standing in an abandoned place guarding the entrance, and one of them admitted that he was dying of boredom, asking how much longer they would stay here. His comrade replied that they had to stay here for another 2 days, and they asked discontentedly why only those stupid people ran away. The other man was no longer interested in how the others let this happen, and his comrade explained that the child had not received enough of the drug, and they were going to increase the dose, but she began to scream and cry, disturbing everyone. But the most interesting thing was that no one was prepared to confront the angry parents of this little boy who saw this. The man asked again, remembering that the parents had already been converted at that time, and he asked if they were still worried about the child. His companion confirmed this, declaring that this was why they had made a fuss and disappeared as far as he knew. The other people had a trusted person who could settle this situation, and his companion asked if they were really suffering so much because of some stupid little child. The other man agreed with this, about to say what he would have done if he had been there at that moment, but suddenly he fell silent, startled along with his companion as he heard some sounds coming from the dark passage. They looked at each other wildly and then reached out for the weapons hanging on their belts, but before they could do anything, something flew through their heads and they fell down dead. The man who had shot at them walked down the corridor, coming out of the darkness, and frowned with displeasure. It was Roger, who mentally went back some time when he asked if his interlocutor had really come. Hans was amazed to notice that he had prepared himself and was even useful, and asked if the protagonist was going to go alone. He asked if Hans really wanted to help him. Hans thought that he could knock out 1 or 2 opponents, but Roger, although he understood this, still said that he could handle it himself and asked how many of these people were there. Hans announced that there were about 40 of them and said that they were going to leave, so he warned the protagonist not to waste time because in 3 days there would be no point in it. Roger covered his eyes, put his hand to his head, and asked what about the fighting power. Han warned him to be prepared for the fact that those people were armed and noted that there were also 2 wizards there as well as 3 people in full combat gear. The way to get there was through the sewer passage, and Hans told Roger to be careful. He agreed, and then he wanted to say something about that family, but he fell silent, and Hans made it clear that he was listening, and the protagonist asked how old was the child. Hans froze, his eyes widening when he heard this question. And now as Roger walked further down the corridor, he remembered how Hans, after asking again, announced that the child was 7 years old, saying that he was very small. Roger lowered his head, remembering when he asked again, and then he announced that he understood everything. Passing by the dead guards, he did not even turn in their direction, and then went further down the corridor. And the next moment, loud screams were heard. And someone asked who he was. Many were begging for help. But sometime later, a large number of bloody people lay in the corridor. But paying no attention to them, Roger walked on. A small insect flew after him, watching carefully at this. In another room, people arranging boxes in a room full of boxes were talking to each other. Bro suddenly cried out in displeasure, noticing that they had a rat. The Baron assumed that the man was from the security department and said that they needed to get together and fire people. However, Reno assumed that the man was not from the security department, and while a wasp landed on his finger, assumed that was a good thing, as it was only more useful to them since no one would miss him if the man died, and he asked if that was true. Soon, several men pointing their guns forward commanded each other to start shooting, but suddenly they asked in bewilderment what nonsense. Using his magic, Roger disarmed the guns, and putting away his guns, one of the men ordered the others to stop this attack, after which he cursed, realizing that it was a magician. The second man realized that bullets would not help, and ordered his comrades to arm themselves with knives. The protagonist took out his own weapon hanging from his Belt and smirking the man called him stupid, confident that his weapon would not work. However, the next moment a bullet pierced his head, through and through, and his comrade froze and Roger frowned. Turning around, the man also said that this could not be, and exclaimed that the protagonist was using magic. Bullet suddenly. Another man ordered the others to step aside, assuming that it was his turn, and pointing his gun at Roger, he exclaimed that magic power would not protect him from this thing, shooting a powerful beam of electricity towards the protagonist. He laughed and asked if he liked it. However, he suddenly screamed in fear, noticing that Roger had created a magic spell that absorbed the power of the current. It was elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal. And, cursing, the man realized that electrical power would not help here. Suddenly, another attack broke the glass flask hanging behind his back where the electricity was generated, and electrical discharges bursting out through the holes enveloped the man, who screamed in fear, who in the next moment screamed louder in pain when the rising smoke cleared. Roger counted that a total of 20 people had already been killed. He paused thoughtfully, and then he suddenly shot behind himself without looking, and the next moment the wasp he hit fell down, and the protagonist thought that he knew that someone was watching him. He understood that those people did it through insects, and he thought that they were using it as a means of observation. Asking himself if these were really those same insect brothers from another world, he felt that they were already waiting for him. But first he decided to deal with these insects, and lowering his foot to the floor, he created a magical flow because of which several wasps hovering in the air nearby shuddered and then died, falling to the floor. Bro thoughtfully froze and noticed that the signal coming through the insects disappeared. He thought that before this happened, he felt the vibration and the sound waves were similar to those created by elemental wind magic. If Roger really did have this too, then Bro knew they were in trouble and thought that the small insects would not be able to handle such a powerful energy, and he assumed that the time had passed for larger insects. He warned Baron to prepare himself, and he replied that he understood everything, and Bruno said that according to the supposed route of the protagonist, he should enter through this door. The other people who were in this place became wary, preparing their weapons, and Bruno offered to give Roger a warm welcome. Suddenly, the men flinched, noticing that the protagonist had turned off the council, and they asked for someone to turn on the backup generator. Addressing Baron, Bro assumed that this was another prank of Roger, but he did not answer, and calling out to him, Bro turned around but noticed that Baron's body was decapitated and his head rolled closer to his leg. Jumping up abruptly, he cursed and asked himself when Roger had managed to get here. He noticed that not much time had passed since the power went out and decided that he should strike before Roger did anything. An insect began to crawl out of his sleeve. However, it was suddenly cut into two pieces, and turning around, Bro noticed the protagonist, who immediately struck him. Dodging, Bruno screamed as asking himself what kind of mage Roger was. If he fought hand to hand, he clenched his jaw, realizing that the protagonist was dangerous, and decided that he should keep his distance. Roger created a magic spell, and noticing this, Bruno realized that it was a flamethrower. He looked at the spell in horror, and then he turned his gaze to Roger's concentrated expression and asked himself, how did he create this so quickly? Powerful streams of flames were directed towards him, and he screamed in horror and flew to the side from the force of the blow, and the flames continued to burn on him, causing damage. The other men realized that the enemy was inside, but they could not figure out when he had managed to do this, as he died, Bro cursed and asked who the protagonist was. Without answering, he pointed his gun at him and fired, and one of the men suggested that it was impossible because Roger had easily destroyed the brothers. The protagonist turned around, looking at the men, and they froze in fear, and he suddenly flinched sharply, leaning back, and managed to avoid the blow aimed at him. He wondered if these were really insect limbs. The huge claw that had grown in place of the hand on Baron's body returned to its place, and the body rose and screaming cursed. The mouth that appeared on the palm admitted that it was very painful, adding that it did not expect this because Roger's attack was sudden. It did not even have time to appear, and the protagonist had already finished off Bro. And Roger asked if Baron could really turn into an insect. He noticed that the severed head did not cause any inconvenience to it, and this announced that its body had reached a transcendental state. Suddenly, the Baron's body began to deform, and then it exploded, and when this happened, Roger got into a fighting stance, noticing a huge monster in front of him, who admitted that it did not grieve for its dead brother, but it promised that Roger would still pay when it tore him into small pieces. The other people in the room were horrified, and one of them told his comrades to save themselves. They began to run, and the monster running closer to Roger threw these men in different directions, not paying. Attention to the fact that they could take damage, the men screamed, and the protagonist, dodging the blows of the monster, asked, did this really not care that the subordinates of this one were hurt? It ordered Roger to stand still if he wanted to save these people. And drawing his gun, the protagonist took aim and fired, but the bullets did almost no damage to the insect. In response, it launched its own attack, but Roger, screaming, managed to jump to the side. He cast a magic spell directing a stream of fire towards the monster, but it doded, and Roger, frowning, asked how, with such a body mass, had managed to dodge his attacks. Taking advantage of the fact that he was briefly distracted, lost in thought, the insect grabbed his claw, and the protagonist screamed, preparing another magic spell in order to escape from the clutches of the monster. A flash of fire briefly blinded everyone with its radiance. And when the flames dissipated, Roger noticed that the fire did not cause any damage to the insect. The protagonist frowned in confusion and asked how it could withstand such a powerful blow from magical power. The monster then struck again, warning that it would take at least a 4th-level spell to fry it. It laughed, continuing to strike powerfully, sending up clouds of dust, but suddenly the insect froze in confusion, screaming and looking at the wall that had cracked from its blows. The monster asked where Roger had disappeared to. It didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly it raised its head, hearing a sound, and looked at the crossbar under the ceiling. Sharply lifting its upper body, the insect struck the beam with its claw, cutting it in two. However, this attack did not cause any damage to Roger as he jumped from the ceiling, landing on the floor behind the monster. Turning its head in his direction, the insect was surprised. Admitting that the protagonist with his quick movements reminded this winged insect, he did not answer, but thought that the gun and 3rd-level magic were powerless against this monster, and there was no hope of using a 4th-level spell either. He admitted out loud that he did not think he would have to use it. And not understanding what his statement meant, the monster froze, and Roger, warned that this left him no choice, and stretched out his palm forward, concentrating a cloud of magical energy next to it around. The same time, Hans, shivering from the cold, said that it was very cold here, and realized that he needed to dress warmer. He hugged himself, trying to warm himself up somehow, and looking at the watch he was clutching in his palm, he thought that Roger should have finished by now, and although fighting 2 dark mages was no easy task, Hans was sure that the main character was not one to lose. Suddenly he noticed some kind of glow, and raising his head, he thoughtfully looked in the direction from which it came, and noticed that beams of bright light were bursting out from the windows of an abandoned building. Soon these beams also began to be accompanied by streams of fire, and noticing that the entire building was engulfed in flames, Hans realized that Roger had taken advantage of it after all. He remembered that this was Roger's true magical power, but he was not exactly sure what he called it. Grabbing his hair with his hand, he asked himself in bewilder, what did this even mean? Such amazement was due to the fact that he was sure that magic was magic soon. Hans, squatting, noticed that Roger appeared in front of him, and he asked if he was finished. He was also curious about the situation there, and the protagonist announced that he had taken care of the experimental subjects. Hans asked if this meant that their assumption was confirmed. He clarified that he meant that after transformation, werewolves can no longer return to the human body, and Roger confirmed this, noting that he could only spare them from suffering. Taking a syringe from the suitcase that Roger brought with him, Hans asked if this was really the drug that turns people into werewolves. He was amazed at the amount of cruelty in this world and asked who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people existed. Hans was sure that this would not have happened if someone had not decided to sponsor such a thing, and interrupting his words, Roger said that he could not worry about it since he had already found out who was behind all this. Getting up, Hans asked in bewilderment if he was talking about this seriously. He was sure that this could not be. But starting to leave, he waved his hand, telling Roger to forget about it because he, one way or another, could not stop him. The protagonist did not answer, but simply froze. Watching Hans leave sometime later in the mansion, someone threw a glass dish at the maid's head, indignantly asking if they dared to call this food. The glass broke, the maid, covering her eyes, screamed, and blood flowed from the wound that appeared on her forehead, but neither she nor the other maid standing by the wall did anything. The man continued to scream, confident that they only wanted to fill their bellies at his expense, and he declared that none of those present were capable of doing their job properly. Was Bell for Rickon, who called them all scum, not deserving a penny? He looked at them with disdain, contemptuously calling them idiots and worthless. As he left the dining room, he began to walk down the corridor. He noted that they were behaving like this, that one was that the other was such a person, and whoever he took, no one knew their duties. He thought that he had invested so much money in this business that they had never even dreamed of, and they could not even keep track of the experimental subjects. He did not even know whose hands this was. But he noted that the main thing was that everything was settled with the subjects frowning. He thought that soon he would receive the results of the research and would be able to proceed to the next stage. Belfour knew that a little more, and the drug with which he could restore his youth would be in his hands, in addition to giving him the appearance of his former years. It should make him stronger and more perfect. And he thought about the years he spent to achieve this goal and entered the room, but was distracted from his thoughts as Roger standing on the balcony attracted his attention. Belfour froze, and then he jerked, turning around and stuttering in amazement, asked the protagonist who he was. Without answering, Roger approached him, knocking him to the floor, and Belfour screamed, asking what kind of nonsense was this. He tried to call for security, but the protagonist warned that no matter how much he called for security, they would not hear because he had set up a sound barrier around the perimeter of the room. Belfour asked again in confusion, and Roger, saying his name, announced that he would ask him only one question. He jerked him up, telling him to imagine a surviving 7-year-old child who, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality. Speaking of this, he remembered how he concentrated the attack in order to destroy the werewolves. He also asked Belfour to imagine a child looking into the eyes of his killer with a smile before dying, and in this smile, one could see gratitude. Roger remembered how he had clenched his jaw. Then and now he asked Belfour what he thought it must have been like for a man to have no choice but to burn the child's family to the ground along with him. He had looked at Belfour furiously, and Belfour had stood there raising an eyebrow in confusion, and then he had suddenly laughed, realizing that it had been Roger who had gotten rid of the escape test subjects. He had assumed there had been a misunderstanding and had suggested that the leader let him go and they talk. Roger, still holding him by the collar of his shirt, had ordered him to simply answer his question. And Belfour had told him, smiling, to forget that by killing them he had disrupted the course of events. He had not thought it such a big deal and had asked what difference it made if Roger had killed a few scumbags. He had added that they had given them the opportunity to do something useful for once in their worthless lives, namely, to serve the good of mankind. He asked if their sacrifice couldn't be called noble. The protagonist, having listened to him, agreed and then declared that he had heard more than enough. He stuffed the syringe with the drug into Belfour's neck, and he froze in shock, after which his eyes widened, screaming and looking at him indifferently. Roger said that this was why there was not a drop of anger in him. Now, having finished injecting the serum, the protagonist let go of Belfour and straightened up, and he, putting his palm to his neck, asked what he had done to him. Roger announced that he had looked through the records of their research, and he could say that it was quite interesting because it turns out that even a small dose of the drug is capable of turning a person into a werewolf. But he was interested in something else. He asked what consequences he should expect. If someone took a large dose at once, Belfour began to scream at this time. His body gradually began to change, and screaming. Only louder, he grabbed his neck with his palm. The fingers on one of his hands stretched out, becoming more like claws. His teeth turned into fangs, and his clothes in some places began to tear due to the increase in the size of his limbs. Very soon, Belfour had completely changed and turned into a terrible monster. Not at all like a person. Roger Cly watched this, and slightly lowering his head, he thought that no matter how he tried to convey his feelings to Belfour, he still would not understand it, and instead he decided that he would make him experience what those people experienced. He stretched his palm forward, removing the barrier, and the scream that Belfour emitted became audible in other corridors of the mansion. The people immediately became alarmed upon hearing this sound, and without understanding what it was, they noticed that it was coming from Belfour's room, and so they ran in that direction, running into the room. They called out to Belfour, but froze in horror, noticing a huge monster they did not understand where it came from. And taking out a magic wand, one of the men shouted that this monster must be pacified. His comrade, also taking out a magic wand, ordered that those who did not have magic look for Belfour. The guards who had magical abilities began to direct CLS towards the monster, and it screamed in pain without stopping. The men noted that this monster was very tenacious, but they continued to cast spells and gradually increased the firepower. Sometime later, in one of the small buildings, Hans was surprised and, looking at the contents of the safe, he asked how much of this was here, turning his back to him. Roger said that he could take some for work, but he asked that he hide the rest. Noticing that the protagonist was approaching the door, Hans asked if he was leaving already. He exclaimed that he had been trying to get to this place for so long and suggested that Roger first look around. The protagonist briefly replied that he would return and warned that next time they would need a more suitable person to cover. Hans replied that he understood everything and asked that in that case Roger rest well. Some more time passed, and the protagonist was already walking along the streets of the city. But he paused for a moment, turning around and looked at the ship sailing along the river. He clenched his hand into a fist, continuing to look straight ahead. When the morning came, a large number of people gathered in one place, assuming that what they had learned simply could not be. They were amazed that the same B4 had been eaten by a monster, and those people who had cameras were taking pictures of the place they were in, and other people were clutching notebooks in their hands and getting ready to write down everything they learned. One of the men told the man standing next to him that according to the guards when they arrived, there was no trace of Belfour left and a monster was rampaging through the room. His interlocutor assumed that the rumors about Belfour involvement with dark magic were true, and the man asked what happened to the monster. Then the other man replied that the mages had dealt with it, adding that he had heard that it took them an hour to burn the monster. Suddenly he winced, turning around and looked away thoughtfully, and then noticed Tarina Laya Hall approaching the mansion almost immediately. The other men noticed her as well and began to ask in shock if this was the National Security Agency. They also noticed that the Knights of the Nightcrawlers were with them, led by Protector Grandmaster Tarina. They started snapping pictures of Tarina and asked if the situation was so serious that it required the presence of the National Security Agency. The man bracing himself for the recording suggested that this was a scoop, since with the National Security Agency and the Nightcrawler Order, things were taking a different turn as Tarina approached the gate. The guard let out a low cry at her, and she ordered him to open the gate. He awkwardly objected, noting that he had been ordered not to let anyone in. But Tarina ignored his objection and repeated her order, looking at him seriously, and the man agreed and his companion standing next to him nodded. They opened the gate and Tarina walked inside, looking straight ahead with a focused expression. Anya Joyner and Lloyd, who had accompanied her, followed closely behind her. Chief Inspector Tan greeted them as they entered the mansion, placing his hand to his forehead, and remarked that it was an honor to meet them. Tarina thanked him for his work and warned him that the case would now fall under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. She asked that Tan hand over all the evidence and information they had gathered and leave the scene of the crime. He was surprised that this was happening, but he agreed and then ordered everyone to the exit and exit the building while the others left the premises. Tara, Ina, and Lloyd walked further into the building, after which they paused briefly. When they had finally all left, Ina suddenly sighed, bowing, and admitted that she found it very difficult to remain serious all the time. Lloyd warned her to stop whining as this was her job, and he begged to differ as she believed that if no one was around, she could forget about her image. A little Lloyd warned that they were night serpents and should always keep up appearances, but Tarina asked him to be quiet, saying that they should simply try to appear confident at all times. Ina looked at Lloyd and asked if he could see it. He frowned indignantly, calling her petty, but when Tarina warned them to remember why they were there, they both frowned firmly in agreement. Looking at the corpse lying in the room, Tarina asked if that was the monster. She noted that it was very creepy and said that according to rumors, Belfour not only dabbled in dark magic, but was also involved in hunting cryptids, so the monster's involvement could not be a coincidence. Looking at the notebook he was holding, Lloyd said that the monster had appeared and Belfour had been killed, and he noted that the witnesses' accounts matched, leaning over the corpse that remained in the room. Anna thoughtfully placed her hand to her chin, noticing that the monster's body was burned down to the charred bones. This meant that it would be impossible to find any traces, and in the end they decided to inspect the room, which they did immediately. Approaching one of the walls, Tarina paused, noticing that a painting had been moved, but the wall was clean. She moved the painting further, and next to it, a secret door opened in the wall. Noticing that Tarina had bent down to better examine the space that had opened up, Lloyd asked if she had found a niche in the wall. Tarina confirmed this, but announced that it was empty inside. Based on the width and location, she could assume that there was a safe here, and Annie asked in surprise, and Lloyd remembered that Belfour was called a sinister businessman by some people, and he assumed that this was the safe he hid his dirty money in. They had assumed that a man like Belfour might have kept his secret reserve fund here, and at least until last night the safe was still inside, putting her hand to her chin. Tarina thought that the lack of dust indicated that, and said that they were looking at the sudden death of a multimillionaire, a monster, and a missing safe. She was sure that there were too many elements to call it a coincidence, and from all of this she concluded that there was someone else who had taken part in Belle's murder. The question was different, and she asked herself, how had this man gotten away without leaving a trace of all the people she knew who could have pulled this off? There was one man, and she pictured him mentally noting that it was Arsène Lupin. Hearing her say the name, Lloyd asked again. But Tira, standing up, said it was nothing important, and drawing Lloyd's attention to herself, she asked if he remembered any unusual events in Lille. Recently, he confirmed that there had been one and announced that it was an explosion in an abandoned factory. It had happened just before Belfour's death, and Tarina was sure that they would definitely find clues there and suggested that her comrades go sometime later. Roger sat with his hands to his head and heard unpleasant sounds. He clenched his jaw, frowning painfully, and cursed silently, thinking that these side effects would finish him off. True magical power required too much energy expenditure, and he knew that if it were not for the pills that helped save magic, he would be much worse off. Finally, he felt better and took his hand away from his head, thinking that at least he had burned all the werewolves in the lab, getting rid of the evidence, and now he could forget about this situation. However, he knew that there was someone else he needed to deal with, and he remembered Aiden. He had not retreated until the very end, blocking the protagonist's path, and he assumed that he had not been holding back his emotions well, and Aiden could have noticed something since he was standing closest. Roger immediately mentally set the werewolves on fire, but he knew that just a second could have been enough for Aiden to see what he should not have seen. He mentally replayed in his head the moment when he found Aiden and his comrades in the forest. And now he thought with hope that it would be good if everything worked out, because it was not a fact that Aiden would remain silent. He knew what he had to do in that case and clenched his fist, asking himself, should he really kill Aiden? He froze for a moment, and then he remembered how Aiden had told the werewolf that everything was fine, promising that he would not harm it. Roger clenched his fist, refusing his thoughts, and thought that he could not kill the student, the end, because it was too risky. In addition, Aiden was a difficult student, and he was also under the supervision of Eliza. And if something happened to him, the main character would immediately fall under suspicion, lying down on the bed. He closed his eyes, deciding that now he should focus on rest and healing his wounds. He suddenly remembered that one of the boys wrote to him that in childhood a wandering magician taught him a special magical technique, and he asked himself, should he perceive this as a strange coincidence? Taina, Lloyd, and Ina soon found themselves at the side of the abandoned factory. Tarina admitted that she had thought so, looking at the remains of it, and Ina's mouth dropped open in amazement. Realizing that everything had burned to the ground, Lloyd declared that it would be difficult to find anything here, and Tarina, walking forward, asked where the fire came from in the abandoned factory. Besides, it had happened just before Belfour's death, and looking around, Lloyd assumed that the factory was only officially abandoned, but in reality, someone was still using it. Tarina admitted that she thought so too, because otherwise there would not have been a fire. Ina suddenly suggested that dark mages or cryptids could have been conducting their research here, but they got rid of the evidence when someone caught them. Tarina declared that this was a logical assumption and said that it remained to be seen who had stopped them. She knew about the incident, but she didn't think it would be relevant to their case, and she assumed that the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but was doing everything to get rid of evidence. She also assumed that it could have been a simple coincidence, and there were too many factors pointing to that. She looked at the remaining debris of the burned factory and also imagined the monster engulfed in flames, drawing Lloyd's attention to herself. She finally asked if there were any unusual cases. Besides this, he replied that there were none, except for the commotion about the werewolf. A few days ago, he told her that it was found at the academy, and Tara, curious about this, asked again, and Lloyd confirmed this, adding that, according to reports, this werewolf got out through the sewers, putting her hand to her chin. Tara noted that the security there was LAX, which is why she was not surprised, but she asked what happened to the students. She also wondered if anyone was hurt, and she asked what happened to the werewolf. Lloyd told her that the werewolf injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with it. Tarina said that this was to be expected of Professor Thien and asked if the men had identified the body. Lloyd replied that no remains had been found, as it had all burned. Tarina froze, looking at him intently, and asked again, and then she looked at the burned debris around them. She was silent for a moment, and Lloyd and Ina asked if she thought they should go check out the academy, but Tarina said that they should not, deciding to stay here and try to find evidence, and Ina and Lloyd agreed, and Tarina thought about the burned factory and the burned werewolf. However, she knew that the similarities alone were not enough to connect the two cases. She decided that if she found out that the same person was behind this, she would consider it a threat to the Empire after all. That was what the Nightly Order of the Nightcrawlers existed for. A little later in the classroom, the students were talking to each other, and someone asked if it was true that Roger hunted werewolves. Someone remembered that he was a military officer and also participated in catching cryptids, and with a surprised cry, one of the students admitted that the main character immediately seemed like an incredible person to him while the students were talking to each other. Renee walked between the rows of desks, looking around in fear, and asked herself where she should sit. She noticed that there was not a single free seat, or to be more precise, there were these seats but in the middle, and it was unlikely that anyone would want to move. She noticed that everyone began to avoid her, and suddenly she noticed one free seat near the aisle as she moved up. Alenda waved her hand, greeting her and smiling. She asked if everything was okay sitting down next to her. Renee confirmed that everything was fine and wished Lendl a good morning. However, despite her kind response, she was worried inside and wondered why she was so unlucky. She heard the students immediately start chatting among themselves, asking how this plebe dared to sit next to the princess. They were also annoyed that she was pretending to be close to her, and they were asking each other, since when did they get along so well? Renee closed her eyes, lowering her head, but she quickly shook it off and raised her head. She remembered how when Roger had chased the werewolf, she had awkwardly asked Lendl if it was true that he would be okay. She had warned her not to worry since the main character was Professor Thean, and turning towards Renee, she asked what she was doing here at such a late hour. Renee hesitated before answering, but in the end she told her everything, and Elendel asked again, indignant that no one woke her up. She did not understand where this was going and decided that she would go and tell this librarian everything she thought, but Renee said that she did not need to do that because she thought it was her own fault that she had dozed off. Then she asked why Lendl was not in the dorms. She explained that she had decided to make sure that all the students returned to their rooms, and Renee asked in shock if she was doing this all alone. A little later, when they were still talking, Elenda told Renee to call her Big Sister because in the end, everyone was equal. Now Renee thought with amazement that the princess had made her evening rounds alone, and then without hesitation approached her, a mere commoner. She felt uneasy about it, and noticing her depressed state, Linda looked at her with confusion, and Lene thought that she had a feeling that something would happen immediately as soon as she let her guard down. Finally, Roger entered the classroom, and going to his desk, he warned that they were starting class today. He was going to tell them about the features of manifestation as well as the basics and principles of elemental magic using magic. He sent sheets of paper to the students, and it appeared in front of each of them. They watched this in amazement, and the protagonist said that magic is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and it is the most significant of all, and it was the basis of all basics which most of the students were already familiar with. That is why today he was going to show a new method, and shuddering, Flora asked herself, is this really a new method? She was curious about what Roger had prepared this time, and he announced that it would help increase their elemental power from 20% to 80%. The students began to talk among themselves, and one of them asked his comrade if this was possible. Another student assumed that Roger would not lie to them. And turning to Anthony, the protagonist, meanwhile, asked what attributes of elemental magic he uses. He answered that he uses water and ice, as well as plants. And Roger asked him to demonstrate the element he was most confident in. Anthony promised that he would do so and began to perform magic, and when a clot of energy appeared between his palms, Roger said that it was not bad, and slightly stuttering in amazement, Anthony thanked him, and the protagonist warned that it was still very far from perfect. Anthony was upset by this, thinking that everything was decay, and almost burst into tears, and Roger told the students to watch his actions carefully. He concentrated a clot of his own magical energy, which soon formed into a snowflake. And Tracy asked in surprise, did he really do this using the same type of magic? Leo pointed out that this was a completely different level, and Roger, squeezing a snowflake in his fist and dissolving it, closed his eyes and announced that now that he had the students' attention, they would begin with the theory. Slightly squinting her eyes, Flora froze, watching him carefully. The protagonist explained that since the history of the attributes of elemental magic goes deep into the realm of manifestation, it was previously considered the original forms of magic. However, now it was only part of the spell process, and Roger demonstrated to the students the 4 basic elements. from which everything began compared to the 10 elements they were using now. It looked too simple. And while dispelling the created spell, the protagonist asked, who knows what caused such a strong leap in development? He promised that whoever could give the correct answer using the element of fire would get 5 points. One of the students raised their hand, suggesting that humans used fire to dispel darkness. Roger said that was incorrect and asked for the next answer. The girl sitting next to the boy said that humans used fire to burn and clear forests, but the protagonist said that was too superficial and asked if there were any other options. Another boy said that fire rescued humanity from the clutches of darkness that was feared, and Roger asked him if he thought about becoming a poet. Flora finally raised her hand and the protagonist asked her, and she announced that fire was used as a weapon against humans to burn them. Roger said that was correct, and the students began to mutter among themselves in shock, and the protagonist said that burning, drowning, slashing with wind currents, and electrocution were used. Thus, war and killing were what helped push magic to a new level. However, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival rather than destruction. Water became an important component of the water wheel. Wind turned the blades of the mill and electricity lit up the cities. The purpose of the elemental attributes could change depending on the actions of the person, and Roger said that it was with the mindset of fighting for a better world that the students should begin to establish. Elemental magic now, he suggested that they move on to the practical part and ask the students to create an elemental sphere. They began to do so. And turning his attention to one student, Roger asked Joseph to focus on the flow, noting that, for a second year, he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. Joseph agreed with this, and the protagonist turned his attention to Arena Carmen, asking if she really called it a plant attribute. He admitted that it was like looking at a rotting autumn leaf lying on the ground, and so he advised her to imagine a sprout that was breaking through the soil. She promised that she would do so, and Leo noticed that Roger was not even choosing his words. But suddenly he looked away in amazement, attracting the attention of Aiden, who was sitting with his hands clenched into fists and doing nothing. Leo did not understand what he was doing, but before he could finish speaking, he and Tracy flinched as they noticed that Roger had come closer. He looked seriously at Aiden and asked himself what was wrong with him. He did not understand why he was acting like this and assumed that he decided to rebel against him after the incident with the werewolf. However, noticing Aiden's hesitant expression, he realized that this was not the case. And in that case, he guessed what it could be and asked if Aiden had not yet practiced elementary manifestation. He confirmed this and apologized to Roger, admitting that he was very embarrassed. The protagonist understood what was going on and noted that the special student Thien did not have the basic knowledge. Closing one eye, he put his hand to his head, thinking that even if Aiden was accepted as an exception, he could not take responsibility for a person who needed to be explained everything from scratch. Closing both eyes, he thought that he did not care whether Aiden fell behind the others or not. But in the end, he asked him to name the attributes that the orc could use, and he asked if he knew it. Aiden exclaimed that he knew it and announced that it was fire, water, and wind. Roger asked him to try using fire, and Aiden asked in confusion, and Roger explained that he would teach him. Since he could not leave a student who needed his help, he explained that Aiden had to accumulate magical power and asked if he knew basic manifestation. He confirmed this, and Leo and Tracy looked at him in amazement, and Roger, continuing to explain, said that now he must think about how he turns it into an attribute that is into fire. Aiden promised that he would try it, but soon he froze in disappointment, and the protagonist warned that thinking about the goal was not enough since he must allow the senses to open. Closing his eyes, Aiden concentrated, and Roger advised him to remember the brightest flame he had seen in his life, as well as everything he felt. Then that is shape, sound, smell, and touch. A fire appeared in Aiden's mind, and he remembered 8 years ago during a snowstorm the bitter smell of burning logs, and charcoal and the aroma of stew in the cauldron. He sat next to a small fire adding wood, and he noticed the whining of his sisters and the grumbling of his mother, and he remembered the smile of his father when he came home. Food was scarce, and the cold wind was seeping through the fabric of his worn clothes. And in that harsh winter, the fire blazing in the fireplace was a comfort to Aiden. It felt warm as if it were yesterday, and suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by Roger's words that this was how it should be. Opening his eyes, Aiden noticed the fire between his palms, and he cried out in surprise. Pleased that he had succeeded, she thought about the feeling that arose with the moment from the past, and the protagonist praised him. And Aiden looked at him in amazement while Roger continued saying that Aiden's flame warmed, not burned, and the heat of it could not harm, and therefore he assumed that he knew what Aiden was thinking. The other students watched in amazement, realizing that Roger could not only hear criticism. The protagonist added that the fire in Aiden's hands was an attribute, the image of which he imagined in his head. But it was not just an attribute, but this flame was Aiden's magical power. He asked again in bewilderment, and Roger advised him to remember this feeling. Aiden shuddered, losing concentration, and the fire between his palms dissipated, and the protagonist, returning to his place, confidently said that the students already understood that this was the very method he spoke of. He advised them to rely on their senses and their own experience, adding that basic knowledge would serve as a basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. Understanding the heat of fire and the cold of ice was not enough, and even a 3-year-old child knew that a real magician, in Roger's opinion, had to put something unique into his spell, and the protagonist warned the students to remember a moment that was of great importance to them. He advised them to connect all 5 senses, and Anthony, following these recommendations, closed his eyes, concentrating, and when a new attribute appeared next to his palms, he cried out in amazement, realizing that it worked. The student next to him noted that the difference was indeed significant, and everyone began to try it. Happily chatting among themselves, only Flora sat boredly, resting her cheek on her hand, and sighing. She thought that she had mastered all this a long time ago. She thought that today she would learn something new, but now she assumed that she was wrong. Turning her attention to Aiden, who was sitting nearby, she asked why Roger was spending so much time on a first year. She also noticed that he even praised him for simply manifesting an attribute of elemental magic she didn't understand where the person who had embarrassed him in front of the entire audience on the first day had gone, and she clenched her fist until she trembled, thinking that she hadn't intended to draw attention to herself. But now she offered to watch Roger compliment her. She also activated the magic, and Cheryl, who was sitting next to her, looked at her in surprise, and the students realized that this was an imposition of attributes and were amazed at what Flora could do. She thought that by adding the wind magic technique she could create a whirlpool, but suddenly she flinched, screaming. And Cheryl shouted her name in surprise, and the light that emitted the attribute created by Flora began to burn brighter, and the students realized that it was dangerous, and Cheryl asked Flora to stop. She frowned, thinking that she should stop this, otherwise an explosion would be unavoidable. She needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt, and at that time the students began to run away, telling each other to escape quickly. They shouted Flora's name, and she closed her eyes, but suddenly opened them, hearing someone tell her to concentrate. It was Roger, who, bringing his palm closer to her attribute, warned her not to give up and to control the flow of her magical power. She looked at him in shock, and the protagonist promised that he would help her, and by placing his palm on Flora, he helped her to reduce the spreading flow of magical energy. And Flora noticed that it was stabilizing. Roger warned her not to get distracted since they were not finished yet, and she flinched, and he said that if she stopped now, her magic would just dissipate, and he asked if she was okay with that outcome. He looked at her seriously, waiting for an answer, and Flora realized that Roger was right and decided that she had to finish the job. She lowered her head, concentrating on her magic, and Roger, continuing to hold his palm next to her hand, watched her carefully. Flora thought that the gazes directed at her were always only envy and jealousy. However, she ignored it as she continued to walk forward. But there was something she couldn't bear, and she imagined a man towering over her, thinking that it was her father's cold gaze, because he looked at her as if she didn't exist. After that, she remembered Roger giving her 10 penalty points and thought that on that day after the humiliation, she felt a sense of defeat. For the first time, and it hurt her so much that even such unwanted memories from her childhood came back to her. Although she couldn't see the protagonist's expression, she knew that he looked at her just like her father had. Once, the Lumo family never forgot those who had offended them, and Flora mentally promised that one day she would definitely fight Roger and win. At least that's what she thought. But now she was distracted from these thoughts and looked at the shining magic spell, noticing with amazement that the magical waves were stabilizing. She realized that there was still a little left, and having finished giving shape to the spell, she exclaimed that this was how it should be. She was glad that she had succeeded, and suddenly Roger leaned towards her, narrowed his eyes, and looked at her seriously, declaring that she had acted very thoughtlessly. Flora, distracted from examining the finished spell, looked up, looking at the protagonist with horror. He warned that the problem was not that she tried something new and it did not work for her, because this is normal and everyone makes mistakes. However, he also noted that the problem was that Flora had put other students at risk and she hanging. Her head in shame admitted that she was very sorry. Roger added that all this is not to mention the clumsy imposition of the two elements. Flora frowned and winced, asking again. And the protagonist explained that he was talking about mixing fire and ice. He knew that making two opposing elements complement each. Other was a very difficult task. Flora agreed with this, but reminded her that she had succeeded, and although she did not deny that she had gone too far in trying to add a third element, she exclaimed that regarding the ice and fire, the combination was perfect. Roger paused for a moment, silently looking at her, and then put his palm forward, and next to it 2 elements appeared which merged with each other. Flora watched this in amazement, and the protagonist warned her that she should know the difference and said that she had managed to freeze fire and it looked beautiful. But one picture was not enough, he asked. What she intended to achieve by this? Flora lowered her head again, and Roger assumed that she wanted to brag. She closed her eyes, not answering, and Cheryl, putting her palm to her chest, excitedly said her name. Meanwhile, the protagonist sent the created cloud of energy upward, and reaching the ceiling, it exploded and snowflakes began to fall down. Leo cried out in amazement, and Tracy asked if this was really snow. Flora realized that Roger used the ability of fire to cover large distances and the cold of ice and combined it into one spell using the same elements. He processed it into something practical, and Flora herself failed completely, and she understood it. The protagonist said her name, attracting her attention to himself, and said that he did not blame her for lack of skill. Flora looked up in bewilderment, asking again, and Roger was silent for a while, and then admitted that she had a unique talent, and added that among the children. Her age, he had never met such a technically trained wizard. However, this was not the point now, but something more important. And Roger admitted that in his opinion, Flora was simply playing for the audience. He had no right to tell her what to do, but putting his hand on her shoulder, he nevertheless advised her to choose another goal for her own good. Flora froze in shock, looking at the protagonist, and repeated his last words in her thoughts, turning towards the students. Roger told them to return to their seats and began to go down to his place. Flora noticed that there was neither reproach nor mockery in his eyes, but only sincere concern, which was not even in the look of her own father. Closing her eyes, she put her hand to her head, and Cheryl, who had already come closer by this time, was frightened noticing this and asked how Flora was feeling. She replied that she simply had a headache from using a lot of mana and thought that she felt like she was about to faint. Looking at Roger's back as he left, she wondered how he was feeling. She noticed that he had used much more energy than she had, and the protagonist clenched his jaw, thinking that taking a pill before class was a good idea. He felt like his head was about to explode. But he tried not to show it, and thought that Flora had not only combined the elements, but also completed the highest level spell of the 3 elements. He remembered how his teacher had scolded him harshly after a similar prank, and looking at Flora, Roger wondered if he had been too strict. He hoped that Flora was not hurt by his words, but even if she was, he knew that she would definitely cope with it and listen to his advice, because these were not empty words. As he paused, he mentally noted that there were no weaklings among the Yen students, and he remembered that Eliza had mentioned that there were many talented children who had entered the academy this year, and that they were the so-called golden generation. Roger suddenly became distracted, turning to the side and drawing Renee's attention to himself. He asked if something was wrong. She lowered her head but hesitated before answering, and the protagonist, holding his chin with his hand, realized that she was unable to manifest an elemental attribute, and noted that, to be more precise, this did not exist in principle. She confirmed this, and Roger announced that classes were over for the day and came closer to Renee, and also asked the students to review everything they had covered today as an assignment. After that, drawing Renee's attention to himself, he asked her to follow him to his office, and she looked at him in shock, and even Ellen Dell, sitting next to him, shuddered in amazement. Sometime later, when they arrived at the office, Renee sat down on the sofa, and Roger asked her to wait there. For now, she agreed, and lowering her head, she worriedly asked herself why the protagonist called her. She assumed that he wanted to conduct a personal interview, and also thought that he might be going to expel her. With her eyes widening, she thought that this was true, and asked herself how a student who was unable to demonstrate elemental magic had the right to attend classes on the theory and practice of spells. However, she really wanted to continue attending Roger lectures, and looking at him, she noticed the documents he was holding in his hands, and was surprised, asking herself with horror, was this really an application for a transfer to another teacher? She mentally exclaimed that she knew that Roger still wanted to reject her. He said her name, getting her attention. And before he could finish what he was about to say, Renee closed her eyes, promising that she would try her best and do whatever he asked. She asked him not to forbid her from attending his classes. And Roger looked at her in confusion, asking what she was talking about. He handed her a textbook and Renee sighed and asked if this was a transfer application. The protagonist warned her to stop talking nonsense and take the book, as he was already tired of holding it. Looking at the textbook, Renee shuddered in confusion, realizing what it was, and Roger announced that it was for her to master on her own, adding that she would study. From this book, he said that a new path into the world of magic would open up for her, and realizing that it was not elemental magic, Renee asked where Roger got this book from. He told her that he knew a certain person, and he also explained that this book was the result of years of research by this person. Renee realized that there were other wizards who controlled non-elemental magic, and she asked what this person was doing. Now the protagonist announced that she had already left this world, and Renee sighed and then looked at Roger's sad expression. Finally, she asked if this meant that she would not be able to learn other types of magic. The protagonist confirmed this and asked if this upset her. She admitted that she really wanted to learn elemental magic, and Roger asked what she thought of a person who could only work with one element. He began pouring tea into cups, and Renee suggested that such a person might be untalented, but the protagonist declared that this was not so because magicians who could practice only one element were incredibly talented in the field of this particular element. They could influence natural phenomena, and this was what professionals in their field were like. He placed the cup on the table in front of Renee, and she understood what exactly this meant, and Roger confirmed that this was so, and asked her to now tell him what thoughts she had about non-elemental magic. Renee thought about it, and then she said that this did not include the use of elements. But before she could continue speaking, the protagonist said that this had not actually been proven yet, and explained that the 10th element, that is the element of metal, was considered part of the element of earth, and therefore there was no need to worry since the world of magic was constantly changing. Renee looked at him in surprise, and he told her to read the book first, declaring that it would be her homework after she left. He closed his eyes, thinking that it was a surprise to meet a student who practiced non-elemental magic. However, he noticed Renee's reasonable gaze, thinking that he had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who knew how to distinguish good from evil. Although Renee was still at the very beginning of the path and did not realize it, but he understood that the book still found its next owner, and so he assumed that it was fate sometime later, concentrating magical energy near his palms. Aiden thought that he was almost done. The technique that Roger showed him was very useful, and he remembered that when he showed magic, his gaze was kind and wise. And so Aiden assumed that he was wrong to doubt the main character, looking at Tracy and Leo, who also practiced the use of magic. Aiden thought that it was impossible for a person who loved magic to be a villain. Suddenly, he shuddered thoughtfully, looking towards the group of people and concentrating on one of the students. He asked himself, who is this? He wondered why so many guys were crowded around him, and he assumed that this guy was popular in the end. Suddenly, another person came closer who asked who they had here. Aiden, Tracy, and Leo turned their attention to him, and Jen asked if this was Aiden, that is the student who was not able to materialize his own element. He said that Aiden was rather presumptuous if he still stayed here. And frowning, Leo called him a name and wanted to warn him about what would happen if Jen continued. In the same spirit, but waving his hand, Aiden asked him to calm down because he decided that he himself would talk to Jen. He admitted that he had no idea what it was about him that irritated Javon, but apologized for it and asked if they could just forget about it. Javon asked again and said he agreed, and he added that he would do it as soon as Aiden got down on his knees. Tracy indignantly ordered him to stop asking if he was not ashamed of himself. She reminded him that Javon was a nobleman, and interrupting her words, John exclaimed that no one gave the fan a vote, but he asked what to expect from an uneducated bungler. Tracy only became more angry and asked if Jan had completely lost his fear. Aiden suddenly said Jan's name, and coming close to him, he said that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he warned him not to dare touch his friends. She looked at him seriously, and Javon clenched his jaw, and then he grinned and asked what Aiden would do to him. He said if he didn't want it the easy way, they would do it differently, and threw his gauntlet at him, declaring that there would be no problem with that, and said that in that case he challenged him to a magical duel. Aiden clenched the gauntlet in his palm and said that he accepted the challenge Tracy called out to him excitedly, and Leo asked what he was doing. Aiden, ignoring them, added that if he won, Jivan would apologize to Leo and Tracy, and, grinning smugly, Jivan also suggested that they see who would win. He ordered Aiden to prepare to fall down, and suddenly Roger appeared behind him, ordering the two of them to explain too. What was going on here? Aiden excitedly said the protagonist's name, and Jen let out a displeased cry, while Roger, although maintaining a neutral expression, was very annoyed in his mind and exclaimed that Aiden had gotten himself into trouble again. He thought that Aiden was like the protagonist of Sam manga, but out loud he calmly said that he was waiting for an explanation, and Jen exclaimed that this was a fair fight, explaining that he had challenged his opponent to a duel, and he had accepted. Roger declared that a magic duel between first years could not happen, and Jen asked if that was forbidden. The protagonist let out a displeased cry in his mind, asking himself what was wrong with this guy. Thoughtfully looking to the side, he noticed Fried and watching them, and realized that Jen was doing everything in order to impress him. He noticed that Frieden had a very intense look and declared that he would not punish them for something that did not happen, ordering them to return to their rooms. Jivan cried out, about to object, and at that moment another person came closer, asking Roger not to be so strict. The protagonist flinched, and Chris, smiling, asked if he was not exceeding his authority. He was sure that a teacher had no right to interfere in a duel arranged on a voluntary basis, and several students supported him, noting that this was indeed the case. Roger thought that whatever Chris was trying to achieve, he succeeded, and he said that, in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other. And Chris asked why they did not sit in on the duel. The protagonist, looking at John and Aiden, asked if they agreed they were both up for it, and Roger said that in that case, the duel would take place, and Chris said that there was something else, and asked if he wanted to make a bet. He came closer to the protagonist, warning that they certainly did not have to do that, since he knew that it was stupid to bet on a duel, the result of which was already known. He wanted to continue talking, but interrupting his words, Roger agreed, looking resolutely at Chris, and he admitted that he did not expect the protagonist to accept his offer so easily. He asked who Roger thought would be the winner. He himself bet on Jen, since he thought that he was an incredibly talented magician. Jen looked at him with delight, shouting his name, and Chris, putting his hand to his chin, asked if Roger was also going to bet on Jen. He asked if they should then bet on how Jen would win, but Roger said that there was no need for that, as he was going to bet on Aiden, and he flinched, and Chris laughed, but decided to do as Roger said, even though he didn't understand his confidence in the student. The protagonist asked what they were. Betting on Chris asked if they were both teaching spell practice. Then what about the records of their research? Roger asked in surprise if Chris was teaching that subject too. He froze and then frowned indignantly, mentally calling Roger a fallen nobleman. He didn't understand how he dared to embarrass him in front of the students, and he mentally ordered him not to even think that he would get away with it. Roger thought at that time that he didn't know that Chris was also teaching manifestation, but out loud he agreed and asked if Chris would agree to have a duel in 4 days. He said that it would be as Roger said, and turning around, he began to leave. When he left, Aiden apologized to the protagonist because he knew that if it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Interrupting his words, Roger ordered him to think better about how to win, and looking seriously at Aiden, he added that Jay had the advantage, but it was too late to give up. He also said that in a fight there is always room for unexpected variables, and Aiden asked in confusion what Roger meant. He said that Aiden already had this variable and all he had to do was use it at the right moment. Lowering his head, he thought that this was indeed true and mentally noted that if he did this, then victory would be in his hands. However, he suddenly remembered the girl who put her finger to her lips and smiled, drawing Roger's attention to himself. Aiden exclaimed that he wanted to defeat Jen using only skills, and the protagonist flinched upon hearing this, and Aiden asked him to prepare him, and Roger pressed his lips tighter, looking at him carefully. Aiden remembered the girl telling him to remember that what she had taught him should not be casually flaunted, otherwise he would get into trouble. Little Aiden looked at her carefully, and she added that, moreover, this is how she earned her living, and, pointing a finger at him, she asked if it was true that he did not want her to die of hunger in the streets. Aiden winced, exclaiming that, of course he did not want that, and putting her hand to his head, the girl said that this did not mean that she forbade him to use these techniques, and she said that as soon as he felt that he needed it, then he should act, because in life there always comes a time when a person must make a choice, and she asked Aiden that then he should follow the call of his heart. Now Aiden looked resolutely at Roger, and he asked himself what he had just said. He clenched his thinking that he had made a bet knowing about Aiden's extraordinary abilities, and she was saying that he wanted to win with skills and Roger didn't understand what kind of skills he didn't know about finally calming down. He sighed and thought that in any case, this was a good opportunity to test Aiden's level of training, he agreed, promising that he would help and show him how to gain an advantage in the magical duel, and he warned that their training might seemed like a real torture to Aiden, and besides, he did not guarantee him victory. He despite this one morning agreed, and Roger said that in that case they would begin, and Aiden asked if they would really do it right now without waiting for Roger's answer. He agreed, and the protagonist thought that their opponents were already celebrating their victory, and he decided to see what would happen to their confident faces in 4 days. A little later, when night fell, Aiden S.A. Noting that he was very tired, he fell on the bed thinking that he almost died during this training, and it was only the first day. Raising his head, he asked himself why Roger was so confident in him. He was not using the most traditional magic, so he asked himself, does Roger know something that he does? Not know, however, barely thinking about it, he already put his head on the pillow. Falling asleep a little later, Chris, setting fire to documents with the flame from the candles, said that in his free time, Roger gives personal consultations to Aiden, and he himself said that this is undoubtedly true. He added that the protagonist may not show it, but he knew that he desperately wants to win, and attracting the attention of Jan, standing next to him, he asked what his goal is. Jan announced that he wanted to defeat this insolent commoner, but Chris added that there was more to it, declaring that John must show the unbridgeable gap that separated commoners and aristocrats. He opened a drawer in his desk, taking out a vial of potion, and said that he had no doubt that Javon would win, but he decided it was better to be on the safe side. Noticing the potion, Javon asked in shock what it was. Chris explained that it was a magical amplifier, saying that Jan should drink it before the fight, taking the vial. He said that if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy, and Chris announced that it was a special invention of the Benmore family, warning John not to worry as no one would know anything. He was sure that Aiden would use all sorts of methods to defeat Javon, and he declared that this was why they would do the same. Jen agreed with this, putting the bottle in his pocket, and thought that it was really so, and although his honor was slightly hurt, he was not going to give in to Jen at any cost. Chris said that he made the right choice. Soon, when the day of the magical duel came, everyone gathered on the training ground. The students sat in the stands talking, and one of them asked if it was true that the aristocrat had a better chance of winning. Such confidence was due to the fact that Jen's level of training was higher than that of a commoner. But the girl sitting next to him objected, noting that the first year Aiden also had something to show. In addition, she remembered that he participated in the capture of a werewolf, but in the end, Roger dealt with not Aiden. The students also noted that Aiden was trained by the main character, and someone suggested that Chris was on the side of the aristocrats. Another person hearing about Chris asked, who is he? The student soon remembered that he was the professor in charge of the second opponent. And Chris frowned, clenching his jaw, displeased by these words, and thought that he heard them. Perfectly well, the students continued to chat, noting that Chris and Roger taught the practice of charms, so others often compared them. The students assumed that this could unpleasant, and Chris, looking at Roger, promised that today he would knock him down a peg, and all these people would witness his defeat suddenly. Eliza came closer to them, who greeted Chris and smiled kindly. He was surprised to see her and asked what brought her here. In addition, he noticed that Hugo was also there, and Eliza explained that she had heard news that something interesting was coming up, and that was why she had brought Hugo with her. Turning her attention to Roger, she noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. Bowing to her, the protagonist thanked her for her concern, declaring that he was not complaining, and Eliza said that she heard about the BET, asking who Roger had bet on. He replied that he had bet on Aiden, and Eliza realized that Chris had bet on Jen. She admitted that she was looking forward to the battle and hoped that no one would get hurt. Marissa said that there was nothing to worry about because the protective gear helped to create a barrier responsible for the safety of the wearer. Students entered the arena and everyone noticed, realizing that they were participants. Aiden froze, looking straight ahead with concentration, and some students began to support him, shouting that he would succeed and that he could do anything Leo said for Aiden to crush this pompous aristocrat. And Tracy ordered him to move forward. Some other students supported Jen, shouting that they believed in him, and they also asked him to show true strength. Another man coming closer to them warned them that before they began, they must undergo a small test. Aiden warned Jay not to forget to keep his promise when he lost, and he, smirking, exclaimed that he should dream about it since victory would be his. After examining Jeevan, the professor turned his attention to Aiden, warning him that he would be next. He, noticing a weapon on his belt, asked what he had. There, Aiden replied that it was his weapon and showed it to the professor, and he, looking at it, said that it looked like a sword, but Aiden exclaimed that it was simply made in the shape of a sword, but in fact, it was not a weapon. He asked if this was forbidden. The professor noted that it was a perfectly safe blunt blade, and so he said that everything was fine, and Aiden thanked him. The professor extended his arms out to the sides and said that the participants knew the rules and reminded them that the first one to have the magical barrier fall from their protective gear would lose. He then ordered them to get ready and then announced the start of the duel. Aiden and Jen sent magical attacks towards each other, and Leo noticed that they were moving at the same pace, and Tracy exclaimed that they were very fast. Aiden frowned, noticing that Jen was using the element of fire, and he thought that he knew that he would start with the strongest element. Jen thought that Aiden was doing better than he expected, and he knew that he would be at a disadvantage if his mana was not several times higher than Aiden's. Because of this, his attack was stronger and dispelled Aiden's spell, and he jumped to the side with a cry. The attack flew past, crashing into the wall and exploding, and as he prepared another spell, Jen called Aiden a pathetic pleen and ordered him to know his own, and instead Aiden held his sword forward screaming, and Aiden also began to prepare a new spell. Their attacks collided with each other, and as Leo watched the battle, he cursed, noticing that Aiden was starting to give up a little. Tracy clenched her hand into a fist in excitement, and Aiden realized that at this rate he was going to lose, and he mentally noted that it was time to use the technique Roger had taught him as Jen held his wand forward, preparing a new spell. Aiden ran forward, and Jen, laughing, asked if he was giving up already. Chris smugly declared that the duel was over, but suddenly he froze thoughtfully and, shuddering, told himself to wait, realizing what kind of technique Aiden was using, who, concentrating a magic circle in front of the blade of his training sword, frowned and resolutely ran forward. Chris realized that it was a sliding maneuver and asked himself in shock, how did Aiden know the technique of martial artists? Turning his head slightly to the side, he assumed that Roger had taught him. But he realized that there was a more important question and asked himself how Aiden could master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Aiden, meanwhile, continued to run, approaching Jen, and he asked himself, a little scared, what was going on. He thought that the basis of magic was concentration, and if Aiden continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to focus on the manifestation. He forced himself to calm down, thinking that everything was under control since he had already cast the spell. He was sure that with this he would end Aiden's focus and directed her attack to the side, but Aiden dodged, and Jen's attack flew to the side, breaking through the shield. He realized that nothing worked, and Aiden, meanwhile, approached him, and a beam of magical energy burst out from the magic circle he created earlier, hitting Jen in the forehead. He screamed as he fell, and Aiden stood up in front of him, pointing his sword at him. Declaring it was his turn, Javon asked him to wait. But the next moment, he was screaming in pain. The crowd in the stands began to cheer, and the professor announced that Aiden was the winner. Raising his hand, Leo exclaimed that Aiden was tough, and Tracy remarked that the training had paid off. One of the students called Javon a bad name because he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocracy. The girl sitting next to him admitted that she had known he was unreliable because he boasted about being the son of a baron, and yet he had lost to a plebeian. They called him a loser because he had disgraced them all. And Javon, frozen in shock, asked himself, had he really lost? He was sure that it couldn't be, and clenched his jaw, assuming that Aiden was cheating. Otherwise, he didn't know how he had managed to cast the spell while moving. He furiously promised that he would kill Aiden and created a new spell that he aimed at him. Tracy jumped up from her seat and asked indignantly what Jen was doing. Leo ordered that he came to his senses, and they all said so, warning him to be more careful. And the professor tried to cover his body with his body, and Aiden frowned in shock, remembering his teacher's words about how there always comes a time in life when he must make a choice. He stepped forward, remembering the appearance of the teacher as well as her words about following his heart, and thrusting his sword forward. Aiden cut through the attack that Jen launched the fire. Jen created scattered in all directions, causing no damage to either the professor or Aiden, and when the spell dissipated, Aiden fell to one knee, sighing, and the students began to talk among themselves in shock, not understanding what it was. They were amazed that Aiden was able to cut the magic, and Roger, sighing mentally, called him a stubborn boy, so he noticed that he did not hesitate to use this technique at the most necessary moment. Chris froze, recognizing it as anti-magic, and thought that this was the direction that allows you to cancel the effect of magic. He did not understand how Aiden achieved this, especially in combination with the sliding maneuver technique. Jen froze, breathing heavily and shaking, and Aiden took a step forward and Jen flinched in bewilderment looking at him, and the next moment Aiden struck him and screaming. Jen fell holding his hand clenched into a fist, admitted that he had hoped that Javon would accept defeat with honor, and he also did not expect him to be such a terrible person. He frowned, looking at him with contempt, and Henry, Presto, closing his eyes, smiled and exclaimed that Javon did not even know how to lose gracefully. Turning to Frieden, he asked him to say that this was really so. And, crossing his arms over his chest, Frieden from the second year admitted that he did not care because Javon initially did not arouse any interest in him. He focused his attention on Aiden, deciding that he, on the contrary, needed to be kept an eye on him, because it was not the first time he had proven his superiority over the aristocrats rising. He told Henry that they should leave here, and he stood up, intending to leave after him and Fry. Then turned his attention to Roger, but soon turned around and began to leave. Chris, frowning, asked if the protagonist knew that Aiden had anti-magic skills. Roger said that it was true and asked what the problem was. Chris asked if he was really asking about it. The main character did not understand the reason for his irritation, because it was Chris who was not responsible for the first years, and he asked if he had not bothered to familiarize himself with their personal files. In any case, anti-magic did not affect the outcome of the duel in any way, and Chris cried out in irritation, and Roger, getting up, asked if he remembered correctly that they were arguing about scientific research. Chris confirmed that it was true and asked if he wanted to look at something specific, but he answered that it was not so, because he did not claim that he needed it. Chris asked again in bewilderment, and Roger said that it was not his style to argue on the records of other people's research and appropriate it for himself. He walked away, leaving Chris alone in the stands, and he wondered if he had insulted him again. He scowled furiously, clenching his jaw and clenching his hand into a fist, cursing Roger in his mind. A little while later, the protagonist met Sedena in the hallway, and she congratulated him on his victory. But she also noticed that he was now attracting even more attention, and she asked if that would be a problem. The protagonist replied that it was fine, suggesting that it was a good thing, and Sedena asked why that was. He explained that Eliza was suspicious of him, and Sedena asked if that was true. Roger announced that Eliza knew they had infiltrated Thean, and despite his status, he would have a hard time gaining her trust. Sedena asked how. So she was sure that Roger should be out of danger now that he was a professor, and he explained that this was why she wanted to make a good impression on Eliza with the duel. However, he knew that it wasn't enough. And Sedena replied that she understood everything, and the protagonist admitted that he needed her help, and she asked in confusion, and he pointed his finger to the side, warning that their meetings would be conspicuous until she became a student. So he asked that she make an effort to reduce the level of suspicion. Sedena thought that Roger had given her a personal mission and exclaimed that she understood everything, promising that she would do her best even if it cost her her life. Sighing, the protagonist said that there was no need to die, and Sedena agreed, promising that she would not die even if this mission killed her. She clenched her hands into fists, and Roger narrowed his eyes at her. But in the end, he told her to do as she said, and he thought it was a very hectic household after a while. Thinking, Roger noted that the recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of Eliza, and he was also able to make it clear to the Black Dawn that he could not act rashly. He crossed his arms over his chest, also realizing that this could not last forever, and so he decided that he should create his own organization. Looking a little to the side, he thought about what he needed for this, but suddenly he was distracted, noticing that the ball standing on his table began to emit light. Taking this sphere in his hands, the protagonist, turning to Hans, asked, "What is the matter?" He announced that he had checked the surrounding areas as Roger had asked, and he had learned how things were going in the underworld, which gave him an idea of how to proceed in order to maintain their position. There was more, however, but before he could finish saying that, Roger realized that it was time to use force, and Hans admitted that he had guessed correctly, assuming that it was time for the heavy artillery. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist thought that this was very timely and announced that in that case he would be heading out. Hans asked if he wasn't busy. He was afraid that it would take a long time, but Roger warned him not to worry, as he was going to try to make it all end as quickly as possible, sometime later when it was night. Outside, the conversations of the people who were in the tavern could be heard even outside it. One of the customers suddenly swore, slamming his mug down on the table, and the other man looked at the customer and asked if he was okay. Dowry, frowning, asked what his interlocutor thought of it. He announced that all Belfour had been asked to do was put up the money they had invested, and he had died, leaving them with nothing. His interlocutor suggested that they needed to find another fund, and that was what Dowry wanted to talk to these people about because they needed to figure out the next steps to scale their business. At first, he did not know what to make of the Black Rose idiots, but before he could go on, he suddenly turned thoughtfully. Noticing another man entering the tavern, and he asked who he was calling out to him. He ordered him to leave, asking if he could not see that they were closed. The man came closer to him, ignoring his indignant words, and Dry asked if he was deaf. He ordered him to leave, and the man who suddenly appeared asked if it was true that this was Dry, the leader of the Scarlet faction. He asked suspiciously how the man knew him. This surprise was due to the fact that it was the first time he saw him and Roger smiling. Warned that they had not met before, but he noted that Dai was quite famous. He apologized, realizing that he had forgotten to introduce himself, and said that his name was James. Morty Dry repeated his name with a questioning intonation, and then remembered that this was the villainous consultant who ran the criminal system of the Kingdom of Delic. He remembered that Moriarty had hidden his identity for years and asked himself what was he doing here. He decided that now he would find out and laughing. He announced that he had heard of Moriarty. The protagonist replied that he was very glad, and Dry smirking asked if he could take his word for it. He looked at the other men in the tavern who were starting to get up from their seats, getting ready, and Roger asked if Dry really thought he was an imposter. He replied that his appearance in such a place was too unexpected, and the protagonist, waving his hand, acknowledged that Dry's fears were justified, but he still asked them to refrain and not shoot in vain. He did not turn around, but he felt the pistols that the other customers pointed at him, finally looking towards the bandits. He sighed, noticed how much equipment they had, and grinned as he felt sorry to disappoint them, but still exclaimed that the guns would not help them. Dodre mentally ordered his comrades to shoot at the shoulder and nodded his head, giving an unspoken order. After that, the men began to press the jackets of the pistols, but they cried out in surprise as their weapons did not work. Turning towards them completely, Roger created magic circles in the air in front of him, reminding them that he warned them, learning that this was the silence of fire. Dai asked himself when he managed to do this. The protagonist smiled, and the next moment a powerful explosion raised dust into the air, forcing the visitors to recoil to the side. In order to avoid collision with fragments, they screamed, and a huge monster growling squeezed through the hole in the wall. And noticing this, the men trembled in fear, asking if it was really a werewolf. The monster came closer to Roger, standing next to him, and he smiled, and one of the bandits asked if he had really tamed it. They assumed that the recent incident was also his doing, and Hans, playing the role of the werewolf, thought mentally, returning some time ago. He then noticed that Roger was there and asked if he had decided to use this persona. He confirmed this and asked Hans to fill him in on the situation. He explained that the criminal district in which their hideout was located was divided between 4 criminal organizations, the largest of which was called the Scarlet Group. They did the dirtiest work and also essentially controlled the entire area, and the protagonist realized that they were their target. Hans admitted that this was indeed the case, as it would be nice to deal with them, but he understood that it would not be easy as the force was too colossal. He thoughtfully took his chin in his hand, suggesting that it was possible not to go straight ahead, but to start with the pawns. But Roger rejected this idea, as he was sure that they would only lose time this way. He said that a frontal attack would be much faster, and if they dealt with the leaders, the rest would fall away by themselves. But Hans noted that now was not the best time for this, as not long ago they began to form gangs, and the protagonist asked if it was true that this happened right after Belfort's death. Hans confirmed this, and Roger, putting his finger to his lips, announced that there was some kind of connection between the Scarlet faction and Belfort. He suggested that all these incidents and victims behind which Bort stood occurred due to the fault of the Scarlet faction. Hans suggested that they were doing B4's dirty work, and he noted that perhaps the death of the moneybags had really pissed them off. Roger said that if this situation had united the crazy bandits, then he thought that they had come for their souls just in time. Hans noted that he did not understand, because this was not just some gang, but real mercenaries, among whom there were even half-knights. Roger said that there was nothing to worry about, since they were still far from a knightly order. Hans, scratching his head with his palm, asked if this was really so. In that case, if Roger was so sure, he was not going to argue anymore, and the protagonist thought that he did not mean that the members of this group were weaklings, but he decided that it was better to remain silent about it. In the end, he announced out loud that he would need Hans's help, and he asked again in shock, and now he realized that Roger had decided to instill fear with his help. He thought that he loved playing the role of a target, and leaning closer to the main character, he quietly reminded him once more that if a fight broke out, he should not count on him, since he would immediately run away. Roger said that he knew this and asked him to simply pretend that he was a formidable werewolf doy watching him, thought that it did not matter whether this man was more arty or not, but he should not be underestimated because, of course, he assumed that he used magic, but he did not expect to see a pet werewolf finally putting his hand on his neck. He exclaimed that he was now sure that before him was the real Moriarty, and apologizing, he admitted that he did not recognize him, felt that he had convinced him, and in this case, he proposed to move on to the main purpose of his visit, announcing that he was going to build a business in this city. Dowry let out a startled cry and asked if this was true. He was curious about the business and exclaimed that they would be happy to help him with it. Roger thanked him for it and then asked to be allowed to clarify something, for he despised vile organizations like Dry's Gang. Dell winced and asked again, and the protagonist said in other words, today he would put an end to the resistance of the Scarlet Group. He looked at Dowry seriously, and he paused thinking about these words, after which he grinned and standing up abruptly ordered his assistant to kill Roger. He himself also took out a dagger, but before he could strike with it, the protagonist swinging his cane hit Dowry. And noticing his movements, one of the bandits called him names, holding a dagger at the ready. Hans, drawing Roger's attention to himself, admitted that it didn't look like these guys were running away from them with their heels flashing, and he asked what they were gonna do. The protagonist ordered him to prepare for retreat and hit the end of his cane on the floor, and from this, shadows began to creep in different directions. Hans flinched, noticing this, and the bandit screamed in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Darkness gradually enveloped the entire building, and screaming. One of the men asked, "What was this?" The bandits did not see anything, and someone asked for someone to turn on the light, but another man indignantly asked how they were supposed to do this. In pitch darkness, they cursed, and Roger, taking out a dagger from his cane, smirked, looking at the blade he used. Dark magic of the third tier, called Fool's Sleep Blood, flew into the air as the sword came into contact with the bodies of the others, and the essence of the spell was to use darkness and shadow to instill fear in a weakened enemy. The spell that cast the curse on a person was called bonding magic, and under the influence of this, one of the men killed the other. The bandit screamed, commanding their opponent to die and to try who fell to the floor in fear. Asked what was taking so long, he ordered someone to kill Roger already, and the two men froze, listening to the screams around them. The bandits begged for salvation and asked the protagonist to stop having cast a spell on their swords. The men swung their weapons, and with this, the darkness enveloping the room dissipated. Dell looked at this in amazement and asked in fear, how did this happen? He noticed Roger standing surrounded by dead people and looking at him. The protagonist smiled. The two men who attacked him told him to die already, but he stopped their swords with his weapon, thinking that the aura was able to cut his magic, and he assumed that they were the same knights. He did not think that he would lose to them, and he managed to parry every blow they threw. Still smiling, he threw the flask at the feet of the men, and smoke came out of it, enveloping the area around one of the men, covering his face. With his hand asked what it was, he noted that it could be poison, and shouted that they should retreat, but his comrade reminded him that he would not be harmed if he covered his body with magic. He himself used magic to protect himself. And the next moment, he suddenly noticed several daggers flying towards him. Fighting them off with his weapon, he shouted that it was useless, but it turned out that he had also cut something made of glass and shuddering. He screamed the next moment when his hand began to rot in some places from the shards that had injured him. Enveloped in poisonous smoke, he looked at this in horror, and the second man asked himself, did Roger really poison him with a dagger? He wondered how he knew that they were powerless against direct contact, while the man holding his injured arm with his good hand cursed and asked where the protagonist was hiding. Suddenly, some dark substance began to rise from his shadow, but without noticing it, the man furiously promised that he would kill Roger. The dark substance became thicker and sharply moving forward. It turned into the protagonist, who jumped out of the man's shadow using his weapon. He pierced his head through and through, and the second man clenched his jaw. Watching this, and Dawes frowned. Roger, holding the man by the head, pulled out his blade, throwing the body aside, and ignored the splashes of blood. The second man, frowning, asked if he really was Professor Moriarty. He remembered that the man never had any fighting skills. And Roger asked, did he have to explain anything? He noticed that the man didn't care, and he frowned, thinking that his opponent's lapse in vigilance was allowing him to learn his weaknesses, and he was confident that he would prevail. As long as he was careful running forward, he thought that he needed to close the distance, but without running away, Roger threw a flask at him, and noticing this, the man asked if he thought that would work on him. He thought that he only needed to dodge, and so he ran past the flask, but suddenly he froze. Feeling his hand tremble, he noticed that his sword was fixed by the eye. Dark substance that appeared, and he asked that no one tell him that it was because of that flask, taking advantage of the fact that he froze. Unable to draw his sword from the dark substance, Roger took out his gun, concentrating on aiming and noticing this. The man cursed, thinking that he should drop the sword and start dodging. He thought that he had no problems with reflexes. But suddenly his eyes widened in horror, screaming because he noticed that a sharp spike made of shadows pierced his body through. He trembled in pain and then turned around, noticing that this spike came out of his shadow. He did not understand how. This happened and thought that magic can only be used near the caster's body. He did not even think that this was possible. And Roger, meanwhile, continued to focus on him, holding the gun at the ready. The man fell to his knees, and then he completely fell to the floor, and the protagonist passing by him approached. Drehu again fell to the floor, who screamed in fear. Roger grinned, adjusted his hat, and invited them to continue their conversation. After a while, he poured himself an alcoholic drink, and Hans, coming closer, asked how he could drink. After that, the protagonist turned in his direction, noticing that he had removed his disguise, and Hans admitted that he could not stand it any longer when he smelled blood looking at one of the bodies. He asked if the man was really scared to death. Roger replied that this was not the case yet, but announced that now that he had the information he needed, he planned to hand the man over to the other organizations. Hans was sure that he would figure it out completely, and sitting down next to him, he asked what he was drinking, raising the glass to his lips. Roger replied that this Gorgonian was aged 38 years and indignant. Hans asked if he was really drinking alone. He asked him to try it for him too, and asked why there was only one glass. The protagonist reminded that Hans was sick and said that he had broken everything else. Hans ordered him to leave him alone and said that he should try it even if he felt sick. When his glass was also filled with alcohol, he suggested that they stop talking about it and asked what Roger would do with the rest of the Scarlet group. He replied that he would find some useful people and say goodbye to the rest, and he also added that there were documents and an account book on the second floor of the office that would help Hans. Sighing, he assumed that he had a lot of work ahead of him and asked if Roger thought that this was too much. He said that he had prepared and assumed that Hans knew that he had acquaintances who could help. He froze, looking at him in surprise, and asked if that was really the case. He asked the protagonist to wait, in amazement, realizing that there was no one better for this job than some people. And amazed by this, he asked if Roger really thought that those people would come to his aid. He remembered that they said that they would come as soon as they finished their work, and he asked if Hans really hated them. That much, he exclaimed that, of course it was because they were all crazy, but he declared that he knew that it was not for him to judge. When he noticed the displeased expression on Roger's face, he asked what was wrong with his face without waiting for an answer from him. He sighed, frowning in displeasure because he understood that even if he was against it, they would still follow Roger's plans. He remembered that Eliza suspected him and asked if the protagonist was afraid to act so frivolously. Running his finger along the rim of his glass, he told Hans to calm down, confident that they would not be followed as those mages would not take risks, especially when spying on Eliza, and she would not cause a reaction. Hans thought that sounded plausible and asked what Roger planned to name the organization. He was surprised to hear a question about a name, and Hans asked if he did not plan to take over Leatherville. This meant that he would at least need a name, and the protagonist put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully asking how many people they had. Hans thought about it, finally answering that they had about 10 people, including them. Roger said that he had a great idea and announced that they would be called Jan Owen. Repeating the name, Hans asked if he really wanted to call their group the Unknowns. Roger admitted that was the idea and asked if that sounded bad. But Hans replied that he liked it and repeated the name with a smile, and then pouring alcohol into his glass, he raised his glass and asked Roger if they would like another drink. Raising his mug in response, the protagonist agreed, and clinking their glasses, they decided to drink to the creation of a new organization. Sometime later, Selena, attracting Roger's attention, asked why he did not have an assistant. He froze, looking at her seriously, and sometime later answered that he did not need an assistant. Selena remembered with amazement that he had 80 students attending his lectures, and she asked if it was not difficult for him to cope with everything. He replied that he had no difficulties, and Selena admiringly said that he was incredible. He did not answer anything but simply froze, listening to the amazed exclamations of his colleagues, who were surprised that he did not have assistants, and asked if he had really been working alone all this time. Finally getting Selena's attention, the protagonist asked if she had an assistant. She replied that she did, and added that she did not really need help. So she only had 3 assistants. These words made Roger freeze, narrowing his eyes as he remembered Selena saying that she did not need help. He wondered if professors usually had 10 assistants. He suddenly heard some noise and turned around to see Chris with a crowd of students running after him. He noticed that Chris definitely had more than 3 assistants, but he was distracted from this as Matilda said that he also needed to take some assistants, and Bro agreed with this warning that it would be harder and harder with each passing day. Selena agreed with this, noting that Roger needed at least 5 assistants. And Matilda said that if the protagonist wanted it, she could make a list of good students. Selena exclaimed that she would help too, and Roger, closing his eyes, agreed, thanking them for it. Sometime later, sitting in his office, the protagonist looked at the book, thinking about the assistance they received. Additional pay and tutoring, and even new professors had about 6 assistants. Some of the assistants were researching magic under their professor instead of their main studies, and Roger sighed and thought that this was a normal 21st century university. He didn't mind getting all the minor errands off his plate, but he didn't know who to pick with a slight wins. He looked at the stack of papers lying a little to the side and remembered that he had a list. He picked it up, starting to look through the students on the list, and thought that it wasn't urgent. Suddenly, he became interested, noticing one of the students, and he suggested that he could take her soon. He was walking down the corridors of the academy, but suddenly he stopped, lost in thought, and closing his eyes. He told Sadhana that if she had any questions, she should just ask. She agreed to this, coming out from around the corner and frantically apologized to him, noting that he was passing by, and she just followed him. The protagonist thought that students do not just follow their professor, and he asked himself, does Sadhana have nothing better to do? He sighed and then said that everything is fine because he once wanted to ask her something. Sadhana was surprised, asking again, and Roger asked if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12. 00, she asked. Isn't that the time of the protagonist classes? She answered that she has time on those days and asked if he wants to assign her something. He smiled and then, coming closer to her, said that it was great, and stopping very close to her, he asked if she would be his assistant. Sadhana was shocked by this offer and cried out in bewilderment, stuttering. She repeated that Roger wanted to make her an assistant, and she asked what he was talking about. She didn't understand how someone like her could be an assistant. And the protagonist announced that if she became his assistant, she would be able to communicate with him freely. Sadhana asked if that wasn't suspicious. He told her not to worry about it since she was on the list he had received, and making her an assistant in that case would make sense. Sadhana replied that she understood everything, and Roger said that if she didn't want it, then he wouldn't insist. Frowning, Sadhana exclaimed that of course she wanted it, and the protagonist asked if she agreed. She began to nod, and Roger noted that it was good asking that she bring him the assistant registration papers within 2 days. Sadhana agreed, and the protagonist thought that it was great, since it was quite good for a first mate. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he also noted that now it would be easier for him to learn about the Black Dawn. In 2 days, he was supposed to have a loyal assistant for small errands, and an hour later, Sadhana handed him the documents, looking at him intently. Roger froze, narrowing his eyes, but taking the documents, he praised Sadhana, and she thanked him for this. The protagonist thought that he had an assistant faster than he expected, namely in just an hour a little later, having gathered in the auditorium. The students were talking to each other, and Lainey noticed that it was somehow noisy here. Ellendale said that there was a strange rumor among the students, namely the rumor that Roger was looking for assistants. Renee shuddered, noting that this was tempting, and Ellendale, closing her eyes, added that it was much more interesting that he had never taken anyone before. She explained that everyone thought that the protagonist did not even know about the existence of assistants, and Renee asked how that could be. She noted that it was Roger, but Ellendale suddenly changed the subject, adding that the most interesting rumor was about something Renee asked. Puzzled, and Ellendale explained that it was about the world stone which granted wishes to anyone. Some said that it was hidden somewhere in the inn, and Renee asked if such a thing could exist. Ellendale exclaimed that of course it could be so, since there were still many unsolved mysteries and Theon was the heart of magic. Although she admitted that she could be exaggerating, She was sure that there was even an artifact for this. Renee understood everything, and they continued to talk, and Flora, who was watching them, thought that this was very childish, displeased with their talk about the world. Stone sighing, she noted with confidence that the authorities would have taken credit for this long ago. And then she thought about the fact that in any case, Roger, whom she called a Superman, was recruiting assistants for himself. Assistants were students paid by the professor, and naturally only talented people like Flora were suitable for this. Closing her eyes, she thought that she would definitely be able to pass if someone recommended her. Well, someone suddenly warned that the professor was coming, asking the students to be quiet, and Flora froze and all the students turned their attention to Sedina, who put the documents on the table, and they began to ask who it was. They had never seen her before and were amazed, noticing that she was holding study materials in her hands. Because of this, they assumed that she was Roger's assistant, and listening to these conversations, Flora asked herself in shock, had the protagonist already Chen an assistant? As Roger walked into the classroom, he praised Sedina for her good work and allowed her to go. She bowed her head and agreed, and the students stood in shock watching Sedina and Roger. The protagonist did not understand what was wrong with the students' faces, and he drew their attention to himself, warning them that they were starting class. After a while, he said that that was all for today, and noting that today's material would be on the exam, he asked the students not to forget to review it. Suddenly, Julia Plum heart drawing. Roger's attention admitted that she had a question, and he asked what she was interested in. She was surprised that he remembered her name, and the protagonist remembered that she won first place in the admission ceremony, and he also heard that she was supported by a magic tower. In the end, he asked what her question was. Julia admitted that the question was not that important and asked how Roger chose his assistant. She smiled, looking at him, and he asked himself why she was interested in the end. He answered that he chose his assistant himself. And Julia asked if there were any conditions. She suggested that such conditions could be, for example, the highest skills in magic or perhaps a recognizable personality. Putting her palms together, she watched Roger, and he laughed in his mind, realizing that this was not a question out of pure curiosity. He announced that he only looked at one. Julia stopped smiling, becoming more serious, and the protagonist noted that if a person has the right character, then he will pass the interview. However, frowning seriously, he warned that Julia may not attend the interview after her question, since he did not think that she could become his assistant. Julia narrowed her eyes, pressing her lips tighter, and Roger said that if there are no questions, then he will go. He reminded them that the student first exam was coming up soon and advised them to prepare for it. Sedina stood silently the whole time, listening to Roger's words. Soon he closed his eyes and left the classroom, but suddenly he shuddered. Opening his eyes and noticing Sedina near the door, he asked if she had really been waiting for him here all this time. She couldn't answer right away, and he told her to wait for him in the assistant's office next time. And Sedina agreed she wanted to say something else. But she couldn't formulate a thought, and the protagonist asked what had happened. She answered that there was nothing special and said that Roger had done a good job today. He agreed with this, noting that she had done a good job too, and giving her a stack of documents, he said that these were the assignments he had received for today, and he asked Sedina to take care of them. By the end of the day, she agreed, bowing her head slightly. A little later, as Roger was walking through the corridors of the academy, he suddenly heard someone calling him and turned around, noticing Flora. She looked at him seriously. Frowning but did not immediately continue talking, Roger asked what was wrong. She noted that she had heard that he had chosen an assistant for himself, and confirming this, he asked if she would like to be his assistant too. Flora exclaimed that, of course, she did not want that, asking why she would need it. Looking at her puzzled, the protagonist asked what she wanted from him. In that case, she frowned, not answering, and eventually admitted that she wanted to thank him. Covering her eyes, she turned away. She reminded him that Roger had saved her that time, and she did not think that the advice he gave her was bad. The protagonist declared that he did what the professor had to do, and it was enough for him that Flora took his words seriously. She suddenly asked if he had been ill, then she assumed he had used more magic power than she had, and Roger replied that he was perfectly fine, although in his mind he admitted that, in truth, he had almost died. Flora asked how many elements he could control. She noticed that in class he was sending 5 elements, and the protagonist announced that those 5 elements were the only elements he could control. In reality, he could use all 10 elements. But there was nothing to be happy about, because unlike mages who focused on one element, he was unable to use any element until he reached a certain level. And so he desperately called himself mediocre. He knew that if anyone found out about this, he would be in trouble. So he decided that he would just say 5 elements. Flora put her hand to her chin and noted that 5 elements was a lot, and Roger, turning around, announced that he would go if she had no more questions, stretching her hand after him. Flora wanted to say something else, but clearing his throat, the protagonist interrupted her words and said that if she changed her mind, she could apply to be his assistant, since he was sure that she would succeed. Flora froze, looking at him in shock, and when Roger began to walk away, she bit her lip and then lowered her head, admitting that it irritated her. Sometime later, entering Eliza's office, the protagonist asked if she called him. She greeted him and smiled, asking if he heard about the recent rumors. She meant that somewhere in the universe stone was hidden, and nodding. Roger confirmed that he had heard about it, but admitted that he thought that these were false rumors that the students had spread. Eliza said that this was not true, and the protagonist cried out in bewilderment, and she told that the universe stone, which fulfills wishes, actually exists. She created a hologram above her palm, noting that it is a mysterious object with unique powers that has existed for a long time. The protagonist guessed that it was a relic, and Eliza confirmed it, declaring that it was an ancient relic of unknown origin, and its power was hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great mages. Roger asked if such a relic was really in. Eliza confirmed that they had it for a long time, but she excitedly added that it was a closely guarded secret, which meant that if there were rumors, then the information had leaked out. The protagonist realized that someone had revealed the secret, and although Eliza confirmed it, she also added that there were other options because the universe stone is very powerful. It requires constant maintenance for the area where it is stored, and therefore the information could have leaked during the transportation of the stone during maintenance. And if the rumor was so special, then she wanted to know if Roger could do it. He looked at her carefully, thinking that from the outside, it seemed like Eliza trusted him and entrusted him with this, but she was not someone who trusted him just because he was in her faction. He thought that she was trying to find out who was behind him, and Eliza asked him to let her know if he noticed anything suspicious, and she also asked him to help them with the next relic transfer. Roger agreed and asked if any of the professors were involved in this. Eliza confirmed this, but she warned that they were assigned to different areas, so RER would not encounter any of them. Closing his eyes, he said that he understood everything, and Eliza added that there was still time before the stone was transferred, and so she asked him to act as usual a little later. Sitting in his office, the protagonist thought about the information leaked to Than, and he assumed that the Black Dawn began to act. However, Sadhana had not contacted him, and he did not know if this was because of the First Order or if there was another reason for this. He supposed that there might be an incident soon, and noted that, besides, he did not even think that he would be able to find the relic here. He took the shard from the pocket of his robe and looked at it carefully. He constantly changed identities during his travels and was a mercenary, a criminal advisor, and a merchant, but he did not wander the world with so many identities for nothing. And all this was to find the missing piece of this relic. He was here because of rumors that the relic was in the Empire, but he did not think that another relic would be in Thien. Of course, this relic was different from the relic he was looking for, but he supposed that he could use the universe stone to find the relic he needed. He was distracted from his thoughts as the sphere on his desk began to emit light, and Hans announced that he had found out about the situation. He said that Roger had dealt with the Scarlet Group, but the other 3 organizations had gone quiet. But the Pinas, who wanted to take control of society, were going crazy. That was why he needed Roger's help, and he asked if he had time. The protagonist assumed that he would be able to help in a week, and Hans asked if that was true. He assumed that something had happened, and he said that there was a relic in the inn. Resting his cheek on his palm, he noted that Roger had a lot of events, and the protagonist agreed with this. Hans asked which school could have the relic. He assumed that Elise had a secret dungeon, and closing his eyes and saying Roger asked him to stop talking nonsense. Hans was getting frustrated that he couldn't even understand jokes, and eventually promised that he would look for a meeting time. The protagonist agreed to this, and when he finished talking, he bowed his head, thinking that he wanted to go right away. But for now, he decided not to twitch because of Eliza's orders. After that, he thought about the universe wish-granting stone and thought that this was a great chance. He looked closely at the relic fragment he had, noting that relics were hard to find, and even he, an avid relic seeker, had only found 3 relics so far. Judging by the size and shape, he had 4 pieces left, and he would complete his relic when he found all 7 pieces. He wondered what would happen if that happened, and he wrapped his hand tighter around his relic piece and then bowed his head. A little later, someone turned to Lendl and asked if there was anything else she needed, she said. She didn't need anything and gave the man permission to go, and he understood when he left. She sat down on the bed, closed her eyes, and admitted that she was very tired because those people couldn't leave her alone for even an hour. It was all because of her status, and she really wanted to live a normal student life suddenly. She was startled by a sharp sound and asked what was wrong. Someone announced that someone was asking to see her, and Elendel asked in surprise if this was really a meeting. Tarina, whose image appeared on a special device, apologized to her for meeting so late, but she announced that it was urgent. Elendel said that everything was fine and asked Tarina what was wrong. She announced that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and asked if it was true. Endo confirmed this, saying that one of their professors had already dealt with the monsters. Tarina explained that she was investigating a matter related to this, and Elendel asked what it was. Tarina apologized to her but said that it was a secret, and she also said that she was going to meet with the professor. Looking at Elendel seriously, she asked if she knew who he was, when Elendel told her everything. Tarina repeated the new professor's name. Roger and Elendel expressed her hope that she would make progress in her investigation. Tarina thanked her for this, and then suddenly she remembered something, and Elendel indicated that she was listening, and Tarina said that the first princess had sent word that she wished to contact her. She noted that the princess was saddened that Elendel had not contacted her recently. She was silent for a moment, then said that she understood, and Tarina agreed, then ended the communication. Elendel sighed mentally, noting that she could guess how the princess was doing and noting that she had sent a message. Through Trina, she assumed that her sister wanted to show that she had not forgotten about her and that this made her very uncomfortable. Elsewhere, someone asked what had happened. Tarina explained that the new professor had taken care of it and said that she needed to meet with the professor as soon as possible. Getting Anya's attention, she asked how the investigation at the factory was going. She cried out, ready to answer, and said that she had looked at some pieces of documents that had not completely burned, and so she assumed that someone was developing or researching something there, but it was impossible to find out. The details putting her palm to her forehead. Tara said that they couldn't continue working with just this, and she asked if there was anything else. Anya said there was one more thing and explained that the Black Dawn and the Crimson Clan had recently disappeared in Leatherville. Tarina especially noticed the name Crimson Clan and asked if that was relevant. Ina said it was not, but thought they should take it into account. Tarina said it was fine and warned them not to worry about it too much. She suggested they focus on their own investigation and then ordered her assistant to check Leal some more, and then they would head to the Tien. Ina said she understood a while later while writing the information on the board. R thought that there had been a lot of rumors going around in the last few days. The students could be moving around like they had during the werewolf incident, and that would cause even more problems. Suddenly, he was distracted, turning around and noticed that the students were sitting bored and some of them even had their eyes closed. He abruptly put his textbook on the table, drawing the students' attention to himself with a sharp sound, and asked if they were bored. In this case, he decided that he would show them something fun, and the students became even more interested because of this, and the protagonist created a small flame above his palm, telling that magicians always manifest magic by using themselves as a core. This was because the magic power comes from the caster, but there was something else. And clenching his palm into a fist, he dispersed the flame and looked at one of the students who fell asleep, propping his head up with his palm. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of this student, and abruptly, rising, he screamed, and Roger, who created this attack, said that if they touch, they can do something. Similar, he recalled that he said that the magic manifested using the caster as the core, but in reality there was a small space between them, and the usual limit was a distance of about 1 meter. However, if the students realized that their magic power consumption could increase, they would go even further. Called it the coordinate assignment formula. And Flora became interested upon hearing this, as she had never heard of it. Frowning, she wondered where Roger had learned such magic. The protagonist asked the students if they were interested. He announced that it was only a slight modification to the manifestation of magic and explained that an inspired mage had invented it. However, he had no intention of teaching it to them, and the students cried out in shock, wondering why he would show it to them. In that case, Roger admitted that he wanted them to understand something and declared that all magic developed from a solid foundation, and the full manifestation would only come after that. In order to use magic correctly, they had to learn everything step by step, and even if they were bored or thought he was saying obvious things, they had to focus on learning for their future. First, he suggested ending the lesson for today. and added that if they figured out this magic, they could come to his office anytime, as he would appreciate their efforts a little later. When he entered the office, Sedena screamed, noticing him, and wanted to say something, but Roger was suddenly distracted, noticing that the sphere on his desk began to shine. Walking deeper into the office, he asked Sedena to stand outside for a while, and she agreed to this. The protagonist directed a barrier, and then he decided that it was time to contact, and he answered Eliza. She warned that it was urgent, and Roger sighed in confusion, and Eliza said that the universe stone was stolen. Roger frowned, and Eliza admitted that she underestimated her enemies too much. The protagonist asked what happened. She explained that they knew about the backup storage for the stone, and they attacked them when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, she thought that everything would be fine, and they would quickly deal with it. However, this was a mistake, and putting her hand to her face, she closed her eyes, declaring that they were pursuing these people, but if they used the power of the stone, the situation would get worse. Roger understood this and asked how much time he thought they had. She announced that they had until midnight tonight, and the protagonist replied that he understood everything, and Eliza suggested that something was bothering him. He admitted that he thought it would be better if she did the work without asking questions, and she agreed, deciding in this case to leave all this to him, Roger. Ended the connection, and removing the barrier closed his eyes because he knew that this would happen, but he did not think it would be so soon. He didn't understand what those people were thinking because he hadn't gotten rid of Alyssa's suspicions yet, and maybe she considered him one of them. He put his hand to his chin, thinking that something was wrong, and wondered if the First Order was really involved in this situation. If he thought about it, he could guess something, and in the end, he allowed Sedena to enter, and she walked timidly into the office, and Roger assumed that the subordinate acted of his own free will. And she confirmed, met it, and he asked her to explain from the beginning what exactly happened. Sedena announced that, according to the investigation, everything started with the Third Order requesting information while researching information about Theon. They found a document related to the Universe Stone, and coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students. The man believed the rumors because he had already seen the information, and after that, he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order immediately told the Second Order about this, and they decided not to tell, and they began to act on their own. This man was called DeMiles, and he had connections with the government, and he was also in charge of all affairs. In the Second Order, Roger, closing his eyes, noted that if it was that serious, then he would definitely let the First Order know about it, and he asked if Dimas thought that he would not find out about it. He did not understand why he was doing this, and Sedena said that this was only her opinion, but she thought that Deems wanted to take a place in the First Order. The thing is that the Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order can always change, and compared to his greed, Deems was not talented enough. So Sedena assumed that, because of this, he wanted to do something grandiose. Roger understood everything and asked how things were with him. Now she hesitated with her answer and asked if the main character planned to act independently. He confirmed this, noting that they were already in pursuit of him, and their identities would be revealed if they interfered. Sedena announced that Demilaz and his accomplices were currently on the run after stealing the stones, and she only knew that they had gone towards the quiet forest. As Roger stood up, he realized that it was time for him to start acting, and Sedena, startled, asked what she should do. The protagonist said that she did not need to do anything, and she cried out in confusion, and he announced that she had already done the job, telling him all the information, and he praised her for her good work as he passed. He added that he could handle the rest himself, and Sedena, embarrassed, almost burst into tears and thanked Roger for this. Leaving the office, he stopped, glancing sideways at the door, and remembering that he had only thanked Sadhana, he asked himself why was she so embarrassed. He thought it was an overdue devotion to the First Order. But now he assumed she had personal reasons, but as he walked further down the hallway, he thought that something else was important. Now he cast the spell at Turn Nocturnus, and a dark, magical energy appeared in the air around him, enveloping him from head to toe. He frowned in concentration, looking straight ahead. Soon he walked outside, died thinking that at Turn Nocturnus was a summoning magic spell known as Magical Passage. It consumed a huge amount of magical power, but in return it completely hid the presence of the caster, so no one would be able to see or find them as Roger passed by. Cheryl and Flora. Flora suddenly froze, flinching, and her eyes widened and turned around abruptly, noticing her behavior. Cheryl worriedly asked what happened. She did not answer, thinking that something had just passed her, and although she could not see anything, She felt magic, assumed it was invisibility magic, and decided that she should check Cheryl. Calling out to her, asked where she was going. Flora did not answer, and she called out to her again. About this time, several men were standing near the entrance to the fenced area, and one of them swore and noted with amazement that the people had gone into the silent forest. They suggested that they had better take more people with them, and one of the men asked why such a forest still existed. Another man replied that there had been attempts to get rid of it, and while they were talking, Roger had passed them unnoticed. The man remembered that despite what they were doing, the forest was quickly regenerating, and the people who entered it were going crazy, so sealing the entrance was the best they could do at the same time. Someone screamed intermittently from deep in the forest. It was the boy who was shaking, putting his hands to his head, and his comrade, calling out to him, ordered him to wake up, asking if he really wanted to go crazy, like the other man. The other man, getting Demo's attention, asked what he should do. Now they were surrounded, and he knew they couldn't hold out here for long, and with an irritated frown, Deems ordered him to shut up, declaring that he had a plan. The men froze, looking at him in shock, and he cursed silently, looking at the relic in his hand, thinking that they had said it was a universe stone, but it was completely useless. His hands began to tremble with excitement, and thinking that this was real power, he asked himself, why wasn't it working? He didn't understand why it wasn't reacting to anything. And suddenly all the shuddered, and Demas, turning sharply to the side, asked, who was this person? His interlocutor asked, were these really all bad people? There were at least 10 of them here. And he asked, had anyone caught the rest already? The bandits froze, trembling, and Demas, also scared, looked at Roger, who appeared next to him, and asked, was this really John Doe, the protagonist? Narrowing his eyes, looked at Demas with displeasure, drawing his attention to himself, and asked why did he think he personally came here? DeMiles thought that he was out of luck, asking himself, was this really the John Doe who was known for his ruthlessness? He asked himself, was this really how he would die? He cried out, not knowing what to say, and kneeling down with his assistants, he extended the stone forward with trembling hands, declaring that it was a relic called the Universe Stone. He wanted to offer it to the First Order, and Roger looked at the stone, after which he, extending his palm to it, praised DeMiles for the good work and said goodbye to him. Sharply raising his head up, DeMiles asked again in bewilderment. And the next moment, sharp thorns that grew from the ground pierced him, and his assistant, through DeMiles not yet dead, asked again in shock, not understanding why Roger did this. The protagonist took the stone from his hands. Looking at this and then turning his attention to the lifeless DeMiles, he repeated his question, answering that he did not want to waste time on explanations. Looking at the relic in his palm, he thought of the Universe Stone, but suddenly he frowned in surprise, telling himself to stop, so he realized that it was not a relic. There was an incredible amount of magical power here, but nothing more, and Roger remembered what Eliza told him. Suddenly he felt something else and shuddered. Then he raised his head, noticing a bright flash in the air. The next moment, a powerful beam of magical energy pierced the place where the protagonist and the already dead bandits were, and when the right amount of energy from the beam accumulated in one place, it exploded, spreading in different directions with a powerful shockwave. When the magic dissipated, a huge crater from the explosion remained, in the center of which lay the fake relic. Coming closer to it, Eliza picked up the stone, noticing that she fired with all her might, but there was not a scratch left here. Smiling, she said that this is the end. After that, she wondered what would happen now that she had the fake Universe Stone. She closed one eye and thought that she had to work hard for this bait, and she hoped that it would bear fruit. She also wondered if Roger was in this place. She stood at the epicenter of the explosion for a while, and the protagonist, who managed to dodge the attack in time, sat down on the ground, leaning his back against the tree, and screamed. There were still traces of magical energy floating around him, and he clenched his jaw, frowning because he knew that it was very close. He remembered how, noticing a beam of magical energy, he activated the spell Aether Nocturnus and moved to the side. Covering his eyes, he now thought that magic gave him away when he used a spell, and although there was no teleport-type magic in this world, nothing was impossible when a person used the coordinate assignment formula and the characteristics of that magic. He recognized that that attack was the power of the 6th-rank teacher Eliza. He did not understand why she came if she asked him to do everything, and he remembered that in addition, the Universe Stone he had stolen was a fake. He assumed that Eliza had exposed his identity by setting a trap, But he was unable to continue to think about it as he cried out in pain while putting his hand to his head. He clenched his jaw, cursing, and took out a bottle of pills, thinking that this teleportation magic had sucked out all of his magic power. He threw a few pills into his mouth and his condition gradually improved. After that, he returned to thinking again. Assuming that Eliza would not use such troublesome methods, he realized that this meant that she had planned to do everything herself from the beginning. And for maximum efficiency, she had hidden the truth from her own allies. It was because of this that he called her a truly extraordinary person. However, he could not continue his thoughts this time either. And frowning, he turned around, holding his cane out to the side, and pressed it to the neck of Flora, who was standing nearby. She cried out in fear, closing her eyes and opening them. She asked in a stammering voice, "Was it really Roger?" He frowned, realizing that it was her, and getting up, he asked why she was here. He was sure that she knew that this was a dangerous forest, and shuddering. Flora wanted to answer, but she could not immediately formulate her thoughts into a sentence, and without answering the question she asked, why was the protagonist here? She exclaimed that she wanted to ask it first and asked what kind of spell was that. He declared that it was none of her business, and noting that the forest was a dangerous place for students, he ordered her to go back. Flora crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes, declaring that she was not that weak, and Roger assumed that she did not suspect anything. Sighing, he wondered if Flora had found a way to get past the people guarding the passage. Flora herself also. Thinking, asked herself how she could explain to the protagonist that she came here because she felt something strange. She did not even know that Roger would be here. And suddenly she was distracted by someone shouting her name. Turning to the side, she screamed, noticing Cheryl, who, kneeling and trembling, asked where she had gone. She was scared and almost crying, and Roger, closing his eyes, ordered Flora to follow him, explaining that he would lead her and Cheryl to the exit. Flora frowned in displeasure but did not answer. Remembering how she noticed the protagonist shaking as he poured several pills into his palm, she wondered what kind of medicine he had taken and assumed he was sick with something. As they approached the exit from the forest, they noticed Eliza standing next to him, who slightly flinched when she noticed Roger. She was also surprised to notice two students besides him, and he explained that they were wandering through a quiet forest. Eliza asked, again, not understanding why there were students there. And Flora said that it was all because of her. Cheryl flinched, shouting her name, and Eliza, putting her hand to her chin, asked if that was student Flora. She, putting her hand to her chest, said that she herself went into the quiet forest, and Cheryl ran after her, and sometime later Professor Roger found them. Eliza thought for a moment and finally answered that she understood everything, and the protagonist asked what he should do with them. She smiled, declaring that students often make mistakes, and told Roger to just leave them, covering her eyes. She asked what they should do now because of such a difficult matter. She had to go first and take care of everything, and the protagonist, bowing his head, noted that the magic was from Eliza, and if it was her, then he was sure that everything worked out. He said that he would send the two students back, and Eliza asked him to really do it a little later. Someone asked how his interlocutor was. Roger. Eliza, who was walking next to Wilford, holding a stone in her hands, admitted that because of this event, she thought she could leave all suspicions behind because she studied his reaction and did not notice anything strange, laughing. Wilfred admitted that it was a great relief because they would never be able to find a person like the protagonist again. However, he did not understand why they had spread the rumors, and Eliza smiled, declaring that they had to do it so that all the little rats would peck first. Wilfred understood everything, and soon they came to the doors, and passing into the hall, they looked at the real relic lying on a special days. The R-stone was safely brought, and Eliza and Wilfred were glad that nothing happened to it, since in the past, this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they knew that the RA stone was safe, they could go, since Eliza did not want to stay here for long when they left, and some time passed. A shadow rose in the hall with the universe stone, from which Roger soon appeared. He smirked, thinking that at first he did not believe it, but it turned out to be a jackpot. He was glad that he left a mark on the fake stone because he thought that Eliza would decide to check the real relic. The release of magical power of the real stone was much higher, and it forcefully sucked in the protagonist. However, it did not have the power to grant his true wish, and as he continued to approach the stone, he said that he knew this as he had seen many things, and this meant that there was a limit to the power of this stone. However, as he touched it, he thought that at least it could tell him the location of the remaining relics. The streams of Magical energy emanating from the stone increased, and Roger thought that more magical power was gathering. Noticing that the stone was trying to invade his consciousness, however, he ordered it not to move, warning that if it tried to get through, then regardless of the protagonists, it would break? He emitted his own magical aura, suppressing the energy of the stone with this, and when it did, he said that it was good and asked that the stone now show him the location of the remaining pieces after a while. The energy that the stone was emitting faded, and Roger noted that he knew that the relic would not tell him about all the pieces, but even so, he was surprised that one of the pieces was so close. A little later, Hans sighed and asked what happened. The protagonist, who was sitting on a chair with his head on the table, announced that he had done what he had recently said, and he suggested moving. Their meeting to the next night, Hans noted that this was for the best since the deadline was already tight, and he asked what was wrong with Roger's voice. He assumed that something had gone wrong, but the protagonist replied that everything had gone as planned since they had found the location of one relic. But it was difficult for him to recover due to constant work. Hans replied that this was understandable since so many things had happened, and holding his chin with his hand, he drew attention to the fact that they only knew the location of one relic, noting that it was not worth it, Roger said to be precise. 2 parts. But one of them is already known and the other is… Here in Lille, Hans shuddered when he heard this, and the protagonist, getting up, said seriously that according to the image that the relic showed him, he assumed that it was in the auction house. Hans remembered the auction house of K, and he announced that it was the only one in the area. He heard that something big was going to happen there soon, and Roger assumed that this fragment would be an item for auction, asking Hans to look at the list of items prepared for the auction, and he asked if he could handle it. Hans answered that it was not difficult, and in the end, he said that they would meet tomorrow. The protagonist agreed with this and said goodbye to him until the next meeting. A little later, when the morning had already come, he shockingly asked Flora, who was leaning against the door, what she was doing in front of his office. She shuddered in fear and then sighed, asking if Roger was really not inside the office. He asked why she was looking for him. She did not know where to start, and asked herself if she should ask about the special magic that the protagonist used, or about the medicine. She remained silent for a while, thinking that it was very difficult to ask, and without waiting for an answer from her, Roger said that if she had nothing to say, then he would come in. Flora screamed, asking him to wait, and closing his eyes in irritation. The protagonist asked what happened. He wanted to say what would happen if it was something unimportant, but suddenly he froze, opening his eyes wide as he noticed a drop of water in the air in front of him. Raising his head, he noticed a little distance away, hovering in the air, fire and ice crystals. And Flora asked what he thought of her coordinate assignment formula. Roger admitted that she surprised him, as he had not thought that there were students who could master the formulas. Flora, placing her palm on her chest, said that she was simply brilliant, and noting that she was the only student who had managed to do this, she suggested that she should be rewarded for this. The protagonist thought about it, agreeing that such a thing should be rewarded, and he offered to give Flora a perfect score, asking what she thought about it. She replied that these were just numbers that were not worth her effort, and she admitted that she would like to receive something else similar in value to a perfect score. Roger looked at her thoughtfully, and then he opened the door to his office and told Flora to come in. Walking inside the office, she looked around, thinking that she was here for the first time, and the protagonist, walking further, said that the research lab was on this side. Flora jumped in, surprise, asking again, and together with Roger, she went to another room, noticing the writing on the panels. She put a finger to her lips, wondering what the main character was researching. She had not seen such a pattern before, and it did not look like simple drawings drawing her attention to himself. Roger admitted that he did not expect that she would be able to do this, and he even had to think of a worthy reward, he said. As far as Flora knows, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula, and this was the principle of mana control in one coordinate, and using a formula in it. Flora thought that she simply copied what she saw, and now she understood how it worked. Roger promised that he would show her something else if she managed to recognize it and repeat it. Taking a magic wand. He waved it, releasing magical energy. And Flora froze, shocked, asking herself, what is this? She looked at the figure that appeared in the air and thought that her head was going to split. She did not understand what this feeling was, and put her hand to her chest, opening her mouth and opening her eyes wider. After a while, opening her eyes, she rose and then screamed, and Roger, hearing this, asked if she was awake. She awkwardly asked how much time had passed. He answered that it had been about 30 minutes, and Flora asked what kind of magic was that. The protagonist announced that it was Klein's bottle, noting that he called it, that he saw it once and just decided to repeat it just for the sake of an experiment. Flora shuddered, asking if Roger really created this just for the sake of an experiment, suggesting that they stop talking. About it, the protagonist asked, how were Flora's eyes and nose? She asked in confusion, not understanding why he was asking this, and he looked at her seriously, realizing that she had the ability to sense all the features of manifested magic. Flora flinched, her eyes widening, and Roger remembered when she saw his formula. Her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled. She felt the formula differently, and Roger knew that normal people could not do that. He assumed that she was shocked by the magic that she had not seen before, and Flora asked if he was not interested in her feature. The protagonist admitted that he was not interested in it at all, declaring that he was not interested in abilities. However, he knew that other mages might think differently, and he warned Flora that it was better not to get caught with it. She said nothing, watching him seriously, and Roger, noticing that it was getting late, said that it was time for her to go. Flora stood up and walked out of the office, wondering how the protagonist could be so calm after he knew her ability. She assumed that he had met people with a similar ability before, but he noted afterward that he had rewarded her properly that night after leaving the High Academy. Roger met Hans, who was leaning against the car. He admitted that he still couldn't get used to Hans' stylish appearance, and he asked if the protagonist had arrived. He asked if he was still going to go there. Roger confirmed this, noting that he did it as usual, and turning his attention to the car, he asked where Hans got it from. He replied that he got it from the best of the best in society, and running his hand through his hair, he asked if they were going to such a place, then maybe he should do it this way. Roger admitted that it suited him, and in that case, they decided to go. Sometime later, they were already near a huge building near which a large number of people were standing. Light was visible in each of the windows of the house, and the sounds of music were heard on the street. Walking through the hall of this building, the protagonist looked around, declaring that it was too bright and noisy. Hans noted that this was still a famous place, and he asked if it was worse than some dirty place. Roger asked on what floor was the meeting place. Hans answered that it was on the 4th floor, and he showed the protagonists where to go. When they approached the stairs, 2 men stopped them, telling them to wait since they could not go to the 4th floor without permission. But Hans, handing a ticket to one of the men, said that they could do anything, and stepping back, the guards let them pass, allowing them to pass when they went upstairs. Roger looked around, noticing that the atmosphere on the 4th floor was indeed different. Hans heard that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations, and that is how they created an unwritten rule, the protagonist asked in confusion. And Hans explained that fighting on the 4th floor was prohibited, and that was why there was no security on that floor. Roger was sure that there was a reason why those people had invited them to such a place, and he assumed that they were checking whether they would follow that rule. Finding the door, he said that they needed to go here, and as they prepared to go inside, they assumed that, in that case, it was time for them to enter, and looked at several people who were sitting in the room near the round table. Vieta turned to James Moriarty. She was sure that he would not lie in such a place. She thought that he had disappeared after an unsuccessful attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delk. Vieta asked why he had come here. Was he planning to correct his mistakes? Vieta's face was covered with a veil. Roger brought a glass of wine closer to his mouth and answered with a calm voice that of course not. What kind of nonsense was this? He had not even thought about such things. Hans stood behind him expectantly. Vieta replied that she could not trust him. She asked without touching. The food, a man with no evil intentions destroys the Scarlet Group as soon as he appeared here. Roger replied that he simply wanted to get rid of the insignificant people who were constantly in front of his eyes. Cuckoo's Pinion crossed his arms and with an unfriendly expression cut off the dialogue so that they would not switch to a personal conversation anymore. He asked what he wanted. It was not for nothing that he accepted their invitation. Roger put his hand on the table and told him that he was quick-witted. He planned to increase his strength. Cucus waved his hand and parodying repeated the words. His strength. He wanted to create a second Scarlet Group. Dion frowned ahead, continuing to remain silent. Roger began to gesture with his hands and exhaling irritably answered, of course not. He caustically joked that this was why it had become so stuffy in here. Then he would clear up all the misunderstandings. Dion, looking at him from under his brows, asked what misunderstandings he was talking about. Roger did not answer his question and continued to say that before, that he wanted to talk in person. Dion looked ahead, stunned, and asked, What was he talking about? Mela suddenly interrupted him and said that everything was fine. She looked ahead with a friendly look and concluded about more Artie, that it turned out that he understood everything. Usually she was looked down upon because she was a child. Roger elegantly extended his hand forward, squeezing his fingers one by one, and replied that he was not. So stupid as to look down upon her because she was a child. Let her not worry. He had no desire to create a second Scarlet Gang. Roger put his hands on the table and explained that he was planning to start his own business later with his arms crossed under his chin. He asked them with a serious face to let him offer it to them. He gives them work and they make large sums of money. Hans stood there dumbfounded with a displeased expression on his face. He asked himself, what is he talking about? The AL Lettera replied that it would be no different from the Scarlet Group she asked, so he would force them to obey his orders. Roger replied that he would not. It was just a suggestion if he wanted to. He would have started doing it a long time ago. Roger continued to say that as well. He would give them part of the Scarlet Group's business area, even if they refused his offer. Vieta. Dion Kukas. Mela looked at him, dumbfounded. Mela looked down, puzzled, and asked what he would give it to them even if they refused. She did not understand. What is he planning? Roger guessed, looking around at everyone present, and said that they probably already knew how dangerous it was for him to act openly. Now he needed his personal, loyal forces and useless. Battles would achieve nothing. Roger narrowed his eyes and added that they did not need to trust him and they would not lose anything from refusing. But he wanted an answer right here now. The room fell silent, almost unbroken. Kukas turned to him and told Mori, Ari, to listen. He supposed he would at least tell him what kind of business this was. Vieta called Kukus. She indignantly asked him why she was deciding without discussing it with them. Kukus said, ignoring Vieta, and said that he did not really want to interfere in a dangerous matter. Mori Ari himself understood this. Roger waved his hand to Hans, who had come up to him, and calmly replied he promised that there would be no danger. Hans handed Kukus a sheet. Roger meanwhile asked, do they know what pleasures the nobility seeks? Kukus answered, stunned, choosing his words, opera and music. He asked, is that so? Let him just not say that they will do this. Roger answered, no, he will need more elegance from them. It will only be telling a story through play music and dancing. Cuckoo continued to look at the sheets of paper in his hands, stunned, and thoughtfully answered that he did not even know. Later he exclaimed with a grin, he is sure that he sees a future in this, so let them do it. Then Hans stunned his mouth open in a state of shock. Roger answered that then he is waiting to work with the leader of Pinyon Vieta, continuing to sit quietly on the chair. Admitted that it was interesting. She asked Mori Ari what he wanted to get. In the end, Roger answered that he wanted changes. It was a forgotten area despite the large industry and forges here. There was only gray skies and a gloomy future ahead. He asked, so they maintain a clear sky above people's heads. Roger wants to change this dark, gloomy alley. It will be a place where people can live and see only a bright future. Roger stretched out his hand with a sly smile and explained that he had also presented this business idea to other organizations. He asked them all to look into it before they decided anything. After a while, Hans' voice was heard in the between the houses exclaiming that his ideas were incredible. He couldn't believe that he had received approval from all three organizations. Roger put his hands in his pockets and replied that he had only implemented other people's ideas. He asked them to skip this topic. Hans looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, Roger turned around and asked, did she want something? Hans turned around in confusion. Roger asked, seeing Violet around the corner of the house. Why is she unaccompanied? Violet coldly replied that they need to talk in private. Roger told Hans to go ahead and he would catch up with him later. Hans told him that he could take his time. After a while, Vieta thoughtfully began to talk about the business he proposed. She asked if he really thought it would go well. Roger asked her in return, did she think otherwise? Vieta explained that the current clothing market was controlled by famous and rich merchants. She admitted that she was curious. Did this really have a chance? Roger closed his eyes and explained that their audience was not them. He began to explain that light and comfortable clothes that people could use in everyday life. If people liked this idea, then everyone would turn away from fashion. Vieta stamped her heel and objected that they still could not avoid attempts to hinder them. Roger replied that she had to overcome this. She could not hide forever. She no longer had to worry about protecting her sisters. If she accepted his offer, he would take responsibility for protecting them. And once she got her business going, Roger paused for a moment and said that she could use her magic on fashion too. Vieta asked how he knew Moriari took his hand out of his pocket, gesturing with it, and said that mages could recognize other mages. It wasn't very difficult. Vieta said, touching her hand to her veil, but if she had already agreed to work with him, she couldn't hide it any longer. Vieta took it off, revealing something black like a bruise under her eye. Roger, surprised, explained that it was a burn caused by magic. The letter confirmed it, saying yes, it was the work of a mage who thought she was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healers of the Linus apostles were powerless. Violetta concluded that she had shown him. Her hideous appearance pulling the black cloth back to her face, she decided to put it on. Roger abruptly grabbed her wrist with his hand and asked her to wait. He placed his hand on her face and replied that she trusted him and showed her secret. Vieta looked at him. Stunned, Roger, meanwhile, decided that it would be right for him to reveal his secret too. Vieta, stunned, said what he was talking about. Roger, meanwhile, pressed the tip of his finger to her burn, causing a flash. Vieta, meanwhile, continued and said what he was talking about. Suddenly, Roger moved his hand away from her face, on which there was no longer a burn. Vieta, stunned, looked ahead. Roger, meanwhile, told her to look at her face. Vieta took out a mirror and, looking at it in shock, could not find words. Later, she, stuttering a little, said as he did. Roger smiled slightly and explained that this was real magic. He would only say one thing, that she was too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. Vieta looked at him in shock. She again brought the black veil closer to her face and explained with disappointment that it was dangerous to show such a thing off now. Roger again moved away from her to the same distance and calmly answered as she decides. Vieta sadly said that now it was time for her to get to work. As he ordered their meeting, today was significant because then suddenly James Morard called her loudly by name. Vieta looked away in shock and asked what. Roger grabbed her by the waist, pulling her aside. Suddenly, something that was flying at her crashed against the wall. Vieta screamed loudly. The end of an arrow was sticking out of the stone wall, smoking slightly. Vieta looked at it. Stunned, Roger let her go, and looking at her carefully asked if she was okay. Vieta, with a sully, shaky voice, answered that she was. He saved her. Roger opened the cloak, which contained a weapon. Vieta asked, was this an ambush? But who could it be? Roger took hold of the hilt with his hands and explained that, of course, he had his suspicions. He took out his sword and objected, but it couldn't have been a whole gang. A large group of men stood in front of them. One of them addressed him as James Morari. The leader of the gang asked how such an important person could wander around here without guards. There was a triumphant smile on his face, and he said that he had given him the opportunity. Roger turned away from the bandits and asked, are these the remnants of the Scarlet Group? Have they already forgotten how their group fell apart? The commander replied that he remembered everything, which is why he was prepared. Roger tensed up mentally, thinking that this smell was dispersal. Roger turned to Vieta and told her not to use magic. It would be difficult to control. Vieta exclaimed in admiration that he even knew about this. The main group exclaimed with a guess. What is this voice? He was not waiting in vain. He did not think that they would capture two important people at once. Violetta tensely raised her umbrella up and admitted that it irritated her. Using someone's body was not her style. Roger turned to her and asked, is she going to fight? Vieta replied that they were already caught and there was nowhere to run. Roger smiled and asked, can she dance? Vieta with the same sly smile. And Grace replied that she could dance well enough not to be jealous of other people. Roger asked her to back him up. He and Vieta stood with their backs to each other as they were surrounded by the remnants of the Scarlet faction. Intense sounds of battle began to be heard in the middle of the night city. Roger skillfully fended off all the attacks of the bandits. Suddenly, someone from the Scarlet faction shouted, cursing that, even with magic, there were no match for them. The leader of the team exclaimed that they were already tired. They did not have much time left. Vieta said exhaustedly that she no longer had the strength. She was no longer the same as she was in her youth. Roger gave the order for her to increase her stamina. When they were done with these insignificant people, he narrowed his eyes and thought that he could not find the guy who shot. He asked, did he hide after the ambush? Roger began to think further that he uses a hard-to-get scent of dispersion and easily controls his murderous aura, assuming he concluded that among these guys there is a professional hiding. Roger called out to Violet. She slightly turned her head and asked what Roger abruptly began to run to the side, grabbing Violet by the waist, who screamed in fear. The commander of the Scarlet Group exclaimed that everyone is a thick-headed idiot, he asked. How they could miss them? One of his assistants picking up speed shouted for them to run after them. Violet in Roger's arms asked the question, "What is he doing?" Roger explained that among them there was a professional killer. If they continue, the advantage will be on their side. Violet desperately asked the question, "A killer?" Suddenly, someone ran at high speed near the men from the Scarlet Group. The killers, pointing their daggers forward, caught up with the fleeing Roger, and Violetta appeared ahead. Noticing them, she exclaimed, "There they are!" The killers continued to advance at a rapid speed. Roger asked her, "Does she know who they are?" Vieta screamed. She heard that there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert. Are they people who kill others for money? Roger mentally asked the question. Southern then desert. Are they the killers of Scissor? Roger suddenly stretched his hand up and screamed at Vieta to be careful and not to bite her tongue. Vieta asked in fear. What a chain with a grappling hook suddenly jumped out of Roger's hand, accompanied by a loud sound having caught on the roof. They jumped high up. Vieta screamed loudly. Meanwhile, the killers pushed off the walls of the building, jumping after them. Roger and Veda turned around in shock when they noticed that they were being chased. One of the assassins slashed with both hands. Vieta and Roger quickly separated. Dodging the blows, Vieta opened her umbrella, which was hit by the assassin's daggers, and pushed down. Vieta clicked her tongue in annoyance. As her umbrella was completely torn, she wondered what happened to her umbrella. Roger explained to her that it was a special poison that the Scissor idiots use. It can corrode absolutely anything. Vieta clenched her teeth in panic and asked what they should do. Now Roger explained that they either have to wait until they run out of throwing knives, or they should get out of here as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the assassin jumped from side to side, hiding behind the long pillars on the roofs. Meanwhile, Vieta answered Mori. Artie that she liked the second option better. Roger replied that it was fine, then she should hold on. Tight. Roger picked her up in his arms and jumped off the roof. Meanwhile, the killer froze in place, not expecting such a situation. Roger pushed off the roof. Again, a moment later, they began to fly down. The killers continued to stand there puzzled, maintaining silence. Later, they looked at each other in shock. After some time, they pushed off the roofs and jumping off. This one continued to chase. Suddenly, one of the killers heard someone's voice. This voice was shouting at him to wait. Vieta looked away in surprise and indignantly shouted a question. Did he just leave her here and go somewhere? She called him a coward. She didn't think he was such a person. The killer held knives in his hands and mentally asked the question, is she alone? Did the man run away or something? Although it is unlikely that he would leave her. The killer continued to reason that it looked like a trap. He used Violet as bait. The killer was peeking. Around the corner, he clearly decided that Morty was hiding somewhere nearby. Violet, meanwhile, was moving excitedly along the street, and the killer was already following her. Holding out his knives, he swung his hand with the knives in a sharp movement. The killer thought that they were caught. He threw them daggers, but hit a wooden post, dispersing Violet's figure. The killer froze in shock. Meanwhile, Roger appeared behind him, piercing his body with a sword. The killer coughed in shock. He looked away weakly and asked with a trembling voice how Roger answered that these were just the peculiarities of his magic he used. The aroma of dispersal quite lightly. Roger pulled the sword out of the killer's body. Blood began to splatter in all directions. Roger turned the sword in his hands and wondered if that was what was left on Mana. He used it to transmit the sound. Vieta stood in front of him, leaning on the umbrella. Suddenly, she screamed at him to wait! She warned him that someone was above. Roger turned his head slightly. Noticing the second killer approaching him, the killer released from his hand the same chain that Roger used. The hook attached to the chain grabbed the blade of Roger's sword. Sichi dropped his weapon. The assassin was rapidly approaching him. He muttered murderously through his mask that he was finished. Roger had stunned then. With a sharp and unhesitating movement of his hands, he pulled another sword from his back. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. He asked, was Morard hiding another weapon? Roger thrust the blade forward, piercing the assassin. The assassin flew some distance, landing on his knee and leg. He fell dead and said weakly that he was the assassin. cursed one last time, beginning to bleed. Roger looked back at him and said that he had acted well, but at the most crucial moment he let his guard down. Suddenly a voice was heard. That the sound came from here. Another voice more angrily shouted for them to catch them. They would be finished if they let them go. Vieta and Roger turned to where the sounds were coming from. Roger explained that the scent of dissipation had almost disappeared. He asked Vieta if he could leave the rest. To her, Vieta placed the edge of the umbrella on her other palm and replied that it was quite easy. The old man pointed his index finger forward and shouted that he had found those idiots. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as a source of blue energy approached him. The old man exhaled in shock. Suddenly, their entire group was enveloped in blue flames from which black smoke rose to a great height. Screams began to be heard in the night city. After a while, Vieta reached for the black veil lying on the asphalt. She concluded that there were no more henchmen left. She did not think that they would set up an ambush after. The group disappeared. Roger thoughtfully lowered his head and told her that they were forced. Vieta looked at him in surprise and asked what. She pulled the veil closer to her and asked again. But who? Roger assumed that they were paid assassins. It certainly wasn't Bellbot Rickon because he killed him. Vieta, stunned, told him to wait. She asked, did he kill Bebot Rickon really? Roger said yes. He looked down and explained that Botrickon had done dirty work while he was funding Dry. He had humiliated the honor and respect of others. In his time, Roger didn't want to live under the same sky with people like that since they were talking about it. He would hand over Dry's recruits to her. Roger said she could do whatever she wanted with him, but in return, she needed her to find out who was behind it. He was about to ask her to do so. Vieta, stunned, closed one eye and protested, saying that she would be busy with the business he had. Suggested. Roger asked her, couldn't she handle it? Vieta sighed wearily and said that he knew how to hurt her. Pride, she put the black veil back on her face and said, okay, she would take care of it. She would do even better than he expected. Riar turned to her with a satisfied look and said, that was excellent, he wished. Her luck. Roger and Veda began to go their separate ways after a short time. From behind the door of the house, someone's indignant cry was heard for the assistant to come to him quickly. In response, he was asked no less indignantly, why is he? Her assistant, Sheridan, exclaimed angrily that he was small. He should come to her silently when he calls him. Hans replied that he understood. He understood everything. Let her just take her little rat teeth away from him. Roger, meanwhile, opened the door, entering the room, and looked in surprise in the direction where they were. Fighting, Sheridan was standing over Hans, pressing his body with her arms. She turned back with a smile, Roger said, and he was wondering why it was so noisy inside. Sheridan turned to Roger with respect. She was his fellow developer, AW girl. Hans reached forward with a shaking hand, and turning to Roger asked him to help him. Roger, without showing any emotion. Callie joked that the two of them had enough fun. He turned to Sheridan and told her to stop making fun of Hans and take a closer look at this. Sheridan jumped away from Hans lying on the floor and said with an anticipatory smile, that's good, let him show you what he has. There later, she exclaimed and asked a question. Did he pull the wire when he was carrying another person? She said it was only for one person. Sheridan added indignantly that the clamp no longer worked. Roger, rolling his eyes in displeasure, explained that he had to. Sheridan picked up the armband with the chain and, smiling, turned back, explained that it would only take 10 minutes. Let him wait here a little. Hans went upstairs and asked the question. Why did the little girl hate him so much? He began to rub his head with irritation. Roger, meanwhile, mentally thought that it was because he was weak, but out loud he insistently told him not to forget because she was older than him, so he should be patient when talking to her. Hans turned his head in surprise towards Roger and, looking at where Sheridan was, said because when they first met, he thought that she was a child. Roger asked the question in surprise. He first saw her in the mines of the Kingdom of Delk. Hans confirmed this and said that she was kept there as a slave. Roger's lips tightened in displeasure. His eyes narrowed. He asked, doesn't this count as being captured? He began to remember the mine in one of the tunnels of which a lantern was installed after walking little further, they came across Sheridan, who was stubbornly fiddling with dynamite and gunpowder. Hans and Roger froze in front of her. Stunned, Hans shuddered in fear, starting to rub his hand over his arm, and asked the question, would they all die there if your bombs exploded? Roger answered that even the Captain of the Knights would die if something like that exploded a kilometer underground. Hans immediately remembered and said that it was true. He remembered that some left-wing guys pestered him. Roger put the dagger in his pocket and explained that he had already taken care of them. They were from the Scarlet Group. Someone had to be behind them. Roger asked the question. Could he find out about it? Hans grimaced unpleasantly and said that he was already dealing with the items at the auction. Suddenly, Sheridan's displeased voice was heard. Turning to her assistant, she asked Hans if he was lost somewhere. Let him quickly. Come to her? Roger rolled his eyes again and told him to help Sheridan first and let him make sure that she did not touch the gunpowder. After some time, Roger went to the window of the house and, leaning his hand on it, thought that 10 minutes. He thought that they could do it in 30 minutes. In the meantime, he could rest. Looking closely at the window, he noticed something strange and made a thoughtful sound in surprise. He noticed several people running down the street. Their movements were light and fast. Roger did not even hear their steps. He began to think further, looking at the leading figure. What were people doing here? Moving in SN at such a time? Roger assumed that maybe they were. He did not finish his thought because Tara, the head of the company, looked up with a piercing gaze. The word caught something strange looking out the window of the house. She did not notice anything and remained silent. Lloyd asked her a question. Something happened. She answered that nothing, and she imagined it, and Roger meanwhile hid behind the wall. Thoughtfully, crossing his arms, he looked at the window for a while and assumed that it seemed that Tarina did not see him, as at first it seemed to him that they were knights, but that silver hair. It was the patron of the order. Tarina Leal. Roger continued to mentally ask the question, why was she in leather? He heard that she was assigned to investigate the murder of Belbot Ricken. Newspapers with solid articles about this murder appeared in his thoughts. Roger mentally asked the question, did she decide that? This murder is connected with the recent incident. He glanced out the window again, out of the corner of his eye, and thought, it's a good thing he got rid of the evidence. He doesn't want to cross paths with that horrible man anymore. Sheridan slammed the door open and held up the bracelet with a satisfied smile, exclaiming that she fixed it. It took a little longer because she decided to tidy up the rest of the parts. Roger looked at her in surprise. He put the bracelet back on his wrist and was stunned to notice that it had become smaller and thinner. Sheridan asked him to try it. Roger abruptly thrust his hand out to the side, launching the chain straight into the wall. It pierced the wall with a loud sound, leaving cracks. Roger noticed, thinking that it had become much more powerful. Sheridan shouted contentedly that she had made it twice as powerful. Now he would be able to use it on multiple people. She exclaimed even more contentedly that she had added a new feature. Let him try making a fist and bending his wrist. Roger asked, in surprise, a new feature. He made a fist and bent his wrist. The next second, a blade flew out of his hand. Roger looked at it, stunned. Sheridan explained that she did it because she remembered what he told her. She quickly added that it would go back into place if he relaxed. Roger relaxed his hand and the blade hid in the bracelet again. Roger exclaimed in surprise at the strange sound. Sheridan asked, did he see the small hole on the left side? He could now shoot needles from it to paralyze the enemy. Roger took the bracelet off his hand with a soft click and, thanking her, admitted that he liked it. Sheridan proudly noted that he had excellent taste. She exclaimed that her cowardly assistant kept saying that it was dangerous. She quickly added that, as expected from a professor at the Thean Academy. Roger darkened for a moment and thought that it sounded a little strange, but he would not pay attention to it. Sheridan suddenly noticed and complimented him that he looked great in these fashionable clothes. Just one look would be enough to understand that he was a true gentleman. Roger put the bracelet in a hidden pocket on the back of his cloak. Sheridan continued he was just like an aristocrat. Roger smiled gratefully after a short silence. Later, he thanked her for the kind words. He immediately said that he would find a good use for it. Sheridan turned in his direction in surprise and indignantly asked, is he leaving already? Roger explained that he wanted to take a walk. He immediately remembered that he wanted to ask her to do something else. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tarina explained, standing next to the bloody bodies and weapons, that she came here because someone had caused a commotion here, but these wounds were caused by magic. She asked the question, was there some kind of fight between the factions here? Tarina looked down carefully and said that she knew one of them. He was from the Scarlet faction. Anya asked again in surprise. What, but the Scarlet faction had already been eliminated? Tarina looked to the side and exclaimed in shock that there were 2 more bodies. She pulled out a knife that was leaking red. aura from the first body she came across. It slid out of the dead assassin's body with an unpleasant sound. Tarina brought the blade of the knife closer to herself and noticed that it had a sour smell. It was a special poison that the scissor assassins use. Lloyd asked in confusion. Did she mean the Fatam Dynasty Assassin Organization? Anya asked, suggesting that maybe there was a conflict between the Caesar and the Scarlet Group. Tarina sharply objected, answering that there was not. She roughly turned the dead Southern Desert assassin on his side and explained that they did not die from poison. Most likely they were on the same side. She quickly added that he was killed with one blow. Lloyd looked at the second assassin's corpse and said that this one too, he assumed that his heart had been stabbed from behind. Tarina thoughtfully put her finger to her lips and thought that the assassin had switched to a short-range fight. Most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary mage and died because of their own mistake. The one who dealt with the assassins was a mage who knew how to handle a sword, and he was the one who finished off the Scarlet Group. Lloyd asked her again. The Scarlet Group? Why did she think so? Tarina answered that the collapsed organization went so far as to hire scissor assassins. This meant that they had a huge grudge. Tarina covered her lips with her index finger and thought that Bellbolt's finances had at some point gone to the Scarlet Group, the one who got rid of him, and the Scarlet Group, as well as the burned-out factory. Tarina pictured Professor Thien in front of her and added that he was the one who burned the werewolf to the ground. Tarina stood up abruptly, starting to leave, and said that they were done here, and they needed to go. Lloyd asked her a question already. Tarina answered that she did. She had found out everything she needed to know. Lloyd asked her a question. Was the investigation over? Then Tarina, without turning around, answered that she had not yet. Lloyd excitedly informed her that they were not even one step closer to finishing the case. If they continued like this, Tarina cut him off and explained that she had a hunch there was a place where there should be a clue. Meanwhile, at the Thien AC, the bright sun illuminated the roof and walls of the educational institution. Selena greeted Professor Roger with a good-natured smile. She asked him if it was true that he did not show up for work today. Roger opened the door of his house and confirmed it, answering that it was true. He didn't have classes today. He asked what brought her here. Selena explained with an embarrassed smile that someone was looking for him. She was passing by, so she decided to go to him. Roger asked her a question. Who? Selena answered a knight in the State Security Service. Roger's eyes widened in shock, looking at her with concern. Later he said that he would meet him. Then sometime later, Lloyd was looking for something on the bookshelves and, hearing a sound, looked forward in surprise. Later he regained his composure and said, "Hello," running his finger along the shelf. He asked, "Is he Roger Celesi?" Roger confirmed and said that it was him. He asked a question, pointing to a chair in the middle of the office. "Why don't they sit down?" Lloyd agreed and thanked him, sitting on the chair and lifting up a lot of papers. He said that he would introduce himself first. His name is Lloyd. He is an employee of the State Security Service. Roger asked him if he wanted some tea. Lloyd lifted the leaf up, rustled it a bit, and declined the tea. Thanking him, he explained that he didn't eat while working. Roger replied that he understood. He asked a question. So what made him come here? Lloyd asked him if he had dealt with the where that had appeared on the academy grounds. Roger confirmed that he had. He asked if there had been any problems with that. Lloyd smiled broadly and replied that he hadn't. He just wanted to hear the details of what had happened. Roger shouldn't worry and should just pretend that he was talking to a friend. Roger replied coolly that it was fine. He looked down tiredly and thought that it hadn't been Tarina Lionel after all, and he had already prepared himself for the meeting with her. Since it hadn't been her, he wouldn't have any problems. Roger said that he would begin. Then Lloyd asked him to tell him everything in detail. After a while, they shook hands. Lloyd thanked him for his time. Roger replied that he was the one who worked for the government. He was glad to help. Lloyd, opening the door, turned around and said with respect that it was an honor for him to meet him. Roger responded that it was like that for him. Later, the click of the door was heard closing. Roger looked with disdain at his hand, which Lloyd had recently shaken. He thoughtfully remained silent. Meanwhile, in the Academy Park, someone's voice addressed the commander. She had finally arrived. Lloyd approached Enya and Tarina and asked had they found any leads. Tarina replied that they had not. There was nothing worthwhile. She closed her eyes and exhaled tensely and said that they had even gotten a warrant for an investigation, but there was nothing useful. Tarina asked the question, What about him? Had he followed her instructions exactly? Lloyd confirmed this and said he did everything as she said, Tarina asked with a menacing look. So he was the one who devoted a lot of his time to training. Lloyd replied that even though he was wearing gloves when they shook hands, it felt like it was. Lloyd imagined Roger throwing the glove on the table. He explained that it was the hand of an ordinary mage who had never used a knife before. Tarina looked down. Stunned, Anda asked worriedly. Seriously, he wasn't mistaken, Lloyd exclaimed indignantly. That of course not to. Tira, meanwhile, thoughtfully repeated the hand of an ordinary mage. This was not what she expected at all. Tira brought her palm to her face again, thoughtfully. Looking forward, she thought that she had finally found a clue. The whole matter was becoming a mystery again. Tarina turned around and said that without any leads, the investigation was closed. She turned to Anya and said that she would stay here and report anything suspicious. Anya asked again in surprise what her... She thoughtfully suggested that maybe they could check everything in. Person before leaving, Tarina said with annoyance that they couldn't. That was one of the conditions. Anya asked the question. Conditions suddenly someone happily called out to Tra. Eliza waved her hand in greeting and exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Tarina turned in her direction in. Surprise, Lloyd's stunned thought about what the rector was. Eliza Willow Ina, with the same stunned look, mentally asked the question. Do they know each other? Tarina asked Eliza a question. Why was she here? Eliza ran up to her and asked what she was talking about. She exclaimed that she could at least greet. Her friend Tarina frowned and said that she was being too friendly now, although she hadn't let her meet Professor Roger in person before she added that she could stop pretending. Eliza, with an embarrassed smile, told her not to bully their useful new guy anymore. She liked him a lot, she asked. But how could she? Leave him alone with her. Tarina asked her a question. Did she consider her a person who constantly broke others? Eliza grinned and asked a question in return. Was that not so? Their voices echoed among the red rose garden. Tarina suddenly turned around and warned that she was leaving. She turned to Eliza and told her that she could see her off. Eliza looked at her, retreating back in confusion, and asked her to at least drink some tea. She tried to call her by name, but her voice already sounded quite muffled. Meanwhile, at the academy, Roger watched them through the window. He mentally that the rector and the patron. He had no idea what kind of relationship there was between them, but thanks to her, he was able to avoid meeting this crazy woman. Roger began to think that Lloyd was one of those in front of whom he should not let his guard down, but his actions were good enough. Clues for him, Roger began to mentally list that first. He checked for dust on the shelves. Lloyd himself looked clean and well-groomed. Roger thought he was a germaphobe if someone like him offered to shake hands with his bare hand. It meant he wanted to know something. Roger remembered putting on an artificial glove that looked like his skin. He asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin just in case, and it was absolutely worth it. Roger looked down, walking away from the window, and thought that this was a good try, but unfortunately he was much better prepared. Roger thought it was time to relax and prepare the test. A week later, Sedena lectured that the others had been acting very cautious lately. She assumed that the reason was the recent visit of Taryn's patron to then Roger. Circling the words in the text, asked what she meant. Sedena went on to explain that people tried to avoid contact with each other as much as possible. Now the private meetings were all held outside of then. Roger replied that he understood everything he asked, if there was anything else unusual. Sedena hesitated and said that if we talk about it. She was silent for a while and added that 2 days ago, 3 people of the Third Order were captured by the police. Roger looked up in shock and asked, again, Third Order. Sedena confirmed it. She said that it was not worth his attention, so she did not tell him about it. Roger mockingly said that they were very stupid if they managed to get caught by the police. Sedena added that many were talking about the fact that the inn students were involved. Roger raised his hand with a quill up in shock. Sedena said that 2 guys and 1 girl from his class. He mentally imagined the students in front of his eyes and thought that it was his class. He exhaled with worry. Roger assumed that it was Aiden, Leo, and Tracy. Sedena clearly said that it was them. Roger asked how these guys managed to catch someone outside the city. Sedena assumed that they were doing tasks. At that moment, Roger asked again a task. Sedena tiredly began to explain that low-class students have a board with tasks thanks to which they can pay for their education. These 3 students are not from the richest families. Roger thoughtfully looked to the side and thought, even if so, but for these guys to catch people of the third order, he continued to watch them, but this was beyond his expectations. Sedena stood quietly in front of Roger and asked the question, what should she do with people from the order? Roger banged his index finger on the table and thoughtfully repeated the words. People from the order with his other hand. With a pen, he pointedly answered for her. To leave them. He does not need those who can be defeated by some students. Sedena trembled all over and exclaimed that, exactly, she said with excitement in her voice that he was. Right, Roger asked her if there was anything else. Sedena replied that there was nothing else. Accept the agreement to stay put for a while and do nothing. Roger pushed his chair away from the table with a sharp movement and asked if that was how it was. He replied that it was good pudding. On his dark cloak as he moved, he said that they should go. Then Sedena exclaimed in agreement that yes. After some time, Roger's voice echoed off the ceiling of the huge auditorium as he told them that the first testing round was starting today. He was sure that they had prepared for it, diligently starting to draw clear letters on the blackboard. Roger reminded them that as he had said, he would be teaching them the source code formula, specifically those students who would take the first 5 places on the list. Of course, he would not teach them the entire formula at once. Renee looked down thoughtfully, listening to the professor's words. Roger, meanwhile, added that he would divide the formula into 4 stages. He would teach one for each test. If he finds out they are cheating, they will have to pay a price. Flora crossed her arms in displeasure. Roger said now. What? He raised his hand up, starting to conjure a glowing source of energy in front of him, which developed in a vortex. Roger exclaimed. The test is beginning a short time later. The clock struck exactly 1:00. Roger announced that the test was over. Leo put his head down on the table in resignation and said with a frustrated feeling that he had already understood. Everything. When Roger allowed the use of notes on the test, the student next to him also scratched the back of his head in resignation, lowering his head down and said with annoyance it was so difficult that they were not even needed. Renee, meanwhile, began to descend to the center of the hall. Ellendel called her name in, surprise noticing her. Renee, meanwhile, caught up with Roger in the corridor as he left and called out to him. Roger turned and asked in surprise, Renee, did she have questions about the test? Renee handed him the book and said no. She explained that she had finished reading the book he had given her back. Then she would very much like to return it to him. Roger gave her a cold look and said that she did not have to return it. Renee made a noise of surprise. Roger explained that she would need the book again in the future. Renee stood there in surprise, her eyes wide. Roger, meanwhile, said that the other edition he had given her was much more important. He turned around, starting to leave, and told her to consider this a tribute to the previous owner, so she did not have to return it and could keep it because he believed that only in her hands would this book show its full potential. Renee watched the professor walk away, stunned, and grateful Ellendel approached her from behind and asked a question. Renee! Renee was surprised to hear her name. Meanwhile, Lendo continued to take steps towards her and asked what happened. She ran away so quickly. Renee excitedly replied that nothing happened. She immediately tried to change the subject and asked with an embarrassed smile how she wrote the test. She answered that it was not that difficult, not at all, how she imagined it. Elenda, with a worried look, turned to the side and grinned. She asked with excitement, is it true? Renee excitedly noticed the change in Alla's mood. She suggested with motivation that she must have been very tired and could not pull herself together at all. This also happens to everyone, so she should not worry. Elinda, with faint calmness, said, yes, she had so many things on her mind that she could not prepare properly at all. Their voices were muffled down the corridor, meanwhile, in the rector's office. Eliza, looking at the written papers, said that no matter how many times she looked, she never ceases to be surprised. She couldn't imagine that Professor Roger could come up with such questions. She put her hand to her face with a satisfied smile and, bringing the paper closer to her, said that for this, you need to have a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics with the right placement of tricks and test difficulty. She didn't expect much from the stern guy, but he really surprised her. The man coolly asked her how she would compare him to Professor Chris Benamor, since they were both professors of embodiment. He was sure that the sections on the test T were similar. Eliza waved her hand unpleasantly and reproachfully, noted that it would be cruel to compare them. She explained that Professor Chris only puts difficult questions on the exam to show off his knowledge. She was sure that he had already looked over this test sheet. Would like to see what expression he had on his face now. Meanwhile, he was tensely clutching the sheets of paper in his hands and his face was all frowning. The hands holding the test were shaking violently. Later, Chris crumpled the test and threw it at the door with all his might. He cursed loudly. Chris thought, desperately and angrily, that he was wondering why the rector had suddenly come. He clenched his fist and, hitting the table mentally, asked the question. Should he take note of the questions from Professor Rogers' exam? At that moment, Eliza was smilingly handing him the test and asked, wasn't he also responsible for the incarnation section? She brought it to him, thinking that it would help him in composing the next exam. Chris narrowed his eyes nervously and sweat was running down his face. From nerves, he was stunned by the thought of being compared to some fallen nobleman. He slammed his fist on the table with anger and rage, causing a dark aura to appear next to him. Mentally turning to Roger Selassie, he said that they would still see. This was a real disgrace. He would get revenge on him for this. Meanwhile, in the academy, Park, the bright midday sun rose up completely, illuminating the entire area. Renee walked through the park and thought that now she was prepared for the other exams. She thought that now she could have a peaceful lunch. Renee continued to think that Alenda came back immediately because she was shaken by this exam. She really hoped that she would get better. Suddenly, one student stopped in front of her, not continuing his speech about what he would do next. The student let out a questioning breath. Renee turned to him. In surprise, the student asked his company, "Who do they have here? Isn't that a proud and noble simple girl?" He approached Renee, who asked him to move away. The student asked what she was, saying there he couldn't hear. Renee asked him indignantly and excitedly, "Is he sharing because she rejected him? He should be ashamed now that he is." "Noble," the student frowned darkly and offended, rudely saying that she was a pathetic simple girl. Let her know her place. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her with all his might. He told her to follow him. Renee asked what he was doing. Let her go." The student threw her onto the lawn. Renee fell to the ground with a scream, turning over her lunch. She clenched her teeth in anger. Turning her head, there were several abrasions on her face. The student asked her a question. Did she still dare to look him in the eye? He took out a magic wand and exclaimed that this was why he needed to educate the common people. Fuden suddenly appeared behind them and asked the student what he was doing there. The whole company turned to look at him in shock. They all asked the question. Together, Fuden Wilberg. Fuden looked ahead with cold eyes, narrowing his eyes. Renee opened her mouth and, in shock and thought in her mind that it was Fruiton himself. There were many rumors that he was cruel and merciless to the common people. She mentally asked the question, "Why did he come here?" The student pointed his hand excitedly at Renee and replied that he was simply educating an impudent common girl. He was noble after all. Fuden repeated the word educating with disdain. He asked him a dry question. Did that mean he was making fun of her? The student raised his head in fear and exclaimed that it was not true. This simple girl dared to look down on him. A nobleman, Freud, and calmly told him to shut up. At that very moment, the student fell to the ground, screaming loudly. Freud looked at him gloomily and said that he was just a useless thing that had tarnished the name of a noble man. He asked how much longer he had to tolerate such useless people who had nothing better to do. Was he angry now that he was scolding him? The student answered in fear that, of course not. The others in his company were watching the situation with bewilderment and equal fear. Freud, meanwhile, told the student to leave. He would not repeat it twice. The student, his voice breaking with fear, exclaimed that he did. Renee carefully rose from the ground and thanked Freuden for helping her. Fien looked at her in surprise and said that she... Renee breathed out in shock, still frozen on the ground. Frieden abruptly turned away and replied that nothing. He looked to the side where the food was and asked, was this her lunch? She wouldn't be able to eat it anymore. Would she? Renee excitedly replied that everything was fine. She would clean it from dirt. Ryden asked, would she touch the ground if she didn't mind? He could share. Renee asked in shock what after some time Renee stood in front of a large and fluffy house in surprise. She asked what kind of place was this. She had never noticed it before. Frieden replied that this was his personal space. Even his bodyguards didn't know about it. He sat down on a blanket spread out under a Tree from instead opening his food. If she kept this a secret from the other students, she could come here whenever she wanted. Renee clenched her fists in excitement and exclaimed, of course she wouldn't tell anyone about this. She glanced at Fruin's food, which contained sliced pieces of lightly fried meat in greens and onions. Renee was stunned. Was this really his lunch? Fruin explained that he got carried away and made too much. Renee was even more surprised. Did he cook this himself? Fudan told her to try it already. Renee thanked him. She ate the first piece and exclaimed with admiration that it was very tasty. Fudan respectfully said that he was glad if she liked it. He advised her to eat more slowly. Renee took another piece of food, starting to chew it, and thought, many said that he hated ordinary people, but he did not seem like such a person at all, she concluded, sitting next to Fruin. That rumors cannot be trusted. After some time, someone's voices were heard in the academy park. Selena turned to the side in surprise and called out to Professor Roger. She asked him a question. R, his exams over the students next to them, continued to discuss something animatedly, gesturing about the situation. Roger began to approach her and answered that yes, he was already on his way to check it. He asked Selena a question. Will she have a practical exam? She confirmed this, answering yes, practical exercises are more useful for summoners. She asked if he wanted to watch it. Roger embarrassedly said that he probably did. Selena, meanwhile, pressed her hands to herself with a pleading look and looked at the professor with big, sweet eyes. Later, Roger clearly said that it was good. He concluded that she was nervous about her first exam. Roger, meanwhile, said out loud that he would watch. Selena exclaimed that, then let him follow her. After some time, Selena explained to the students sitting on the grass that, as she had already said during the exam, they would communicate with spirits, let them use their magical power to communicate and befriend them. A flash appeared between her palms, which she had joined the universe, explained that she would first demonstrate it to them. A blue flash appeared next to her on one side and a red one on the other. All nature around seemed to come to life, starting to sparkle. Selena reached out to the blue flash with her index finger and, winking, cheerfully greeted it. The spirit happily changed color. The students exclaimed in shock, one of them, that it was the power of the spiritual professor. Selena asked with a smile, did they all see this? It won't be difficult if they follow what she had just shown. She gave the order for them to start doing their studies. They all began to call upon bright flashes, and some of them were already playing with the spirits. Selena turned to Professor Roger and asked if he wanted to try. It would be easy. Roger refused and thanked her. He explained that he was not the one the spirits loved. Selena exclaimed with a good-natured smile that this could not be. The spirits were very kind. She looked at the spirit in her palm and said that he should just look at it. The spirit in her hands began to fade and tremble. Selena exhaled in surprise. She mentally concluded that they were trembling. Even the other spirits, she mentally asked the question, are they not suitable for Professor Roger? Roger, meanwhile, repeated the question. Dry, has he already told her about this? He remembered his mother's words about him having the qualities of a shaman. Roger, meanwhile, angrily said that the spirits did not like him. He continued to remember his mother's words, that the divine spirits protect him. Selena anxiously asked the question, what is going on? There were times when the spirits were not interested, but she could not think of them being afraid. Roger explained that she could tell him about her expulsion. He added, but still those who were afraid of him were only the lower-ranked spirits. Selena was surrounded by forest beasts of spirits. She said that it was true, the middle rank. Spirits were calm, she immediately added excitedly, looking at the professor. That nevertheless, it was so unfortunate. It would be nice if he could get closer to the spirits too. Roger answered that there were different people in the world. Roger narrowed his eyes tiredly and said that in any case she was now conducting an exam. He asked a question. Was she sure she could leave this to her assistants? Selena exclaimed in amazement that she was completely crazy. Now she would run to the students. Selena turned and walked in the other direction. Meanwhile, Roger breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up in irritation and thought that his magical power was still sufficient. And that was good if the mid-rank spirits had reacted in the same way Professor Selena would have suspected him. The spirits were not afraid of him, but they were afraid of the creature behind him. He continued to think that only a low-rank spirit could sense the strange energy. How ironic. Roger suddenly noticed something strange. He mentally asked, was that a gaze? He glanced at the top of the trees and concluded that someone was hiding between those trees. That energy was a fire spirit and Fairly high-level fire spirit at that. He looked at Selena and the students and mentally asked, did others not sense it even? Professor Selena, who was sensitive to spirits, did not react. He continued to reason that was a presence that a spiritual professor who controlled mid-rank spirits could not sense then. That person was not a spirit that existed in nature. Roger looked ahead thoughtfully and concluded that it was a spirit controlled by someone. If they were so obviously watching him, then there was only one answer. There was another First Order hiding in Theon. He continued to think gloomily and mentally. Wondered why they had suddenly decided to show up. Now they were just watching him doing nothing. He concluded that perhaps they had found out that he was a fake. Roger immediately pushed this thought away and thought that then they would not be watching him and would act immediately. Perhaps they were sending him some kind of signal. Roger began to move his clothes a little and said with difficulty that he was hot. He looked at the R passing through the leaves and concluded that the temperature had risen. They were reacting to his words. Roger decided that then he began to walk away from the tree. Roger went to a place where there was no one. He thoughtfully wondered what they would do now, even if they did not react. Then at least he would know who exactly he was dealing with. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, Roger noticed a flame in front of him which began to draw different symbols in the air. Mentally asked the question, "Is this a letter said that tonight?" After classes in this place, sometime later it was getting dark outside. Roger was standing in the middle of a dark forest. Suddenly someone's voice said in, "Surprise, wow," that voice asked the question, did it even come earlier in front of him, was a spirit in pink and black flames. Roger looked at it and thought that there was no physical body here. He had a premonition that this would happen. Roger, meanwhile, asked a question. What does she want? They need to get down to business. Esmeralda asked him a question straight to the point. He is as cold as always. But, in any case, she needs his help, Roger asked again. His help, Esmeralda answered that she was going to cause chaos in Theon. He himself knows that her role was in the destruction, but those magicians put out the fires that he causes. Roger indignantly exhaled and asked the question, and she wants him to help her. In her games with fire, he mentally thought chaos. Most likely they were planning a terrorist attack. Esmeralda continued to say that they were playing with fire. She did not want to do anything like that, but after her subordinates, the Second Order disappeared, unlike the other members of the First Order. She does not work with anyone with his skills to hide his identity and help her. There should be no problem. Esmeralda enticingly added that of course she was not asking for free work. She would definitely compensate if he helped her. The spirit with a sly voice said that it would be some kind of mutual contract. Roger asked a question, a contract between whom? The spirit answered, of course, between John Doe and Esmeralda. Roger, stunned, repeated the name Esmeralda. He mentally concluded that this was not his real name. It must be a code name like his. Esmeralda asked the question, did he agree to her proposal? Later, Roger firmly said that he refused. He explained that in his current situation, he could not do anything. The spirit asked what she had told him. Everything was, he's sure, just don't let him tell her, he was just too lazy to do it. Roger explained that normally he would have agreed, but this was different. The rector still suspected him. He couldn't make rash decisions. Esmeralda remained thoughtfully silent. Roger turned around and said calmly, if that was all she wanted to say, then he was going. He thought he had enough information, so it was time for him to leave. Spirit called out to him, telling him to wait. She said what she had been thinking about. She had recently learned some interesting information. Esmeralda asked a question. Had she heard that he had a subordinate? Spirit asked a question. Someone like the great John Doe, who could do anything, had a subordinate. He asked a question, and on top of that was he from the Second Order. Spirit's strong aura spread throughout the air. She asked a question, and on top of that, he was from the Second Order. Didn't he think there was something wrong here? Just don't let him tell her that he was planning something in secret from those people. Her aura tendrils began to wrap around Roger's shoulders. Roger was silent for a moment. Later, he said coldly that she spoke as if she knew him well. He began to move away from her and said for someone who came to him for help. Not only was she jumping to conclusions, but she even suspected him. Roger added menacingly, only because he had infiltrated Theon and had done nothing outstanding. He asked her a question. Did she dare to look down on him? Esmeralda asked. Why was that? He was acting quite strange. Roger said that he couldn't be the only one who didn't have an assistant when all the other professors had them. He decided that it would be better to choose someone from within the organization. He thought that there was no point in explaining this to her anymore. Esmeralda stood there, thoughtfully, saying nothing later. Her tentacles began to spread to his back. She immediately tried to justify herself and explained that she was just joking. She asked him if he thought he was taking the joke too seriously. Roger turned to her and C replied that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. This time he would not find fault with it, but let her not even dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order. Roger approached her and angrily replied that if this happened again, one of them would have to pay for it. As Esmeralda immediately removed her tentacles and replied that it was fine, let him forgive her since she had nothing more to say. She left. The spirit began to dissolve in the air in front of Roger, standing in front of her. Sometime later in the forest, Roger tiredly pulled his hand to his forehead and thought that this could have all ended badly. He looked ahead irritably and thought further that it was good that he had studied about this John Doe's performance. If he hadn't done so, he would have died on the spot. Roger leaned against the tree and thought that he needed to think it over. The voice behind the flames was a young woman. If this was an elementalist who could control high-ranking flame spirits, the first to be suspected were the elementalist professors. Also, one should not forget about the students who could control the flame spirits. He then remembered that Leather Valk was holding an event to accept new professors. Since all of the sponsors would be there, all of the professors should also be present. He frowned and thought further that if she was a professor, she would be present at this event. He decided that this would be his chance. After a short time, Roger began to approach the academy. Someone was watching him from the window. Suddenly a light came on in it. Roger was stunned to notice it, as Moral in a dark cloak held a candle in her hands and thought that he was so focused on his work that she already thought that nothing had happened. Apparently, she worried in vain as Esmeralda continued to think further that he did not feel fear in front of her. Flame, perhaps it was much stronger than she expected. Esmeralda turned around, tapping her heel, and thought that all her efforts were in vain. She then remembered that the event would soon take place. Esmeralda cursed discontentedly. She brought the flame closer to her face, slightly illuminating it, and answered that it was nothing. The main role would not be hers, but someone else's. Meanwhile, the next day, Renee walked on the grass holding her lunch in her hands. She did not expect to be able to dine with him again. She mentally assumed that it seemed that he did not have bad intentions. Ever since she was a child, she could tell who had evil intent or ill intentions towards her. The only people around her who didn't have any ill intentions towards her were Lendl and Frieden, and Professor Roger was also with him. Renee immediately pulled herself away from this thought and thought that Professor Roger didn't have any good intentions towards her. Most likely there was great sadness or guilt in it. She mentally asked the question, "But why suddenly someone greeted her?" Henry asked, "Was she Renee, a first student?" Henry waved his hand in a friendly manner and introduced himself. He explained that he was a friend of Friend. It was nice to meet him. Henry asked her a question. Hadn't she just been with Frieden? Renee stuttered as he found out. Henry explained that he had his own methods. He was also curious about what Frieden had been up to lately. Renee pressed her lips together in worry and thought that he didn't have any ill intentions towards her either, but she felt strongly enough that he was dangerous. Henry cued his chin with his fingers and asked, "Had he done something wrong?" He said with a smile that she shouldn't be so afraid of him. Suddenly, Henry remembered something, raising his index finger up. He said that as a way to settle their relationship, she should let him help her. He had a part-time job that paid well and was fairly safe. He was sure she knew that then students were mostly simple people who didn't have money. Renee asked worriedly why he was telling her this. They had just met. Henry thoughtfully repeated why he thought for a moment and later asked the question. Was it because of curiosity? He was quite shocked to see Frieden spending time with a simple person like her. Renee asked the question a little irritatedly. Was it so surprising, Yuring? She just thought he was a good person. Henry suddenly closed his eyes, starting to tense up his whole body. Later, he burst out laughing, starting to laugh very loudly. He asked a question. A good person. Frieden, Renee asked in shock. Why was he laughing at this? Henry wiped his nose and sarcastically said that, of course, Frieden really was a good person. Henry said in a quiet voice that he hadn't laughed like that for a long time. He thought the same thing, even after all the time he spent with him in any case. He was just curious to see the two of them together. She could decide if she wanted to accept the offer after she knew all the details. Renee thoughtfully fell silent. Still worried, Henry asked her with a friendly smile, "Is she thinking about it?" After a while, loud music was heard from a white building. With beautiful architecture, many people in fancy suits were standing in the hall, talking about something more dancing to the music. Someone was watching. Selena, Chris Bro, and Matilda, crazy in the hall. He assumed that all the main characters of the party were already here. He heard that all the new professors had good skills suddenly. Someone made loud steps. Then an anxious, gasping sound of people was heard. A man holding a glass with a drink in his hand said that it must be about him. The woman next to him anxiously clenched her fist, putting it to her chest, and added, "Such rumors were circulating. Roger Tichy was standing in front of them. Suddenly, one of the girls turned to Chris and respectfully addressed him by name. She said in a sweet voice that he was as irresistible as the rumors said. Chris laughed shyly and thanked her. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard asking, "Is she Professor Milda?" He was Congressman Charles Roger. Distantly watched the general dialogues of the professors and thought that everyone was busy looking for a connection. He took the glass with the drink in his hands and thought that he would first study the situation and then go looking for Esmeralda. Deckers approached him and greeted him with respect. He asked, "The question is he?" Professor Roger Deckers introduced himself. Roger distantly apologized. He narrowed his eyes menacingly and said that now he was not in the mood for conversation. Deckers understandingly put his palm forward and said that he understood everything. Then he would not take up his time. Roger started to bring the glass closer to his face and thought that since he had attacked the Count, no other people would interfere with him. He would use this to find Esmeralda. Suddenly, someone apologized to him. They were not that familiar with him. So Roger stopped the glass near his mouth in shock and thought that voice. Evan next to Selena asked her, holding out his hand, why was she trying to avoid him like that? Selena laughed excitedly and said, "No, it was just her." Roger suddenly interrupted their conversation, holding out his hand between them. Selena looked at this. In surprise, Roger told Evan to stop. Professor Selena already had plans for him. Ian said who he was. With anger and disdain, his assistant came up to him and quickly whispered something in his ear. Evan let out a stunned breath. He said that he was the new professor. So what now? This idiot should know who he was. Roger asked himself, did he? Evan Luke put his hand to his chest with superiority and answered with disdain that he was the director of the Luke Company. Evan was sure that he had heard of the Luke Company. If he realized this, then he should get out of his way. Roger suddenly looked down in surprise. Selena was holding him by the material of his clothes with her trembling hand. Roger remained silent. Later he asked, "Didn't he tell him that he had plans with her?" Evan poked his finger at Roger's chest and indignantly asked, did he dare to joke with him? He thought that he would leave him alone just because he was Professor Thien. Who did he take him for? Roger grabbed his wrist with a sharp movement. Evan hiccuped in fear. Rogers told him with a threatening voice that since he spoke in such a tone, he would speak to him in the same way. His eyes were filled with anger, and he said he thought that he would leave him alone. Roger asked him a question. Was he still going to blab? About being the director of Luke Company. Evan screamed in fear and panicked for him to let him go. He asked the question. Did he want to be fired from his job? In his mind, he excitedly asked the question. Where did such strength come from? Roger calmly told him to try. Suddenly, Evan's assistant came up to them and asked them to stop. People could get hurt. Roger let go of Evans's hand, who hiccuped again in fear. He pressed his other palm to the trembling hand that Roger had recently been clutching and screamed that he was an idiot and a fallen nobleman. His assistant touched him and asked him to calm down. He was being watched. A loud slap was heard in the middle of the hall. The assistant was holding his cheek, which had a bruise on it. Evan indignantly screamed that he said to call him the director. The assistant looked down in shame and apologized. Evan asked him a question. Did he want him to calm down after such treatment? Immediately turned to Roger and added, or whatever his name was, he would get him fired. Roger thought that everything was going even more unusually than he expected. He wanted to leave using Professor Celine as an excuse. Roger thought that it was all so loud. Celine next to him, meanwhile, looked ahead with concern. Evan continued to shout indignantly that he was keeping his words. Eliza asked the question, Did something interesting happen? Evan turned to her with displeasure and asked Thea. She was just in time. He asked how she even trains professors at the and that fallen nobleman tried to use violence against him if she still wants to. Luke Company to sponsor them in the future? Then let him be fired immediately, Eliza said with a smile that she was wondering who he was. So he is the son of the chairman of Luke? She asked, is she right? Evan stuttered a question. What? Eliza narrowed her eyes slightly and said that the owner of the Luke Company was Chairman Theodore. She asked why a director would throw around empty words. Han and he discussed all this with his father. Evan began to stutter excitedly and replied that of course his father would agree to it. He was his son, after all. Eliza asked, would that really be the case? She stepped aside, opening up Theodore and asked him, did he think so too? Evan began to tremble in fear and called his father. Theodore apologized to Principal Eliza for his son's behavior. Eliza replied with a smirk that everything was fine. She even felt a little refreshed. Theodore looked away angrily and thanked her for expressing herself that way. Eliza looked back at him with a soft smile. She asked, since it would be a bit rude to leave things as they are. How about it? Theodore asked in surprise. Principal Eliza, what is she suggesting? Eliza suggested that in front of everyone present, the two of them could have a fair deal. Roger stood in the middle of the room, dumbfounded. He asked himself in his mind, confused what she handled the situation so well. But suddenly this. He looked at Theodore, Eliza, and Evan. Maybe it was a good thing, Roger thought further. If the situation had ended like this, that guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore didn't look happy about it either. Roger looked around at everyone present and thought, good, a duel here would ensure that there would be no trouble later. Out loud, he said that he didn't mind. Eliza, meanwhile, told Evan that since he didn't have magic, he was allowed to have someone else fight in his place. How about that? Evan glanced at the assistant he had slapped earlier. He said that it sounded good, that's what he wanted. He turned to his assistant and said that he would give him a chance to correct his mistake. Evan looked ahead with a sly smile and thought that if his assistant was fighting for him, then he should try. His assistant was quite an experienced magician. After some time, Evan hung his head down with disappointment and fear and said with a tremor that this could not be. Meanwhile, the professor announced that the winner was Roger Ticci. Evan looked at the assistant lying on the floor. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed that the company's bodyguard Luke was also a difficult opponent. Someone suggested that the rumors that he used unique magic formulas were true. Theodore noticed that this was quite surprising. He asked the question, were all the professors so strong in level? Eliza laughed shyly and answered that of course not. She explained that Professor Roger was quite a unique person, but in any case, he does not complain about it. She said it right, didn't she? Theodore replied that he thought so. He asked the question. Did his face show it? It seemed he was really getting old. If it was a fair fight, then he should accept everything, Theodore said, that they should not worry about his stupid son. He would have a good talk with him. Evan, hearing these words, clenched his teeth in anger. Eliza's voice was heard from the hall, who exclaimed as expected of Chairman Theodore. She added more quietly. She was pleased that they were on the same point of view. Theodore immediately asked a question anyway. He would like to ask her something. Eliza answered sharply that she did not. Theodore suddenly added that he had not said anything yet. Eliza asked the question, was he going to ask her to introduce them to Professor Roger? She apologized and said that he should refrain from addressing one of their professors. Theodore replied, if she says so, then fine. Meanwhile, Roger went outside, rubbing the back of his head. Tiredly, he thought that it was finally over now. He could focus on his goal. Suddenly, Selena ran out after him and called out Roger, turned around in surprise and said that it was Professor Selena. He asked if she was okay. Selena confirmed this and explained that she had received an apology personally from the chairman of the Luke Company. She thanked him for helping her. Where was he going now? Roger thoughtfully lowered his gaze and replied that he did not know, since he had no plans. Selena replied that she was going to a meeting with the professors of animism. Would he like to go with her? Roger repeated in his mind, puzzled, turning his head to the side. In surprise, professors of animism. This was his opportunity. After a while, they found themselves in another room where 4 professors were sitting. Selena turned to Professor Sasin. Sasin enthusiastically turned to Selena next to her. Another professor explained that it was Professor Roger. He had heard that he had been assigned to the second year as a new professor. Roger thought that no one had reacted much to him. Roger said with feigned shyness that someone like him did not deserve to teach the second year. Suin said that he was so modest. Their voices continued to echo for some time. Roger cursed inwardly with irritation. He thought that this was useless as he left the room. He continued to think that he had been watching the three professors closely, but none of them had shown any particular reaction. Esmeralda had been difficult and hot-tempered in the conversation recently. She was not the type to keep her composure in a situation like this. He wondered in his mind, did that mean she was not one of the professors? Since he lacked information, he had to consider all the options. The waiter handed over a tray with drinks. Roger took his glass and thought that he needed to wet his throat. Suddenly, someone called out to him. In surprise, Professor. Roger Renee looked at him in surprise. Roger made a thoughtful sound. He asked Renee what was she doing here. Renee answered because she immediately began to tell him that she had been recommended to work here part-time if he looked closely. Several of her classmates were here too. Roger knocked back the contents of his glass, looking down. Thoughtfully, he said, that was good. She should not overwork herself and go home before it was too late. Renee thanked him. Then she would go. Selena found him again and called out loudly. She said, there he is. Selena looked at Renee's retreating figure in surprise and asked, isn't that her? Roger turned to her. He asked her, does she know Renee? Selena confirmed this and explained that she had known her before her other assistant worked here. It was very interesting, Roger asked in surprise. Was she talking about her assistant? Selena looked to the side as if pointing with her eyes and shouted, that little girl over there! Roger followed her gaze. Selena explained that she was a new student but was already well-versed in animism. Her name was Joanna Lovett. Roger began to think if he thought carefully he would completely forget about the students. Since Esmeralda was a high-level animist, he thought that she would definitely be a professor. Joanna suddenly turned around, walking away. Roger narrowed his eyes, continuing to follow her with his gaze. He mentally asked the question, where was she going? He continued to watch her. Joanna put the tray on top of the others with a soft sound. She stood near the table, turning to the hall. Roger mentally asked the question, did she leave just to put the tray down? Roger tiredly shook his head and thought that it seemed like he was paying attention to the wrong things. At this rate, he would miss the important details, someone said. So, what about it? The same voice asked. Didn't those guys want to start a business? The guy said they had bought some fabric and it looked like they were going to start making clothes. Another man asked, what were these lower-class people thinking? Roger thought of Vieta. She had acted even faster than he thought. Although she tried to hide it, she must be desperate. Already she was reliable. The girl in the red dress said that it was ridiculous, she exclaimed. How dare they did not know their place and conduct common people's business in the territory of the imperial family? The man in the green suit told her not to be angry. He asked, isn't it obvious that they would soon go broke? Someone suggested that they just watched them over a glass of wine. Roger drank tensely and thought that they were idiots. Their inaction would eventually become a huge wave that would change the course of the future. He thought calmly that they would soon understand this, all of them and his friends. Suddenly, Roger felt something strange. He growled in shock. His glass fell to the floor with a loud crash, breaking into small pieces. Roger grabbed his head with his hand. Selena approached him worriedly and asked if he was okay. Roger said yes. He explained that the floor was slippery. Roger turned around and added that he would be back soon. He needed some fresh air. Selena continued to watch him worriedly. Chris cautiously turned to the side, noticing Roger leaving. Roger grabbed his head again, trying to suppress the voice he heard. This voice whispered for him to accept them. Their power, he was the chosen one. Roger angrily screamed for them to be quiet. His voice trembled from intense pain. The voice continued to whisper to him, arrogantly, repeating the same thing over and over. Roger's hand slid off his face. After a while, he leaned against the railing of the building. An empty vial lay next to him. Roger began to breathe. With relief concentrating on a quick duel, he had used up too much magic power. He had been too careless and he hadn't even noticed it. Roger looked ahead, exhausted. Suddenly, he turned to the side. Chris was watching him from around the corner of the building, smelling a strange aroma. He mentally asked a question. Was that the smell of herbs? Roger walked slowly. Suddenly, he heard someone scream loudly. That voice asked for help. Roger was stunned to say what it was. He entered the building and noticed how fire was blazing everywhere. The professors was shouting that there were monsters here. Let everyone run. Roger looked away in shock. He mentally asked a question, seeing a blazing monster in the flames. What was that? He looked into the eyes of the monster and mentally concluded that it was Esmeralda. The monster moved. It's Paul releasing flames. The people standing in front of it immediately jumped back. They stubbornly continued to fight off the flames coming from the monster's mouth. They fought it off with their magical energy. One of the guards angrily asked where this monster came from. Another answered him by throwing the ball forward so that they would stop everything. Their priority was to evacuate the people. Sana pointed her finger at the exit and shouted for everyone to run there faster. The professors immediately began to run where she pointed. Suddenly, mid-level wind. Spirits appeared in the air. They swirled the debris of the building, protecting the people. The professor looked at this in shock and asked with a trembling voice, "Spirits!" The wind wolf hung menacingly in the air above Angela Anderson. She was the fifth-year animism. Professor Thien next to her stood Viano Dentis. He was the fourth-year animism. Professor Thien, together they shouted, commanding their spirits to attack the monsters. The guards and animism professors joined forces, continuing to attack the monster. Suddenly, lava began to ooze from the ceiling. Someone angrily shouted that none of their attacks worked. Another voice warned them to be careful. Something was falling. One of the guards noticed it and, shouting loudly, swung his sword, trying to deflect it. A drop of lava hit the sword. It suddenly flared up. The guard immediately caught fire and began to scream loudly in pain, and he was being engulfed in flames. Another guard, noticing this, shouted for the others not to touch the falling flames, and if the black flame touches their clothes, they must immediately take them off. Roger watched all this in panic. He thought that this was different from ordinary fire, closer to magma, and the destructive power is also, in that case, this is not just a high-level spirit, this is the highest level spirit that has already reached the 6th rank, the Sol. People trying to hide from the monster ran around Roger and mumbled among themselves. Roger suddenly stopped in his thoughts. He mentally asked a question, but then why is the spirit in a human like this? Usually they take the natural forms of animals or plants. He frowned with disdain and thought that something was wrong if he thought about it. This idiot does not have a normal lower half of his body, so he was incarnated with the help of a medium. The monster was very narrow in the waist. Roger continued to think that the biggest advantage of using a medium to summon was that the identity of the summoner could be hidden. He glanced at the tray and thought that it was very suspicious. A silver tray that stood in the center of the table. Everything was exactly as he thought. Joanna. Lovett was Esmeralda. It was impossible for him to follow her now since he had found a way to break through. He would take care. Roger did not finish his thought, noticing something terrible ahead. He saw that Renee was lying under the falling rubble of the building. Roger wondered what was there. Renee, meanwhile, was coughing loudly, choking on smoke and sparks of fire. She tried to get out of the rubble and asked in a hoarse voice what happened. The brick wall of the building pressed her leg harder and she screamed loudly. Renee looked ahead, noticing the monster that the professors were attacking, and mentally asked herself, "What is this?" She thought that she needed to run quickly, but her legs suddenly, the monster noticed that she had woken up. He released flames trying to attack her. Ren remained under the rubble, unable to move. The flames began to approach her. She closed her eyes in fear, expecting an imminent death at the same time. Roger saved her from under the rubble, enclosing her in a safe dome of his energy. He said her name with concern. Holding her in his arms, Roger asked the question, "Is she okay?" Renee stuttered in shock and asked a question. "Question, Professor Roger?" She turned her head to the side in shock and asked the question, "What when they—" Roger did not let her finish and explained that she had injured her leg. The wound was not very deep, so he carried some medicine. Roger reached into a hidden pocket of his jacket. Renee mentally asked herself what this situation caused her to feel a certain sense of déjà vu. Renee called the professor in a frightened voice. Roger asked her a question. "Are we applying the ointment?" "What is it?" Renee asked the question. Hadn't they met somewhere before? Roger raised his chin in surprise. He turned his head slightly in her direction and asked the question. What was she talking about? Most likely she was mistaken, Renee meanwhile said in confusion that No, she was just imagining it. Roger, meanwhile, began to get up and said that he had finished treating her wound. It was dangerous to be here, so she needed to leave as soon as possible. Renee asked the question, "What about him?" Roger firmly said that he had to fill his duty as a teacher. He immediately firmly repeated that now she needed to leave. Renee answered that it was fine. She thanked him for saving her. She began to walk away to the exit door. Roger moved in the other direction, watching her out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he noticed that the monster continued to summon more flames. Roger mentally activated the Etern Nocturnus spell flying in the air. He got almost closer to the monster's head. The monster noticed this, moving its head menacingly. Roger looked at it defiantly, and without fear, he clearly said that her games would end right here. Angela shouted at Vent Walp, her assistant spirit wolf, to go forward. The wolf rushed to attack the monster with high speed. The monster screamed loudly. Vieno activated his water element, controlling the ocelot, and put his hand forward. The axolo, accompanied by water, attacked the monsters in the hand. The monster looked at its extinguished hand and growled. In surprise, one of the guards said, claimed that they did it. He lost one of his hands. Another voice added that they have a chance to win. Vino was silent, exhausted, pursing his lips. He thought to himself, no, he hadn't done as much damage as he expected. Yulin only needed one attack to start falling apart. The axle hung weakly in the air. Suddenly, the monster's arm began to ignite again. Through the coals from small sparks, Viano asked himself in his mind. In a state of shock, had his arm recovered? He turned to Professor Angela and told her to quickly recall Vent Swal. Angela began to call the whirlwinds back with light waves of the magic stick Ventos Swal, and Yulin began to move away from the monster at a rapid speed, which screamed loudly and angrily. The flames from its roar began to spread. Viano thought that they could not cope with this monster with their current level of power. He thought with irritation that the rector had already left. Suddenly, he stopped in his thoughts and asked the question, could she be the spirit's target? Vive looked closely at the space near the monster's head and mentally asked a question. Is it a shadow? Strange black threads were approaching the monster Roger, meanwhile surrounded by. This looked forward expectantly. Viano mentally asked the question, is this? Roger Kalesi Issos began to spread from Roger, attacking the monster's hand, which was set to block Viano. Mentally asked the question, what this spirit moved strangely. It seemed like it was trying to protect something, and the spirit's leg was a silver tray, which Fano noticed. He shouted with a guess that he understood. This monster was summoned with the help of a medium. Angela asked in shock. A medium? Roger hung over the monster, looking at the glittering silver tray. He did not have enough strength. He could not use Hyla magic due to exhaustion. He decided that. Then Roger held out a crutch from which a vortex of energy began to swirl. The spirit pulled it into his hand at a rapid speed. Roger frowned and continued to send out vials of energy. His energy formed into a small stone and began to approach the silver tray. Roger firmly said that it was over. His energy grabbed the tray. A moment later, his magic cracked into small crystals that began to fly in different directions. The monster, with a loud roar, began to explode and dissolve. Vieno watched in shock, shouting that he had done it. The spirit said one last time that he was a human. Verano again opened her mouth in shock, not understanding what was happening. The monster called Roger a vile idiot. Let them be sure that one day they will all burn to ashes. His eyes lit up with menacing fire. Roger landed on the ground and told him to try. If he could, the monster began to fade away and shouted that he would definitely see to it that they all burned. Suddenly, its body dissolved into small coals. Roger calmly continued to stand there. After a short time, Vieno asked a question. Was its lower half not formed normally? Roger confirmed this, and said that after a careful examination of the blurred parts, it turned out that this creature was connected to a medium. Viano said, stunned that he managed to find even that. Roger calmly replied that anyone in his place would have understood this. Viano said, no, he did not notice it at all. In fact, since he is well versed in animism, he did not even think about it in this way. Contracts and animism are made to be fair to both parties. This is why force summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used, and he has never heard of a spirit that hates people. Roger asked him a question. Are spirits usually not like that creature? Viano confirmed this. He explained that it was because the spirits were representatives of nature. For the most part, they didn't care about people. He looked away and said in a stunned voice that he couldn't imagine such a spirit existing. That was why he couldn't react quickly. However, thanks to the professor, the damage was at least minimized, especially the magic he used at the end. Vino asked if it was spatial movement. Roger looked at him with interest and stunned, Vino replied. That he shouldn't react so sharply to it. He had lived for quite a long time and had seen a lot. Roger told him that he was right. He had placed some magical power in certain coordinates and then manifested it. Viano asked if there was such a thing as coordinate placement. Roger explained that it was difficult to learn at first, but once you got used to it, it became easy. Viano thoughtfully remained silent. He thought that even when people got used to it, they couldn't easily control it unless they had an innate ability for spatial perception. He immediately had another thought, but Viano asked Roger how he felt. Roger asked. In surprise what he meant, Viano replied that when he used magic when he was not in the best condition, he asked if he experienced any strange symptoms. His voice became more threatening and he said, maybe he heard some strange sounds. Roger looked at him in panic. Viano, meanwhile, added that maybe he was worrying in vain, but let Roger know that sometimes there are people with more developed thinking than others. The world classifies them as geniuses. But to do so was quite wrong if geniuses were people who, in order to reveal their talent, break some of the barriers of human capabilities. These people have no barriers at all. Roger asked the question. Is it not good, Vino replied, that at first it may seem like a blessing, but it was not at all like that. People are completely unaware that same barrier that suppresses them is actually a reliable wall that protects them from the outside. That's why he asked. Professor Roger Vino repeated the question. Again, had he ever heard strange sounds, Roger said. Coley, that the concept he was talking about was incredibly interesting, but to his regret, it had nothing to do with him. Viano asked distantly. Is that so? Roger confirmed it and said that it was still very interesting. He asked if there was anything else that could be added to it. Viano answered that unfortunately that was all he was told in his youth. R said quietly that the youth of an elf. He said out loud that for people back then it was more like a legend. Viano laughed heartily and said that perhaps it really was so. He closed his eyes and thought that Roger was such an extraordinary person, and he had already thought about the bad. It seemed that he really imagined it. Viano looked at Roger again and thought that an ordinary person would not have been able to cope with this in their right mind. Roger then asked if there was anything else. Besides this, Via looked at him in surprise, making a questioning sound. Roger said that he had recently spoken about voices from outside. Was there anything else? Besides this, Viano thoughtfully put his hand to his face and said that as far as he knew, these were only voices and ordinary people would not be able to perceive these voices. Roger asked him if they imagined that they were capable. Viano raised his index finger up and thoughtfully said that then the next stage could begin. He brought his finger to his eye and explained that, for example, there would be a worsening of the symptoms. He assumed that then he would begin to see non-specific things. Well, let him not forget that this was just a big if. Roger thoughtfully lowered his eyes. Viano continued to speak. If something followed after this, then most likely they would be able to make contact with them. Personally, dark magic seemed to surround Roger's face. Viano explained in the meantime that with the gods. After quite a long time, Roger held a newspaper in his hands. One of the articles was titled as a terrorist who attacked a banquet hall. Then came the question, what is the identity of this criminal? Roger sat at the table of the cafe and thought mentally that the damage was quite significant, and most of the victims were stories of society. If this was Esmeralda's goal, then she had half succeeded. Roger thoughtfully looked down and thought that it was good for them. Too, since they had found out Esmeralda's identity, he asked the question, should he pass on information about her to the Roger imagined Joan and thought mentally, no, she had only just begun to act. If her identity was found out immediately, the Black Dawn would suspect him because he had destroyed that spirit. Roger mentally decided that it was not the time yet. He needed to watch and wait for the right moment. Later, his gaze fell on another article with Evan. He thoughtfully said that this guy was the head of the auction house. Roger thoughtfully rested his hand on his chin and thought that the increased security of the auction due to yesterday's incident was quite annoying. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Vieta put her hands on her hips and asked a question. How can he invite a lady so early now? James asked her a question. Did she come after all? Vieta was without the black veil that she wore, smiled and told them to go. She asked, didn't he say that he was interested in how the poor city has changed after a short time? James and Veda walked along the crowded street. The street became lively, and lively conversations of people could be heard. Vieta told him to look around. This street was recently wrecky. Instructed James was surprised that it was much cleaner than before. Vieta explained that they had used about 80% of the budget to widen the road, as he had said the street would soon be filled with artisans. The other groups were also following his suggestions. Kukas was working on a music program that would replace the circus, and their elders were preparing the magazine he had mentioned. They were planning to collect fairy tales and stories from unknown writers. Vieta said that even though they had told the children to spread rumors, she was not sure that it would work. James told her that it was okay if they failed. Just tell them to do their best to advertise. He quickly added with a frown that any business always required initial investment. Vieta calmly closed her eyes and replied that there were not many people willing to invest in it. She pointed to the glass building and explained that these were the newly opened Italis. They planned to start with more affordable clothes, then gradually invest in luxury brands. James looked at her smile and noticed that she looked very happy. The Tita said, of course she had always dreamed of this. James immediately said, okay, they had probably already looked at everything he suggested that she go out to meet people. Vieta asked in surprise, what people? What did he mean? James said that it would be the people she would work with. They walked down a crowded street. Alex pressed the girl against the wall and, calling her beautiful, asked if she was free tonight. How about sharing it with him? The girl awkwardly and nervously answered that she was not James. Meanwhile, approached them and said that here he was. Theta Etta was walking next to him. James touched Alex's hand and apologized to the girl. He said that he would have to steal it from her since he had an appointment with him. The girl awkwardly answered that, of course. She began to leave. Alex followed her with his gaze and said that they were supposed to meet later. James thought that he would be late if he left him alone. Alex confidently extended his hand and said what he was talking about. Who did he take him for? He immediately glanced to the side and asked with interest, who was this beautiful lady? Alex was a member of Anan. The Allah remained dissatisfied. Later, she asked if he was serious about working with them. James confirmed this and replied that maybe you wouldn't tell from him, but his abilities were very good. Alex smiled confusedly and quietly asked what he meant. Vieta, meanwhile, looked at him thoughtfully and mentally asked if there was something more to him that she hadn't noticed. Alex immediately winked at Vieta and with a grin, told them to get down to business. He asked what treasures and what girls they were looking for. Vieta rolled her eyes in disgust and asked again, was he sure they could trust him? Alex approached her, slightly placing his hand on his chest, and apologized for not introducing himself right away. His name is Alex. He is a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Phnom. He would be happy to do business with her? Vieta asked confusedly. A nobleman? James spoke clearly to her. To be careful, he added. That was actually a fraud. Violet looked at him in shock and mentally asked, did he just try to deceive her? Alex laughed. Later, he changed the subject and asked, so why did they call him James? Replied, that he would explain the details when they returned to the shelter. Alex thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and repeated their shelter. They mean the place where these people come, and if he is disappointed in this, James coolly replied that he should not worry about it. The shelter was a low house, the roof of which was brightly illuminated by the sun. Hans stood at the threshold with a gloomy look, and with a trembling voice called Roger. He asked the question, is he back yet? James stood in front of him and asked how the investigation went. He looks tired. Hans replied that everything is fine, he just can't do this anymore. Baluna called his name loudly and asked where he went. She immediately grabbed his shoulders and said with a grim smile that here he is. Suddenly, she looked at the real Roger in front of her and asked, boss, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Baluna Fatan was also a member of the Unknown Order. Baluna began to pull Hans away and thoughtfully said where they left off. Hans desperately screamed as if asking for help. Alex and Vieta watched. This stunned Vieta asked the question, was she an elf? James answered that from what she saw, Baluna was an elf. She was in charge of producing medicine and gunpowder. Hans began to shake with fear and screamed loudly. Baluna promised him that it would not hurt Vieta asked a question. But don't Elves hate things made by people and elf creates medicine. James answered that this is just a stereotype about elves. It was a different situation when other races subconsciously knew he was a fraud. Alex laughed in confusion and turned to him, admitting that he was curious about what he thought of him. ARA made a thoughtful sound. He asked, "Was everyone here yet?" James looked at him and supposed that they both seemed to have arrived on time. He looked at both members of Anon and said that they were Ara and Phantos. James said that now that they were all here, they should come in and talk. After a while, they were sitting at the table. James sat at the corner of the table and said that since Alex had finished introducing himself, it was his turn. He glanced at the other end of the table. Phantos rolled his eyes in disdain and replied with annoyance that his name was Phantos. Now they would all be acquainted. Alex asked, stunned, "What is that?" All he had to say. Arfa explained that Phantos was the quietest person he hoped they would understand. Arfa introduced himself and explained that he had no last name. Hans put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and noticed that he didn't seem special. He asked how they met. The leader, Alpha, asked, "Were they talking about Roger in short?" "He was his," he asked. Doubtfully. Father Vieta turned her head to Roger, dumbfounded, and asked. What James replied that he wasn't his real son. He was a special case, Arfa. Explained that when he was born, he didn't know much about the world, Hans asked through clenched teeth. What did he mean? Alpha continued to say that he called Roger father because Roger taught him a lot. He could introduce Phantos to everyone himself. ARA asked to take off his hat before he began his story. Phantos took off his hat. Among his white hair were two small barriers. Hans asked unfoundedly, was he a beast man? Arpa confirmed, saying that he was right among beastmen. He was physically developed. He worked a lot with his strength was needed. Arfa gave the example of hunting whales. Hans leaned on the table in shock and asked, Whale hunting aren't beastmen afraid of water, Roger answered, crossing his arms that it was not that Phantos' strength and skills could lead his people. Phantos added that he lost to him anyway. That was why he decided to work for Roger. Meanwhile, said that one way or another, Phantos would be their main combat agent in the group. He should be the second most powerful Baluna and shared inside in surprise. Roger, meanwhile, said that now, finally, Vieta asked in surprise her. Roger said yes, he hoped that she would continue to work with him. Vieta stuttered for him to wait. She added that she only came here to show him the streak. She was busy enough as it is. Roger asked if she was ready to join, if she was talking about business. Vieta looked confused and said, yeah. She nervously clutched her skirt and explained that it wasn't that she wanted to join, but she wasn't sure if she should. Everyone had something they were good at, but Roger cut her off. By calling her name, he put his hand to his forehead in irritation and said if he thought she wasn't qualified to join them, he wouldn't have brought her here. Roger looked at her with a confident gaze and said that there was only one reason why he brought her here and introduced everyone. It was because she was more than qualified to join. Roger extended his hand to her and said that he wanted to hear her decision. Vieta looked at his hand in surprise. Roger asked her if she would work with him. Vieta closed her eyes thoughtfully. She extended her hand forward Roger and she shook hands. Vieta smiled and said yes. Roger said great. He looked around and decided in his mind that they had all the members they needed. He looked at Hans and Alex. He had chosen the best he knew. They were even better than he had imagined. Roger looked at everyone at the table. He said that before they began. They should let him introduce their target. Roger extended his hand and with a sly smile said that they would soon be raiding the upcoming Kun auction. Vieta asked in shock with the CST auction. Roger said yes. He explained that they had what he needed. He looked at his palm and went on to explain that when they got it, they could grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex raised his hand thoughtfully and asked him to wait. He let him clear one thing up first. As far as Alex could remember, no one had ever managed to rob the const auction. There have been hundreds of attempts over the last 20 years. Also, with the recent events, security has been tightened up a lot. There were rumors of an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the vault. Alex put his hands together, putting them under his chin, and said, if he was so confident, then I suppose he had a plan. Roger smiled confidently and said that of course he told Hans to bring it. After a short while, Roger slammed his palm on the table and shouted for everyone to pay attention. In front of him was a folded piece of paper, and he said that it was a drawing of the building. He opened the drawing which showed an auction. He explained that this was their goal. Everyone present near him looked attentively. Roger pointed his finger at one of the elements of the drawing and explained that it was here. The next day, voices were heard everywhere in the Anne Academy. Roger looked ahead in surprise, making a thoughtful sound. He mentally asked the question. Professor Selena and Joanna love it. Who were they talking to? Selena noticed him and called out to him in a friendly manner. Roger approached her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Selena replied that it had been a long time since the incident at the banquet. The man turned around with displeasure, starting to leave, and apologized. Roger looked at him and asked Selena if they had talked about something important. She replied that they had not. He was just worried about what had happened at the banquet. Roger apologized for asking so late. He asked how she was feeling. Selena replied that she was fine. She assumed that he had managed on his own. Thanks to him, all the students were safe. Selena turned to her assistant and asked if she had thanked Professor Roger. Joanna bowed respectfully. Roger looked into her glasses and mentally thought that this was Esmeralda, so the best option for her was to pretend not to know anything. Selena, meanwhile, regretfully replied that she was so sorry if only she could do something to help. Roger asked why she was saying that she was evacuating people. Selena replied that it was all she could do. She nervously clasped her hands together and added that she didn't have the necessary skills. Roger closed his eyes with a guess and mentally concluded that this was what she was worried about. He turned to Selena. Roger explained that, unlike him, he couldn't smile brightly and be kind to others. Selena's mouth dropped open. In surprise, making a surprise sound, Roger explained that her attitude helped calm people down during the evacuation. She did the best she could in the roles she was given. Selena said thoughtfully that she was bright and kind. She continued to look down, embarrassed and rep that she didn't even know. Did she have the right to hear those words? Roger looked ahead. Puzzled, Selena suddenly asked if classes had already started. She apologized for wasting his time. Selena waved goodbye and thanked him for listening to her worries. Next time she would treat him to something tasty. Joanna turned around, looking at Professor Roger one last time. Roger stood there, coolly, silent. Sadhana looked out from behind Roger and gloomily noted that she was so pathetic. Roger remained silent. Displeased, Sadhana, meanwhile, said, how dare she shift her worries onto the master of the First Order. Roger turned to her and said that it wouldn't hurt for her to learn to control her emotions. Sadine exclaimed, excitedly and confusedly, what would she mean? Roger decided that now they would get down to business. Could she find out about one person for him? Sadena exclaimed excitedly that, yes, if he assigned her this, she would even check all his family and friends. Roger said confusedly that there was no need for. That he explained that he needed her to find out about Joan. Love it, Sadhana exclaimed. Yes, she would start right away. It was getting dark outside the CST auction site. Evan looked at the watch in his hands irritably and said he heard that they were coming. He asked, but how much longer would they have to wait? The assistant turned to him and asked why he didn't wait. Inside, Evan shouted irritably that of course he asked if they arrived at the same moment. Did he want to ruin everything? This was a great opportunity for the Loot Corporation to displace, loosen, and expand their business. Besides, this was his only chance to regain his father's trust. Evan suddenly noticed a car stopping in front of the building. He excitedly exclaimed that they had arrived. Evan greeted them with feigned friendliness. He introduced himself as the manager of this auction site. His name was Evan Luke. Alex fed that it was nice to meet him. Evan exclaimed that he had heard of him. He introduced him as Agur Musa. Alex laughed and said that it was an honor to see someone abandoned by his family, still being warmly welcomed. Evan told them to follow him. He would take care of them. Alex said that there was no need to be so formal. He touched his shoulder and explained that they were about the same age. He asked why they couldn't just be friends. Evan asked confusedly. Was he sure he said that? Then they would go to. But Evan did not finish. Alex Fantas and Evan entered the building. Alex asked him to take his time. He asked if he was still thinking about it and if he could ask for a favor. Evan asked in surprise. A favor. Alex said that he was given a valuable item on the way here, but he could not find a suitable place to store it. Evan asked in surprise. What is it? Alex replied that their family currently uses magical liquids to produce high quality magical stones. Evan thought. thought in shock, pursing his lips, that this is a business for producing magical stones. Alex, meanwhile, said that this is a prototype for the business. He asked in annoyance. He can't carry this with him everywhere, can he? Evan laughed and stuttered a little, saying that he was right. Alex asked if so, then maybe he knows a good place to store it. Evan exclaimed that, of course, he replied that the basement was a suitable place. Evan turned to a G-muzzle and told him to follow him. Alex laughed contentedly and thanked him. The sensor in his ear lit up. Alex began to remember the moments in the car that was approaching the auction. Alex then said that he would never have thought that Roger could find an exact copy of the clothes of the Southern aristocrats. He was impressed. Alex asked the question, was it Vieta who tried? Roger answered. He was glad that he liked her. He hoped that he remembered who he was supposed to act as, Alex said, confusedly pressing his hands to his chin. That, of course, although he did not have much power, but thanks to his father's business in the magic stone market, he was an influential, handsome, and young nobleman. Roger said coldly that he would pretend not to hear the last part. He crossed his arms and turned. To Fantas, he asked, he could handle his role, right? He just needed to keep quiet and act as his bodyguard. Fantas answered casually. If that was the order, Roger thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and continued to say that recently the Loot Corporation has been trying to expand its influence at the expense of magical tools and artifacts. As a result, magical liquids have become a necessary ingredient for the creation of magical tools. Alex thoughtfully made a sound. He asked the question, why did he choose this persona to disguise him? Roger answered that yes, he uses this opportunity to establish contact with. Evan, meanwhile, Hans was driving tensely. Roger held a small thing in his hands and said that they were almost there. He told Alex to put it in his ear before leaving. Alex asked what it was. Roger explained that it was a mobile communication device that Sheridan made. Alex stopped remembering and quietly spoke into the sensor that it was VGO. Now he and Emvin are heading to their destination, Roger answered through the sensor that he understood. Evan turned to him in surprise and asked, did he say something? Alex exclaimed in confusion that he was just admiring the interior design. Evan laughed loudly and exclaimed. He knew he had a good sense of taste. They approached the doors next to which stood knights in armor and said that now they had to open this. Evan inserted the key. The entrance to the elevator was opened with one key as Hans said this was guarded by armored knights. Alex began to remember Roger's words that their target was in the basement of the Can building. He explained that it would not be easy because all the auction items were stored 30 millers underground. Roger continued to explain that in addition, this contained an artifact that was watching their every step, but this did not mean that it was impossible. Alex and Evan went down in the elevator. Roger, meanwhile, turned, telling the plan that Alex and Fantas, he needed them to inspect the interior of the vault. After a short time, Alex reported through the communication sensor that the reconnaissance was successful. He was now absolutely sure that everything would work out. Roger asked, in surprise really for him. It was like a relief. Alex hid behind the wall of the building and asked, pressing his hand to the sensor, should they just continue with the plan? Roger told him to continue. He asked. He remembered what they talked about, right? Alex winked and smiled, asked who did he take him for? He shouldn't worry about it, Roger said. Okay, he trusted him. Roger himself was also hiding behind the wall. He told them to finish up and come back soon. Alex told him through the sensor that he understood he would just say goodbye and leave. Alex looked out from behind the wall and heard a voice asking why the leader wanted him to stay here. Alex was surprised to think that this voice sounded familiar enough. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Panicking, Alex hid behind the wall and told Roger through the sensor that there was a problem. Roger asked what happened. Alex stuttered that she was here. Roger asked, irritably, who was he talking about? Let him explain. Alex replied that Anya joined her. She was his ex-girlfriend. Roger repeated in his mind, dumbfounded. And, join her? He asked what the authorities were doing there. Roger told him to run away as soon as he had the chance. Alex peeked out from behind the wall again. Roger, meanwhile, added that it would not end well if she caught him. Especially for him, Alex replied that he knew he would leave when he had the chance. Alex continued to watch her and thought that she was the same as always. He repeated her name in his mind later. Alex approached Evan and with a confused smile turned to him, saying that it was time for him to leave. Evan asked in surprise, was he leaving already? He also said with a confused smile, and the plan of the case that they had discussed. Alex immediately cut him off and said that he would prefer that they talk about it in a more private setting. He would talk to him soon. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Alex asked, was Baluna back yet? They said no, she was analyzing what he had given her. Roger, meanwhile, told Alex to explain everything properly. Now, Alex began to explain that the auction house was structured roughly like the map he had shown them. But more importantly, the storage area for auction items was divided into 3 rooms. Alex drew on the board with chalk and added that based on importance, the most valuable items were placed in the rooms with the most. The auction lasted for 3 days. Each day, items from one of the rooms were put up for auction, starting with the first. Hans began gesturing with his hand and said that they had found out that the item he needed was in the 3rd room. Sheridan smiled and concluded that this meant they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger crossed his arms thoughtfully and said, no, their plan would be implemented on the second day. Sheridan asked in surprise why Roger explained that security would be increased on the 3rd day. Alex said that there would be too many strangers on the 1st day of the auction, and the 2nd day was the best time. Roger asked Sheridan what about his request. Sheridan replied, leaning her hand on the ridge of the sofa, that everything was almost ready. She would be finished in 3 days. Roger turned to Vieta and asked if she could look for a specialist in construction or interior decoration. Vieta replied that she would ask Olis to help with this. Vieta said that as far as she knew, the Canes of the Intelligence Service would be present. The Order of the Knights of the Intelligence Service was quite famous. She asked if everything would go smoothly. Alex said that it was just a low-ranking knight and that they had nothing to worry about. Vieta asked him how he knew that he would be alone when their plan went into action. There might be more of them, Alex said. That speaking of which, he thought he knew. This night, Sheridan and Hans looked at him in surprise. Vieta asked him, but what if they met during the operation? Alex rubbed the back of his head in confusion and explained that they had met each other a long time ago. They shouldn't worry because he would perfectly fulfill his assigned role. Roger added that there would be no problems. The information they had received today was enough. Vieta replied that it was fine if he already thought so. Roger put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and said that it was just a hypothesis. So the plan remained the same. Sometime later, a lot of people were standing at the station. Their conversations were muffled. Casey stepped loudly on the asphalt. She put her hand to her face and exclaimed that at last she was here. She was in Leatherwell. Casey looked back at her assistant and shouted that it was going to rain soon. She told him to stop doing nothing and come to her. Betty was carrying luggage heavily and shouted at her to slow down. He had too much luggage. Betty was the detective's assistant. He angrily asked her why she had taken so many useless things with her. Casey asked again. Useless, he meant things that give her endless inspiration. Suddenly, the wind knocked several sheets of paper out of the bag, which began to fly around the station. Betty screamed in despair. He grabbed his head with his hands in irritation and sadness, and asked what kind of unnecessary things were these. He cursed and asked who carried around documents about incidents for the last 5 years. Casey said kindly and with a smile that she really needed all this. She immediately asked the question, shouldn't he move faster? Betty looked at her with displeasure and asked why. Casey indignantly asked again why she had already said that it would rain. Betty's mouth fell open in shock. He said that it was a problem. He asked when it would start. Casey put her index finger up and said that, taking into account humidity, precipitation, and some other factors, she put her palm forward and said, 5. Betty asked again, puzzled. 5 minutes. Then they should hurry. Casey began to bend her fingers and said, 4, 3, 2. She shouted loudly that there was only 1 left. Betty put his hand to his face in horror and yelled that it was raining. Casey turned her back to him, opening her umbrella, and said that she knew. Betty yelled in panic that they needed to take cover. All the pages would get wet. Casey hid behind the umbrella, sheltering herself from the rain. Betty began to nervously gather up all the papers that had been scattered by the wind and yelled at her to wait. These couldn't get wet. Casey said he knew how meticulous she was. Suddenly, Betty made a noise of surprise, starting to reach for the papers. Casey hid them under the dome, protecting them from the raindrops. She turned back to him and asked, was he surprised? Betty yelled in irritation that she was serious. He asked if this was her plan. Then why didn't she do it from the beginning? Casey? Kamoy smirked. Moving her umbrella a little, she was the holder of the title Green Water Celadon and also a private detective. After some time, they approached one of the houses. Betty asked a question, but why did they come to leather? Casey explained. She heard that strange things have been happening in this city lately. The activity of suspicious organizations. Werewolf ambushes. Betty asked her a question. Isn't the appearance of werewolves a common occurrence? Casey answered with a gloomy look. That these are unusual werewolves, Betty asked again in surprise. What unusual? Casey continued to say that in addition, his last traces were left here. Betty indignantly asked the question. She again does not say whose last trace was here. Casey said, James Moore. Artie! Betty asked her a question. Didn't Maury die when he fought her? Casey asked irritably. Does he still believe that stupid rumor? Betty said that the rumor about how they fought at the waterfall near the cliff and fell together in the end, too. Casey put her index finger forward with satisfaction and said with a smirk that he was right. Betty asked her with offense. Was she laughing at him? Casey looked forward again seriously and said, the difference between these rumors was that the man did not die, her intuition tells her so. Betty exhaled tiredly and asked, is this her intuition again? What about her amazing ability for inductive reasoning? Casey explained that it was not just intuition. She had proof. Betty asked in disbelief. Is this true? Casey exclaimed what exactly her proof was. The newspapers and data that he is now carrying 5 years ago in the kingdom of dope werewolves raided the civilians. It was the so-called Bloody KN. Then a large and battered monster appeared. The Beast of Garden. The man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Hing, but he then abandoned his reputation and was never seen again, Betty asked with confusion. And what was she trying to say? Casey continued to explain that for years ago in the kingdom of Fatali, adjacent to the empire in the country, ravaged by the exploitation of the nobility, a mysterious pile of black shadow appeared. Arsène Lupin, he operated for about a year and stole a lot of treasure, then he disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man appeared in the kingdom of Delk who tried to start a war. It was James Moriarty. He also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. Casey continued to explain, recalling the past moments that there was also a civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah. The winner of this war was Mackie AI. He disappeared at the end of the war. Daddy still said with the same disbelief that it couldn't be. He asked, was she trying to say that all these people were the same person, Casey? Turned to him, put her hands on her hips, and said that according to her calculations, it looked like that was it. Then she turned again, looking back with a smirk that the last place he went was this very city of leather. Velbady tried to catch up with her and asked why someone with such abilities would hide their identity and wander the world. Casey waved her hand casually and asked in return, how would she know? She looked ahead thoughtfully and said that in any case, he was the man who once led the empire into chaos. If he lived, then they would have to kill him, Casey urged Baden and said that they had to go. She found a nice place to stay, Betty asked in surprise. Where is it? Casey exclaimed with a smile that it is the caned auction house. After some time in the auction house, Evan thanked them for coming. He bowed respectfully and turned to Princess Elend. Van Exilian, he introduced himself as Evan Luke. He was in charge of the auction. Endo thanked him coolly and said that it was nice to meet him. She admitted that she was a little tired right now, so could he show her the room where she would be staying? Evan respectfully answered that he did. He pointed to the side and said that he would show her to an elite room. Endo thanked him. She mentally wondered how much all this was worth. If even one of these were sold, how many families could be helped? Roger, meanwhile, stood not far from her and, putting his hand to the sensor, asked that everyone listen to him. He turned to Anon and told them to begin the operation. Alex adjusted his jacket and thought, great, he can't wait to get started. He thought he would die of boredom after waiting so long. Alex thought that, first of all, he would meet Vieta downstairs. Suddenly, he turned to the side in surprise, making a surprised sound. Alex immediately turned around and cursed in his mind. He mentally asked Anya why she was here. Alex contacted Vieta. He said that it would take some time to take care of some things and go down the Etta thought indignantly that they had only just started and everything was already going wrong. She held the glass in her hands and mentally decided that since it had already come to this, she would have to do it herself. She remembered Roger's words, who had told her the plan. The first point of it was that they found the key to the elevator entrance. This was what Alex and Vieta were supposed to do. He would leave it to just the two of them. Vieta called out to one of the guards, calling him handsome. She asked if he could help her. Her cheeks turned rosy. She supposed she had drunk too much. She asked the guard if he would take her to her room. Meanwhile, she had a plan in her head for her to find the key to steal it and bring it here after some time. Vieta thanked him for helping her. The guard said that of course he could not ignore a guest who came to the auction house. He suggested that she rest a little in his room. Vieta leaned on the bed and said that he was very kind. The guard closed the door behind him and said that she needed to sober up to find her room, and in order for her to sober up, the man approached her and asked with a gloomy look if she wanted to play a fun game with him. Vieta smiled with anticipation and admitted that she liked fun games. The guard reached out to her with his hand. Suddenly, Vieta grabbed his hand and pulled it with all her might towards herself. The guard looked at this in panic. Vieta turned him over. Herself, throwing him to the other side of the room, wringing his arm, she slammed him to the floor with all her might. Vi looked at him with a smirk and asked, "How does he like this game?" She clenched her fists. Looking at this, she did not think that she would disable him. With one blow, she supposed that it was probably not in vain that she learned to strengthen her body with the help of magic. Vieta looked into the chest of keys and asked the question, "Where is their needed key?" Meanwhile, in the hall, an auction. The voices of people echoed from the walls of the hall. The auction host addressed everyone present in the hall. He thanked them for visiting their auction of the camp house once again without further ado. They need to look at the first lot of the second day. He pointed his hand at the glass square in which there was a bright, shining stone. Meanwhile, the girl pushed the cloth away from it as much as she could. The auctioneer exclaimed, "Many were saying that this jewel was cried by the mermaid." Herself, it was a mermaid's tear, people in the hall gasped in surprise. One of the old men said that it was beautiful, the auctioneer exclaimed, that the bidding then begins at 1,000,000 dinar. Elendel watched the auction with detachment. Cries began to spread from the hall that someone would take it for 50 million and someone could even take it for 200 million. Elinda mentally asked herself, was it really a mermaid's tear? It was so unusual. Casey thoughtfully pressed her hands to her chin and said that it may seem beautiful, but it was a fake. Elendel turned in her direction. Puzzled, Casey folded her hands slightly and suggested that she was bored with the auction. She addressed her as a princess. Elendel asked excitedly, had they met before? Casey said no, they were meeting for the first time. Elendel asked in confusion. How did she recognize her? Then Casey answered calmly. She looked bored. Not many people would openly show displeasure in a place like this. She asked if she knew that her hair was slightly rumpled at the back. Elinda looked at her hair in surprise, bringing her hand closer to it. Casey asked, had she been lying in her room recently? The smell of the air freshener from the room lingered on her, since she did not wear perfume. It was unbecoming of a nobleman who should pay attention to what other nobles thought of him. Casey continued to speak, not caring what other people thought. In a place like this, she must be royalty. And rumor had it that she had come to this auction. Elendel was puzzled and concluded that if she was sitting in an elite room, then she was no ordinary person. Casey smiled slightly and said that she had forgotten to introduce herself. She held out her card and said that her name was Casey Saloy. She was a detective. Elendel, dumbfounded, repeated that name. She wondered if she was the famous private detective. She was a water mage who had also earned the title of Greenwater Codone. Casey put her hand to her chest and laughed. She said that she was honored that she had recognized her. Endel asked what she was doing in Cannes. Casey explained that she had been invited here as soon as she arrived in Lille. She remembered right away and added that at such big events, there are always incidents. Elendel made a noise of surprise. Casey said that they should just call it her detective instincts. Meanwhile, Roger was pacing the hall. He thought that it seemed like everything had gone wrong from the very beginning, but Thieta still continued to do her job as best she could. Now he would have to team up with the guys? Evan suddenly asked in surprise, noticing Roger, and who do they have here? He arrogantly put his hands out in front of him and said that they met again. It was a coincidence the last time they saw each other was in this banquet hall. Evan repeated the name Roger loudly. He doesn't even know what he's doing here, but he's very glad to see him. Roger looked away irritably and thought it was Evan Luke. Evan approached him accompanied by security and asked if he liked the auction. Roger said, yes, it's worth attending in some way. Evan asked arrogantly. To some extent, well, as many said that he can only see as much as he knows. Roger Cooey confirmed this and said that he would go. Then Evan immediately noticed that he seemed to be alone. He asked Roger to allow him to see him out. He turned to the guards and exclaimed that he was an important guest, so let them treat him politely. The guards accepted the order and exclaimed that they did. Roger looked at them thoughtfully and mentally, asked the question, is he watching him on purpose? Apparently he wants to show his power. Roger thought that his plan would fail if they followed him. He put his hand on the sensor and contacted Hans. Roger told him that at the moment, he cannot move, he is waiting for reinforcements. Hans mentally asked the question, can I move? He is reinforcements. Arpa turned to Hans and said that it was time for him to go. Hans looked at the rattling device in his hands and exclaimed that this device should help him get anywhere. He should call it in this operation. ARA smirked and said that then he could call him Duma Hans, replied airily that he was going to call him that anyway, he thought. Looking at the device that they would be a little late in that case, he had no choice but to go with ARA. Hans wondered out loud, is it jammed? It just blinked red and showed that a signal was detected. ARA turned to Kafka and told him to take a look. It was blinking red. KFKA replied that it was good at least. It worked suddenly. Someone stepped loudly behind them. Deckard shouted a call to them. He asked what they were doing there. Hans and ARA tensed up their entire bodies. Deckard shouted for them to show themselves to him at once. Hans cursed in his mind and thought that they were caught. He didn't even think they would. Patrol this alley. ARA looked back at them with a grim expression. Hans yelled at him to do something. DEA turned to ARA and cursed, asking a question. Is this just a child? What is he doing here? Arfa swung his tightly clenched fist at him. He hit the policeman in the stomach. Deckard growled loudly in pain, unconsciously fell to the asphalt. ARA exhaled angrily, standing in front of him. Hans mentally wondered how he knocked this man out with one blow. Who was he? Hans asked out loud. Is he a knight? ARA turned to him in surprise and asked again, a knight. These are the superhumans who graduated from the academy, received an official knighthood and are significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Hans immediately cut him off and told him to forget it. He praised him for a good job. Arfa took Deckard by one hand, starting to drag her along with him. Hans held the device forward and told them to tie this guy up and hide him in a pile of trash. ARA said, okay, that sounded good. Suddenly, a slightly irritated voice called out for Deckard. He asked where he was. Hans turned around in shock and cursed silently, asking a question. Another one. ARA had faked a voice and shouted at him to wait. He was here! Hans looked at him in shock and asked himself, was that the voice of the knocked-out guard? The guard had asked what he was doing in this alley. Arfa had shouted at him not to come here. He needed to relieve himself. He would be here soon. Let him wait a little. He looked, did it. But there was nothing strange there. The guard waved his hand in disgust and said, turning around, that it was disgusting. He shouted at him to come quickly to him. Arfa, meanwhile, turned to Hans with satisfaction and asked him a question. How was he? Was the voice very similar? Hans asked gloomily. How was he? Who was he? Anyway, he immediately said that in any case, they just needed to turn on the device. Later, they needed to go inside. ARA obediently replied that it was good. Meanwhile, at the construction, Alex leaned his hand against the wall and said with relief that he had finally made it. His whole body was shaking from the tension because he did not think that Anya would be there. He immediately said, breathlessly, that it was hard to go down the stairs. He opened the door and thought that he had better hurry to meet Vieta and get the key. Vieta, meanwhile, noticed him. She deliberately tripped and screamed loudly, falling on Alex. Alex exhaled in surprise. He helped her straighten up and asked if she was okay. Vieta, with the same respect, answered that she was. She explained with a guilty look that she had slipped. She leaned her hand on his shoulder with a smile and thanked him for catching her. Meanwhile, Vieta, with her other hand, carefully and imperceptibly passed the key into Alex's hand. Alex, as if he didn't notice, replied that she shouldn't worry about it. A moment later, they began to disperse. Several guards looked at them coolly, not noticing anything strange. Alex put his hand to his head and through the sensor said that Hugo was speaking. He told Fantas that he had the key and was going to the elevator. Fantas, who had taken the nickname Melvin, replied that he would wait for him by the elevator. He remained invisible with the help of magic. A couple of girls and boys were walking next to him, casually talking about something. Meanwhile, Alex passed by him, still not noticing him. Fantas removed the magic from himself and told him that he was here. Alex swore in fear and muttered that he had scared him. He asked the question, "Is this a manifestation of the spirit that the beastmen used to hide their presence?" Fantas firmly said that he had the key. Alex said that he was going straight to the point. He explained that he had it, so they needed to hurry. He looked out from the wall, noticing a large crowd of security, and said quietly, as expected, the number of guards increased. They contacted Sheridan and said that they were approaching the exit. Sheridan introduced herself by her nickname Wells and answered with a smile that she was moving. Sheridan walked into the crowd of people stopping later. She quickly pushed off and steam began to come from her shoes. It began to spread throughout the hall. People screamed in fear. Someone asked a question. "What is this? Where is this steam coming from?" Someone coughed and asked again, trying to hide from the smoke. "What is happening? It was a terrorist attack." Sheridan disappeared behind the wall, watching this with a smirk. She said that it was even better than she expected it was. Belle Luna's special Turgas. One of the guards pointed to the side and told everyone to take cover. He needed more guards. They were short-handed. The men were trying to run as far away from the steam as they could through tears. One of the guards turned to the knights and asked if they could help him. The knight asked in shock, "Chemical terrorism?" He cursed and said that he would be damned. Two of them would stay and protect the elevator, and the rest could go. Alex looked at the knights leaving and quietly said that it had started. He turned to Fantas and asked if he could take care of those two. Fantas said, "Okay." He walked out to the knights. One of them shouted for him to identify himself. "This area is under guard." Alex immediately stepped forward and shouted at them to wait. He explained that there was too much panic there. They got lost trying to find shelter. He immediately said with faint grandeur that if they thought about it, he asked if they didn't know who he was. The knights looked at him in shock and disbelief. Alex explained that he came here last time with his friend Evan Luke. He immediately exclaimed that it was true. Now he remembered them when he saw them up close. He asked with a smile, "Were the two of them here? Then they don't know where Evan is." One of the knights said in bewilderment that, firstly, they don't need to come closer. Let them stay where they are. Meanwhile, Fantas pushed off the floor, starting to run forward at high speed. He immediately knocked down the knights with both hands. There was a loud sound from his attack. Alex slipped ahead in panic and cursed. He asked a question. He didn't kill them, did he? Fantas looked down and said that he avoided vital points. Alex walked past the unconscious knight and mentally asked the question, was the armor bent by one blow? How did the leader find such a guy? Alex contacted Hans and said that they dealt with the guards at the entrance. Hans replied that Kafka and Duma were speaking. They were moving out. Hans pressed the red button on the device. It said, "Great, they were entering and proceeding according to plan." Arfa was pulling a cart and exclaimed, "Good." Meanwhile, in the large hall with the auction, the auctioneer enticingly put his hand forward and exclaimed the next lot at the auction they would start the bidding at 500,000. Then people began shouting that someone would take it for 5 million and someone could take it for 10 million. Roger glanced out of the corner of his eye at the watching guards and mentally asked himself, were they still chasing him? It would be difficult for him to move freely. Judging by the radio conversations, everything was going smoothly enough. Suddenly, he turned his head in shock and mentally thought, what is this? He glanced at the private detective and mentally asked himself, Casey Saloy. Roger remembered how they fought near the waterfall. He asked her. Then angrily, was she in hers? With me, Casey pushed off the ground, pulling him down from the edge of the waterfall. Roger screamed they would both die if she continued. Casey screamed back at him that she didn't care. Even if she couldn't defeat him now, she would pay with her life to defeat a villain like him. Roger looked at her stunned. Casey, meanwhile, screamed angrily that he should get ready. Now she addressed him as James Morty. Roger stopped remembering and abruptly turned back to the auction. He mentally asked the question, was she looking at him? He cursed in panic. Why was this woman even here, Casey? Meanwhile, looked at him puzzled. Roger continued to think with excitement further that he had changed his appearance so that she would not be able to recognize him. But this madwoman was incredibly skilled, even earned the title of Greenwater Codone. If she got in the way of their operation, their entire week's plans could fall apart. Roger wondered, had she figured out the plan? Yet, he glanced again at Casey, who was watching the auction with a smile. She was occasionally exchanging some phrases with Lendl. Roger mentally concluded that no, if she were, she wouldn't be so calm. This crazy woman doesn't know. What's going on right now? Roger kept his cool, clenching his hands. He could only hope that his subordinates had completed the task quietly and quickly. Meanwhile, in the surveillance department on the cameras, one of the guards yawned loudly. He sleepily said that he was very bored. He asked, "What kind of brave idiot? Thought of robbing Kun?" The other guard turned in his direction and indignantly told him not to get distracted. He asked what he was worried about. After all, they had all these amazing artifacts. This artifact transmits a picture of what was happening. The first guard told him that it was a shame to use such an interesting artifact just for security. They continued to look at the computer monitors showing all the rooms with artifacts. Suddenly, one of the monitors started showing static. One of the guards asked, "In surprise, what was that? What happened?" The first guard said that there was static in 2 rooms. He was told that, "I think everything is fine. He thinks that he is already imagining things." Suddenly, the second guard made a sound in shock. He abruptly stood up from his seat and shouted for him to wait. He asked who that was. The first guard looked at him in confusion and shouted that he had scared him. Was something wrong? He was told that they had an intruder. The camera showed a thief climbing through a hole. The guard shouted a question. Did he drill a hole in the wall and get inside? This place is deep underground. After some time, Evan asked in shock what he shouted angrily for them to repeat it. The guard answered. They received a message that the intruder was in the second security room. Evan asked with undisguised anger, "What about the guy guarding the entrance?" The guard told him that since the intruder was able to get inside, Evan abruptly turned around, starting to walk forward, and shouted that it did not matter at all. They needed to call security immediately. Meanwhile, the lead knight turned to the others and exclaimed that this was great. It seemed like everyone had already been here. The intruder had dug a tunnel and gotten in. They would check the sewer entrances around this area. The rest would split into groups of porters and an assault team, and then they would go with him to the vault. One of the knight obediently exclaimed that this was good. Evan watched the CCTV with tension, starting to bite his fingernail. The guard announced that the others were going down on the elevator. Evan continued to bite his finger in panic and cursed silently. He asked the question, "Do they have any idea how much these artifacts are worth? Do they think he will just sit and watch?" Evan looked at the communication device and asked in a panic, "Do they know what to do?" The main task was to move the items to storage. 3. The assault team was to go to storage 2 and capture the enemies. One of the knights held the device that communicated with Evan and said, "Okay." He commanded the porter team to start moving the items to storage 3. The assault team should follow him. To storage 2, he informed Evan that the assault team was calling the base. They were opening the doors to storage 2. The guard on the CCTV answered that the base was on the line. He explained that the enemies were still in the storage. Evan yelled at them to get inside. He told them to do it as quickly as possible. The knights ran inside and pointed their spears forward. Threateningly, they yelled for no one to move. Suddenly, they stumbled upon an empty storage room. Stunned, they said in confusion that no one was there. Evan shouted into the comm device in shock. Was there no one there? He started swearing and asked what they were talking about. He was told that there was no sign of forced entry, and all the items were intact. Evan asked in irritation as he watched his vault continue to be looted. "So what did they think he was looking at?" He said in confusion that they definitely didn't mistake this for another room. Suddenly, the CCTV changed to show the guards. Looking around the empty vault in confusion, Evan asked in shock, "Did the screen change?" The guard asked in worry, "Was this fake?" The knights asked through the device what they should do. Should they return it to the third vault? Evan said no. They needed to move it somewhere else. The knights obediently replied, "Yes." They would pass it on to the guards in the porter group who were now in the elevator. Evan rubbed the back of his head in confusion and cursed. He said if it was a fake screen, he wondered if that meant someone had played fake footage in real time. The guard next to him pressed his hand to his chin in confusion. Mentally wondered, had someone replaced the frame that the artifact was playing with their own? But for what purpose? What were they planning to achieve by simply swapping frames? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. The guard yelled at Evan, "It was a trap! The second room was just a trick," Evan asked. Dumbfounded, "What?" The guard yelled that they were targeting the third room all along. They were planning to intercept the transmission of items that they were instructed to do. Evan stared ahead in shock. Frowning, suddenly a stuttering voice was heard through the comm device speaking to the boss. The knight asked, "Are they online? This is the assault team." The guard replied that the base is in touch. He asked what happened. The knight reported that the elevator leading to the surface had collapsed. Evan, stunned, asked the question what the knights shouted that they would not leave here without the elevator. They shouted for help. The guard turned to Evan and shouted that they had no internal forces that could help them. Maybe he should ask the police for help. Evan angrily shouted, no, the reputation of the auction would fall if this situation became known. The guard asked the question, what should they do? Then Evan gloomily and with panic from hopelessness shouted that he did not know. Suddenly a guard next to him shouted that they would go there and try to stop them. He commanded them to gather all the guards. Evan began to shake with panic all over and continued to bite his nail. Meanwhile, the guard was answered by others that the order was accepted. Assistant Evan reached for the door and asked in shock why the door did not. Sheridan, meanwhile, with a grin, walked away from the door, which the guards were breaking down on the other side. An indignant voice was heard that the door did not open. Another voice cursed and asked the question what was going on. Sheridan thought that everyone was locked. She passed next to the running knight and thought that the leader came up with such an amazing plan. She did not know what to do when she first heard about the storage artifact. She began to remember how Roger asked her a question. Can she do anything? He wants to replace the footage from the storage, which will be shown through the artifact. He needs a device to hack the transmission. Sheridan, with a satisfied smile, contacted Roger and said that Wells is in touch. She replied that the mission was a success. ARA, Hans, STIs, and Alex, meanwhile, were dragging away boxes with the stolen artifacts. 30 minutes earlier, ARA asked, how is it in the carriage? Sat two guys crying from fear. Hans exhaled wearily and said that everything seemed to fit. He asked, but why is it so tightly pressed to the stomach? They put on the knight's armor. ARA, meanwhile, pulled on the knight's helmet. Alex said that Fantas had badly dented the armor when he hit it. They tried to repair it, but they couldn't fix it completely. Hans looked at Fantas' clean fist and excitedly replied that it was very convenient. Hans said that they would be ready. They would see each other a little later. Alex smiled contentedly and said in response that they would see each other downstairs. He and Fantas stood up to walk through the dark hall. He exhaled in relief and said it was good that they hadn't encountered the security group. Fantas told him to wait. He needed to check the location of the guards. Green-blue energy began to spread from him, Alex thought. Good, he mentally asked the question. Can he use the manifestation of the spirit in this way? Fantos slightly opened his eyes and said that there were 8 guards in total. All of them were scattered in different rooms. Luckily for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had gotten separated from the rest. He can't believe that they were just walking around the storage room, but thanks to this, they easily took care of them. Fantos and Alex were dressed in knight armor. A moment later, Fantos made a dissatisfied sound. Alex asked him to be patient. Not everyone was as huge as him. He used the device to interfere with the video surveillance and told him to get ready. It was about to start. They began to remember how the commander-in-chief of the Knights told them that a group of porters were starting to move items to the 3rd storage room. The assault team follows him to the 2nd storage and destroys the enemy's ARA. And Hans listened intently to the Knights' conversations. One of them said that he was again forcing his subordinates to work for his achievements and merits. Another told him that he was doing this because there were not many opportunities to stand out in Caned One. Of them said that they should just take their duties seriously. Hans and ARA continued to listen to the conversation. Stunned, suddenly, one of the knights sighed in relief and said that this was for sure they would be punished if they did not work well. Alex and Fantas carried chests with artifacts looking around with a grin. After some time, they were in the storage. Someone contacted Evan and said that they successfully entered the elevator with the items. The voice from the device transmitted that the assault team was handing over to the porter group according to the instructions. Let them carry all the items to a safe place above ARA. Alex, Hans, and Fantas asked themselves in their minds, are they starting? One of them struck the other knights. First, one of them asked in shock what was going on. There were low cries of pain. A moment later, the auction knights were unconscious. Alex said now they had one last step. Alex launched an arrow into the ropes holding the elevator. Hans asked in shock and loom, what did he do? They abruptly began to pull the unconscious guards aside. Alex explained with a smile that he had sabotaged the elevator so that the guys below would not be able to go up. Suddenly he shouted that it was time for them to leave here. The elevator began to fall down with a loud screeching sound and sparks suddenly collapsing completely. A loud sound of a destroyed elevator was heard. After a while, someone said, "Okay, have they loaded everything yet?" Another voice shouted for everyone to get in the back. They were leaving. Hans pushed the bag forward and said that he would be back on his own. The plan had changed, so he needed the boss to check something. Sheridan asked, puzzled, was he talking about the item the leader was looking for? Hans confirmed it. He knew the real one was in the auction room, but he couldn't tell. The difference between this and the fake. If it was a fake, they would have to look for it again, Sheridan asked with a smile, really. But if Roger was with him, it would be all right. Hans removed his helmet distantly. Sheridan, meanwhile, asked the others again. Had they loaded all the items, she immediately exclaimed. With joy that Violet was back, she told her to quickly get inside the car. Hans continued to watch silently. If he thought about it, these guys were all pretty good at fighting. He was watching Roger's assistants. It also seemed that this wasn't the only thing they were good at. Hans stowed with irritation while all he could do was gather information. He desperately asked himself in his mind, would they just leave him behind? Suddenly, his eyes widened in confusion, his mouth slightly open. He slapped himself angrily on the cheek and mentally asked himself, what was he thinking if that were the case? The leader would have abandoned him long ago. He commanded himself to focus on how to deliver the relic fragment to Roger safely. Hans contacted Roger and suggested that he probably couldn't answer him right now, so he should just listen. Roger tensed up in confusion. Hans reported that everyone had managed to escape safely. He would take the item he spoke with and bring it to him. Most likely, the battery for the communication device was almost dead. He would wait for him in the central hall, so they would meet there. The guards watching Roger were distracted by the binding device with the other knights in their hands. Roger thought, great. Everyone managed to escape. The guards at this time abruptly opened the doors, starting to run out. Roger followed them and thought that the situation had reached these guys. He could go meet Hans outside. Meanwhile, Hans walked through the hall, holding the artifact in a bag, and was surprised to think that there was no one here. He wondered, was it because of the sleeping powder that the little one sprayed? His gaze suddenly shifted to someone's figure. Hans mentally wondered why these guys were standing there. He looked at the man's smirk and thought something was wrong. Meanwhile, the man pointed a gun forward from which dark energy emanated and fired. Hans was stunned to the spot. Seeing the dark energy approaching him, he mentally wondered what. Meanwhile, a loud explosion occurred on the auction stage with debris flying everywhere. Roger looked around in shock and asked himself a question in his mind. An explosion suddenly. Bandits burst into the hall, through the stage. One of them shouted for everyone to lie down. He shouted threateningly, standing next to the accompanying assistants, that anyone who moved would die. The auctioneer stuttered, asking who they were. Didn't they know what kind of place this was? The bandit threateningly muttered that he had told them not to move. He shot the auctioneer in the head, who coughed in pain for the last time. The woman screamed in panic. She immediately added for everyone to run. The man next to her called for security. He asked where the security was. He immediately added, for the woman to get out of the way. His safety must be a priority. The bandit's assistants put their magic sticks forward. The bandit himself shouted for them to just kill them all. They would also take their valuables from the corpses. Roger asked himself in his mind. Robbers, how did they get into the auction hall? He cursed with the guests and thought it was because of them. A man's voice was heard from behind him, shouting that they were greedy. Nobles! Roger turned to the side in shock. The man revealed his torso from under his jacket, to which dynamite was tied, and shouted for them to die. Roger gritted his teeth in shock and thought that this was a vest with dynamite used by the Liberation Army. He was definitely not mistaken. This is the same method as the Liberation Army. It was not only robbers. The Liberation Army was also targeting this place. Roger suddenly thrust his crutch forward, from which his energy began to emanate. It immediately pierced the body of the man with the dynamite. Having moved the man further away from himself, Roger fell to the floor from the strong blast wave. He HD'd his shoulder hard and let out a loud roar. Smoke and dust rose in the air. Riar began to rise and thought that he might have died. Besides, the whole building should be under the fiery silence. He mentally asked himself how the bomb exploded. Perhaps it was custom-made gunpowder, but he got rid of that when he played the role of Mirard. So how did it happen then? Suddenly someone behind him screamed loudly and fearfully. Roger carefully turned his head back to where the frightened girl was standing. His gaze fell on the body of a lion guard whose veins were bulging and red, thick foam was flowing from his mouth. One of the people shouted in confusion and panicked that it was a curse, it was black magic. Roger clenched his teeth in panic and mentally asked a question. Robbers a liberation army and now black magic. He cursed again and asked, "Is Hans safe?" Meanwhile, an Eldon was running down the hall. She thought she had barely escaped. She wondered in her mind where the robbers and said what was going on was. "Casey, okay?" Suddenly, someone shouted threateningly that they had found the princess, and Eldon turned around in shock, noticing the black mages. One of them shouted for them to run after her. They would show the power of the Liberation Army to the royal family. Elendel put her palm forward in fear. She knew she should not have come to this place. She should have been in the... Then the fighters from the Liberation Army continued to run towards her and shouted for her to die. Suddenly, someone smirked and said that their voices were too loud. The soldiers looked up in surprise and asked in confusion, "What was that, Bubbles?" Floated near them. A moment later, the soldiers were in it and were stunned. Were those bubbles? One of them cursed and shouted that he couldn't get out. They had only one choice. One of the soldiers opened his cloak, revealing a vest with dynamite, and shouted that it wasn't working. Another soldier told him that it couldn't be. Special gunpowder could bypass the fire silence. Casey, meanwhile, shouted with a smirk at them to surrender. She was surrounded by water and covered Elendel with her body. Casey said that no matter how special it was, gunpowder was still gunpowder, that's right. Right, all she had to do was wet it. Batty was holding 2 soldiers of the Liberation Army and shouted to the private detective that he was all clear. Casey happily told him that it was a good job she had just finished too. Suddenly, someone landed next to them and asked in a frightened voice, "Was the princess okay?" Anya held her sword out in front of her. Casey guessed that she was with her. Back then, Ina was flattered that she remembered she introduced herself by name and said that she was from the Order of the Night Serpent. Casey began clapping her hands and replied that it seemed clear. She suggested that they join forces and get out of this place as soon as possible. Anya glanced at the soldiers from the Liberation Army and asked the question, "Where did these guys come from? How did they get past the can security?" Casey answered her by admitting that she did not see a single guard nearby. She thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and said that for some reason all the guards left. Then all sorts of organizations decided to take advantage of the opportunity while this was happening. She concluded that it was not safe here, so they better discuss all this when they got out of here. Suddenly, Casey noticed something strange in her peripheral vision. They all said, stunned. No, the building there was undisguised horror on their faces some time ago. Hans asked Roger why he accepted him into the team. Roger turned his head in confusion and asked what kind of question was that. Hans said with shame, "He himself knows that he is a coward. He always leaves all the battles to Roger, although he has a power that others do not have." Roger, without hiding, answered that he accepted him because he is a coward. Hans asked the question in surprise, and what kind of answer was that? The unconscious members of the Scarlet Group were lying next to them. Roger continued to say that he knew very well about his power. How dangerous it was, and the responsibility it brings with it. Isn't he afraid of hurting someone with his power? Hans looked at him, stunned, his mouth open. Later, he pressed his lips together and remained silent. Hans said quietly after a moment that he was an orphan. Roger looked at him, again puzzled Hans. Meanwhile, continued to say that this is why he spent his youth in an orphanage. He had never gotten along with others. But then there was this girl he used to hang out with. She was like a sister to him. She was such a bright and sweet child, and he was nothing compared to her. H smiled warmly and said that she had once found a stray puppy and brought it to them. It was so cute he remembered petting it, but then he had bitten it lightly. Roger cut him off abruptly, calling his name. He looked away again and said that he didn't have to continue. Hans clenched his fist, his hand shaking a little. He said that it was his first transformation in his life, and also his first kill. If the dog hadn't bitten his hand, if he had known about his curse a little earlier, Hans immediately exclaimed in despair that no, he shouldn't have accepted that girl's kindness. Roger called his name again. Hans's shoulders slumped in defeat. Roger held out his hand and said, "If the time came when he would be in mortal danger," Hans asked in shock, boss. He said, "What was this?" He immediately asked in disgust, "What was this? What kind of animal did he make this thing out of?" Roger repeated again when the time came, and he ran away, leaving everything behind. He would not blame him. He held out a blade with a sharpened tooth and said, "But if he wanted to fight back instead of running away, let him use it. Roger would respect his choice." Hans returned from his memories, his eyes slightly open. He noticed several people in front of him holding weapons at the ready. His back was wounded. Scarlet blood spread across the floor, staining his suit. Hans mentally asked himself what happened. Meanwhile, someone approached him and said that today was most likely their lucky day. The man added that whoever it was, they had greatly weakened the guard of One of the Black. Magicians told the older one to hurry up and take the bag. The building was already shaking. Most likely people already understood what had happened and what for. The old man stretched his hand down and replied that he was quite impatient. He would take it. Now he immediately triumphantly called Hans in. "Idiot taking the bag!" he asked him. "Did he think he could hide the Manu relics in such a bag?" Hans, with bulging veins, grabbed his leg. He angrily and weakly muttered that he should put it back. He needed to give it to his boss, the old man asked with a smirk. Was he still alive? He supposed that it seemed like a curse. The old man hit Hans in the stomach with all his might and exclaimed that everything worked as he had planned. Hans began to cough from the pain. The old man froze next to him and said that he could not even move, but he was already telling him to give it to him. Hans pressed his hand to his chest in pain. His whole body was shaking from weakness. He continued to cough loudly, pressing his hand to his chest. The old man exhaled maliciously and asked a question. Had he been holding on all this time by sheer willpower? This was amazing, but he didn't have long to live. The old man turned around abruptly and said, mercifully, that he would leave him to die, let him try to survive this if he could. Hans, meanwhile, reached his hand to his open mouth. Later, his hand reached after the old man, and he thought no. His body was so heavy. Hans's whole hand was shaking from weakness. He thought angrily that it wasn't for them. He called them idiots. He desperately continued to think that if there was someone here instead of him, they wouldn't have let him take the relic so easily. He imagined Alex, ARF, and Fantas. Hans leaned purposefully on his elbows and tried to get up weakly. He thought that he would lose the trust of the boys then. From the very beginning, he was a coward who would be nothing without Roger's help. It was all because he was weak. Until the very end, he would remain bast for him. Hans began to rise with a gloomy and weakened look. Suddenly, something fell with a loud sound. Hans looked down in amazement and said, "What?" It was in front of him lay a dagger made of a tooth. Hans looked at it and thought this was what Roger had given him. He bared the blade of the dagger with shaking hands and thought that it was right. If this was not the end, then for the last. Hans looked at the well-sharpened blade. He firmly said that. Let this allow him to give everything that it has. Hans plunged the blade into his hand. Blood began to spray out in all directions. Suddenly his hands became woolen and long black claws appeared. The beast of Gaiden roared loudly. Hans' clothes began to tear on his rapidly growing body. The beast of Gaiden roared loudly again. Before his eyes were moments with the girl who became like a sister to him. And he also saw how the girl covered a small puppy with her body. The beast of Gaiden opened an eye from which energy began to emanate in all directions. Meanwhile, the old man approached his comrades and contemptuously muttered that he was a tenacious idiot. How he got on his nerves! Hans roared loudly, opening his mouth wide. He looked forward fiercely, standing next to the black magicians. The old man, standing with the artifact in his hands, hiccuped in fear. He said with undisguised horror that he asked the question, "What is this suddenly?" The beast of Gaiden grabbed his body. Casey, who saw this, opened her mouth in shock. Fantas, who was far away, listened intently, hearing this and sensing a strange energy. Meanwhile, turned his head in shock. He called out Hans's name questioningly. Meanwhile, the cart with the boys, Alex asked the question in the Russian cart. "Where is he looking?" Fantas answered him coldly that he is looking where they left from. Alex asked again. "The auction house of CST, what was wrong with this place?" Fantas admitted that he sensed the presence of a strong predator. He added that it was dangerous, its smell, and presence. This creature was unusual. Fantas clenched his teeth, and thought that he had only met a beast of this level. A couple of times he immediately thought, no, it might even be stronger than any beast he had encountered. Alex, stunned, listened to his speech. He thought that if he was in the auction house now, then it must be. He began to remember. Alex told Roger that he had a question. Last time he said that Fantas was the second strongest among them. Is that true then? Who was first? Roger himself. Roger was doing something at his desk and said, no, he did not include himself when he made this. Assessment, Alex asked with a smirk. Did this mean that he was in first place? Roger looked down carefully and coldly answered that Alex was in third. Despite the fact that he studied well at the Night Academy, he had not yet reached this significant level. Alec asked him a question, but who was in first place then? Roger remained thoughtfully silent. He firmly answered that it was Hans. A scream was heard from the construction house, asking what was going on. Evan said in despair that his goods, his auction house. He grabbed his head, kneeling, and screamed that he was finished. Now he was definitely finished. The assistant turned to him and said with relief that at least he managed to escape safely. The evacuation of their guests is also carried out accordingly, so Evan did not let him finish and shouted at him to wait. He asked in panic, "Where is the princess?" The assistant jerked his whole body in confusion and said that they have not found her yet. Evan asked irritably, "What if something happened to her?" He angrily shouted at him to quickly find her. Suddenly, the building collapsed again with a loud sound. Evan aggressively asked the question. What he cursed and asked again, what happened this time? Many wolf heads with a loud howl made their way through the building. The hand of the beast of Gaiden broke through the wall. Hans leaned on his hand. Getting out of the building, people with horror on their faces turned to the Almighty. One of them asked the question, "What kind of monster is this?" The beast of Gaiden was leaning against the roof of the building, looking at the people. Evan began to shake with fear with his whole body and said that it was a creature. The people next to him screamed in fear. Evan desperately screamed that this creature had returned again. It was the monster that had wreaked havoc on the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. He looked at Hans and screamed that it was the beast of Gaiden. Hans began to descend from the building, breaking the asphalt with his paw. He looked forward menacingly, holding on to the walls of the building like a spider. Evan screamed loudly, running away as quickly as possible to the side. The beast of Gaiden reached out to Evan's assistant with his hand. The assistant began to scream desperately for help. Suddenly, a bright flash cut off Hans' finger. A man with a sharp sword was on a stone horse. He screamed that the patrol order will protect this place. Let them save themselves while they deal with this creature. The people began to run. Around the rest of the patrol order, someone's frightened voice said, "He heard that the auction house was attacked by robbers." Another voice asked the question, "But what kind of monster was it?" The chief patrolman shouted for them to accept silence. He looked at Hans and calmly explained that no matter what happened, the safety of civilians was their priority. He commanded that they focus on destroying the monster. Suddenly, the horse rose up with 2 hooves as if trying to throw off the rider. From great fear, the beast of Gaiden reached out his hand to the patrol order. The commander-in-chief of the patrol order shouted for everyone to disperse, pushing the horse. They began to quickly dodge the blow of the monster. The chief patrolman put the blade of his sword forward, from which a fiery seal appeared, and cursed loudly. Suddenly, he stunned his eyes, noticing something strange. The patrol leader pushed his horse again, dodging the sharp blow to the place where he was. He growled loudly. The beast of Gaiden stuck out the stinger with which he had struck earlier. Next to it was a completely destroyed asphalt with renewed vigor. He began to attack with the stinger in all directions. Several guys from the patrol order screamed, loudly trying to dodge themselves and the horse from a possible blow. The patrol leader shouted at them to slow down. They just need to wait for an opportunity to attack. He frowned tensely and thought that this was quite a fast speed for such a size. He thought that they were in a completely dangerous situation. Where did this monster even come from? He looked at the building where there was a hole in the wall and desperately shouted that at this rate, this place will be razed to the ground. Casey, meanwhile, pointed to the hole in the building and shouted for everyone to get out of there. They just need to jump and leave the rest to them. Casey jumped first, followed by Ina, Betty, and Ellendale. Casey trapped everyone in a large water bubble as they approached the asphalt. Later, when they all landed smoothly, she removed it. Casey turned to the others and asked worriedly, "Was everyone okay?" Ina confirmed it and thanked her. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound. Betty opened his mouth in horror, looking forward. Casey and the others turned their heads in surprise. Feeling a misunderstanding, they saw the Gaiden beast striking sharp blows at the patrol order with its sting. Casey screamed in shock. "What is this?" she asked in. "Confusion, was it, the god beast?" Enya looked at her in confusion and fear. She asked, "Does she mean the monster that appeared in the Datura kingdom 5 years ago?" Anna said doubtfully she thought he was already dead. Casey answered that she was absolutely right. She had seen his stuff by body in the Royals Museum of Dua. Although this monster was similar to the beast of Gadon, there were differences. His forelimbs were very different from those of a human. Enya turned to her again and asked loudly, "Could similar creatures exist?" Casey put her hand to her chin thoughtfully and answered that they could not pass up. Such an option, the beast of Gadon, which Abraham Van Halen destroyed, appeared here again in Leatherville. The last traces of James Morard were also found in Leatherville. Casey continued to reason excitedly. It was obvious that this could not be a simple coincidence. All this pointed to the fact that these were two personalities of the same person. She immediately concluded that this person was now here. Casey frowned and narrowed her eyes. She turned her mind to more Ari and asked what he was planning in the city. She immediately turned to the side and thought that she needed to stop thinking bubbles of her water element began to appear next to her. Suddenly, she pushed off from the huge pressure of water rising up. Ellendel and Batty looked back in. Surprised, Casey jumped forward a little and thought that stopping this monster was her main task. She directed huge streams of water at the Gaiden beast. It began to entangle its body head and... The guy from the patrol order noticed that someone stopped the monster movement. He asked the question, "Is it an ally?" He immediately commanded that whoever it was, this was their chance, they needed to attack. The water continued to hamper the monster's movement, tightening its paws as much as, "Possible, possible!" The patrol order began to attack the beast's arm. Suddenly, the streams of water began to dissipate little by little. The beast of Gavard and strained its arm with all its might, not allowing itself to be restrained any longer. Casey looked ahead tensely, crossing its shaking arms, and shouted that this was powerful. The beast of Gaiden flashed an eye, looking to the side. It opened its mouth wide, starting to roar loudly. Hans looked to the side where Casey was. The water that had been wrapped around his body suddenly broke next to his hands. Casey asked in fear, "Is the magic not working?" She looked at her palm and clenched her teeth tensely. She thought that she could not gather mana. She asked, is it help preventing her from using mana if she let something like this stop her? Then she did not deserve to be called green water. Casey raised her umbrella, from which large streams of water began to flow in different directions. Gradually, the water began to transform into warriors with wings and swords. The patrol order exclaimed in surprise that these knights were summoned by a water mage. Another guy added that this was great. They now had a chance to win. The water knights began to approach the waving Theoden beast. Meanwhile, the patrol order shouted for everyone to rush to the attack. Hans opened his mouth wide again, starting to roar loudly. Meanwhile, in the destroyed auction house, Roger firmly stepped on the floor. He purposefully walked forward. Going around the corpses of people, he looked down, noticing a severed human arm. And thought that there was an ominous mana here. Was it a black mage? Suddenly he realized that there was an animal bite. Roger approached the destroyed wall of the publication and mentally addressed Hans. He asked him a question: did he use it after all? He glanced at Hans, fighting from below, who was being attacked by the soldiers of the patrol order. Roger concluded that this was a difficult decision for him. He cast a spell called the Turnus Nocturnus. Roger was surrounded by dark shadow energy, and he said that he couldn't leave him here. He would come back when he was well prepared. Roger looked down with narrowed eyes and encouraged Hans to hold on. Hans, meanwhile, growled loudly again, glaring angrily at the water knights, and the patrol ordered the severed heads of the wolves that were on the back of the beast of Gaidon fell to the asphalt. Someone from the patrol order shouted, "Great, their attacks are working! Let them not stop!" The eyes on the skulls of the beast of Gaiden glowed bright red. Casey, holding the umbrella in front of her, mentally asked, were the eyes and the skulls on his shoulders glowing? She realized that he was going to block the magic again. She had to prepare for this. The beast of Gaiden swung his paw, looking over his shoulder. Menacingly, Casey looked away in surprise at her water knights and asked, "What is her magic still working?" Suddenly, the whole ground started shaking. Casey asked, "Is that a vibration? What's going on?" Ellendel screamed in shock, trying to warn everyone to look. Betty froze in surprise. Elenda, meanwhile, screamed, seeing the gray mass approaching, that something was approaching. Casey screamed in confusion. This? She asked in confusion. A horde of rats. Many small gray rats, jumping over each other, ran forward. Casey asked again in horror, "What the beast of Gaiden controls the beasts?" She began to swing her umbrella in horror and mentally asked the question, "But why rats?" She was most afraid of rats. Casey built a wall of water which several rats pushed off to the side. Later, other rats came up and began to jump over the wall of water. Casey screamed in shock that they were climbing the walls. She hiccuped in fear as she watched the small rats approach her. Suddenly, someone called her name, loudly. Batty ran forward, swatting the rats away. Casey called his name in gratitude. Elendel appeared from the other side, calling down lightning energy, and shouted that they would help Casey. Stood up and thanked them for their help. The patrol order began to look around, shouting that something was coming. They needed to stick together. Rats began to approach them from all sides. Later, they began to approach the severed heads of the wolves from the body of the Gaiden beast. They squealed loudly, joining. Together in the body next to the wolves, the commander of the patrol order shouted for them to be careful. This monster controlled the beasts. Suddenly, several rats attacked one of the patrol order boys. The commander-in-chief asked, "Where do they come from?" Suddenly, he looked in shock as the wolf's head merged with the rats, rising as a werewolf. He said, "What is this?" He cursed angrily and asked, "What is this?" The commander-in-chief exclaimed in shock that the severed head and the rats had turned into a werewolf. He concluded with a breaking voice that the beast of Gaiden could reproduce. Then was he the reason? For the sudden appearance of werewolves on the bloody night, the commander-in-chief turned back in horror and shouted for everyone to concentrate. They had to get rid of them before more appeared. They had to stop them, no matter what. If they could not stop them, the nightmare of Gaiden would happen again. Hans climbed onto the roof of the building, watching the werewolves. One of the werewolves swung its paw, growling loudly. Casey repelled its attack with a stream of water and thought that they were creating too quickly. She could not even concentrate on the beast of Gaiden. Now Casey looked down in disgust. A large crowd of rats was approaching her. Casey said that when Betty, meanwhile, suddenly jumped forward right at the rats, hitting with his fist. He shouted that there were too many beasts here. He told her that they had to leave. Casey asked him to wait. There were civilians left here who had not evacuated. The beast of Gaiden pushed away all the water. Knights completely who gradually began to disperse into the air. Casey, meanwhile, clenched her teeth in anger and cursed mentally, thinking that they were distracted. She had to start doing this again. Meanwhile, the rats had approached her leg, touching it with their paws. Casey screamed in fear with a shudder in her body. She put her umbrella forward and thought that the safety of the civilians was her top priority. She had to somehow stall for time until everyone evacuated. Ina screamed in alarm that at this rate they would not make it in time. Meanwhile, Casey shouted at them that they should evacuate first. She thought coldly. She didn't care what happened to her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in shock, noticing something strange. The beast of Gaiden froze in place in surprise and turned its head to the side. The soldier from the patrol order looked at the werewolf in confusion and asked, "Did he stop moving?" He was told that the others had stopped too. What were they looking at? Hans was looking at the roof of the building from which the dark energy of the shadows emanated. At this, James Moore Artie began to land smoothly. The werewolves, still frozen, watched this. Casey, puzzled, shouted a question among the rats. Is this James Morard holding his hat with his hands so that it would not fall? Was lowering himself down. Later, he slightly lifted his hat, revealing a mask that covered his face, and looked at everything from below. Casey, meanwhile, shouted that it was James Moore Artie James. Landed on the roof. The beast continued to look at him. Not taking his eyes off him, Betty asked again, stunned Moore Ari. She is sure, Casey answered firmly that she was. She explained that he was wearing a mask that covered his face and was unperturbed in front of the monsters. This frightening Laura, that she felt she was sure that this was definitely James Morard. This man was the most dangerous creature here. Casey mentally asked a question, looking at James's mask. Did the monsters understand this too? James, meanwhile, turned to Hans and admitted that he hoped that he would recognize him, but it seemed that it was in vain. Although he understands everything, it is very difficult to resist. The madness of the beast. James squeezed the hilt of the sword and thought that he still felt Hans is still alive. He pulled out his sword blade and said coldly that his ordinate salvation was in danger, and that was the duty of a leader, the beast. Of Gadon roared loudly, and its eyes glowed even redder. James pushed off the roof, jumping straight towards the beast. Gadon, he stabbed him in the skull with his hand, causing Hans to scream loudly. Then he swung his hand with a dagger and stabbed it into Hans' eye. Casey exclaimed in shock that he was moving fast. She immediately added that, no, he also appeared very quickly. She asked the question, did he teleport James? Meanwhile, pushed off the skull of the beast of Gadon and began to run down where the heads of the wolves were attached to the body. The heads began to fly in all directions from the sharp swings of the hand with the blade of James. Casey gritted her teeth and thought that there was no point in chopping off his limbs. The severed heads simply become new werewolves. Meanwhile, the heads not reaching the asphalt began to dissolve in the air into small grains. Casey's mouth opened in shock and she mentally asked the question, did the heads disappear? She thought it was a sword made of a special material. She asked in confusion, or was it some kind of magic? Suddenly, the beast of Gadon began to wave its scorpion sting. Casey suddenly made a water wall, pushing away the blow. He thought that now was not the time to look. The beast of Gadon continued to wave its sting, attacking everything that was nearby. Casey asked Enya, Elendel, and Betty standing behind her, is everything okay? Ina excitedly answered that, yes. Casey shouted that they could be buried. She added that they should get away from. Here, let them trust James Morty for now. It seemed that his goal was to get rid of the beast. James, meanwhile, levitated in the air, dodging the sting of the beast of Cavid. And Scorpion! Casey screamed that she was a little offended to admit, but he was incredibly experienced. James pushed off the asphalt. Sharply dagging Hansa sting, he found himself directly above the head of the beast of Gadon, surrounded by shadows. With a sharp movement, he began to throw many vials down on the skull of the beast of Gadon. They broke with a loud crack. The heads that reappeared on the back of the beast of Gadon howled loudly. Surrounded by gray smoke, Casey coughed, starting to run back at a fast speed. Betty asked, in surprise, what was this, tea gas? Casey angrily asked, what was he planning? Meanwhile, the heads of the beast of Gadon began to fall down. Hans froze in place. James asked him a question, moving a short distance away. Does he give up damaged heads to grow new ones using tear gas? He is smarter than the original. James formed a bright flash of blue flame next to the body of the Gadon beast and said that, however, he himself knows how weak he is, after molting his energy, began to entwine the body of the Gadon beast, which with a scream sank to its knees and screamed loudly. It began to desperately wave its paws in different directions, starting to smoke. James, meanwhile, leaned down, drawing a fiery seal with his hand on the asphalt. Bright scarlet lightning now emanated from his palm, and he said that he should not be distracted. Many wooden spears quickly crawled out of the ground, piercing the paws of the Gadon beast James. Meanwhile, said that he decided to create new werewolves. The werewolves with evil grins stood next to the formed spears. James, meanwhile, inserted the sword and the sheath into the belt. Later, he pulled out 2 pistols and shouted to the werewolves surrounding him to attack. After that, Roger instantly began to shoot with magic weapons at the monsters that began to run towards him to attack. The protagonist thought that there were, of course. A lot of them he retreated back, continuing to shoot back. However, although there were many opponents, he understood that this was the end. Roger pointed at the last monster that was running towards him at that moment, and then lowered the barrel of his gun. Roger turned to the main monster, who at that time was standing right behind him, saying that now no one will protect this. The monster's hands were chained to large stakes, and this monster looked angrily at the protagonist, who confidently said that it was time for them to end this. Suddenly, the monster jerked sharply, and despite his bloody hands, began to shake the necklace from side to side to free himself. Suddenly, those stone stakes started to crack, which meant that the monster's plan was actually quite good. A few moments later, the rocks finally cracked and began to fall down. The monster was finally freed, which meant that the monster intended to go to the end. The monster screamed loudly. Roger asked the monster ironically, "Does it really want to fight?" To the end, and this deafening scream seemed to be the answer to this question. Roger grabbed his weapon tighter, telling his opponent to stop making a fuss and get out of there. Roger raised his weapon right at the opponent, saying that this body did not belong to him. The protagonist's eyes flashed dangerously, as if warning of the imminent end. Following this, the monster, who did not want to give up, abruptly tore off lightning fast, covering the distance from the place where he was being held to the protagonist's location. Roger remained calm at this time, pointing the barrel of his revolver straight at the monster, and as soon as the monster got closer, Roger, with his mouth wide open, was ready to shoot, but he was outpaced. One of his team members quickly reacted to the ground with his unusual weapon. A huge syringe was attached to the weapon with which the monster was injected, and as soon as this was done, the monster's eyes flashed with red streams of energy, and then this huge body began to gradually disappear as if dissolving into thin air. Roger, who was standing in front of this, lowered his weapon, watching what was happening after this happened. 3 of his team members were already next to him, and the main character said that they arrived just in time. Roger said that it was time for them to go back while he looked at the cause of the disorder they were eliminating right in front of him. Hans was lying on the ground. His lifeless and wounded body was already so exhausted that he lost consciousness. The people who were nearby were surprised to hear that the monster had stopped screaming. They wondered, did the monster die? Someone cursed and said that he could not see anything because of the dust. One of them suggested checking if this was true. However, the second one, looking around, said that there were still civilians there, so they first needed to ensure their safety and then check having accepted the order. They both began to carry it out while Roger and his team began to talk before heading back. One of them turned to the protagonist, asking if Hans would definitely be okay after all they had stuck a huge harpoon into his neck. Roger replied that everything would be fine after all. Hans had an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation. After that, the protagonist said that they had saved Hans, so now they should leave there until the knights arrived. He threw a special pill into his mouth while Fantas threw Hans over his shoulder to carry him away from there. Suddenly, a scream was heard calling for them all to stop. Roger turned around while someone asked him if they had met before. It was Casey's voice, ironically saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Casey addressed the protagonist by one of his old aliases, calling him James Morey. Ari, she stood confidently in front of him, clutching the probe in her hand while her team members huddled behind her. Roger, remembering the one in front of him, greeted Casey, saying that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. He asked her, had she really been looking for him all this time? There wasn't that much distance between them, but neither of them dared to overcome it. Casey answered his question in the affirmative. She said that she knew that Roger hadn't died back then the last time they had met. Her team members, who were standing behind, became worried, asking each other, could it really be more Ari? The protagonist said in a calm voice that it seemed that Casey didn't value her life at all, which she had barely managed to save. He told her that she should have pretended not to recognize him and that it would have been better for them at this point. The member and his teams began to turn around to leave the place, and Casey continued to ask, Roger, did he really think she would give up that easily? Casey furrowed her brows, saying that it seemed like James Morty had underestimated her. Then she suddenly called out another of his aliases, saying that perhaps Abraham Van Heeling had underestimated her. The protagonist winced at the mention of another of his aliases from the past, and then Casey, moving closer to him, began to list his other names. Aaron Lupin, Mackie, A.L. Casey asked in an even voice, were those all his identities? She wondered, was that the name he lived by in this city? Casey said that now that she realized that he was constantly changing identities, there was no point in running away because she would chase him to the ends of the earth. Roger thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and was silent for a moment, and then said that she was right because he really did underestimate her. The protagonist delved into his thoughts, reasoning that he knew Casey was blunt and decisive, but he never thought that she had investigated his past. Roger knew that if he ran away now, she would still continue to chase him and he would not be able to hide if his identity was revealed. The protagonist thought about how it would not be easy, but it seemed like he would have to kill her after all. Suddenly, Casey turned to him with a question. She asked, was all the trouble that had been caused in the Exilian Empire his doing? And then asked, should she tell him that it was the doing of his organization? Then the protagonist's eyes suddenly widened as Casey's edge shouted that James Morty was from the Black Dawn organization. These words immediately reflected in the protagonist's thoughts. Why was she talking about the Black Dawn? What was she talking about? Then Casey continued her confident speech, putting her hands in her pants pocket, which must have hit the nail on the head, saying ironically, so that the others would look at his reaction at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he should use this Then Roger, squeezing the brim of his hat, lowered it, laughing, and then said that this was to be expected from Casey's old enemy. He spread his hand to the side, saying that she understood even this. After that, the protagonist straightened up, smiling, saying that he would not stop her if she wanted to grab him, but then suddenly asked, "Is that okay?" He pointed, his finger behind him at the half-destroyed houses, saying that there must be terrorists and civilians who had not yet escaped from the auction house. Casey shuddered, sensing something was wrong. She asked, was he really threatening her with the lives of civilians now? Then Roger calmly replied that it all depended on her. He said that he was not going to give up so easily, and even if she caught him, the lives of the people inside were not guaranteed. A mysterious smile stretched across his face, not a good sign, while Casey, realizing what he said, tensed up, calling him a coward, having judged the situation. Correctly, the protagonist thought that he had changed his mind about doing so, because Casey was annoying but definitely skilled, so he was going to use her as a hunting dog to tear apart the Black Dawn for him. After that, Roger, addressing his subordinates by code names, said that they were leaving dark. Energy began to envelop them, and they were about to disappear from sight. Casey shouted loudly, holding her umbrella forward. Does he really think she'll let him go after releasing several magical attacks? She couldn't do anything because the protagonist easily reflected them as if he was swatting away an annoying insect. Then she changed the coordination of the movements of the magical flows again, sending particles like spears towards all the members of his party. Roger responded to this by saying that she really had gotten better. However, using his power, the protagonist easily created a shield attacks, and he replied in a monotone voice that it was still not enough to stop him right above them. At that moment, the figure of Casey's team member Betty appeared. She shouted loudly that she would help her with a loud cry. She brought one hand back, preparing to strike, but she chose the wrong opponent. And the person she unleashed all her power and blocked her attack with his hand. Betty wondered in surprise, did he really block her fist with his bare hand? She was seriously shocked by what just happened, when suddenly her attack was answered by an attack from the enemy, and she was easily thrown back with just one blow. Seeing this, Casey worriedly shouted her name, and Betty told her that she was fine and that it was just a scratch. After her, another girl rushed into battle who began to swing her sword with fast and precise movements, trying to attack the enemy. But she got Hugo Alex as an opponent, and this was the wrong decision. He easily blocked her blood, while Anya wondered in her mind, who is this person from his movements? She realized that his defense was no worse than a well-trained elite knight. Then she decided to use an unexpected move mentally, asking her opponent how could he do this. A dagger flew out of her sleeve, and when she stopped from it flew straight towards her opponent, but Alex easily blocked the dagger as if he did not notice anything. Seeing this, Anna shuddered, asking herself in her mind, did he really block her stinging sword? She frowned, thinking that it was as if he predicted it. Ina asked her opponent who is here, but there was no response. Suddenly, the protagonist began to be enveloped in streams of some green energy, and Ina, seeing this, closed her eyes, cursing loudly, asking what is happening after that. Vieta appeared in the air above the protagonist team in a mask, who said that a squad of patrol knights was all ready. Approaching, she said that they could not waste any more time. Then Roger, having accepted this information, said that in this case they should leave, and his entire team began to rise gradually into the air. Casey rushed after them, wanting to catch up, shouting loudly for James Morard to stop. But it was too late. Roger had already risen to such a height that she could not reach him, and Casey shouted after him so that he did not think that this was the end. She shouted that she would get rid of him and his organization at all costs. Roger said goodbye, saying that he would look forward to it with impatience from now on. He smiled, stretching his hand forward as if saying goodbye, and then told her that they would definitely see each other again. In the ensuing silence, the question that Casey asked was heard. Why did he do it? The man told her coldly that it was unexpected, and then said that he thought she would understand. He asked her, did she really think that living among ordinary people would make her the same as them? Casey pursed her lips as if there was a lump in her throat that she could not swallow, listening to this man. Meanwhile, the man continued asking her, did they fit into the low standards of these people? He said that their world was boring and dull, and the people in it were terribly ignorant. His hand dropped and the white glove remained untouched. The man stood among many bloody bodies, saying that in such a world he even felt stifled because he was going crazy with disappointment. The dark hall was filled with the death of random people, Casey, who could not stand it anymore. Asked the man, was there a reason why he killed the child? Did he do it to tease her? Indeed, there was a dead body of a lying in front of the feet of this mysterious man. The murderer was the protagonist, who looked at Casey with a cold gaze and asked her if it was a terrible mistake. He told her to stop talking about it because she herself understood that deep down she heard the same voice as him. Casey looked at him with unreadable emotions on her face. There was disappointment, fear, and anger. At the same time, she lowered her head down, saying that she hoped that he was a good person, that all the little misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiations. But it turned out that she did not understand anything. Roger listened to her silently, and then Casey raised her head up, saying that if this was the path he chose, then she would arrest him right now. She addressed him by the name of James Moore. Artie, while the protagonist continued to look at her with the same cold eyes. Currently, Casey was still standing at the spot where she had lost her nemesis just moments before. One of the knights approached her, saying that the initial investigation at the scene had been completed. She responded to this by saying that they had done a good job. The knight then respectfully replied that they should be the ones thanking her, because if it weren't for her, they would have been doing this for much longer. He smiled, holding one of his hands out in front of him, and then said that as she had ordered, they had recovered the bomb from the terrorists. Casey responded that it was excellent, and then told them to send the results of the bomb's analysis to her. The knight straightened, accepting the order, and then said that it was time for him to return to the crime scene and that she should let him know if she needed him again. Casey lifted her head up, looking thoughtfully at the sky. She began to reason that there was gunpowder there, which the silence of fire did not work on. She wondered who was supplying the Liberation Army with such a dangerous thing, putting her hand to her chin. She reasoned about it in her mind, thinking that in the army itself there was clearly no one capable of such a thing, and the only thing that immediately came to her mind was the organization Black Dawn, which James Morard was associated with after the monster disappeared her enemy sub. Immediately crawled out, so she asked herself, could it be that this entire incident was an experiment by Black Dawn? First of all, it was worth analyzing this gunpowder to catch them all red-handed, so it was worth preparing. Well, she confidently opened her eyes, mentally warning James Morard that he should just wait for this. She was going to catch him as soon as she finished her preparations. At this time, the protagonist and his team arrived at the safe place, gradually began to open his eyes, lying on the bed. Seeing the ceiling, he wondered where he was. Then Roger, who was sitting next to him, spoke up, asking him if he was awake. Yet Guns shuddered in surprise, raising himself up on his elbows, and the protagonist continued asking him what sensations he had. Did he feel any pain or discomfort anywhere? The protagonist had a book in his hand, which he continued reading, and Hans, gradually coming to his senses, immediately began asking what had happened. His face was worried, and Roger calmly asked him if he remembered how he had turned into a monster. Then Hans put his hand to his head, saying that he did remember, and then said in surprise that he had not died. Then Roger slammed his book shut, saying that it was a relief, after which he sternly told Hans to now give him what he had found. Gunn shuddered, remembering something important. He immediately, like a puppy, began to speak, hesitantly asking Roger not to be surprised and to listen to him. To the end, the protagonist sighed heavily, already realizing what a ridiculous story it would be, while Hans continued to say that a lot of things happened in order to get this item. After that, Roger cut him off, telling him to stop beating around the bush and just give him what was in his right hand. Hans flinched in surprise, asking what was in his right hand. Only now did he notice the stone that was there, and then looking at it in surprise asked where he got it from. Then Roger said that Hans had been clutching it since he transformed back, and Hans asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" Roger replied that it was exactly like that, and then added that no matter how he tried to get it out, Hans wouldn't let go. So he had to wait until he came to his senses, looked at the stone in surprise, and then laughed, drawing his eyebrows together with some relief. After that, he, not knowing what to say, said for Roger to take it, and then handed the stone into the hands of the protagonist, for which Roger thanked him, saying that it was a great job. After that, the protagonist stood up on his feet, saying that since Hans woke up, then let him put on something and go down, and he was going to tell everyone something. He agreed, looking at the back of the leaving protagonist in surprise. And when finally everyone gathered, Roger began to say that even taking into account the unpleasant surprises, they all did well. So their mission was successful. All members of his team were sitting at a large table, and the protagonist confidently praised them, after which he added that they would not be exposed since the Kun failed, but time was needed to take care of the valuables. Sheridan immediately raised her hands up with a joyful expression on her face, shouting that they were now rich. But Aluna, who was sitting next to her, also exclaimed joyfully, but Roger immediately pulled them away, telling them that they were rejoicing too early it would take time. Since it was stolen wealth, the protagonist, with a serious expression on her face, said that after working together, they probably realized how unique their colleagues were. Alex was the first to admire, who said that he was really amazed, because who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? He said that it was the first time he saw something like this after that Fantas turned his attention to him. Fantas turned to Alex with interest, asking him if he was a knight after all. He wielded a sword in an unusual way. Then Alex answered him with a smile that he was just a graduate. Student hearing this, Fantas asked in surprise, is that really so? After all, he fought on equal terms with the Night Wanderer after that, as if not wanting to continue this conversation. Alex turned away, turning to the leader, asking him, "Who is the young lady?" He said that she skillfully controlled water and was clearly not an ordinary person. Alex spoke about Casey, and the main hero confidently told him her name. He said that she was a hereditary mage from a noble family, and they should also know this because she is an extremely skilled mage who was awarded a colored title. He answered him that he assumed this, and then asked Roger how he met her. Roger thoughtfully lowered his gaze, repeating the question, and then answered that it seemed that they first crossed paths in the kingdom of Delica. At this time, the city that Casey was trying to put in order was still not calm. Suddenly, a cry for help was heard there, and the Princess of Enda loudly asked for someone to help. Andia immediately came running to her aid, asking her what happened. Elendel answered her uncertainly, leaning over the person that the girl was not breathing. At that moment, she looked at Betty, who was sitting on the ground, who, with her eyes closed, did not pay attention to anything and did not react. Ina, frightened, asked, "Since when has she been sitting like that?" Elendel answered that she did not know and thought that she had fainted. Ina, moving closer, felt her pulse, but then cursing realized that there was no pulse, and the girl's body was cold. Anya asked herself, did she just die? She did not understand how this could happen at that moment. Casey came towards them, seeing the commotion, who called Betty by name. She said that it seemed that Betty passed out again. Anya froze in place upon hearing these words, while the princess, upon hearing this, set in, surprised that Betty had not only passed out but was also not breathing. Then Casey responded with complete calm that everything was fine. She came closer, leaning closer to the unconscious. Betty telling the surprised girls to see for themselves. Suddenly, Casey began to take off Betty's shirt, holding the fabric so that no one could see her body. The girls, upon seeing this, were horrified, and then the Elendel screamed loudly, asking why she was undressing her. Then Ina, realizing what was happening, asked her to wait, asking Casey was there really a hole in Betty's back. At this point, Casey had already turned Betty's back to her, in order to do what was needed to awaken their crew member. Casey smiled and told them all to watch closely. Then Anya asked her if it meant that Miss Betty was not human. Casey started rummaging through her pocket while answering that it was because Betty was an autonomously controlled robot, and Automate, the princess, said in confusion that she looked exactly like a human. And at that moment, Casey, taking out the key, answered her that it was besides Betty perfectly fits into society, using emotions. Ina said that she had never heard of such humanoid robots. She said that usually such inventions, rumors spread at the speed of light. Casey replied that it was not surprising that no one knew about it because Betty was a secret experiment of the Delica Kingdom many years ago. At that moment, she was already inserting the key into the right place and then turning it to start Betty, saying that she was a secret soldier the next moment. Betty opened her eyes, regaining consciousness seeing this. Casey asked her if she was awake, but Betty was not at all impressed by what was happening. Looking down, she saw that she was dressed like that now, so she screamed loudly, asking Casey why she was in such a state now. Casey tried to explain to her that she had passed out and she decided not to waste time, and Betty indignantly screamed that it was very wild after that. Casey interrupted her, saying that it was time for them to leave, so she should pack her things. She asked her not to forget the case materials as well, and Betty, having tidied herself up angrily, moved in the right direction, still literally steaming with anger after this story. Casey calmly got to her feet, asking the girls if they should continue. Then Casey explained that she first met Betty in the kingdom of Della. Casey calmly said that she was just hunting Morard there at the time. Aina asked in surprise if she knew about Mor Ari from the very beginning. Then Casey explained to her that it was not so. She knew that he was a genius mathematician and that he was competent, so they discussed these topics several times. Casey plunged into memories and grimaced with displeasure, saying that, even then, he began to irritate her terribly. She said that his voice from the very first meeting drove her to white heat, as well as the fact that he pretended to be the smartest listening to this speech full of hatred. The girls looked at each other in embarrassment, and Casey continued to say that, however. As soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him. In fact, for this occupation, she met Betty according to Casey. She confronted him that day at a secret automotor factory where the floor collapsed due to an explosion. Casey said that Merard had disappeared into the ruins that day, and she had chased him but lost him. And just as she was thinking about getting out, she came across Betty in a hidden room. According to Casey, she froze in surprise in front of the capsule in which Betty was lying. Casey said that it was the first time she saw the successful result of an illegal secret project code named Beta. At that moment, a similar discussion was taking place in the protagonist team, and one of his subordinates asked if this meant that the harp was also an automaton. Roger replied that it was indeed so, but suggested that they discuss it with him themselves later. Everyone was understanding while the harp listened attentively to what was happening, and someone even said that he always assumed that unusual individuals like him existed after that. The room fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze to Hans, who asked with confusion, where were they looking after that? Hans turned his gaze to the main character. While the harp said was surprised that the girl he fought was also an automaton like him, adding that he immediately understood this and could not even imagine that any of the other children of that project survived. Roger, folding his hands, said that he also thought that all the automatons were destroyed, but it seemed that Betty was now with Casey up Vieta. Said that she was still interested in why the Dalika kingdom needed them after all. No matter how you look at it, they did not look like standard automatons. Then, the protagonist explained in a monotone voice that it was for the war because the steel soldiers who could be controlled at any time were obviously superior to others, so they were mass-produced for this very purpose. Vieta asked in surprise, did their creator really want to start a war? Roger lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and remained silent, and then said that, in any case, he himself had gone through this in the kingdom of Delica. Dawn gradually approached, and with the first rays of the sun, Casey finished her story, saying that this is how she met Betty. Casey said that she woke up soon after. And after finishing her story, there was silence. Neither Anya nor the Hull. Princess knew what to say. Suddenly, Casey called Betty, asking her how much longer she would talk. Casey turned around, telling Betty that she did a great job. Turning to Lendl, Casey said that it was time for her to go since she was being called, and the princess asked her in response, where should she go? Casey told her that the place where she was staying was destroyed, so she should find a new one at this point. Lendl said that although she was late, she wanted to thank her for saving her. Elindo placed her hand on her chest, saying that she would personally reward her, so she should visit her when she had the chance. Casey agreed, saying that she would look forward to it, and then turned to Ina, asking her if she could convey her greetings to Trin. Casey said that she planned to stay in Lille. Anya asked with interest, did they really know each other? She said that she would, of course, after that, having finished all her business. Casey said goodbye to everyone, saying that they would see each other again. After that, she and Betty set off after a while at the academy. Thea and Roger sat near the window reading the newspaper and thinking that, as expected, there were only hints about the monster and the news about the auction house, Kun. Unfortunately, was hidden. Who would have thought that Casey would pursue him all the way to Leewell and also find out his false names? Roger thought about how he would have to put a gag order on everyone with the Merard name, since the only good thing was that he was wrong about the black. He thought about Pinon, Mela, and Dion, and then shook his thought off, thinking that he might have been right. After all, his piece was interrupted by Sadhana entering the office, saying that she had finished sorting the material, and Roger, hearing this, said that it was a good job seeing what the protagonist was holding in his hands. She asked him if he was reviewing the events of yesterday. Roger replied that he was, since everyone was fussing about what happened. Sadhana said that the Clockwork Knights had caught a monster, and who would have thought that they were so strong? She said that she thought they needed to reconsider the calculations. The protagonist looked away, saying that it was indeed so. He thought that it was unexpected because James Moriarty was not related to the Knights at this time. Sadhana continued to say that if you think about it, the Knights were set in motion because of that incident. Roger asked her. In surprise, what did she mean? Then, to his surprise, Sadhana said that it could be the holy Kians of the Bruise. The protagonist immediately froze on the spot. Hearing this, he fell silent and twitched slightly, trying to think about what he was told. The holy people of the Bros, an island remote from the continent where the religious order of the Linus is based, professing the religion of the radiant god, and not for hundreds of years they hunt pagans and cryptids, conduct purification ceremonies, justifying this with a mission to save humanity. The cryptids were pseudo-scientific creatures whose existence was proven but was actively promoted in myths and legends. They labeled all non-humans as pagans in order to legally persecute them. This organization was no longer as popular as before due to corruption and constantly changing dogmas of the teaching. Roger said that the Holy Knights were interfering fools. They did nothing for 20 years, but now, as soon as they found out something, they immediately decided to show themselves. Sedena said that this was somehow suspicious. After all, they did nothing on the bloody night 5 years ago. So why did they decide to interfere now? Roger raised his hand, touching his head, answering that apparently they finally brainwashed the people. Sedena asked him about it in surprise, and then said that it was surprising that such news had not reached her. However, Roger stopped her, saying that it was just an assumption. Then the protagonist turned his attention to something else, asking what happened to his request. Then Sedena froze in place, remembering this, saying that Joanna Lavitt was a student who was considered to be the second order, and Lavitt was not her real last name. Roger asked with interest, "Is she really considered to be the second order?" The protagonist thought about what was clear to him now. He knew how she hid her identity. Then Sedena continued her story, saying that she also found out that Joanna was from the kingdom of Deira, probably a survivor of the Great Fires of Latin. The protagonist, wondering about these fires, remembered that it happened more than 10 years ago. He immediately asked himself, how could she survive? By the way, the cause of the fires was never found out. The protagonist wondered if it could be that monster. He remembered the shape of the monster, and then came back to reality, asking how many survivors were registered. Sedena answered that, including the second order, Joan 3 Sedena, said that one of them was an art servant PO, and they did not know anything about the third. The protagonist said that it was clear to him, and then praised her, then said that class would start soon, they should prepare. Sedena agreed with her professor, and they postponed further conversation. After a while, Roger appeared in the classroom, telling the students that before they began, he would announce the results of the exams. Roger said that they would see the full table arranged in descending rank on the bulletin board after class. The students listened attentively to him as Roger continued his speech, saying that he would now announce the top 5 results of the first exam. He had a sheet of names in his hands that he was going to announce. He even said that he thought everyone knew who won first place. Roger said that Flora Lumos won first place with a 100% score. Flora said without much interest upon hearing this, and then Roger suddenly continued to say that Julia Plum had got the same points, sharing first place with her. Julia smiled upon hearing this. Exclaiming happily, the students immediately began to whisper among themselves, asking each other, did she really share first place with Flora Lumos? They said that it was expected, considering that she was supported by the magic tower itself. Roger then said that since there were 2 in first place, there was simply no second place, and that Tracy Ad was in third place. Upon hearing this, Tracy exclaimed in surprise, never expecting this to happen. Aiden immediately turned to her, conveying congratulations, saying that this is amazing. Tracy chuckled sheepishly, asking him, is it really the only time he realized this? She said that if he wants, she will become his tutor. At this time, Leo, who was sitting next to Aiden, sighed, listening to her words, hearing Tracy's proposal. Aiden turned around, saying that she should not do this after. After all, he does not dare to interrupt her path of knowledge. As soon as Leo heard his words, he immediately began to laugh, thereby angering Tracy. Roger at this time continued the lists of the best students, saying that Renee was in 4th place. She was surprised to hear this, and the main character announced that Leo was in 5th place. Leo accepted this with dignity, and the students who heard the end of the list indignantly began to say that this simply cannot be. Everyone started looking at each other, saying that there were 3 fallen nobles and commoners in the top. After finishing the announcement, the protagonist said that that was all, and the top 5 students could come after class and collect their elements standing at the podium. The protagonist continued his speech, asking everyone to take out their printouts that he handed out in the last lesson. Roger said that today they would be learning about magic circles based on the release of mana. As soon as everyone took out their materials, They immediately began to look at them, and Anthony thought that today's lesson was quite unusual. Roger began to draw on the board, saying that magic circles were more stable than spells, and they were also ideal for use in conjunction with talismans and artifacts. He also noted that this is why they are still relevant to this day. In addition, most magic circles are in the shape of a circle even in their day. This is a consequence of tradition and the belief that the soul caster is better protected from the influence of external forces. The protagonist drew a straight line that they would consider some unconventional circles in what Roger drew on the board. Flora cursed mentally, asking herself, "What is this to this?" The students began to whisper, asking each other, "What is?" This they did not understand. Could it be something like a magic circle on the board was drawn, a square filled with different runes, like a table? Everyone began to look at each other, not understanding what was happening, and then all eyes turned to Flora, their excellent student, and they expected that she would at least say something. However, Flora was silent, and then with incomprehension and anger, she thought, why are they all looking at her? She did not understand. Could it be because of what happened in the first semester that they made her the leader of the student resistance? She sighed heavily, thinking that she herself was wondering what all this meant. After all, it was unlikely that the professor decided to make up fables. Then she looked at the chart again, thinking that if he did decide to do something like that, she would be very disappointed in him. However, Roger did not try to do this, and he only continued to calmly explain. They say that he sees that they do not really believe that this is really a magic circle. Then he told them to look more closely. He touched one of the symbols on the chart, and then the circle activated, starting to work, igniting with a scarlet flame. Roger demonstrated to them that this is really a working diagram, and the students began to look with interest, vying with each other to say that it really works. They did not understand how did he do this. The main character said that he can understand their bewilderment, and then looked at the magic circle, saying that in the magic circle, which is not a circle at all, it is content not just to be mana, because rounded shapes easier pass mana, while the corners are cliffs from which mana breaks off and dissipates. Then he turned his cold gaze on the students, saying that as they could see the circle was working perfectly, he asked them why they thought that was happening among all the students. Only Flora and Renee raised their hands, and Flora, seeing this, immediately turned her attention to her. However, she was distracted from this look by Roger's voice, who, turning to her, told her to answer because she was the first to raise her hand. Flora said that perhaps this is due to the symbols of those inside the squares because they attract mana, helping to maintain the flow. Roger answered her that everything is correct, saying that with the flow accumulator, even square information will work flawlessly. He used the universal magic square, in which a certain order of symbols is observed, which allows you to read the same phrase in both directions. In other words, a palindrome after this. One of the students raised his hand, who hesitantly said that he had a question. He said that perhaps this may sound wild, but he asked, are there any advantages to a square magic circle over a standard? 1. The main character confidently answered that there are, saying that this type of circle was easier to draw. The student's frozen confusion was the answer. Really that simple, then? Roger began to explain that the round shape only works if it is drawn carefully, and that is why there are certification courses that teach how to draw magic circles correctly. On the other hand, the square, which has 4 connected points equidistant from each other. The protagonist said that the square was much easier to draw than the circle, and then demonstrated this by drawing it on a square board. After that, he turned to Sadhana, asking her to hand out more printouts. Then Roger continued to say that they could see that the square was a simple example, because magic circles can be many different shapes. Roger said that if they learned this, they would be able to create their own magical information, and this would be their second exam task. He held his hand out in front of him, saying this to his students with seriousness, ending his speech by saying that he would be looking forward to their ideas after class in the teacher's room. A conversation began between the protagonist and one of the students. Roger surprisedly told Leo that he was coming after Renee, and then asked him to hold out his hand. After that, a blue light lit up in Leo's hand, and Roger explained to him that it was one of the 4 calculation elements of the source code, which he called the boss. Roger said that the element itself was not very useful, while Leo looked at the flow in his hand with interest. Leo asked if it turned out that he had to take the remaining places of the top 5 before the end of the semester. The main character told him that it was exactly like that, and then told Leo to work on himself after that. Leo left his office, looking at his hand, reasoning that it was just a part, and he believed that nothing could be pulled out of Roger so easily because it could not be calculated or analyzed. He walked down the hallway, continuing to look at his hand, thinking that it was unusual to teach such magic to ordinary students, so he inadvertently wondered who Roger was. As soon as he stepped out into the courtyard, he heard snatches of conversation that caught his attention. He wondered with interest, were the nobles and Jonah Oi from his class there? All those boys were standing under the tree, and Leo wondered what they were doing. The nobles were looking at her, with hatred, asking had she gone deaf? They told her to know her place, calling her a pathetic parasite, but Jonah challenged them. What if she didn't do it? Her gaze took on a dangerous tint, and she continued asking what would he do if she refused. At that moment, Leo flinched in surprise, asking himself in his mind, looking at her, is she really going to do it? At that moment, the leader of the nobles who surrounded the girl cursed loudly at her, calling her a little savage. He asked her, can't she get it? What's going on? He had already raised his wand when Leo suddenly intervened in their conflict, coming closer. He clearly told them to stop doing this and then asked, is it really that? A bunch of nobles gathered to pressure one. Beastman man, he approached them, putting his hands in the pockets of his shorts, hearing his voice. The same guy shuddered, turning around with caution. Leo reminded them, asking, didn't the professor give them a warning already? He also reminded them that Javon Palau had recently left for school. Leo said that besides, he was now on his way to Professor Roger, but if they all didn't care, then they could continue. The noble that arguing with this guy was dangerous told the others that they should leave, passing by Leo. The guy angrily squeezed out through his teeth that Leo had no reason to boast about his intelligence at all, because he should not forget that he was still a commoner and his intelligence would not change anything at all. He watched him leave with a calm expression, then replied with a smile that in that case, the boy should try to change his mind himself. The aristocrat gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in displeasure, and then quickly left, hiding inside the school. Leo asked ironically, wasn't his ego too inflated for someone who only acted in a group after that? Jo addressed him. She put one of her hands in her pocket, asking Leo why did he help her. Leo spread his hand to the side, saying that she was wrong about that. He said that she would have killed those guys if she wanted to. Her angry image was still vivid in his memory, and the perfect understanding of what could have happened next. Jonah tried to calmly answer that she would simply teach them a lesson, and Leo, waving it off, asked, was she really going to do it with such a thirst for blood? He said ironically that she should do so if she wanted to. He continued to say that she should be glad that those fools did not feel this threat. And then Iona suddenly interrupted him, asking, isn't he afraid of her? Her voice was even and too calm for such a question. Leo exhaled, putting both his hands in his pockets, and then asked, should he be afraid? He said that only fools like those nobles should do that. Asking what should he be afraid of? He said that since she entered the academy knowing how ordinary people treat beastmen, it means she is interested in expanding her horizons and getting to know people. She looked at her interlocutor in surprise, clearly not expecting what he said. She asked in surprise, how could he know this? Then Leo closed his eyes, answering that he just heard about the leader of the beastmen who is kind to other people's lives. Suddenly, Jonah spoke in her native language, then added that Leo was a good man. Leo was surprised, but tried to repeat the phrase he did not understand, asking what it meant. Then Jonah answered that it was a saying of her people, and in the language of people, they would be small but brave warriors. Her face was calm when she said this, but Leo was clearly unhappy with her words, so he angrily asked what she said. He indignantly said that he was warning her not to think of calling him small. She looked at him in surprise, saying that she did not understand at all why he was so tense about this. She asked him, isn't spirit more important than height? Jonah reminded him that he showed it in this difficult situation. Leo was silent for a moment, listening to all what she was saying, and then turned away, sighing heavily, telling her to just call him. Jonah asked in surprise, what did it mean? Leo told her that it was his name, then also saying that she could have the word warrior as well. He didn't mind at all at that moment. His conversation with her was interrupted by a loud shout. It was Aiden who called Leo by name, waving his arms. Hi, Leo turned around, seeing his friend, and Aiden explained to him that he had accompanied Tracy while she went to get her element, saying also that he had heard that Leo had already received it right behind Aiden's to Tracy, with her arms folded across her chest. Aiden noticed Ion said that it seemed like they had a conversation, and then tried to remember what her name was, but Ion herself reminded him of her name after that. Aiden smiled happily, saying that he was very glad to meet you. Aiden said that they were just about to get something to eat, asking Ion and Leo if they would like to join in. Tracy exclaimed indignantly, reminding that they were not with the rest of their friends at all. However, Iona had already agreed, so Leo and Tracy had to just accept it. At this time, Renee was walking through the halls of the school. She looked at her hand, thinking that she was even disappointed that everything was done so easily. She imagined some more complicated procedure. Sighing heavily, she closed her eyes, thinking later that she did not even have a chance to ask the teacher the questions that bothered her. Her thoughts were interrupted. The Princess of Lendo came out of the corner and called her by name, asking if she wanted to have lunch. Renee jumped when she saw her and then said that she was sorry because she had already made plans with someone else. Ellendale asked her, "Is that true?" But then she smiled, saying that it was no big deal and wished them a pleasant time. Renee still felt awkward about it, so she apologized again, saying that they could go tomorrow. Renee thought that it was good that the princess understood everything correctly, because she was worried that she might be upset. She smiled to herself, thinking that Al Lendl was very understanding, perhaps because she was a princess. However, these rainbow thoughts did not correspond to reality at all the whole time. Renee walked forward. Elenda followed her, wondering every now and then with whom did she make plans to dying and why did she have to go so far. She asked herself over and over again, did she really have a boyfriend? Ellendale was hiding behind a tree and was extremely upset because she really wanted to talk to her friend. A dark aura literally emanated from her, and she asked herself who dared to seduce her. Innocent Rose, she wanted to see the face of this impudent fool. Footsteps were heard, but the princess was so engrossed in her super task that she did not notice it. Who asked who was hiding there? The princess shuddered. Her heart was literally ready to fly out of her mouth when she screamed in fear. Behind her stood a tall male silhouette who asked her, "What is she doing there?" Ellendale turned around confusedly, asking who that was. After a while, they all found themselves under one of the trees. In the forest, Elindo slowly began to say that if she heard correctly, this guy was planning to have lunch with Renee. Renee sat there looking at her with a confused expression on her face, not understanding what Ellendale was doing there. Then Ellendale continued speaking, asking the boy, was this field and flowers really? His doing fried, and Woolberg sat in front of them with a displeased expression on his face. He crossed his arms over his chest and then asked Lendl if she had any problems with this. She only asked him, ironically in response, was decorating everything with flowers. Really, their cold wolf's hobby, Frieden answered sarcastically that instead of reproaching him for his hobby, she should get a few hobbies of her own. Renee, sitting opposite them, clearly did not understand what to do in this situation because it was all too awkward and strange. Ellendale and Frieden drank each other's eyes. Lightning seemed to pass between them while they were silent. Then Renee decided to diffuse the situation, trying to ask Alo what brought her there. Endo replied that she had simply become worried because Renee had gone far into the forest hearing this fried inside, and displeasure, saying that this was a ridiculous excuse, and also added that it was precisely because of her obsession that she had no friends. Ellendale asked, offended, what did this mean? She tried to find out from him what he meant by this, and another clash of glances was about to flare up between them again when Renee again tried to interrupt this, turning to Ellendale asking her, does she really have no friends at all? Ellendale froze in place, not knowing what to answer, and then asked Renee, does she really support him? She did not understand why they were saying all this. Then the Dud tried to justify herself, embarrassed, saying that she simply noticed this too because Ellendale always walks alone after that. Frieden intervened in the conversation, telling Renee that she understood everything correctly because the princess had no friends at all. He called her poor thing, sighing ironically and looking away. When Ellendale tried to object to him, clenching her fist, Renee at this time intervened in the quarrel, again saying that it was unthinkable. She said that it was difficult to befriend Lendo because of her social status, but she was very good. Then Frieden objected to her, saying that in addition to social status, there were also many other things. For example, the first princess Eileen von Exilion and her status. Renee asked again, in surprise, why is he talking about the first princess? Then he asked her if she had heard of the skirmishes between the heirs of the Kingdom of Judah. He explained that fighting for the place of the head of the family was the most common thing among brothers and sisters, but the first, Princess Eileen, was different. He said that she was an impeccable ruler in everything she had positioned herself, so that questions about the heir to the throne had disappeared by themselves. Of course, the third princess could gather an underground opposition from the aristocrats, But why did everyone avoid her? The reason was very simple. The first princess generously forgives and accepts all her brothers and sisters with whom, in theory, she should have cut off all ties. But only Endel knew the truth about the dark side of her sister. She lowered her gaze down, thinking that everything was wrong because she just needed toys for entertainment. Meanwhile, he continued to say that whatever the reason, as long as Island accepts her kin, others will not want to anger her. By getting close to the third princess, he spoke confidently, although in reality he did not understand how wrong he was. Now, Friedan continued telling that meanwhile, the third princess unsuspectingly was hanging around the clubs volunteering, and it was hard to imagine how people felt being the object of her attention. Elenda lowered her face, remembering these events. Now she understood what was her mistake. Renee looked at Friedan in surprise, asking him, was the first princess really that impressive? Then Friedan, closing his eyes, said that it was not so at all. After all, she too was once all alone without support. She had many enemies who sought to eliminate her, but then they all disappeared without a trace. Renee asked him, "What do you mean, disappeared?" Friedan answered her that he did not know the details, but after that a rumor spread among the aristocrat rats. Elenda lowered her gaze. She knew very well what was being discussed. It was a rumor that one had to be wary of the shadow of the first princess. She hung over the palace like a threat, while everyone considered her a virtue after a while. When they had all clarified the incomprehensible points, the dinner came to an end. Elendel thanked her for the food, saying that the Woolberg family really did cook well. Friedan did not respond to this remark, although he was clearly displeased. Then Renee, in order to break the strange atmosphere, turned to Endel, asking her if she really saw the Zividen beast up close. Elendel spread her arms out to the sides, saying that she had, and she still could not believe that she had survived. Renee replied that she was glad that she was okay. And then Elendel, with shining eyes, thought that this was exactly the student life she had wanted. She clenched her fist and her eyes sparkled when she thought that her dreams were to chat with friends, worry, and care for each other. Renee asked her if that monster really died. Lendo winced and then remembered Casey's last words to her. That request where she asked the Lendl to say that the incident had been settled by the knights because they couldn't tell the world the truth about what had happened. Yet Casey had told her that if people knew who had destroyed the monster, the excitement would only increase. Her look was serious when she added at the end of her speech that there were times when a convenient lie was better than an inconvenient truth. So Alo replied that of course it was the pride of the Leather Valk. The Clockwork Knights had dealt with the monster. Renee sighed in relief, saying that she was glad. And then Elendel also added that she thought she had seen Professor Roger at the auction that day. Renee looked at her in surprise, asking about it again, even fried and looked interested. Elendel said that she had only seen him briefly, but she thought it was him, and it was unexpected for her because he did not look like a collector of expensive jewelry. Fried and plunged into his thoughts with a cold look, remembering Roger Chichi. He thought about how it seemed to him that he had seen him somewhere a long time ago. There was a noise in the director's office. Professor Hubo Borog, who had come there, was shouting loudly, saying that this was wrong. He said that moving to the Magic Festival without prior discussion was wrong. He pointed his finger at Eliza, asking her, "Doesn't she value the Magic Festival at all?" Right behind him now stood Chris Benamore, who was calmly watching what was happening. Professor Hugo was shouting that the Magic Festival was a historical event that many people celebrate, and for the students of Dien, it was an opportunity to show their status. In other words, this festival was a matter of honor for Dien. So Hugo was extremely angry, telling her that even though she was the Recor, it was still an abuse of power. His face was filled with anger and indignation as he said all this, and Eliza, looking at him carefully, wondered in her mind what was wrong with postponing the festival, or perhaps they wanted to find a way to find fault with her. Eliza smiled calmly, and then folding her hands in front of her, she spoke, apologizing that they would find out about it like this. She said that she simply had no choice and time to discuss it with them. After all, given the current events, the atmosphere for a festival was not at all suitable. Was it? She spread her hands out to the sides, continuing to talk about how the second exam test would come, and having a festival after. That would be a sensible decision. Professor Hugo tried to interrupt her, but another professor suddenly turned to him and then asked, "What is he suggesting?" Professor Hugo flinched, seeing Maris in front of him. She stood before him with an impassive expression, continuing to speak with all the severity in her voice. That if he had nothing to offer, then his objection was just an empty sound. She frowned her brows as if looking through him, and at this time Chris approached the silent Hugo from behind, whispering in his ear that it was the vice-rector asking him what he was going to do. They began to whisper to each other, deciding what was best to do, and then clearing his throat. Professor Hugo said that there was nothing to be done, and since the wrecker had made a decision, then the deed was done, and all that remained for them was to accept the result. He fed a heavy sigh and then also said that however he thought it would be right if they were allowed to make changes to the course of the festival again. Rector Eliza calmly replied that they could do as they wished. After that, Professor Hugo looked up at her, saying that since she was changing the plan at her discretion, it would be fair for them to add something of their own, and then asked, "How about something new? The opening ceremony of the Magic Festival." At this time, Roger was sitting in his office, sorting through the papers after reading what was written there. He asked himself, so postponing the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival, he thought that it was not a bad idea considering the recent turmoil and the mood of the people. Roger realized one thing from the incident in the banquet hall. Esmeralda would definitely attack a gathering of people like the festival. This woman had planned something, so they had reasons. Roger thought that he should try to find a way to make her reveal herself, and after that the inn will take care of her. He put his finger to his head, trying to remember, but his gaze immediately turned cold when he noticed something strange, because for some reason the great fires of Lilton came up in his memory. It was not only Esmeralda who survived these fires, but also two other people, and this is a very interesting fact. Roger thought that he needed to visit Lon as soon as possible. He sat alone in the office for some time when suddenly there was a knock on his door, and he immediately gave permission to enter after that. Flora entered the door. Roger asked her if she had come for her. Element, he told her that she was late, although he had told her to come at the first opportunity. Flora went inside, calmly answering that she was busy, asked him if he would refuse to give it to her, just because she was a little late. Roger told her that, of course, this was not the case, and then told her to come over. Having called her full last name and first name, he told her to accept his congratulations for first place. He transferred energy into her hand, while Flora, with notes of displeasure in her voice, said that she shared first place, so the victory is not so nice anymore. Roger said that she must have already known that it was just one of 4 fragments separated by magic. Flora continued to look at her hand, silently examining this energy. Then she spoke up, wanting to ask a question about the magic she saw in his personal lab last time. Roger immediately raised his eyes to her, asking her if she was talking about Klein's disease. Then Flora answered that it was not so. She was talking about the cube drawn on the board, and Roger said with a grin that she seemed to have peeked after all. Flora tried to explain, saying that this cube was conspicuous, asking how could it not be noticed. Roger relentlessly, calmly answered her that then she could at least pretend that she did not see, asking her, where were her manners? Flora, not wanting to argue with him anymore, sighed heavily, asking, what is this then? The protagonist pressed his hand to his chin, saying that he would tell him. He gave it a short and laconic definition, saying that it was a tesseract. He said that was what it was called. Flora repeated the name of the object, and Roger said that it was also called a supercube. Flora asked what kind of magic it was. Then Roger thoughtfully answered her that it was difficult to say. Right away, research had shown that Mana was capable of overcoming space and time, creating a 4th dimension. The protagonist said that he had found this out himself, but he could not tell the students about it yet. Roger said that it was spatial magic for reconnaissance of the territory. Then Flora answered, sighing heavily and turning away, that if he did not want to tell, then there was no need because she had already gotten what she wanted, so she was leaving. Finally, she recovered again, turning to the protagonist and asking him how his body was. Roger asked her with confusion, what did she mean? Flora looked at him silently and then turned away, heading towards the door, saying that it was a stupid question, so he should pretend he didn't hear. Roger looked after her, in surprise, watching her close the door, and her question remained unanswered. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Derman, the station of the village of Lon, the train arrived at the station, stopping at the station, and Hans and Roger went outside. Guns complained that this trip was terribly tiring, and Roger was quite calm, and only said that he hadn't been there for a long time, confusedly asked him why he had to drag him along. Then the main character tried to remind him that Hans was responsible for their information. gathering, but Hans indignantly asked him, "And what kind of information gathering can we talk about which burned to the ground several years ago?" When Roger explained to him that there were still survivors living in this place. They were walking in that direction, getting closer and closer to the village they needed. Hans said indignantly that Roger should have gone and found them himself to ask. At that moment, Roger admitted that he was simply bored doing it alone, and Hans, shuddering and realizing the whole essence of the situation, only asked him if he was serious. In the meantime, they had already reached that very village. And the main character told him to stop grumbling because they should hurry up before it got dark, deciding not to argue anymore. He agreed with him and they began to go down to the village. Then he decided to ask him a question: why didn't this survivor get away from there? Because wherever they looked, there were growing grasses, ruins of buildings. Then Roger stopped and said that this was not so at all, telling Hans to look in the other direction. He turned around and his gaze caught on the one who was one of the few who lived in those parts. The pro-protagonist said that they seemed to have found the man. This very survivor was sitting at an easel on one of the rocks and painting a landscape. His hands were slightly stained with paint, as were the sleeves of his clothes. They approached him, and the protagonist said that they had arrived at the right address. "An artist, you need to work with your creation." Surprised is he really? Painting blind indeed, a black ribbon was tied over the artist's eyes, and turning to them, the artist said that he seemed to have guests. Roger apologized for disturbing him, and the artist said that there was nothing terrible in it, and he was just finishing up. The protagonist looked at his painting, asking, "Why did he need a bandage?" The artist replied that he did not see anything, but he felt after that he began to put his paints in place, rolling up his PL air. Roger, after appreciating his work, said that the painting contained magic. He said that he did not think that a magician would choose to live in such a place. The artist replied that he was not proud of being a magician, and to tell the truth, he was not that good at magic, and he had been painting for a long time, so it was his natural skill. The artist asked, "What kind of presentable man forgot in this wilderness?" Roger asked him if he knew who he was. Then the artist answered that this was not so, but due to the lack of sight, he had a very developed sense, and the aura that he felt from the main character was very powerful, so nature told him. Nature whispered that a hero had appeared who had saved the earth from a terrible event a long time ago. Roger squeezed his fist, saying that it seemed that the artist had a connection with the spirits, so he said that it was possible to speak without hiding anything. Roger directly told him that it would be about the lot, and Fires, the main character, said that he would like the artist to tell him about the people who survived those terrible times. The sunset painted his hair and face with soft colors, and although Roger did not know it at all, now he looked more picturesque than any landscapes. As they walked back to the ruined village, the artist said that he did not even introduce himself, and then said that his name was Pi. Roger, folding his hands behind his back, also introduced himself, saying that his name was Roger Tsichi. Pero said that despite the fact that this place has turned into lifeless ruins, it was once a beautiful, prosperous village. Hans, who was walking behind them, looked around, with interest, wanting to find something useful. Meanwhile, Roger said he knew about it. He continued his story, saying that he remembered the first time he arrived there. According to him, he was quite talented in magic, so his mentor of noble blood brought him along, but painting attracted him more than magic. So his mentor often scolded him for this. There were even times when he broke his brush, not understanding what was so good about painting. At first, Pio tolerated it, but eventually he could not stand his pressure. In the end, he ran away and chose the path of an artist, and after wandering around the area, he decided to settle in Luton. They stopped for a moment while Pio continued telling his story. He said that getting used to the unfamiliar environment was not easy, and without her help, he would not have been able to do it. Roger immediately asked who he was talking about. Then Pio again pulled out a brush from his special suitcase, saying that now he will show everything. After that, he straightened up, literally starting to draw in the air, leaving beautiful streaks hanging right in front of them. A couple more strokes and they seemed to be in another world drawn, but just as beautiful. The same field stretched around, but now all these houses that were destroyed were safe and sound, untouched by the fire. Hans, looking around loudly, asked in bewilderment what was happening. Could the world really have become drawn? Roger, also surprised, answered that this was artistic magic, which involves drawing for work, pointing in the right direction. Pio asked them to follow him, saying that the center of the village was right there. He pointed his hand in the right direction, and they moved there. Now there were many people in the village who walked in different directions as if they were real. as if this village was still really alive, the artist Pao said. That there were always many tourists in Lan, a windswept village. And Lan was like that as soon as Pio stopped, the protagonist's gaze was drawn to a silhouette that was right in front of them. Pero said that she was the pride of this village. In front of them was a girl who was holding a basket and seemed to be heading to the market to buy things. Then Pio said that he could not see her face, and he was afraid that he would not be able to convey her beauty with his skills. He said that she was always kind and cheerful, always communicating with others with a smile on her face, and she also had an innate affinity with spirits. They also loved her. She was as if surrounded by friendly energy and lived bathing in this gift. Pero said that her name was Esmeralda, and she also survived those fires. Pero said that it was she who helped him get used to Alten, and thanks to her, the village always had a friendly, warm atmosphere and it was peaceful there. His shoulders noticeably slumped when he spoke about this, because that world was destroyed with the arrival of one family of aristocrats. A beautiful sunset appeared before them where a guy of obviously noble blood stood in front of Esmeralda on one knee. He told her with a smile on his face that he loved her at first sight, asking her if she would go with him. Per said that this is exactly what the guy Esmeralda said, and the innocent girl did not even doubt his words. It was an honor for her to accept the proposal of an aristocrat. She smiled tenderly, and Roger, who was watching this, said that of course there was no love there. Pio confirmed this, saying that this guy craved her strength which came from high with spirits. Then Pio added that Esmeralda had a kind, innocent nature, and because of this, she was doomed to fall for obvious tricks. He said that of course the villagers did not remain indifferent when they learned of the offer, and none of them wished her an unhappy life in the cold world of aristocrats. But no one was in a hurry to interfere, Roger objected, saying that her partner was a nobleman. And if we are talking about the citizens of those times, then everything was obvious when you go against the will of the aristocrats. Most likely you will be imprisoned for treason, Roger asked. Did they continue to just watch what was happening? Pio answered that eventually someone intervened. One man plucked up courage, and then everyone else spoke out against the wedding, but then the terrible tragedy began in front of them. The night was painted in bright colors in the darkness of which torches shone. The villagers tried to reason with the girl, shouting at her, not to believe this guy, that he was deceiving people, making his cunning speeches, but the warriors of the aristocrat blocked their way with swords, loudly cursing at the villagers, asking them who allowed them to open their mouths, asking if they knew who he was. The villagers did not calm down, shouting that even aristocrats have no right to drag away a young girl. They shouted for him to leave Esmeralda alone and also to leave their village. Esmeralda froze in bewilderment. She did not know what to do, while her fiancé answered them with a grin that all this was even funny. He, CLA, Ed, his teeth calling them all pathetic mortals, asking them, did they really dare to contradict him? He shouted at his soldiers to kill them all. A terrible tragedy happened. Before Esmeralda's face, she as if the culprit of all this froze, looking at how drops of blood flashed everywhere, flying from cuts, everything mixed up before her eyes. Her fiancé's people, the screaming villagers, the smell of burnt wood, the sight of blood and fire that engulfed all the houses. The order to set the fire was given, and none of the aristocrats' men hesitated to carry out the order. The village was engulfed in flames, and everything inside was forever buried in ashes. Roger and Hans were shocked by what Pio showed them. The fire in his paintings was so real that it actually burned. Roger, seeing this, said that this simply could not be then. Pero, turning to them, said that everything was true. The fire was not caused by a natural phenomenon at all. This is the bitter truth about the great lad, and fires the entire beautiful village. This one corner was burned in the blink of an eye just because of the whim and greed of one of the aristocrats who wanted to take possession of something that did not belong to him. Esmeralda was tearing herself apart and screaming, begging him to stop all this. She begged, kneeling, saying that this should not be done, and she was shaking. She saw all this, saw how her loved ones were dying, and in a half whisper, she repeated that the villagers were not guilty of anything she said, that now she agreed to everything. She only asked them to stop, but it was too late. Her fiancé told her about it, carelessly calling her stupid. His gaze, full of hatred and anger, was directed at her, and he ordered her to look at it. Carefully, he said that this is exactly what happens when commoners go against the will of aristocrats. As soon as Esmeralda turned her head to the side, she was horrified. Dozens and hundreds of bloody bodies lay right in front of her, the blood from which spread along the ground and baked from the heat of the flames that engulfed everything around trees. Courtyards, houses, bridges, all of this was burned, carried away somewhere far away into history, as if nothing had ever been there, as if the ruins had always been there. Esmeralda froze in place, her mouth slightly open in a silent scream. Unable to squeeze out a single sound, she silently repeated that this simply could not be. Then her head dropped down and she leaned her hands on the ground, unable to bear what her heart was now feeling. Her fiancé chuckled, asking her, had she really despaired? He let slip ironically that it was even better this way. Then he turned to his men, shouting that his head hurt from the stench of burning commoners. He ordered them to bring Esmeralda to him as soon as they were finished there. Esmeralda continued to sit like that, asking herself, why did all this happen only yesterday? This place was full of smiles. She did not understand how in just one day all this could turn to ashes. A glittering tear slid down her cheek, and she, illuminated by this flame, did not know how to live with it anymore. There was only one question in her head. Why was all this happening? A tear fell to the ground, and touching the surface, it seemed to catch fire, splashing like hot iron. The soldiers were ordered to take the girl, and they were already approaching her to do so, when suddenly tongues of flame began to appear around her, shimmering like lava. The soldiers, seeing this, began to ask each other, what was this? They realized that these were spirits, and one of them said that these creatures were low-ranking. This was very annoying. They fought off these creatures without effort when suddenly one of the soldiers was seized by flames and he screamed loudly in pain, feeling that he was burning alive. Panic immediately arose among them. They asked each other what was happening. They did not understand what to do. Meanwhile, Esmeralda began to rise to her feet, and the flames that had destroyed everything that was dear to her now became her strength. Raising her tear-stained face to them, she told them all to say hell in a cold voice full of primal hatred. The little spirits, as if hearing her desperate wish, headed towards the soldiers, while Esmeralda screamed that she hated them all. As soon as the little creatures touched the soldiers, they all immediately caught fire, literally being engulfed in flames alive. Esmeralda said in a cold voice that she would burn everything they had. A huge spiritual beast began to gather above her head, increasingly taking on a bizarre, complex appearance, as if reflecting the hatred boiling inside her, which was hidden behind all this cold. Outside, she squeezed her hands, saying that now it was up to him. Quasimodo, the monster, opened its fiery mouth wide, looking at the enemy, while its mistress, who had imbued it with power, screamed for the monster to burn them all to ashes. She raised her hands, continuing to cry hot tears, a crazy smile on her face, screaming that she hated everyone. Pero said that she burned all the soldiers who were there and left the village. They were already beyond the range of his magic and were simply sitting on the logs in front of the fire. Pero said that it was on that day that he went blind. He touched his bandage with his fingers, telling about it, and Roger said that Pero was well preserved for someone who lost his sight in a fire. Pero answered him that, to be honest, he would have died if not for the help of one child. The main character asked him, what child are we talking about? Pero again plunged into his terrible memories when he was standing on all fours by the river, and next to him was a girl he who had lost. His sight then thanked her, saying that she saved his life. The girl told him not to thank her because she only did what she had to. She said that she could only save him, and the others could not be helped. Pio shuddered, saying that this simply could not be. The girl turned to him and asked, he was a newly arrived artist, wasn't he? She said she remembered him because he was wandering around aimlessly. Pero nodded, saying that was true, and she remembered correctly. The girl said he had serious burns and it seemed he would go blind, and then asked if that wasn't a great loss for artists. Piero told her that, even so, he was grateful that he was still alive. The girl asked him if he was truly grateful. Then she said that she wasn't grateful to be alive. Surprised, he asked her what she meant. The girl said that those disgusting people killed all the villagers just because they spoke out against them. The girl said that she could never forgive them. She looked at the burning latin as if she wanted to imprint the fire of hatred on her memory. Perrault said that with these words the girl left. He was curious to know her name, but he did not dare to ask her about it. The fire in front of them shimmered beautifully. These flames had nothing in common with the one that raged in this very place long ago. Perrault said that he was never able to leave the village after that, even though all that was left of it were nightmares. Hans looked at him as if nervous because the story was truly tragic and frightening. At the same time, Pio said that this was the first place where they could accept him, and it seemed that he was very attached to it. He said that he had a developed sense of duty, and he wanted to protect the village the first time. He told that years passed, and he learned to put magic into his brushes. Only in this way could he continue to paint after losing his sight. After a pause, he said that this is the end of the story. Roger also listened in silence and then asked if he were a bad person, would he tell him such details? Pio answered that of course it was not so. After all, he was careful, however. Empathy, compassion, rage in his painted world, he sees all his emotions. The protagonist froze listening to him while the man said that if he were a bad person, he would not feel these emotions, and that was how he knew that Roger could be trusted. There was a calm smile on his face while he spoke about this, and Roger answered that now it was clear to him. He said that this man's past was full of pain. He thanked him for sharing with him. Pio lowered his head down, saying that it was him who needed to be thanked because for the first time he was able to speak out. It had been very difficult for him all this time because of his blindness, but now he even felt better. He said that he knew it was impudent, but he insistently asked them to help those girls overcome this tragedy. Pio said that they were wandering alone somewhere with their despair. After these words at dawn, the protagonists and Hans set off back on their way. The movement plunged into his thoughts after all, if you think about it. The decline of the kingdom of Darrow was inevitable. They worked hard to hide the truth about the fires in Lawn so that rumors would not spread. But you can't hide something like that from the people. If you had social conflict and class inequality to this, you get a revolution due to the accumulated anger of the commoners. Roger understood that even despite the failure of power, there were still many reasons why the kingdom fell after the bloody night. He thought that he could understand why most of the nobles fled abroad. His thoughts were interrupted by Hans, who, turning to him, said that in the end they had not found out anything significant, and then asked, "Does it mean that they had come in vain?" Roger answered him that this was not entirely true because they had found out the truth about the fires. Then the main character, turning to Hans, gave him the task of finding out what kind of nobleman it was Hans listing that it must have been a nobleman from Datura Blonde, a little over 20 years old. Said that it was not much. Roger told him to look among the Dita aristocrats who had fled to the Exilian Empire. Roger understood that this nobleman could be closer than they thought. He turned around looking at Hans and the rays of the dawn sun now. They had more leads after several days of preparation and waiting. The day of the second examination test came to the Theon Academy. The protagonist, standing in the classroom, said that they would soon begin the second stage, so he asked the students to come forward as soon as they heard their number. And so the exam began. Roger sat on a chair next to Tusa, asking one of the students, did he really think that the square shape of the magic circle was the only possible option? He said that the student did not even bother to change the symbols inside. The student in front of him was burning with shame, not knowing what to answer. Her and Roger just continued to say that she decided to take the path of least resistance, not even trying to challenge herself. He asked her for whom he was even talking in the audience about the formulas of magic circles. He told her to thank him for being willing to give this work minus. All these words seemed to be dug into the skin of the student. While he said all this, Tracy, watching the progress of the exam, said that the atmosphere is heating up. Leo also followed the student, returning to her seat, involuntarily shuddering and saying that this was no longer a test, but a bloody massacre in order of Q in the next one. Roger called number 13. Hearing this, Aiden said that this was his number, and then stood up from his seat. Leo said with displeasure that he should not sit around but go answer. Roger, looking at his answer on a sheet of parchment, said that this was a rather bold combination of classic circles and symbols. He also noted that Aiden preferred stability, though which she will not go anywhere from such a circle, unlike the forms that he himself showed. Roger said that your formulas were rather primitive, and Aiden supplemented the classics and provided for a mana leak, so Roger said that this was a good job, looking at the drawing with interest. However, he then said that, nevertheless, Aiden decided to neglect the variety of forms that he talked about using circles. Aiden winced when he heard the teacher words, not knowing what to answer him, and Roger immediately announced the verdict, saying that considering this shortcoming, he would give him a B+. The nobles sitting in their seats immediately winced. One of them even had his hand shaking with rage because another commoner got a higher grade. The main character, looking at the lists, asked Flora, "Is next, isn't it?" Flora immediately came up to him, showing Roger her work. He thoughtfully chuckled, looking at several hexagons that were connected to each other like a honeycomb. Flora smiled, looking at him as if she was proud of what she had done. Roger, putting his hand to his chin, thought that the turtle shell-type hexagons looked interesting. He also said that he did not notice any errors in the calculations after looking over the work. He immediately announced that Flora Lumos got an A+ in the stands. The students immediately began to cheer, and Flora seemed to be surrounded by shining stars of her own. Short-lived Glory Roger said that she had technically executed a rather difficult form after that. He called the next student assessing him. Then the exam went smoothly. The students received deserved marks until they got to the last person on the list. Roger, folding his arms over his chest, said that the last on the list was Renee. She was standing in front of him, unsure, and he told her to show the circle she had invented. Renee closed her eyes, turning to the professor, and then said loudly that she would not have a picture of the magic circle. Her statement immediately caused a stir among the students. They did not understand what she meant. Did she really just say that she would not have a circle? They asked each other. Maybe she decided to forget about Professor Roger's assignment. Even Flora was surprised. She folded her arms across her chest, looking at it with interest. Professor's Roger looked at her, slightly frowning, having studied the face of his student. He asked her what she wanted to say by this. Couldn't she really invent a working magic circle? He wondered if he understood her intention correctly. Renee awkwardly said that this magic circle was problematic to depict on paper. She asked the protagonist if she could use space to show it. Roger fell silent thoughtfully and then told her to do as she wished. After that, Renee bustled about, starting to prepare. She remembered that she had been thinking for a long time about how best to implement her concept. At this time, she was drawing her works of long thoughts in the air with a thanks to the book on attribute-list magic, it dawned on her she was going to show the professor how much she had changed. All the students who were in the class froze with interest in what was waiting for them. Roger, seeing what his student was drawing, froze for a moment. His eyes widened, and he realized that in front of him was a three-dimensional magic cube. He sat on a chair examining her drawing while Renee awkwardly touched her cheek, saying that she knew that the professor would immediately understand the idea. The protagonist, closing his eyes, called her by name, telling her that she was getting an A+. But he was very sorry, since this was the highest grade he could give her. Renee looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking him what he meant. Then Roger answered her that her circle was excellent and also praised her, saying that it was a great job. Flora, who until that moment was sitting quietly in her seat, almost jumped hearing such praise. Meanwhile, Roger was asking the student how she came up with such a formation. He said that it was hardly possible to conceive of something like this within the given time frame, let alone implement it. Roger even leaned forward with interest, discussing it with her, and the pink one began to explain to the teacher's interest that she was simply adjusting the magic circle to her own mana flows, and suddenly everything coincided in an amazing way. She said that she did not really control anything, when suddenly her mother outlined this figure herself. Renee said that she herself was also surprised by this. She waved her arms, trying to convince the professor that it was really she who made this small discovery. And Roger, seeing her effort, said that this was enough for him, and then thanked her. He thought that in his practice he had never encountered mana that moved without the owner's will. He asked himself, could it be that Renee did it instinctively? He thought about how the book he gave her could have served as an impetus for her talents to be revealed. Then he came out of his thought, saying that, in any case, this circle was incomparable, praising Renee. Again, Renee thanked the teacher for such words and then went back to her seat. The protagonist again repeated in his thoughts her words about Mom, outlining the figure herself. Roger thought about how, until now, it was believed that attribute-less magic was inferior only to attribute-less, and here the bearers of this magic demonstrate a complex, three-dimensional magic circle. Roger asked himself in his thoughts. Does this mean that attribute-less magic is just a special type of magic like spatial, considering that, officially in this world, spatial magic simply does not exist? Roger only invented some semblance of it, but if Renee's magic is related to spatial changes, then he understood that he would need this power. He studied, looking towards his student who was moving to her seat as soon as the exam was over. Roger told the students that Flora, Lumos, Renee, Julia, Plumhar, Iona, Ovi, and Aiden were the top 5 who passed the exam. He also said that he was still busy, so he told everyone to come and get their reward. After the festival, the nobles, as soon as they left the classroom, began to argue among themselves, asking, why did so many of them have Ds? Someone didn't even mince words. They discussed how this time there were only 2 nobles in the top. Some were so angry that they said that commoner was annoying them, meaning Renee. One of them said that it was the first time he saw Professor Roger praising someone like that. Someone even shouted that even Flora Lumos had not received such an honor. Before leaving the classroom, Renee and Flora collided. They looked at each other and Flora glared at her. Peculiar rival. Renee looked down, wondering if Lady Flora was staring at her. It was so creepy that it made her skin crawl. Princess Sendel approached from Renee's side. She addressed Lady Lumos, asking if she needed anything from them after that without showing due respect. Flora turned away, heading in the other direction, while her friend exclaimed in embarrassment and followed her. Cheryl awkwardly apologized at last, saying that it seemed that Flora was not in a good mood today. They watched Flora walk away from them, and Ellendale indignantly asked, "What was that? Flora just came, looked at them and left without even ding to answer, not wanting to see the others swear." Renee laughed, asking if maybe she was not feeling well. Flora, when they were already sitting at the desk, asking her what happened, she told her that she was acting strange and not like herself because usually she didn't care about other students. She asked, was it because Renee got the same grade, but Flora didn't answer her. Her thoughts were occupied with the question, what kind of formation was that and why did she get so much praise for it? Flora was clearly annoyed, thinking about how annoying all this was, and Cheryl trying to get through the dense train of her thoughts, asking her if she was even listening. Flora turned around abruptly, telling Cheryl that she should watch herself, asking if she had even tried to study for the exam. Cheryl winced, asking her why she was talking about this then. Flora reminded her that Professor Marissa said that if a student does not perform well in exams, then he will be held back a year. Is that not true? A sad fantasy of an imaginary eagle taking her home immediately flashed through Cheryl's mind, and she immediately cried out in horror and then pressed her cheek to her friend's cheek, begging her to help her. She hugged Flora, saying that if this continued, she would never get a passing grade. Flora sighed heavily, agreeing, and then told her to just remember what was written there, and then she would not fail the exam after. That Cheryl smiled happily, shouting that she loved FL. However, the next moment Marissa appeared at the door. She greeted the students smiling as she walked in. The professor said that she hoped that everyone had studied well. This was like a bolt from the blue for poor Cheryl, who barely managed to say that she had just received her notes. After a while, the exam was over. Marissa praised the students, but Cheryl was inconsolable. She was whining with her head down on the desk, a puddle of tears around her, and a dark aura flying around, and Flora decided to ask her, did she really screw up? Cheryl answered that she barely had time to answer all the questions. At this time, Marissa was saying that since the exam was over, how about they touch on an exciting topic that they had never discussed outside of class? Flora immediately straightened up, touching her friend's shoulder, saying that it seemed that Professor Marissa had prepared something interesting. Cheryl immediately perked up, jumping up, and then stared at the professor with interest. Marissa addressed the students, saying that, as they must know, the transfer of mana is carried out between 2 people. She spread 2 fingers apart, showing them the flow of mana that goes between. Then Marissa said that if the transmitter is not experienced enough, the process becomes dangerous. She asked the students if they knew what mystical phenomenon could occur at this time. Her fingers began to approach each other, and mana discharges began to flow between her fingers. Then Marissa said that complete amnesia could occur. She said that if we speak in the scientific language of the magic tower, then this is a memory breakdown. The students began to turn around and say that this cannot be, asking each other, does this really happen? Someone answered that he thought so, after all she had heard about it. Before then, Marissa said with a smile that one former student had just given her talismans that can partially recreate a memory breakdown so that everyone could experience it. She pressed her hand to her cheek, showing the children those same talismans. With a smile on her face, Marissa said that this was the latest development, and then asked if any of the students wanted to try it. Flora rested her head on her hand thoughtfully, thinking that she would only look at this if it was being tested on someone else. One of the students asked the professor if this wasn't a dangerous phenomenon. On Marissa put her hand to her cheek, saying that if you were unlucky, there would be gaps in your mind and confusion of memories. However, she told the children not to worry because this product was extremely mild, so there would be no consequences. She held her finger up, telling them to be careful anyway. Marissa said that a memory breakdown could only be recreated by working in pairs, and the last memory they wanted to hide could appear to their partner during the breakdown. Elendel immediately turned to Renee, offering her a try, asking if it wasn't interesting. Renee asked her if she really wanted to. She was willing to try. But what if she saw something Elendel wanted to hide, like some secret of the royal family? Elendel immediately told her not to worry about it because nothing like that would happen. It was just nonsense, Elendel said, slightly offended that everything she wanted to hide was already blabbed by that fool. Frightened, she looked down, remembering all the comments of that guy, and then Renee awkwardly said that in that case they could try Elendel, happily said that in that case she would go and get them. One talisman at that time, Marissa was just giving one to the students. The talisman still ended up in Flora's hand, and she, looking at it, asked herself, did it turn out that the couple needed to pour some mana into this scroll and they would lose their memories? Flora thought ironically that it was very cute and she did not even want to use this talisman so soon. Then Flora suddenly turned towards Cheryl and she nervously called her by name, asking her, "Why is she looking at her like that?" Cheryl shuddered, asking, "Does she really want to use this thing on her?" Flora looked at her in surprise, asking, "Is she really against it?" Then Cheryl answered that she was not against it, but she was not mentally ready for such a feat yet. She looked away, not wanting to participate in this. Then Flora, lowering the talisman, said that in that case she should have directly said that she was against it, but their conversation was interrupted by a loud scream, as if desperate and cruel. The girl held her boyfriend by the throat, calling him a traitor, screaming that he said that he loved only her. She shook the guy from side to side, blazing with fire, while he begged her to calm down. The girl screamed loudly that now she understood why he did not want to try seeing this. The Lendl said that someone had already managed to use the scroll. Renee, like the other students, looked at them awkwardly, not even knowing what to say. Then both girls took hold of the two ends of the talisman, and Elendel said that now it was time for them to try it. Renee repeated the necessary actions, saying that they needed to hold on to the leaf and pour in some mana the space. Around them seemed to glow and light up with the color of the mana that belonged to them, and the next moment they seemed to have fallen out of reality. Then she opened her eyes. Then she again saw the fighting couple. While Renee said that it was amazing to see the memories during the exchange of mana, everything felt as if a long time had passed, although it was not. Renee turned to Elendel, and Elendel, in response to this, asked her, what did she see? Renee bashfully said that even if it was Lindel's birthday, then inviting students with whom she barely knew was unnecessary for the celebration. Elendel immediately blushed, pressing her hand to her lips, thinking about Renee, knowing about her dark past since her first year. However, Renee tried to reassure her, saying that she could understand, and Lendo thanked her bashfully for this, although she only felt more awkward after that. Renee asked Endo what she had seen, what part of her past. Elindo told her that it must have been something long ago, something that had happened a long time ago. She placed her hand to her chin thoughtfully, and Renee replied with surprise, thoughtfully echoing her words that it had been a long time ago. Elendel replied that it was saying that Renee had been little at the time, about a decade younger than she was. Now Elendel said that she too had expected to see the memories through the eyes of an eyewitness, but had watched them from the outside. There was Renee, who was walking towards the house. Elendel said that perhaps she saw what was happening. Through her mother's eyes, Elendel said that there was a hut in the meadow in which, except for them, there was no one. Elendel asked Renee with interest, did she and her mother live in the hut? Elendel said with a smile that they looked very happy, and then said that she thought that her mother loved her very much. At this point, Renee said in confusion that she did not understand what she was talking about. The sudden words literally fell like a wall. Renee said that she grew up without parents at this point. Endo's eyes widened and she asked her, in surprise, what did this mean sometime after finishing their studies. They were sitting under a tree on a tablecloth. Elendel asked Renee, was it so that she had no memories with her parents at all? Renee said she was sure, and then asked if Elenda was sure it was her mother she had seen, and so on. She said she was sure, saying that what she had seen during her memory loss was unmistakable. Elendel said that these memories had flowed to her with Renee's magical power, and that it was definitely her past. Then Renee tried to object, saying that Elendel had said that she had seen the past through someone else's eyes, and they through her own. Elendel said that she really meant it because it was unusual, and then asked Renee what she thought about it. Renee began to say that she was confused, and then said that it was an under-researched phenomenon and perhaps it had happened before. Elendel addressed Renee by name and then asked, is it true that she does not remember her parents at all? Renee said that it was true. She had been raised and educated by a teacher. Elendel asked, curiously, who was a teacher? Renee told her that she called the man that, but it was nothing special. He was just an old grandfather and he was quite stubborn, although no one took him seriously. Then Lendo continued to reason that Renee did not remember her parents, but she remembered her teacher, and then asked what she remembered about the past. Ren pressed her hand to her cheek, telling her that she remembered how she met the teacher when she was 10 years old. Then Elendel asked her answer, "How can you not remember anything before the age of 10? Renee told her that it was indeed strange. Elendel suggested that perhaps her teacher had something to do with it. Renee asked with slight disbelief. Did she seriously think that the teacher had something to do with it? Then Elindo told her to think about it herself, for she truly had no memories before meeting him. And no matter how well he treated her, it would be blind to trust him. Renee wondered, could it be that the teacher had somehow altered her memories? Her face took on a worried look, and she thought that she remembered nothing of the past of her mother. Nothing at all, but her face turned sad, and she looked down. As she thought about all of this, Elinda watched her expression with concern and silence, and then leaned forward. Taking her friend's hands, she asked her not to worry, for she was sure that her memories could still be brought back, and who knew, maybe her parents were still alive. Renee jerked in disbelief. Asking if this was true, then Lendl answered, that of course it was. She was going to help her get her memories back. Elindo thought with concern that if it were possible, she would very much like to help Renee get her memories back after all. Renee was her first real friend in Thea, and she was the person she treasured very much. The person she was ready to smile at, well, suddenly fried and approached them, who, turning to the third princess, said with displeasure that she was there again, and also reminded her that he did not invite her there. Elendel turned her gaze to him, coming closer to them, asked Renee what happened. He already wanted to ask her why she looked like that, and Lenny was already in a hurry to answer when suddenly Elendel stopped him with her hand, telling him that it was only between them, so he should not interfere. At that moment, Henry approached them, who, putting his hands on the back of his head, asked if they were already there. The third princess and the younger Renee. He asked them that they were a funny couple, fried. Den turned around, hearing Henry's voice, and Elendel with displeasure asked the guy who approached, what did he need? Then Henry laughed, telling them to stop, frowning, asking if they thought he was the villain who was spreading rumors about the princess's lonely birthday. He was literally teasing her. So Princess Elendel couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly at him to shut up. Then Elendel turned her gaze to Renee, calling her by name, asking her if she knew this. Fool, she asked her. Was he mocking her too? Then Henry fainted sadness, telling the princess that such speeches in his presence were too much to say, for it hurt his heart. Renee immediately answered that it was true, for it was because of Lord Henry that she took that part-time job. Elendel hugged her friend, looking suspiciously at the guy, and he said cheerfully, asking them to wait, that nothing had happened. Then Renee said indignantly that she almost died because of the sudden attack, and then Lendl could not be stopped. She screamed loudly, asking, what do you mean? Nothing happened. She screamed that she knew he could not be trusted. Henry flinched when he heard these words. He screamed that it was unfair. Frieden tried to calm them down, telling them to stop, reminding them that they knew that Henry did not mean any harm, at least he hoped so. He pointed a finger at Henry behind his back when Henry indignantly asked why he hoped was he against him? Too, then Henry said that he was very happy anyway, and as an apology he could offer a better part-time job. Renee was immediately interested and asked him what kind of part-time job it was, and when Henry said that the pay would be 3 times more, she immediately raised her hand in the air, screaming that she agreed. Lendo, seeing this, asked R to stop, but it seemed to be too late. Henry said that he knew he could rely on her. He said that they would discuss the details later because he remembered that he needed to prepare something, so he said goodbye to them without much ceremony and left. Elendel tried to stop him, shouting loudly, and then threw herself on her friend's neck. Belinda loudly asked Renee how she could accept the offer of the suspicious guy. Renee asked her without much concealment. What was wrong after all? She needed the money. That's why she agreed. That's why Renee scratched her head in confusion, as if she did not think about her own safety at all. Elinda loudly shouted, asking her, does the Thean educational system really require such sacrifices, Frieden? Sighing ironically said that the wealthy princess must have forgotten that not only aristocrats study at this educational institution, reminded her that commoners had no privileges, so most had to fight for every coin, he said. that thanks to the efforts of the current rector, the situation had improved, but the difference was still too great. Ellendale sighed in surprise remembering this, and then said that it was surprising that he knew all this, she asked him. Wasn't he one of those who problems of common people do not concern, telling her to stop making things up because he told her that he knew after that he said that would be better because of someone. There was now a problem to relax. He spoke of the princess and Ellendale as if, not understanding this, said that the lunch break was not over yet, so where was he in such a hurry? He said that it really irritated him. However, he received a marriage proposal when he and Henry approached one of the cafes near the academy. They noticed Cheryl standing there. Henry spoke up to make Henry look at her, asking, "Is it really the young lady of the Wagner family? A vassal of the Lumos family waiting for him?" Fried didn't mention the Lumos family with displeasure, asking, "Is it really them again?" He said that he was sure that their elders were conspiring again. Henry smiled at this, saying that he had heard that both families were at this entire academy meet during the festival, and it seemed that they wanted to strengthen their partnership through marriage. Henry then said that if Frieden was against it, then he should simply decline the offer as he had done before. Frieden turned to him, asking, "Is he really saying that now? And who said that marriage was one of the ways to fulfill oneself in this life?" He asked Henry. Henry smiled slightly, asking him what he meant. Didn't he say that he would support any of his choices? Henry said that was exactly the duty of a vassal. Frieden looked at Henry with calm gaze and then answered that he understood him. After that, Frieden nevertheless entered the cafe, and he and Flora began to eat lunch. He said that she had come, although before she had only wrinkled her nose. His voice was full of irony, and Flora replied that he could say whatever he wanted, but she had come because she had been lured. Fried, and suddenly said that lately he had heard the name Roger Tichy too often. Flora froze in place, interrupted her meal, and then calmly asked Fried, and looking up at him, what he meant. Asked her if she went to his classes. He said that maybe she knew something about it. Flora answered that she had no idea, and then asked him why he was even asking about him. Fried and calmly, monotonously answered her that he was just curious about who he was. However, Flora told him to get to the point, and to tell him what reason Frieden would use to refuse the engagement. This time Frieden told her that she did not need to worry about that, and since he was going to refuse anyway, the reason would be that the food was disgusting. He put his cutlery on the plate as a sign of the end of the meal, and then said that he would just leave, so he got up from the table. Soon Side turned the other way, folding her arms over her chest, and said that he could do as he liked then. Suddenly she called out to him, now telling him to wait because she wanted to ask him something. Frieden froze in place, saying that he would listen to what she had to say, that she had heard that dried deer was good for the body. She raised her glass of water, closing her eyes, and then asked if he knew where she could get it. Frieden looked at her with slight incomprehension. At this time, Roger was in his office looking over the plan for the magic festival, wondering would there really be duels between the professors this year, and Hugo Borag had suggested the idea. So Roger realized that he wanted the aristocrats to have the opportunity to redeem themselves with this victory. Roger thought that he already had a lot of worries and now he would have to clean up this. He looked at the piece of paper where this was written with displeasure and then thought, why should he even try? He looked up thinking that he should lose quickly and go about his business. Then he changed the subject of his thoughts, thinking that the strangest thing was that after the incident at the banquet, the Black Dawn did not take any action. Roger remembered that Sadhana told him that they had nothing going on there. He understood his eyes from the paper, asking himself in his thoughts, what was Esmeralda up to? Suddenly the negotiation sphere on his desk lit up, and the protagonist turned around to see it, then asked Hans who he was connected to. If something had happened, maybe he had learned something. Hans answered with a smile. He finally found it. He said that there was one aristocrat who completely matched the description. Roger also looked with interest at the sphere he was holding in his hands, and after 2 hours he was already at the right place. It was the estate where that very aristocrat lived. Roger went to the door and knocked, asking if there was anyone there. He looked around and noticed that there was no mail in the mailbox. The ozone around the estate looked neat, so this aristocrat definitely lived here. Roger thought that he had no choice, so he would have to find out for himself, and then removed his hand from the door. When, suddenly at that very moment, someone with one sharp movement pushed him away. Opening the door of the estate, Roger hit the railing of the veranda, closing his eye, and gritting his teeth because of the unpleasant sensations. He asked what this means. However, his new opponent was not at all good-natured. The very next moment, he began to accumulate magical energy for a blow, and Roger opened his eyes in surprise, asking himself, "Is this really magic?" The main character barely managed to put up a shield from this attack, and then waiting for the attack's charm to dissipate, he attacked himself, grabbing his opponent. By the throat, the opponent began to cough loudly when Roger knocked him to the floor. They found themselves inside the estate, and the main character ordered him not to. Twitch asking, "Does he really want to raise everyone's ears?" He pinned the opponent to the floor, holding him in place so that he could not escape. The man began to twitch and scream, cursing loudly, asking Roger who he was and why he had been walking there since early morning. He asked if that devil had sent him. Did he really want to kill him? Roger asked him, "What difference did it make?" After all, if he wanted to kill him, he would have killed him already. The main character said that they needed to talk. Roger addressed this madman, calling him Professor Calipus. The man in front of him looked UNC. His face was covered in thick gray hair, and his eyes were red from strength. Roger asked him if he should call him the murderer who was responsible for hundreds of lives in the Lawton fires. A few hours earlier, the protagonist had talked to Hans on the phone. He asked in surprise the Hertz family. Fiaz Roger said that he had never heard of such a family in Datura. Hans replied that of course Roger had not heard of it because while the protagonist was there, their family had already disappeared. Hans said that Roger probably remembered that all the aristocrats had disappeared after the bloody night. Although they could have fled even before that, Roger asked. Could it be for some other reason? Hans said that Roger was on the right track as expected. He said that he became curious, so he investigated the incident thoroughly, and from a certain day, members of their family began to disappear. Hans said that the number of those who disappeared was increasing, so a rumor arose that the family was cursed. A fire appeared out of nowhere. Some said that the last head of the family was burned in this fire. Roger said that, considering the circumstances, the rest of the Mist people also died this way. Hans said that he thought that they were burned too. The remnants of the family tried their best to hide, but rumors inevitably spread considering how many people were burned to the ground. The protagonist said that it turns out that their family did not run away on their own, but they were driven out like lepers. Right then, Roger asked how many survivors were left. Does Hans know on the other end of the line? Hans's voice was heard. She replied that there was only one such person, Roger asked himself. In his mind in surprise, as there really only one did. Esmeralda not calmed down even after they were banished. Then Roger wondered who was this lucky man. Hans answered that it was Calipus. He put his finger to his chin when Roger asked him where this man lives. Now he said that she wanted to meet him before it was too late. Hans asked him in surprise. Does he really not know? Roger asked. So where does this man live in the end then? To his surprise, Hans said that this man lives in the protagonist sat opposite Fiaz. He put one thing on the table in front of him, saying that he was sure Fiaz knew. What it was, Fiaz exclaimed in surprise. He clearly recognized what this thing was. It was a token that the secret military squad uses. Thoughts immediately began to flash through his head. Why was he asking him about this? Did he really want to help him? Fiaz thought that Roger's face was familiar to him, and he asked himself in his mind, is this the same person who defeated that monster at the banquet? Roger continued to look at him with a stern expression, saying that it would be great if this guy told him everything. Honestly, the protagonist thought that he finally found use for his operative badge. He never thought that he would ever need it. Roger thought that Fiaz would not recognize this badge, but to his surprise, he did so. The protagonist wondered if he could be from a family of magicians even though he was exiled. The protagonist was not sure if this badge was really still in their days, but he was glad that it would help him talk to his peculiar captive. He put the badge back into his jacket and then said that was currently investigating something and just happened to be on the trail of an extremely dangerous person. Fiaz suddenly shuddered and exclaimed that it was indeed so. He began to talk about how she was the devil incarnate, flaming devil thirsting for his death. Fiaz remembered that he thought that he would be safe. Then he grabbed his head with his hands shaking convulsively when he spoke about it. Fiaz began to scream about how wrong he was. He understood perfectly well that he would definitely be fried like everyone. Else Fiaz remembered the appearance of that very monster and trembled with fear. Roger thought with understanding that it turned out that Esmeralda was killing because of this. Man, Roger asked himself, looking at this man. Maybe she was slowly and painfully mocking him. Then the main character asked the man how much he knew about this very devil name appearance. "Anything will do." Fias raised his head and said that he definitely could not remember the name. Roger immediately asked him what it meant. He cursed him in his mind, asking himself, should he leave him to die? Then Phoebe began to shout that he still remembered something he said, that it was a pretty girl in her early 20s and she had black hair. Roger immediately remembered Esmeralda then, and then that she of course looked like an adult, but she looked more like a student. However, magicians and knights can often look younger than their age, so anything is possible, Roger asked. Phoebe, was there something else? Phoebe began to frantically remember. At least something sorting through the memories in his head and then stumbling, said something else. He said that she wrote him a letter and handed the main character an envelope. Roger asked himself in surprise in his thoughts, did Esmeralda really send the letter personally on the last day of the festival, but the letter was not signed. Fias asked him what he would say. Would Roger be able to catch her with such evidence? The protagonist replied that it was not so. It was not enough, and Fuss was indignant asking him if it was. Really, so Roger said that he could not figure her out with just this, or did he want him to go through all the black-haired pretty ladies? In 10 days, Fies tried to object, saying that it was possible to ask Theon for help. Roger asked him if he had forgotten that she had calmly shown up at the banquet just a couple of days ago. The protagonist said that neither he nor the mages would be able to protect him. Fias frantically began to ask what he should do. Then Roger looked at him, point blank, thinking that he needed to use this guy to catch Esmeralda. Roger said that he was glad that she at least warned when she was attacking, and since they knew the date, Fies was in danger until then. There were bottles all over the room, some of which were broken, and the nightstand was even turned over. Roger said that, however, this girl might change her mind if they acted thoughtlessly, so he told Phoebe not to do anything stupid. And just wait. Phoebe felt the dread that had come over him again. Roger told him that all he had to do was do nothing. The first day of the magic festival had arrived. Everyone was looking around, walking among the rows of goods. Someone was saying that it was very exciting. Elendel, walking next to Renee, asked her, "Was this her first magic festival, wasn't it?" Renee said that frankly it was. Then Elendel suggested that she just have fun. Make good memories of the first festival. Renee was literally burning with anticipation. Her whole face was shining when she saw all this festive atmosphere. She said, clenching her hands into fists, that she had never seen so many interesting things. It was great. Elendel told Renee to look in the other direction, saying that there was a field of spirits where they appeared as people. Renee looked in awe as little children ran around the field with their grandmother, playing with the spirits, saying that the children seemed to be having a lot of fun. Then she looked in the other direction, asking what was going on there. She said that it all looked creepy. Elendel explained to her that it was a ghostly tonus and restless souls were summoned there using necromancy to scare. People visitors literally ran out of the room, running away in tears. Then Renee pointed in the other direction, telling Endo to look there because those guys were dressed up as zombies. Endel turned her eyes to those people, saying that they were just students from the local college and they all looked normal. The students really looked shabby. It seemed they had a hard time. Renee asked in surprise, what local college are they talking about? There are only 5 classes of students at the end, right? Belle Lendl explained to her that there is a small college at the academy, and then Renee asked in surprise, what do they do? To them there that they can't even enjoy the festival. Elendel turned her gaze to the other side, asking, was Professor Roger really there? Renee peeked out from behind her, asking, is that really? So, the princess said that it was indeed him. With Professor Selena, men and women were indeed walking together. And Elendel said that she heard that the professors would patrol in pairs. Apparently today was their turn, Roger asked. Excitedly, did he see that they sell love potions there? She said. That was interesting. Roger was not impressed by what she was showing him, so he half-heartedly said that it was probably really interesting. The protagonist thought about how there was still some time left in the festival, and he didn't know what exactly Esmeralda would do, but he needed to prepare countermeasures in advance. Roger looked around. It was quite noisy around him, and he was lost in his thoughts for a moment, reasoning that even if he used Phoebe as bait, like last time, it would be a bit difficult to deal with her without exposing himself. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear Professor Selena calling him. At first, it wasn't until she poked his cheek with her finger, loudly saying his name, that he finally realized that his name was being called. Selena asked him what he was thinking about, so much that he didn't even respond to his name. Roger apologized, saying that he had been thinking a lot lately. Selena asked what kind of thoughts she was talking about. She said that she would listen to him if he didn't mind, then Roger told her to remove her finger first, which made Selena apologize in embarrassment, saying that it was very rude of her. Selena asked him if was worried about the professorial duels tomorrow. The protagonist decided to lie that he was really a little worried, but a thought flashed through his head that he had completely forgotten about it. Selena, however, sympathetically said that she could understand his anxiety, considering what kind of guests would be present. Then Roger asked her if she wasn't going to participate. Selena replied that she was happy to participate, but her senior colleagues dissuaded her. She sighed heavily, and the protagonist thought that the battle really didn't correspond to her image, or they were dangerous in themselves. And if other people dissuade you, that already means something. Roger thought with despair. Why then does no one dissuade him? Does no one really think about him at all? It even slightly hurt his pride. Selena turned to Roger's face, asking him if everything would be okay, and Roger said that it wouldn't happen because, after all, it was just a show and safety would be taken care of at this time. The protagonist was attracted by a familiar voice. It was Aiden who said with a smile, standing with his back to them, that it was a great pity that he thought that this attraction would be easy, but in fact it turned out to be very difficult. Jonah, standing next to him, told him not to be upset because the goals were far away. When Ethics returned, he immediately saw Roger and greeted him, asking was he on. The round's other guys were standing next to him, looking towards the protagonist approaching them. He asked himself in his thoughts, did Aiden really have a new company? He replied that it was, and then asked them, do they participate in the shooting gallery? Then the owner of the attraction suddenly appeared there, laughing loudly, asking, is there really a new participant? He asked the protagonist if he could shoot the man, obviously knew his way around sales, so he started egging Roger on, saying that he probably couldn't do it because he looked like a dandy who had never held a gun in his hands. Roger had already tried to refuse. When Aiden enthusiastically started telling the man to take his words back, because even if his professor looked like a dandy, Roger had actually served in the army, the protagonist had already tried to refuse again. But no one listened to him, and the ride owner kept shouting, asking, was this puny guy really a soldier? Then where were his muscles? Nobody seemed to care about the protagonist's opinion, so the professor showed the man Roger, who was forced to do it, still agreed, taking the gun in his hands and the children along with the professor. Selena looked at him with delight. He continued shouting with laughter that Roger seemed to be confident in himself. So he should show that he can. The problem for the man was that the main character hit the target right away, popping the balloon. Selena said that it was amazing. Aiden said that Roger hits without missing, and it was very cool, the man thought with incomprehension that it was impossible he did it on the first try. The owner of the attraction said that, in that case, he admits, because it seems that his eyes let him down. This time, therefore, since Roger broke the record, he deserves a prize. He turned his gaze to the man, asking himself in his thoughts, what could this be? Then the man handed him a large toy monster, that it was a masterpiece from their toy maker. The owner of the attraction said that apparently this maker was inspired by a stuffed animal from the museum in the Kingdom of Dua, taking this monster in his hands. Roger looked at the toy with incomprehension, not knowing what to do with it. However, the next moment, this toy was in the hands of an enthusiastic Tracy, who thanked the professor for the toy along with Aiden, smiling happily. Leah was already skeptical. I don't quite understand why she was happy because of this monster, Aiden asked. Is he really giving them his prize? To which Roger calmly replied that it seemed like the children needed it more after that. He and Selena went on their rounds. While Selena was talking about how this toy was quite cute, Roger told her that in that case she should have immediately told him that she liked this toy. However, Selena immediately objected, saying that the children were very happy and that she liked to see their smiling faces much more. Roger repeated her words in his mind, saying that he understood her, and then asked, should they move on? Meanwhile, somewhere at the magic festival, Sadhana literally fell into despair. She thought about how she got completely carried away, playing, and forgot about work. She didn't understand what she had to do. Now Sadhana wondered why he had given her such a difficult task. She looked down, thinking, was this really a test for her? Her eyes immediately lit up, and she thought, was this a test for a job she didn't like? Sadhana was burning with determination, thinking later that was to be expected from the First Order. At that moment, one of the merchants called her over asking if she wanted to try an incredible delicacy, and Sedena immediately agreed, saying that she really wanted it. She held a LOL pop in her hands, smiling happily, saying that it was very delicious. Roger said that he saw that she was enjoying the festival. Right, Sedena blushed, asking him what was he talking about. In response to this, the protagonist remained silent and thoughtful, and Selena asked him not to tell other professionals about this, to which Roger replied that he had no intention of doing so, because he was sure that they themselves were enjoying it. She asked him if this was true. She said that today had flown by very quickly, and that was a pity. The protagonist turned to face her, objecting that there were still 4 days ahead, and Selena replied with a smile that this was indeed true. She said that tomorrow there had already been duels, so they should finish their rounds. Roger replied that this was indeed true, and then said that it was just in time. At that moment, a frightened Phoebe ran past them, running somewhere, and Roger, his eyes widened in surprise, thought, "Is it really Phoebe? Why is he there at such a time?" Roger immediately jumped up, telling Professor Selena that he would leave her for a while. Selena screamed in surprise, watching Roger move away from her. The protagonist cursed in his thoughts, asking himself, what was this fool up to at that moment in an alley where there was no one? Phoebe squeezing his hands in fear on the neck of the girl he had caught, he screamed loudly for her to die while he was shaking with fear, and there was horror in his eyes. He called the girl a devil, continuing to squeeze his hands on her throat while she screamed silently. At that moment, Roger, who had arrived in time, charged the stone with magic, threw it towards Phoebe, forcing him to step aside. Fias shouted loudly, asking, "Who is it?" Roger said, holding his cane forward, that he warned him, Calipus, to stay quiet. Fias turned around and looked at the protagonist with relief, not knowing what to say to him, and then began to shout that at first he planned to do so. However, this fool, he meant the girl he caught, continued to follow him, putting his life at risk. Fias told Roger to look, because he caught this devil. Roger shuddered, thinking, did he really catch her? Is this true? He looked at the girl who was lying on the ground, asking himself, could Fias have defeated her so easily? Fias immediately began to ask him what will he say to this. Roger began to approach him closer, saying that they will discuss the details a little later. Suddenly, the voice of a frightened Selena was heard, who called Roger, covering her mouth with her hands. The protagonist turned around, and Selena was already shaking, asking what was going on there. The protagonist addressed her by name, not knowing how to explain the situation to her, when suddenly Selena began to fall backwards, losing consciousness, and Roger tried to call her, but the girl did not answer, and he quickly grabbed her by the waist to prevent her from falling, pressing Selena to himself. He thought that fortunately it was just a faint, but such a sight would have shocked anyone. He thought that perhaps it was for the best, after all. He had time to come up with an excuse at this moment. The protagonist told Phoebe to take the woman he was trapping to another place, continuing to hold Selena with one hand trembling. Phoebe froze in fear, pointing his finger to the side, unable to utter a word from horror. Roger asked himself in his mind, what came over him? He turned his gaze to Selene in his arms, who suddenly gave a voice. Although she should have been unconscious, the protagonist was horrified to see what was revealed to his gaze. Selene said that she really was not going to do anything until the end of the festival. So, why was Fias doing this? A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes changed color to red. Noticing this, Roger asked himself in shock in his thoughts, did her irises really change color? But what was more important, even her voice changed. She pushed away from the protagonist, taking his shoulder in her hand. Her hair began to change color, turning black, and she began to walk towards Fias. They say that it turns out she was the fool, since she kept her word. She approached Fias, who tried to crawl away from her as far as possible, shouting at her to move and not come near. Esmeralda was hiding under Selene's mask all this time, and she continued,